August 7th, start of autumn. Drizzle fell steadily as Ren Jian walked along a muddy path overgrown with weeds, an umbrella shielding him from the rain. Not long ago, two of his friends had died in consecutive accidents. He himself had nearly been run over by a dump truck, and then, as if cursed, misfortune after misfortune plagued him, as though heads stumbled into the set of Final Destination. So he fled to his rural hometown, far from the noise of the city, choosing isolation. It worked. Lately, no more accidents had occurred. Go ahead, teleport that otherworldly dump truck out here, Ren Jian muttered, flipping the sky the middle finger before lowering his head and continuing home. Suddenly, an oppressive weight pressed down from above. The light dimmed. Ren Jian's heart skipped a beat. He looked up. In the sky, a meteor blazed through the clouds, trailing crimson flames, hurtling straight toward him at terrifying speed. He froze. Then, slowly, he spread his arms, closed his eyes, and gave up. Boom! The meteor struck. Heaven and earth trembled. Ren Jian lost consciousness instantly. Buzz! A dry, gritty wind howled across an endless sky, sweeping dust and sand beneath a blazing golden sun that gilded the vast desert below in shifting waves of gold. Gradually, Ren Jian's awareness returned. The coarse sand against his skin, the scorching, arid heat, the desolate, lifeless scent, the searing sunlight. Every sensation was vivid, undeniable. This isn't a dream. What the hell, where am I? He murmured, dazed, staring up at the sky. Suddenly, a breath, deep, heavy, like the panting of a great beast, washed over him from behind, lifting a cloud of dust that stung his skin. His heart lurched. Slowly, stiffly, he turned his head. A dragon purple, unlike any creature had ever seen, loomed before him. So close it filled his vision. Its body was covered in pale violet scales resembling naturally formed amethyst crystals. Its wings, gently fanning, shimmered with a soft purple glow. Its horns weren't grown from its skull, but floated behind its head, suspended by some strange force, subtly rising and falling as if attuned to its emotions. It gazed down at him, eyes sharp with intelligent scrutiny, not the wild stare of a beast, but the calculating gaze of a sentient being. They were inches apart. The dragon's shadow, cast by the blocked sunlight, enveloped Ren Jian, sending a shiver through him. Then, under Ren Jian's tense stare, the purple dragon opened its maw and spoke a deep, ancient voice, resonant and heavy, as if echoing through millennia of history and glory. Even stranger, Ren Jian understood it. My brother, you have finally been born. What? Stunned that he could comprehend draconic speech, Ren Jian caught his reflection in the dragon's amethyst-like scales and gasped. His own form wasn't human. A small, plump body like a kitten. 3 pairs of tiny, delicate horns on his head. Short wings on his back. Stubby legs. A short tail. This was unmistakably a dragon. He raised a hand before his eyes. Clad in tightly layered, fine scales, it ended in a small claw of dazzling, rainbow-hued brilliance. That was his hand, or rather his claw. But what truly held his gaze was the color of his scales. Unlike the purple dragon before him, his entire body shimmered with a breathtaking spectrum. Crimson, tangerine, cobalt, gold, jet black, deep violet, silver white. Each scale was a masterpiece, layered, interlocking, constantly shifting in hue, forming a seamless gradient of colors that defied reality. Every imaginable shade, every impossible tint, danced across his body, evolving and fading like dreams made visible. It was beauty beyond comprehension, so radiant, so overwhelming, that another glance might make your mind explode. Too beautiful. How could such a creature exist? Ren Jian stared, entranced by his own magnificence, unable to look away. Rumble. In that instant, without warning, a colossal torrent of information surged into his mind, vast as the ocean, relentless and overwhelming, crashing through his consciousness. Descendants of the metallic dragons. Remember the blood feud. Never forget the countless atrocities of the chromatic dragons. Uphold Bahamut's justice. Purge the scourge of chromatics. Slay Tiamat, the evil dragon god. Children of the chromatic dragons. By the eternal decree of Tiamat. Exterminate the metallic dragons. Shatter Bahamut's false piety. We, the true dragons, shall become the sole masters of the multiverse. Sons and daughters of the gem dragons. Neutrality ends now. In the name of Sardier, extinguish the war between chromatics and metallics. Alongside these thunderous draconic proclamations came knowledge of countless races and deities across the multiverse, the state of Dragonkind, diverse languages, and the structure of planes and realms. Waves of information flooding his mind until, At last, he exhaled deeply, his thoughts clearing. He whispered softly, testing the syllables. Yessa Morix, Agard, Astaler Mordkaiser Katarothzustin. This was his draconic true name. He had arrived in a magnificent, vibrant world and been reborn as a dragon. The flood of knowledge was known as the Draconic Legacy, a unique inheritance passed to newborn dragons, granting them innate understanding of the world. Yessa, he murmured again, then thought inwardly. From this day forward, I am Yessa, the hybrid dragon, Yessa. Still, I wonder if becoming a dragon is truly good or bad. Through the legacy, Yessa learned there were two pieces of news, one good, one bad. The good news. Among the pantheons of gods, the Draconic Pantheon stood supreme. Under their protection, dragons ruled unchallenged as the absolute overlords of the multiverse, dominating skies, seas, and lands across all planes. No other race dared challenge their sovereignty. The bad news. Dragonkind, the undisputed rulers of existence, was now embroiled in a massive civil war, one spreading across every plane and world. Chapter 2. The Dragon Succubus. 800 years ago, the two most powerful deities among the Draconic Pantheon, the immortal Dragon Empress and the Platinum Dragon God, reached the peak of their conflict. Their rivalry erupted into an eternal, devastating divine war. As the gods clashed, so too did their faithful followers, the chromatic dragons loyal to the Empress and the metallic dragons devoted to the Platinum God. What began as friction escalated into open hostility, then exploded into a full-scale civil war, consuming the entire multiverse. This war became a cosmic whirlpool. At its center, chromatic dragons versus metallic dragons. But as time passed, even rarer dragon species, emperor dragons, abyssal dragons, extinction dragons, mirror dragons, mithril dragons, comet dragons were dragged into the maelstrom. No dragon remained untouched. All were forged in the furnace of war. And one more question, Yessa pondered. What kind of dragon am I? Which side should I stand on in this civil war? Red dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, black dragons, white dragons, these were the chromatics. Gold dragons, silver dragons, bronze dragons, copper dragons, brass dragons, these were the metallics. Amethyst dragons, crystal dragons, topaz dragons, sapphire dragons, emerald dragons, these were the gem dragons. These were the most common breeds, the backbone of the war. Beyond them were lesser-known types. Iron dragons, cobalt dragons, nickel dragons, recently excommunicated from the metallic clans for defying the Platinum God, now forming the independent ferrous dragons, purple, orange, and yellow dragons of the prismatic clan, and even rarer breeds like axis dragons, mithril dragons, and solar dragons. And, judging by Yessa's appearance, something extraordinary had occurred. Within him flowed the bloodlines of nearly all chromatic, gem, and metallic dragons simultaneously, which explained why he had received transmissions from all three legacies. These bloodlines had fused perfectly, reacting in ways that caused bizarre mutations, his otherworldly beauty, and perhaps other latent talents. This should have been impossible. Draconic blood was dominant and incompatible. Normally, when two different dragon species mated, the offspring inherited the bloodline of only one parent. For example, a gold dragon and a red dragon would produce a pure-blooded gold or red dragon, almost never hybrid. Even if hybrids bred with hybrids, the result was usually a pure-blooded dragon. True hybridization rarely persisted. In draconic culture, hybrids were considered mutations often stronger than purebloods, capable of combining traits from multiple lineages. Double hybrids were already extremely rare, but Yessa carrying multiple bloodlines was unprecedented. A singularity. No dragon would believe such a thing existed. At least, within the legacy's records, there was no mention of such case. He was the first in history. Moreover, the legacy revealed that both his father and mother were pure-blooded amethyst dragons, neither was a hybrid. So why was he like this? After much thought, Yessa could only attribute it to mutation. Dragonkind had a relatively high mutation rate, some harmful, others beneficial. Exceptional mutants were the backbone of dragon society. In this beautiful, clearly, this is a good mutation. This glorious beginning, I just hope the civil war ends soon. Once I grow strong and accumulate power, who knows? Maybe you'll rise to rival the dragon gods themselves. The little hatchling wagged his tail, delighted. His scales shimmered even brighter, radiating dazzling hues. He didn't worry too much about the ongoing war. Dragons had ruled the multiverse for eons, weathering countless upheavals, yet always standing tall. This was just another civil war. Big deal. Similar conflicts had happened before, lasting centuries, sometimes a millennium or two before eventually burning out. Some have been even fiercer. The Draconic Pantheon is terrifyingly powerful. Dragonkind is the unshakable sovereign race of the multiverse. They've endured storms beyond count. Surely, they won't collapse now, just because of this one internal war? Yessa thought optimistically. Yet, little Yessa didn't know that this civil war and the chain of massive conflicts it would trigger would only grow worse and follow him like a shadow. Yessa, my name is Yethar. The amethyst dragon smiled warmly, his eyes alight with awe. I feel the pulse of her blood. Though your form is unlike any I've seen so stunning it takes my breath away, our bloodlines are undeniably similar. Yethar? The first syllable of their true names matched. A curious coincidence. Draconic true names were long, with surnames at the end. Initial syllables rarely aligned. Looking at Yethar again, Yessa took in the details. Translucent scales glowing with soft violet light. Like mineral crystal floating psychic horns hovering behind the head, a sleek, 10-meter-long frame, classic traits of a young amethyst dragon in the adolescent stage, ages 16-25. Amethyst dragons, the leaders among the 5 gem dragons. Intelligent, perceptive, powerful, wise, they carried an innate regal presence. Though still young, Yethar already exuded a calm, seasoned aura, as if shaped by countless trials. In Yeghar's gaze, Yessa saw hope. After a pause, Yessa blinked and said sincerely, "Brother, thank you for protecting me all this time." Through the legacy, he now knew, his amethyst dragon parents had died in the war. As a hatchling, Yethar had taken on the burden, fleeing with Yessa's unhatched egg to the barren, dragon-sparse Shakel's desert. Yes, dragons ruled the multiverse, but on a personal level, a hatchling without parents was vulnerable. And carrying an egg? Even harder. Yet Yethar hadn't abandoned his younger brother. Fighting, hunting, fleeing, growing. Year after year, from hatchling to youth, Yethar carried Yessa's egg wherever he went until today. Yethar deserved that gratitude. And as the little dragon spoke, his eyes, scales, horns, his entire body rippled with shifting, prismatic light, radiating an undeniable, supernatural charm. Yeghar's breathing grew suddenly heavier. In his eyes, his brother was like the dawn's first light, the moon's gentle glow, the union of flowers and morning, do everything beautiful, embodied. How can my brother be this adorable? Yethar screamed internally. Outwardly, however, he maintained his elder brother's composure. Our blood bond is everything. It was my duty. Oh, by the way, Yethar added with a smile, what did you call me? The wind was loud, I didn't catch it. The hatchling tilted his head. Brother. In that moment, even death would have been meaningless. For years, carrying an unhatched egg across war-torn realms, Yessa had become more than a sibling. Was Yeghar's purpose, his emotional anchor. Even if Yessa had hatched as a failed, monstrous aberration, Yethar would have protected him without hesitation. But now his brother was not just alive. He was extraordinary. His beauty, his charm like a succubus among dragons. Chapter 3, the most perfect gem. The term Shakels, which translates to a realm of ferocity, aptly describes the desert where Yessa and Yethar reside. This desolate expanse is home to a multitude of ferocious species, creatures of remarkable strength. These beasts, lacking magical prowess or spell-like capabilities, possess physiques and primal instincts that far surpass those of ordinary animals, rivaling even magical beings. Among them, the legendary beast lords stand as the ultimate embodiment of ferocity. Amidst the murky, yellowish skies of the Shakel's desert, where the winds howl incessantly, 2 dragons, one large and one small, glide gracefully along the air currents. Yethar leads the way, shielding his youthful dragon sibling from the relentless sandstorms, allowing him to soar with greater ease. Even the dense, swirling sands cannot obscure the ethereal shimmer of the young dragon's scales. Yessa, riding the winds, gazes down in wonder and excitement at the vast, boundless desert below, feeling as though the entire world lies sprawled beneath him. The sensation of flight is truly exquisite. Suddenly, the young amethyst dragon comes to a halt, hovering midair. With his eyes gently closed, the psychic horns atop his head emit a soft purple glow, radiating an array of invisible energy waves that resonate with the realms of the mind and spirit. This unique force, distinct from magic, is a hallmark of the amethyst dragon, awakening latent psychic abilities that allow the wielder to manipulate physical laws and even alter reality itself. As a young amethyst dragon who has not been sheltered in a greenhouse, Yethar has already mastered a considerable array of psychic abilities. After a brief moment of mental probing, Yethar opens his eyes and turns to his younger sibling, saying, "Yessa, below us lies a ferocious sand lizard, its threat level quite low. Go and slay it. The young dragon blinks in surprise, exclaiming me. Having spent several days together, Yessa has sensed the affection and indulgence that lie beneath Jaeger's mature and composed demeanor. Thus, he is taken aback by his elder brother's command. Jaeger's expression grows serious as he remarks, "The most perfect gem must be polished continually. Yessa, my dear brother, while you appear flawless in my eyes, the world is harsh. You require sharper claws and fangs, greater strength, and all of this must be earned through battle." He is indeed protective, unwilling to see his brother harmed. Yet, the wisdom and rationality of the amethyst dragon inform Jaeger that if he stubbornly shields his brother from all risks, it will ultimately be detrimental to him. The most perfect gem requires constant refinement, strength in battle. Yessa's heart races upon hearing his elder brother's words. This sentiment seems uncharacteristic for an amethyst dragon, who is generally aligned with neutrality. The Draconic heritage teaches that while amethyst dragons overall embrace neutrality, individual differences may lead to the existence of some who align with other factions. The neutral amethyst dragons advocate for balance among all things. They believe that all things are interconnected and interact in unique ways, necessitating the maintenance of balance and harmony for the healthy development of the world. The benevolent faction S Amethyst Dragon asserts that with great power comes great responsibility. As a naturally formidable dragon, it is obligated to shoulder the burdens of the weak and mediate disputes among different races, striving to protect the vulnerable and uphold global peace. Conversely, the malevolent faction S Amethyst Dragon revels in likening itself to a gem, convinced that constant refinement is essential for achieving perfection, obsessively pursuing knowledge and power, holding strength above all else. Is it truly a rare malevolent amethyst dragon? Yessa gazed upon the youthful amethyst dragon, feeling no aversion in his heart. His eyes swept over the dragon's crystalline form, marred by various claw and bite marks, uneven and rough-scaled, while the scales of a dragon in normal circumstances should gleam brilliantly. Smooth as a mirror, Yessa found it hard to fathom the perils this dragon brother had endured while he was still an egg, leading to an obsession with power that was not entirely unforeseen. Moreover, whether one is evil or good is of little consequence to Yessa. He is indifferent to such distinctions. As for his own alignment, he pondered and concluded that he did not feel compelled to maintain equilibrium among all beings. Nor did he desire to bear the responsibilities of the weak due to his own strength, possessing no extreme craving for power. Instead of engaging in such endeavors, Yessa thought it more worthwhile to admire his own beauty in the mirror, viewed through the lens of all living beings rather than the narrow standards of pure dragonkin. He considered himself to be neutral. However, neutrality itself encompasses various forms: lawful neutral, true neutral, chaotic neutral, and so forth. Which type of neutrality did he embody? Yessa mused silently. Without delving deeper, he reined in his wandering thoughts and, under the watchful gaze of his elder amethyst dragon brother, nodded and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." After setting his sights on his target, the young dragon tilted its body and descended towards the earth. It landed upon grains of sand that shimmered like golden particles. A ferocious sand lizard, with spiky mane and sharp claws, stretched lazily across a sandy slope. Basking in the sun, its body measuring 5 meters in length and weighing several tons, its skin rough like armor. Suddenly, its keen instincts tingled with danger, alerting it to the pressure from above. With a wary opening of its eyes, the ferocious sand lizard lowered its body, its spines quivering in agitation, muscles taut, ready to engage in an offensive, evasive, or defensive stance at a moment's notice. Before it could lift its head to discern the source of the pressure, a resounding thud echoed as the vibrant young dragon unfurled its wings, gracefully descending to land, its claws sinking into the golden sand, the myriad colors of its scales reflecting in harmony with its surroundings. A mere 10 meters apart, Yessa and the ferocious sand lizard locked eyes. The hot winds stirred the dust between them. In truth, Yessa could have reigned in his draconic might, and, while the ferocious sand lizard dozed, executed a surprise attack from above, crashing down with the force of a mighty dragon. It is worth mentioning that the talent known as dragon might is not a standard trait of hatchlings. Typically, it requires extensive practice to master. However, Yessa demonstrated an innate understanding of this ability merely 3 days after birth, employing it with an instinctual ease that garnered genuine admiration from his elder brother, the amethyst dragon. To return to the matter at hand, Yethar is not a knight driven by a fervent sense of justice or morality. He does not shy away from employing ambush as a combat strategy. In confronting the ferocious sand lizard, which is several times larger than himself, his primary objective is not merely to slay the beast, but to hone his skills and validate his abilities through this encounter. "Hey, little lizard, you appear quite anxious," the young hatchling remarked gracefully, advancing towards the formidable sand lizard with a composed gait. In contrast, the massive sand lizard, upon recognizing the creature before it, bristled with a myriad of spines, its facial membranes fully expanded in a display of heightened vigilance and tension. As Yethar drew closer, the sand lizard instinctively began to retreat. The ferocious species is not a feeble creature, nor does it occupy the lowest tier of the food chain. Yet, in the presence of a dragon, even a diminutive hatchling, it senses an overwhelming threat. Size does not dictate supremacy. Although dragons are renowned for their grandeur, this aspect constitutes only a fraction of their formidable nature. After several hesitant steps back, the sand lizard seemed unable to endure the humiliation of retreating without a fight. It halted, its facial membranes fully unfurled, and with a fierce roar, unleashed a torrent of acidic green saliva towards the hatchling. The noxious substance splattered against the arid sands, instantly eroding the surface into depressions and pits. "How rude to greet with such spittle," Yethar remarked, unfurling his wings and ascending gracefully into the sunlight. The acidic spray fell harmlessly to the ground as the sand lizard turned and fled, without a hint of hesitation, as if resolved to escape. Chapter 4. Do you believe in light? Under the unrelenting sun in the vast, unobstructed desert, the scorching rays bathed the earth in a blinding luminescence. The air shimmered with heat, distorting the landscape into visible waves. Bathed in golden brilliance, Yethar spread his wings wide, skimming just above the ground, the shadow he cast drawing ever closer to the retreating sand lizard. Within mere seconds, the sand lizard instinctively realized that it could never outrun a dragon that commanded the skies. Even burrowing into the sand would prove futile. Its gaze hardened with ferocity. The reason this species is termed ferocious lies in their extraordinary brutality when faced with peril. They do not bury their heads like ostriches, but instead opt for a desperate and fierce confrontation. With a hiss, the sand lizard whipped its tail, abruptly changing direction. Its powerful hind legs propelled it forward in a leap, sending a cloud of sand and gravel into the air. Amidst the chaotic embrace of splintered gravel, the ferocious sand lizard leapt several meters, backlit by the sun, lunging fiercely at the diminutive dragonling that shadowed its every move. The light shimmered, whispering secrets to me. Yeth's gaze sharpened, instinctively attuned to the fluctuations in light caused by the menacing sand lizard, akin to how fish inherently know the waters. In a moment of heightened concentration, Yeth sensed the impending assault, allowing for an early response. With a deft flap of its wings, the little dragon soared upward, performing an agile flip to evade the sand lizard's lethal strike, then swiftly returned, claws descending upon the lizard's back. The impact was profound. The sand lizard, weathered by relentless sun and wind, bore a coarse, armor-like hide that, under Yeth's youthful claws, crumbled like parchment, spilling crimson life force. With a piercing cry, the ferocious creature plummeted to the ground, creating a shallow crater in the sand. Disturbing claw marks marred its back, deep enough to reveal bone, as blood oozed forth, quickly evaporating upon contact with the parched earth, leaving behind a sticky, unsightly residue. Yethar, shaking the blood from its claws, expressed disdain. The lizard's essence sullied its otherwise pristine scales, diminishing its beauty, a thought that made it quite displeased. Injured beasts are often perilous foes. With a defiant roar, the sand lizard charged at Yethar, its limbs a flurry, long tail whipping up clouds of dust. Simultaneously, that peculiar sensation returned, as radiant light poured from the heavens onto the vast desert, reflecting, refracting, scattering, and being absorbed, all of which Yethar perceived with clarity. The sand lizard closed the distance, twisting its body to unleash a powerful strike with its tail. Yethar, smaller in stature yet undeterred, pivoted and retaliated with a sweeping motion of its own tail. What appeared to be a short and juvenile appendage belied its formidable strength, reinforced by scales as sharp as blades. The collision was thunderous. Flesh and shards of scale erupted into the air as the ferocious sand lizard's tail was severed cleanly. In that moment, the seemingly innocent tail of the little dragon proved to be stronger than steel, rendering the lizard's frontal assault akin to a futile clash of egg against stone. Rising on its hind legs, Yessa struck down with a resounding slap across the lizard's face. The massive creature soared like a rag doll, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, carving a long trench in the desert floor. In terms of strength, I seemed to surpass my contemporaries among dragonlings. On the opposite end, the sand lizard, its tail severed in half, its face drenched in blood, struggled to rise. Its limbs trembled beneath its weight, and its bloodied gaze, filled with resentment, fear, and rage, fixed intently upon the small dragonling before it. A roar erupted from the wounded beast. With a resounding roar, veins writhed beneath the skin like earthworms, swelling violently as the formidable sand lizard expanded at a perceptible rate. Its scales thickened, its claws sharpened, and its spines grew more formidable, rapidly reaching a length of over 7 meters while its profuse wounds ceased to bleed. It exuded an even more potent aura of ferocity, sending nearby grains of sand flying in concentric circles, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Has it evolved mid-battle? Do you fancy yourself the protagonist? Oh, the destined child of the sand lizard clan? The young Drake gazed in astonishment at the ferocious creature. This violent being, fueled by intense resentment and fury, had experienced an extraordinary elevation in its life level, a rare occurrence indeed. Yet, alas, it faced a true dragon, a fact that could not alter its fate. The young Drake remained unperturbed, conversely growing more exhilarated and focused. The thunderous sand lizard charged forth like a massive truck across the sands, kicking up clouds of dust in its wake, roaring as it barreled towards Yessa, each step sending countless grains flying. Such commotion elicited further responses from the light, its transformation becoming increasingly vivid and luminous in Yessa's eyes. Yessa's gaze flickered, his attention sharpening acutely. In an instant, time seemed to slow. The ferocious sand lizard, enveloped in swirling dust, approached with grandiosity, step by step. Meanwhile, Yessa stood quietly, listening intently to the voice of light, attuning himself to its vibrations. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, colors blossomed in his vision, intertwining and merging, ultimately collapsing into the depths of his dragon eyes, transforming into iridescent orbs. It dawned upon him that his true talent lay not in psychokinesis or in the conventional understanding of magic. Different dragon breeds possessed unique gifts, and through the legacy of knowledge, one could discern their strengths. Yet, Yessa did not belong to any known dragon lineage, leaving him unaware of his true potential. But now, clarity had emerged. Combat, indeed, served as the finest elixir for a dragon's growth, the most effective catalyst for awakening formidable abilities. Do you believe in light? Deep within Yessa's heart, he heard his own whispering inquiry. A broad smile graced his face as the vibrant hues surrounding him shifted and flowed, rendering even the sunlight pale in comparison, converging towards his dragon horns. In the face of the colossal, charging sand lizard, Yessa did not flinch or evade. Instead, he sat gracefully upon the ground, chest puffed out in proud defiance, head held high. His iridescent eyes mirrored the lizard's lowered head, akin to a bulldozer, charging menacingly towards him. Why not evade? A young amethyst dragon, observing from above, felt a pang of anxiety, struggling to suppress the urge to intervene. Simultaneously, as the brilliance coalesced and solidified, a radiant light gathered between Yessa's horns, forming a tangible ring adorned with sharp serrations. Psychokinesis? No. Magic? It bore the rhythm of magical elements, yet it was not purely magic. Witnessing this scene, the young amethyst dragon, in a flash of insight, chose to trust his dragon brother, striving to quell the impulse to intercede. The ferocious sand lizard approached with heavy strides, mere meters away from Yessa. Reflected in his eyes was the menacing silhouette of the creature, causing Yessa to focus intently. The 8-pointed light wheel, buzzing. The once stagnant wheel suddenly began to spin with terrifying velocity, emanating an intense heat and cutting power, shooting out from between Yessa's horns at a speed so horrific that the ferocious sand lizard could barely react, slicing effortlessly through its body in a blink. Oblivious to its plight, the sand lizard continued to leap towards Yessa. However, as it ascended into the air, it felt its strength dissipate instantaneously, accompanied by a cacophony of tearing pain, its consciousness drowning in a haze of confusion. What was happening? As its mind plunged into the abyss of darkness, its body, suspended in midair, was suddenly shattered into pieces. Chunks of severed limbs and shredded flesh rained down from Yessa's head, each gaping wound smooth as glass, charred by searing heat. Without a drop of blood spilling forth, Yessa crouched serenely, his foreclaws drawn together, his tail coiling elegantly in front of him. The scattered remnants did not touch him, littering the ground around him. Chapter 5. The Lava Empire. Such a brutal dismemberment. This technique seems rather cruel. However, it is said that ferocious beings possess a diminished sensitivity to pain, feeling little discomfort. Moreover, being graced with the sight of my exquisite form in its final moments. How fortunate it was. As he surveyed the remnants strewn about, the young dragonlet shook his head and mused. Yessa, my ever-surprising brother, how do you manage it? What you just used resembled magic, akin to spiritual energy, yet it is entirely different, a power I cannot comprehend. The young amethyst dragon descended gracefully from the sky, landing before the dragonlet, initially observing the scattered remains of the ferocious sand lizard before turning to his younger brother with astonishment. The young dragonlet exhaled, calmly shaking off the grains of sand that clung to his scales. Perhaps it is my overwhelming beauty that has drawn the favor of the heavens, granting me an unparalleled talent to match my appearance. He lifted his head slightly, exuding a nonchalant demeanor, casting a gaze towards the young amethyst dragon. Yessa's tail swished back and forth, sweeping away the debris below. Though his outward demeanor remained composed, his eyes and subtle movements revealed his true desires. What are you waiting for? Praise me. Without needing to sense with spiritual energy, Yethar discerned his brother's intentions, chuckling as he reached out to ruffle the young dragonlet's head. My dear brother, you are magnificent, truly exceptional. By the gem dragon god Sativor, I swear, even the moon and the blazing sun pale in comparison to your radiance. Though tinged with a hint of exaggeration, Yethar's praise was heartfelt. He had never encountered a dragon more remarkable than his younger brother. Had Yessa's recent attack not been met with vigilance, Yethar doubted his ability to evade or withstand it entirely. A misstep could have led to significant injury. A mere fledgling, not yet a year old, there exists a power potent enough to threaten the young dragon, which is truly astonishing. One should exercise restraint. I prefer subtlety over ostentation. As these humble yet satisfying words fell from my lips, the little dragon felt a wave of exhaustion wash over both mind and body. The recently utilized eightfold light will displayed formidable strength, but also demanded considerable energy. It was indeed a misuse of such power to eliminate the savage sand lizard. I am so weary. The little dragon yawned widely, the drowsiness surging like a tidal wave. The battle had awakened your potential. Now, you require dragon sleep to assimilate and recuperate. The young amethyst dragon's psychic horn danced with delight, reflecting a buoyant spirit. As it smiled at the little dragon and said, "Sleep now. I shall steadfastly guard your side." Thank you. With those words, Yessa closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The young amethyst dragon's gentle gaze turned solemn and vigilant, ever watchful of the shifting surroundings. As its psychic energy transformed into an invisible hand, gently placing the little dragon upon its back. The duration of the inaugural dragon sleep would not be lengthy. I had forgotten the moment of Yessa's birth. Thus, I should prepare a gift from an elder brother for him upon awakening from this first slumber. Unlike the five-colored dragon, which disregards the bonds of bloodline, the gemstone dragon places great significance on such ties. Moreover, Yethar's experiences have instilled in him a profound sense of responsibility toward his younger brother, embodying both a brotherly and paternal role. Ordinary meat and precious metal currency are unworthy of my brother's beauty and talent. At the very least, one must present magical gems to adorn him suitably. Though still youthful, the young amethyst dragon felt it was his duty to assume the responsibilities of a parent. Contemplating this, his eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into the vast and murky sky, lost in thought. The world inhabited by Yethar and Yessa occupies one of the most significant planes within the multiverse, specifically the material plane known as Solando. A century ago, the most powerful entity on the Solando planet was an ancient red dragon emperor. Under the leadership of this emperor, the Lava Empire governed extensive territories of Solando. When the storm of civil war swept into the week of Solando, the ancient red dragon emperor, loyal to the immortal dragon queen, immediately took action, leading the Lava Empire to decimate the metallic dragons and all allied draconic forces on Solando, routing them in utter defeat. However, The metallic dragonkind and their allies were not to be underestimated. At the height of the Lava Empire's might, 3 ancient dragons, a golden dragon, a crystal dragon, and a copper dragon, crossed realms and directly descended upon the lava dragon court, engaging in an unprincipled ambush. With swift and ruthless tactics, they beheaded the ancient red dragon emperor and simultaneously annihilated several formidable 5-colored dragons of the Lava Empire before departing this world. Consequently, in the absence of leadership, the Lava Empire fell into disarray. The surviving 5-colored dragons unleashed their wrath upon the metallic dragons, who, in turn, commenced a counteroffensive against their adversaries, igniting a conflagration of war that would engulf every expanse of the Solando planet, drawing an ever-increasing number of dragons into the fray. Even the neutral dragons are not spared from the turmoil. The amethyst dragon, Yeagle, and his parents, the crystalline dragons Yethar and Yeagle, who advocated for the balance of all things and sought to prevent the internecine conflict between the two great dragon factions, have found themselves ensnared in an unrelenting inferno of war, sinking deeper into despair until their ultimate demise. Father, Mother, may your souls return to the great realm of Sadivor, where you may revel in bliss and tranquility. Yet, I can no longer heed your dying wishes to shun conflict. War, which is birthed from war, spares no creature. I shall no longer evade it. The youthful amethyst dragon resolved with determination, turning his gaze toward the northwestern expanse of the Shackles Desert. Though Shackles Desert lies in a remote location, it is home to a myriad of dragon species, including the likes of brass, blue, and iron dragons who thrive in such arid environments. The dragons inhabiting this harsh land are not solely Yeagle and Yethar. The exact number of dragons dwelling in this desolate expanse remains unknown to Yeagle. However, he is aware of a blue dragon, of a similar age. Residing over 1,000 kilometers to the northwest of his territory, they have crossed paths before. In the face of the blue dragon's provocation, Yeagle, then accompanied by a dragon egg, chose to retreat, relinquishing a small oasis, an area abundant in resources, to venture into this barren region dominated by yellow sands and fierce creatures. It is time to return, to reclaim what is rightfully mine. The youthful amethyst dragon unfurled his wings, soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds as he made his way back to his former abode. This journey was not solely for a more prosperous territory. The blue dragon, known for its habitual pillaging and insatiable appetite for treasure, was far wealthier than the perpetually wandering Yeagle, likely possessing the magical gemstones he sought. After a period of time, the young amethyst dragon descended to the ground, gently placing the small hatchling he had carried on his back down, safeguarding it with his psychic energy as he concealed it beneath the sand. Chapter 6. Seduction. I shall return swiftly, bearing tidings of victory. With wings unfurled, I shall radiate my formidable dragon might without reservation. The amethyst dragon Yeagle soared toward a verdant oasis stretching several thousand meters, lush with greenery and teeming with life, starkly contrasting the surrounding desert. However, before he could reach the oasis, he sensed an intruder, a palpable aura of malevolence rising like a tempest, reminiscent of yellow sands and lightning. A robust blue dragon, more powerful than the young amethyst dragon, emerged from its lair. With large ears and a horn at its snout crackling with electricity, its azure scales blended seamlessly with the sky. The powerful static charge surrounding it produced arcs of electricity, accompanied by a constant crackling sound, filling the air with the scent of ozone and sand. Oh, timid amethyst dragon, have you returned to bow before me? Become my servant. Wag your tail in supplication, and I shall show mercy by granting you a chance at life. The thunderous voice of the young blue dragon echoed ominously. The malevolent dragon did not conceal its hostility, looking down upon the amethyst dragon, which had previously fled in fear. In response to the provocation of the azure dragon, the amethyst dragon Jaeger maintained an air of tranquility, refraining from utterance. Instead, the psionic horns upon his head radiated with an extraordinary brilliance, emanating waves of profound psychic energy. With a powerful sweep of his wings, he charged towards the youthful azure dragon. Among the chromatic dragons, the most formidable is the red dragon, possessing a terrifying physique and remarkable magical prowess, unrivaled among all normal dragons. The blue dragon ranks second among the chromatic dragons and holds a commendable position within the hierarchy of all dragon species. However, as the foremost among the gem dragons, Jaeger, an exceptional amethyst dragon, never feared this pure azure dragon. Had it not been for his consideration of the state of the dragon egg, he would have shown no inclination to retreat. As the amethyst dragon soared towards him, the young azure dragon was momentarily taken aback, only to break into a broad grin, his body crackling with electricity as he met Jaeger's advance. Soon, psychic energy and thunder intertwined, engaging in a spirited dance of mind and lightning. The two young dragons embarked upon a fierce battle. Upon awakening, Yethar opened his eyes to an unfamiliar yet breathtaking landscape. The sky resembled a vast expanse of clear sapphire, a brilliant blue, while dense white birch and dragon cedar trees reached out eagerly, vying for the caress of sunlight, lush and vibrant. A flock of black-feathered, white-billed birds chirped melodiously amidst the flourishing treetops. The air, imbued with a hint of moisture, carried the faint fragrance of blooming flora. Have I been transported once again? What purpose does this serve? He pondered. Glancing down, the vibrant, multicolored scales nearly dazzled his dragon eyes, confirming his unchanged draconic identity and allowing him to exhale in relief. Regaining his composure, the young dragon arched his back gracefully, stretching his limbs with a series of clicks, then unfurled his elongated wings and ascended into the air. Surveying his surroundings, numerous aquatic plants and shrubs flourished nearby, while a serpentine stream meandered through the verdant expanse, revealing a resilient oasis in the midst of the desert. This oasis resembled a beautiful pearl amidst the vast sandy sea, glimmering with unique hues. Various creatures deemed harmless in the eyes of dragons, sawtooth rabbits, fearsome wolves, spiked horned antelopes, giant hoofed cattle, and flame foxes, wandered about, with no sign of any dangerous or ferocious beings. The aura of Jaeger's draconic majesty lingered in the air, serving as a warning to all creatures that might dare to trespass. It seems Jaeger has placed me here. How delightful it is to discover an oasis in the desert. With his wings drawn in, Yethar dove eagerly into the river flowing through the oasis, reveling in the experience. Splash! This was his first encounter with water in this world, and excitement coursed through him as he swam, floated, and repeatedly leapt from the water, sending droplets flying that refracted the vibrant colors of his scales, creating stunning rainbows upon the surface. My scales are as colorful as a rainbow. Since I do not belong to any dragon species, I shall name myself the Rainbow Dragon. Chasing the brilliant rainbow trailing behind him, the young dragon frolicked joyfully in the water. After half an hour of playful antics, the iridescent dragon Yethar leapt from the surface, shaking off the droplets that clung to his scales. The dust accumulated during his slumber had been washed away, leaving him pristine and radiant under the sun's embrace. Each scale shimmering like the most ethereal gemstone, irresistibly captivating to behold. Having likely slept for about a month, Yethar gauged the duration of his slumber through his innate biological clock. For dragons, ordinary sleep and the profound state of dragon slumber are distinct concepts. The former is merely a time for relaxation and self-indulgence, while the latter facilitates rapid growth, encompassing physical development, cognitive enhancement, and wisdom. Moreover, dragon slumber varies in depth and duration. Yethar had merely experienced a light dragon slumber this time. He scrutinized his current form. From head to tail, the young dragon now measured approximately 3 meters in length, with an increase in the density of his muscles and bones. The texture of his scales had become more resilient. His once tender horns had grown slightly, and his wings and tail had lengthened and strengthened, while his claws had sharpened significantly. Overall, the young dragon had shed some of his youthful adorability, gaining an elegance and beauty that was more pronounced. His senses had also sharpened considerably. The fluctuations of light were now distinctly perceptible to him. In addition to the light waves, he keenly sensed the elemental energies present in the air. In the desert environment, the energy of the earth element was particularly potent, followed by the energies of wind, fire, and the rarest of all, water. These fundamental elemental energies were omnipresent. Dragons are inherently magical beings, and the ability to perceive magical elements is a commonplace occurrence. However, this ability is typically achieved only by young dragons over the age of 16. Prior to that, their primary focus remains on physical growth. I can already sense magical elements. My magical aptitude must be remarkable, Yethar mused within. The dragon legacy encompasses a wealth of knowledge, including arcane lore. Upon awakening to the perception of magical elements, dragons generally endeavor to learn and master magic. The types of magic are manifold, The psychic abilities of the amethyst dragon can also be classified as a form of magic. Yet the prerequisite for mastering such mental sorcery is the awakening of psychic energy. Unfortunately, the Shackler's Desert is too remote, devoid of a magic web. The magic web, a creation of the high divine goddess of magic, serves as her dominion, permeating numerous planes and worlds, stabilizing chaotic magical elements and making them more amenable to the caster's will. The planet Solando possesses a magic web, but it does not extend to every inch of this realm. At the very least, the Shackler's Desert lacks the presence of a magic web, for there are neither followers nor temples of the goddess of magic, nor any special places worthy of her attention. Without the framework of a magic web, elemental energies are exceedingly difficult to manipulate, akin to the relationship between a lofty goddess and an abject suitor, essentially indifferent. Theoretically, this holds true. It is said that chaotic elemental energies can harm the user. I shall put this to the test. Like a child yearning to touch the flames, Yessa's curiosity ignited. The young dragon focused intently, wrapping its tail around its front, raising the tip like a beacon, beckoning the elemental energy of fire to converge. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Contrary to what Yessa had anticipated, the elemental energy did not resist or retaliate. The aloof goddess seemed to have been directly captivated by the young dragon's allure. The summoned fire element complied eagerly, almost impatiently, coalescing into a small flame that danced and flickered at the tip of Yessa's tail. This could hardly be deemed a fully formed spell, nor even a mere trick. It possessed no destructive power. Yet, the ability to command elemental energy with a mere thought. In the absence of a magical network, during its first encounter with such forces, would leave any spellcaster astonished, incredulous, and envious, their bodies stiffened with disbelief. The elemental energy instinctively sought to draw near. My extraordinary beauty and unparalleled charm are irresistible even to the lifeless elements. Indeed, I am worthy of such admiration. As for the elemental energy's approach, Yessa felt no astonishment, for it seemed only appropriate. What ordinary magical talent could possibly compare to his own? Magic is the study of the fundamental essence of the multiverse, a force that even deities cannot overlook. Perhaps, through magic, I can explore my own being, delve into the nature of light, and uncover my true talents. Observing the flickering flame dancing at the tip of his tail, the young dragon swayed it, deep in thought. The 8-part light wheel he had utilized to vanquish the savage sand lizard was a manifestation of his innate awakened ability, yet its application had been rather crude, leaving him nearly exhausted after a single use. However, if he were to harness, control, and comprehend it through the lens of magic, he might achieve unforeseen results. Not one to waver, he promptly resolved to make the pursuit of magic a goal in his draconic life. Typically, it is the juvenile dragons who can sense elemental energy, and only the adolescent dragons embark on the study of magic. But a hatchling learning magic? That would be sheer folly. Yet, Yessa harbored no concerns about himself. Normalcy? Such a term held no place in his lexicon. At that moment, a creature suddenly obscured the sunlight, casting a colossal shadow that enveloped the young dragon. Looking up, he beheld the juvenile amethyst dragon, Yethar. Upon seeing Yethar, Yessa's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "Are you injured? What has happened?" Unlike before his slumber, the juvenile amethyst dragon now bore numerous charred, lightning-like patterns across his crystalline scales. A section of his psychic horns was missing, and several claw marks marred his visage. The nearly 10-meter-long juvenile amethyst dragon descended before the young dragon. Extending a claw, he gently patted Yessa's head and laughed nonchalantly. "Wounds are the badges of the strong. These broken scales and fractured horns are testament to my victories over formidable foes." Raising his gaze, he surveyed the vibrant oasis before him. The amethyst dragon withdrew his eyes and addressed Yessa, inquiring about his thoughts on this desert oasis. "It now belongs to us, my brother. We can reside here until it can no longer sustain our needs." Although the amethyst dragon had no intention of elaborating on the battle's details, Yessa, with his keen intellect, could easily deduce the truth. Observing the scars and lightning marks upon the amethyst dragon's form, Yessa understood that this oasis was likely seized from a blue dragon by his elder brother. He scrutinized the amethyst dragon, yearning for a more explicit account. Noticing the young dragon's inquisitive gaze, Yethar gently shook his head, realizing that his younger sibling had matured and could not be easily misled. Thus, he recounted the events. "This territory originally belonged to me, but was previously usurped by a blue dragon. Now, having grown stronger, I reclaimed it. The young dragon, curious, asked, "What of the blue dragon?" "It was gravely wounded and fled," the amethyst dragon replied, a hint of regret in his voice. "It escaped with the speed of thunderous wings. Had it not been so swift, I could have slain it." The amethyst dragon exhibited no remorse for desiring the death of a kin. In this era of civil strife, the spirits of all dragons were taught, where even the slightest discord could escalate into lethal enmity. Dragons of differing ideologies and beliefs regarded one another as sworn adversaries. Since it yet lives, it may seek vengeance. The chromatic dragons are notorious for their grudges, Yethar pondered. Indeed, dragons generally harbored resentments, and the brutal chromatic dragons were the most vengeful among them. If a defeated foe dares to return for retribution, I shall ensure it meets its demise in the desert, consumed by the sands that will devour all its blood and dignity, the amethyst dragon declared, his expression stern. Afterward, observing the enhanced allure of his younger brother, Jaeger's countenance softened. "The dragon slumber has facilitated your notable growth. Your life level has likely ascended." The ethereal dragon horn atop Jaeger's head radiated a resplendent purple light, sweeping over the young dragon's form. In that moment, Yethar felt as though he were laid bare to scrutiny, a profound sensation of being observed enveloping him. Jaeger employed the life-level detection technique, a commonly utilized spell that assesses the approximate standing of a target creature based on multiple factors, including physique, spirit, and magical prowess. "Lower second tier, life level 4, Jaeger remarked, tilting his head slightly. "Typically, this life level is achieved by amethyst hatchlings over 5 years of age. Yet you are not even a year old." The tier and life level system is a widely accepted hierarchy on the planet Solando and throughout the multiverse. A life level of 120 still falls within the realm of the mundane, categorized into lower, middle, and upper tiers, with each major tier further divided into 3 ranks, totaling 9 ranks across 3 major tiers. Of course, these are merely guidelines. The ferocious sand lizard Yethar had previously slain possessed a life level surpassing his own, yet he had dispatched it with ease. The distinction between low-cost and high-cost cards in a certain card game is akin to the disparity between characters of varying expenses. When at the same star level, high-cost characters can effortlessly annihilate their low-cost counterparts, and engaging in battles beyond one's level is a frequent occurrence. Without question, Yethar represents a high-cost character, a veritable golden legend. Furthermore, beyond the 9th tier, a life level exceeding 20 signifies an extraordinary and transcendent legendary existence, endowed with the formidable power capable of reshaping reality itself. All dragons, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, are destined to become legends. It is merely a matter of time. This is why the dragon race reigns supreme over other biological species. Returning to the matter at hand, the young amethyst dragon harbored no jealousy towards his dragon brother. Rather, he expressed joyfully, "Yethar, my dear brother, your talents surpass my own." As he spoke, Jaeger procured an item from the scales on his neck and presented it before Yethar. "This is a gift I have prepared for your growth." In an instant, Yethar's gaze was captivated by the object unveiled by his elder brother. It was a fragment of sapphire, crystal clear, pure yet incomplete and somewhat flawed, yet still radiating a unique brilliance under the sun. Although it did not rival the luster of Yethar's own scales, it possessed an enchanting allure that invigorated the surrounding elemental energies. In the multiverse, gemstones are divided into ordinary stones meant solely for decoration and magical gemstones endowed with wondrous properties. An ordinary gemstone mine may yield only a few magical stones, while a magical gemstone mine is a treasure that legendary beings vehemently vie for. Magical gemstones are undoubtedly among the most coveted collectibles for dragons. I was unable to find a complete magical gemstone. I could only manage to acquire this fragment, which is of mediocre quality. I hope you do not disdain it. An incomplete gemstone fragment is valued at merely 1/10 of a complete stone. However, the Shackless Desert is exceedingly barren, and after snatching the sapphire fragment from the blue dragon, Jaeger searched far and wide. Not only did he find no complete gemstones, but even the shadows of other fragments eluded him. "Is this truly for me?" Yethar inquired, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For a young dragon, even a fragment of a gemstone is a fine treasure, and dragons are notoriously stingy with their hoards and spoils, with sapphire dragons being no exception. Yet, on one hand, Jaeger cherished his brother more than the mere fragment. On the other, He bore not only the mantle of an elder brother, but also that of a parent, and this sense of responsibility fueled Jaeger's own pursuit of strength. May it add a touch of brilliance to your scales. I truly adore this gift, the young dragon exclaimed joyfully. Yethar gleefully accepted the 2 gemstone fragments, contemplating how to adorn himself with them. However, the moment his tiny claws made contact with the gemstone fragments, the iridescent, dreamlike glow of his scales shimmered even more brightly, and his rainbow-hued dragon eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. In Yethar's perception, the fluctuations and changes of light became significantly clearer. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Yet, this was no mere illusion. Yethar lowered his gaze toward the fragment of sapphire clutched in his claws, its luster noticeably diminished. Chapter 8. Gems and Magic. Could it be that the magical gem would enhance my perception of light? Yethar concentrated once more, tightening his grip on the sapphire shard. Indeed, the brilliance of his scales regained its vibrant sheen, and the light within his field of vision became more pronounced, its fluctuations and transformations vividly manifesting in the rainbow-like depths of his dragon eyes. The formation of every magical gem requires the passage of considerable time. Even a shard of gemstone carries the probability of having witnessed the birth and demise of myriad beings, the rise and fall of civilizations. This was not the moment for deep contemplation. Yethar relaxed his claws, casting his gaze upon the somewhat dim sapphire fragment. According to the records of dragon heritage, during the formation of magical gems, surrounding light is absorbed and preserved, transforming into the exquisite, dreamlike sheen of the gemstone. A warm breeze swept through, causing the verdant flora of the oasis to sway gracefully. The young dragon blinked thoughtfully. Perhaps the light preserved within the magical gem, which transcends time and epochs, originating from millennia past, had reawakened upon my touch, thus significantly enhancing my perception of light. This perception of light's variations was his unique nomenclature. Simultaneously, Jaeger's expression shifted to one of surprise, his gaze flitting between the sapphire shard and the scales of his younger sibling. The luster of the gemstone had waned. Yet Yethar's scales appeared to exhibit a subtle, almost imperceptible enhancement. Is that so? Inquired the youthful amethyst dragon, uncertainty lacing his tone. In the shadow cast by his companion, Yethar nodded, responding, "It seems I can draw upon the light preserved within the magical gem. Is this beneficial for your growth?" Jaeger asked. "Indeed," Yethar replied earnestly, carefully stowing the gemstone shard close to him, mimicking Jaeger by tucking it beneath the scales at his neck. Thus, the 2 juvenile dragons, one large and one small, wandered along the riverbank of the oasis. The young dragon's imposing presence frightened off the small creatures gathered there to drink, leaving them trembling and paralyzed with fear, while more ferocious beasts, such as the fearwolves and scorpion lions, kept their distance, wary of approaching. They reclined beneath a dense canopy of trees. Yethar turned to the young amethyst dragon, inquiring with curiosity, "Brother, do you wield magic? Brother? And not elder brother?" The young amethyst dragon's tail flicked thoughtfully. He keenly observed that Yethar, upon awakening from his slumber, had shed some of his childishness and was less inclined to directly address him as elder brother. Oh, growth is inevitable. Perhaps brother is a commendable title after all. Jaeger accepted this notion, as dragons indeed prefer to avoid overly sentimental forms of address. My psychic abilities, in a certain sense, can also be categorized as a form of magic. Hence, I possess magical prowess, psychic magic. Why the sudden inquiry? The amethyst dragon gazed down at the vibrant little dragon, his demeanor gentle. "I wish to learn magic," Yethar stated candidly. The legacy of the dragons is replete with arcane knowledge, yet the requisite experience and guidance for mastery are conspicuously absent from this inheritance. It is far too premature for you to embark upon the study of magic. Observing the fanciful little hatchling, the amethyst dragon could not suppress a bemused chuckle. One must at least be able to perceive the presence of elemental energy before proceeding. This reminded him of his own youth. When Jaeger was but a hatchling, he too had sought his parents' counsel on the subject of magic, and their response had mirrored his own current sentiments. However, fate varies among dragons, and Yethar's reaction diverged from that of the young Jaeger. "Elemental energy, you mean those?" Yethar employed the same trick, using his mental will to entice elemental energy, and he aimed to summon 4 types simultaneously. Noticing Yethar's actions, as well as the subtle fluctuations in the surrounding elemental energy, Jaeger felt a jolt of alarm. Should the elemental energies become chaotic, they could very well retaliate against their wielder. Moreover, different elemental energies often repelled one another. To simultaneously invoke 4 elemental energies is perilous. Only the most accomplished spellcasters dare to undertake such a feat. No sooner had he spoken than Yethar witnessed a scene that would be etched into his memory for eternity. The scarce humidity in the air coalesced into streams of water, swirling around him as if animated by a life force. A tiny spark ignited at the tip of the hatchling's tail, flickering with vitality. The earth trembled beneath them, the soil and stones quaking. As dust rose and fell like waves, a mighty wind arose spontaneously, stripping leaves from the trees above and showering them upon the little dragon like confetti. As if celebrating his emergence, earth, water, wind, and fire converged around the hatchling, frolicking and dancing in harmony. So much so that the young amethyst dragon almost believed he was hallucinating. Not only could Yethar sense the elemental energies, but he could also command them with such ease. Upon regaining his composure, Yethar gazed at his younger brother and remarked with a sense of wonder, "Yethar, my dear brother, I once thought I had a thorough understanding of your innate talent, yet I find I have underestimated you. Your aptitude for magic is unparalleled in my experience. Had our parents still been alive, they would undoubtedly take immense pride in you." After a brief pause, reluctant to dwell on the memories of their deceased parents, the amethyst dragon continued, "I am versed only in mental magic. However, drawing from related knowledge, if you are prepared to commence your magical studies, I may be able to offer you some guidance." Shaking off the leaves that clung to him, the little dragon nodded. "I am ready." The amethyst dragon also nodded, then settled down to impart his wisdom, setting aside those special ritualistic spells. Once you successfully construct a spell model, the key to effective spellcasting lies in the incantation, posture, and materials. The incantation allows the elemental energies to comprehend your intent, while the proper posture enables you to guide them. The most adept spellcasters can even manipulate the very fabric of the rules, but learning magic is not an instantaneous endeavor. The spells of ordinary practitioners fundamentally rely on elemental energies for their enactment. As for materials, they are essential for certain spells, though not all spells necessitate them. The seemingly instantaneous manifestation of mental magic is no exception. It is merely the ability to communicate one's psychic energy through spiritual intent, replacing the need for incantations and gestures, requiring prior preparation within the heart. The amethyst dragon's psychic horn levitated, radiating a soft violet hue of psychic energy. It displayed itself before Yethar, slowly transforming to construct a unique spell model, then flickering at a special frequency to elicit a distinct form of mental energy. With a swift flick of its tail, the amethyst dragon struck forcefully against a nearby birch tree. However, the tree remained utterly unresponsive, not even quivering. Instead, the ground before it erupted with a resounding explosion, as if lashed by an unseen whip, leaving behind a deep, crater-like indentation. This was the mental magic of damage transfer. The harm that should have befallen the tree was instead redirected to the earth. Gazing at the psychic transformations exhibited by Yethar, Yethar pondered thoughtfully and, moments later, initiated his own attempt. The young dragon, with a serious demeanor, selected a fundamental spell recorded in the inheritance, almost instantaneously constructing its spell model while simultaneously preparing to chant the incantation and perform the corresponding gestures, slightly raising his paw. However, before he could utter the incantation or lift his paw, a stone on the ground had already levitated in accordance with the young dragoness intent, as if gripped by an invisible hand. I haven't even spoken the incantation or made the gesture yet. The young dragon blinked in surprise. Glancing at his elder brother, Yethar had employed the mage hand, a highly practical spell that nearly every spellcaster learns, to lift the stone. Observing this scene, Yethar's expression momentarily froze, and upon regaining his composure, he felt neither astonishment nor surprise. Indeed, the young amethyst dragon had grown accustomed to Yethar's formidable talent. Conversely, it would be strange if Yethar adhered strictly to conventional methods and displayed normal behavior. The fact that Yethar succeeded in casting a spell on his first attempt was hardly noteworthy. Instantaneous casting was merely a reasonable manifestation of his abilities. Incantations and gestures primarily serve as a means of communication and guidance. A sufficiently powerful spellcaster can accomplish instantaneous casting without them. The amethyst dragon mused that it was not merely a matter of being sufficiently strong, Instantaneous casting was a skill that only legendary spellcasters could master. The fact that Yethar could perform it upon his initial encounter with magic suggested that he was indeed different. The amethyst dragon stroked its chin thoughtfully and inquired, "What do you feel when you use the mage hand?" Yethar scratched his head, contemplating seriously for a moment, and then effortlessly employed the mage hand once more. With a look of enlightenment, the young dragon raised his head slightly and remarked, "I understand now. The essence of the incantation and gestures is to convey one's intentions to the elemental energy. However, before I even performed those actions, the elemental energy proactively comprehended my thoughts. Thus, I did not require incantations or gestures at all. Is it truly so? When did elemental energy become so understanding? By the way, does elemental energy possess life and wisdom? Would you actively seek to comprehend the thoughts of the spellcaster? The threshold for understanding is rather elevated." Jaeger was perplexed. Nonetheless, the amethyst dragon maintained an outward appearance of calm wisdom, offering a slight smile as it replied, "Indeed, you speak truly, and I share your sentiment. As the month draws to a close, do remember to cast your votes. Allow me to share some delightful news. Longtime readers are likely aware that the author has recently wed. Having entered the bonds of matrimony, the decision to have children was made, leading to the cessation of contraceptive measures. Initially, it was anticipated that some time would elapse. However, fortune smiled upon us, and the results were immediate. Truly, I take pride in this. I am overwhelmed with joy and felt compelled to share this thought. However, in the adult world, genuine friends with whom one can share heartfelt sentiments are few. Thus, I wish to convey this happiness to all of you, my readers, with whom I have long shared an invisible connection, though we have yet to meet. May each of you find fulfillment in your desires, live harmoniously, and achieve all that you wish for. I shall refrain from further elaboration and return to my writing to earn my keep. Chapter 9. The Art of Manipulation. The sun, akin to a bashful maiden, peaks just above the horizon, casting hues of orange and red that intertwine like a painter's brush on the canvas of the evening sky. The sunset, resembling flames, layers upon layers, blankets the heavens. Under the soft twilight, the Shacklerous Desert appears transformed into a realm of mingled reds and yellows, while a breeze, carrying scant moisture, sweeps across the oasis, causing the foliage along the riverbank to rustle softly. A swift fox, known for its nimbleness, quenches its thirst by the river. As it extends its tongue to lap at the water's surface, creating ripples, its ears and eyes remain alert, ever vigilant for the slightest hint of a predator's approach. Suddenly, the water's surface quakes violently, erupting into a frenzy of droplets that scatter like rain. Amidst this tumult, a radiant young dragon ascends, enveloped in a dreamlike luminescence. Startled by this unexpected spectacle, the swift fox bolts away. Though small in stature, it is undeniably a magical creature, instinctively capable of invoking the arcane skills inherent in its lineage. With the blessing of the wind, visible gusts entwine around its limbs and tail, propelling it forward with the speed of an arrow, distancing itself from the emerging young dragon. Why run? Do I appear so frightful? Come back. The young dragon, observing the fleeing fox, shifted its gaze, where iridescent hues intertwined and coalesced, emanating an enchanting allure that was both captivating and irresistible. The fleeing fox faltered mid-stride, seemingly entranced, turning back with visible affection and obsession in its eyes, drawn inexorably to the dazzling young dragon. No longer fearful, it drew closer, stopping before the young dragon. "Little rabbit, I find myself rather hungry." The young dragon, Yethar, exuded a captivating charm, blinking playfully as it inquired, "Would you care to become my meal? If so, simply leap over to me." The young dragon opened its mouth, gesturing inwardly, as if it had comprehended Yethar's words. The swift-winged fox exhibited no struggle or hesitation. It leapt eagerly into the mouth of the young dragon. With a few enthusiastic bites, the swift-winged fox found itself within the belly of Yethar. The iridescent shimmer in its eyes faded somewhat, and its allure began to diminish. The little dragon plopped down onto the ground, its tiny tail swishing from side to side as it pondered, "I find myself adept at spells of the enchantment school. The compendium is replete with numerous magical disciplines: earth, water, wind, and fire elemental mages, conjuration, abjuration, enchantment, divination, transmutation, illusion, and necromancy. There are also the uncommon schools of creation, mind, and arcane transmutation. alongside the rare practitioners of geometry, alchemy, mechanics, and gunpowder engineering. Beyond these more prevalent schools, there exist the elusive warlocks, sorcerers, psionicists, dimensionalists, and divine casters. To advance further, practitioners typically select a singular path in magic. It is only upon encountering a plateau in their growth that they might venture into other magical disciplines. However, this dilemma does not plague Yethar. In recent months, having just turned 1, Yethar has discovered through personal study that he can swiftly grasp all forms of magic, mastering spells from any discipline at an astonishing pace. He has nearly mastered all first circle spells recorded in the compendium and has acquired quite a number of second circle spells as well. Yethar's magical prowess is not confined to any single school. Among the spells of his chosen discipline, aside from his attempts to create a unique form of light magic, his mastery of enchantment spells proves to be the most effective. Enchantment spells do not seek destruction or harm. Rather, they influence and control the minds and thoughts of other beings. There are 2 predominant methods of casting: coercion, which employs a stronger mental will to compel and rewrite the target's thoughts, and charm, which engenders a heartfelt obedience to the caster. Coercion can be wielded by anyone with sufficient mental strength and magical skill, but charm requires innate talent. The higher one's natural charisma, the more potent the effects of enchantment. Fortuitously, Yethar possesses a modicum of extraordinary charisma. This school of magic seems tailor-made for him, allowing his breathtaking beauty and transcendent charm to manifest as tangible skills. What I just employed was merely a cantrip, a subtle suggestion of fondness, designed to enhance a creature's subconscious affection for me. Cantrips, also known as lesser spells, are incomplete and informal incantations, enabling the caster to conjure them merely through mental focus, devoid of incantations or gestures. They can be viewed as the caster's basic attacks. Their advantages lie in their speed, convenience, and minimal resource consumption, while their drawbacks include weaker effects and diminished power. Under the influence of my astonishing beauty and charm, the level of affection has risen to the point where even becoming my meal would be a sweet delight. Cantrips? For creatures of weaker mental fortitude, they are almost equivalent to high-level domination spells. Yethar mused silently. Spells are categorized according to their tier, with cantrips being classified as 0-tier spells. Among the enchantment spells, there exists an 8th-tier spell known as Dominate Monster. Generally, it requires a life level exceeding 16 and a formidable high-tier caster to wield it. However, a minor enchantment cantrip from Yethar has elevated the creature's favor to a level where they can be directly dominated, showcasing a similar effect. This phenomenon transcends the mere notion of talent. In comparison to the typical magical prodigy, Yethar stands in stark contrast. His uniqueness is challenging to define concretely. With just a simple enchantment cantrip, any creature lacking full mental faculties, susceptible to charm, poses little threat to Yethar, who is merely around 1 year old, even legendary beasts. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, rippling the river's surface and causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. The evening glow was obscured by shadows as a massive, battle-scarred serpent, measuring a full 20 meters in length, descended from the sky and landed before the young dragon. Though it was not yet dead, fresh, warm blood oozed from its wounds, staining the earth around it. The young amethyst dragon folded its wings, which had stirred the tempest, and landed gracefully before the hatchling, exhaling a breath and announcing, "Tonight's dinner is this stone-scaled python." Both the hatchling and the adolescent dragon were in their growth stages, requiring high-quality carnivorous sustenance. Typically, such nourishment would be provided by dragon parents. However, both of theirs had long perished. Thus, the elder sibling, Jaeger, took on the responsibility of hunting formidable beasts as a source of premium meat. "You may eat first," Yethar said. The young amethyst dragon smiled slightly and replied, "We brothers share equally, without distinction or order." With a swift motion, its claws tore through the stone-like scales, revealing the succulent, juicy flesh within. The amethyst dragon cut a prime piece of the python's belly and offered it to the hatchling, then indulged in the feast himself. The elemental energy-infused flesh was precisely what the hatchling required for optimal growth. Yethar instinctively felt a pang of hunger and did not hesitate to devour the exquisitely tender, yet resilient meat before gnawing on the hard, rock-like scales. Though these scales appeared as solid as stone, even harder than steel, they contained an abundance of minerals. Yethar relished every bite. Upon finishing, before Yethar could even move his claws, the amethyst dragon had already sliced another piece of belly meat, the most delectable and nutritious part of the stone-scaled python, and offered it to him. Chapter 10. The Arts of Endearment and Pity, my dear brother. Allow me to accompany you on your hunt. I now possess the strength to protect myself and can aid you in your endeavors. Yethar spoke, his words somewhat muffled as he savored the delicious python belly meat in the draconic tongue. In this desert oasis, ordinary meat was plentiful and water sources were abundant. However, for high-quality, ferocious, or magical creatures, one must venture outside the oasis to hunt. You, little one, it would be wiser for you to wait until you grow a bit more. Yethar laughed heartily, raising his head in a dragon's roar, playfully patting the hatchling's head. For now, your task is to eat, sleep, and learn magic, so you may grow swiftly. Upon hearing the words of the amethyst dragon, the young hatchling cast a gaze towards him. Brother, it seems you underestimate me. I am not merely a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, but a dragon destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, allowing all to behold my beauty. Yethar set aside the python meat in his claws, a more serious expression crossing his draconic visage as he lowered his gaze to the young hatchling. It suddenly dawned on him that, over the course of the past year, the hatchling had unknowingly shed much of its naivete. Its claws had begun to display a glimmer of prowess. The young hatchling spoke earnestly. Engage with me in a contest. Feel the essence of my capabilities, and then judge whether I am fit to hunt. The youthful amethyst dragon suppressed his smile, stepping back a pace to create some distance, and with a solemn demeanor declared, Very well, my dear brother, allow me to experience the extent of your exceptional talents. Yeth's eyes sparkled with a radiant brilliance, reflecting the figure of the amethyst dragon within them. First tier illusion magic, sleep spell. The incantation was about to be completed in an instant. However, the amethyst dragon's telepathic abilities were equally instantaneous, and with greater combat experience, he preemptively employed a mental disruption, interrupting Yeth's casting of the sleep spell. Under normal circumstances, the interruption of a spell would result in severe consequences, including a backlash from one's own magic. Yet, such a phenomenon did not exist in Yeth's case. He resembled a favored child of magic, or rather, one could say he was the very progenitor of spells. Regardless of the turmoil, he had never suffered a backlash. With a powerful flap of his wings, the amethyst dragon, relying on his superior youthful physique, swiftly soared to stand before the young hatchling, stirring up a cloud of dust as he raised his claw. The shadow of the dragon loomed over the newly revealed night, enveloping the young hatchling. Just as the claw was about to descend, and Yethar faced imminent defeat, the young hatchling's lips curled downwards, revealing a look of feigned distress. It is worth noting that due to his exceptional talent in the realm of illusion magic, Yethar had even succeeded in inventing several unique illusionary tricks tailored to his characteristics. The young hatchling gazed pitifully at the claw poised to strike. Inventor, Yethar. Invention, the illusion of misery, pity spell. How pathetic. How could one bear to strike such a pitiable brother? Even in a mere test, it seemed unconscionable. Caught in the spell, the amethyst dragon's claw froze in midair, unable to descend and determine the victor, even feeling an urge to slap himself. The trick required no elaborate spell model, allowing for a swifter execution, and moreover, the amethyst dragon's telepathic powers were difficult to employ in rapid succession, failing to disrupt Yeth's pity spell. Furthermore, unlike the structured sleep spell, the pity spell was based on charm, making it exceedingly effective in Yeth's hands. The first-tier sleep spell was merely a diversion. It was the trick he truly hoped to rely upon. Simultaneously, as the amethyst dragon was beguiled by his own brother's pitiable visage, Yethar radiated a brilliant glow, the luster of his scales shimmering in high frequency, swirling and converging upon his horns. Light magic, 8-pointed radiance. The 8-pointed radiance rapidly took shape between his horns. It buzzed and whirred with rapidity, distorting the surrounding air and emanating a fearsome heat and cutting force. Whoosh! The 8-split light wheel hurtled towards the young dragon. Sensing the imminent danger, the amethyst dragon awoke from its daze, instinctively seeking to evade. However, the little dragon tilted its head slightly, blinking its bright, colorful eyes. The head tilt and blink were utterly captivating. Inventive dragon, Yethar. Invention, bewilderment control trick, cuteness enchantment. How extraordinarily adorable. How could such a delightful creature exist in this world? It was simply enchanting. My gaze was ensnared. Even in the throes of peril, the young amethyst dragon found itself distracted by the overwhelming cuteness of the little dragon. By the time it regained its senses, the lethal eight-split light had already come to a steady halt before its neck. Realizing the proximity of the wheel, the amethyst dragon cast a complex gaze downward. Yethar grinned widely and raised a dragon finger. Whoosh! The light shot back, hovering above the little dragon's finger and ceasing its rotation. Yethar extended his finger into the hollow center of the eight-split light wheel, gently rotating it, causing the wheel to spin in harmony, gradually shrinking until it rejoined the iridescent scales of Yethar's body. Unlike the first attempt, where he struggled for precise control, Yethar now commanded the eight-split wheel with ease, capable of wielding it as a weapon if need be. "Brother, may I partake in the hunt?" Upon hearing Yethar's inquiry, the amethyst dragon came to, slowly nodding. "Yethar, you are indeed correct. You are not merely a sheltered flower, but a dragon destined to stand proudly in the world," he expressed with a hint of nostalgia. "You continuously redefine my understanding. I believed I knew you well, yet I find myself perpetually underestimating you." Pausing for a moment, the amethyst dragon continued, "I never imagined you could best me." In response to his brother's words, Yethar shook his head. "It's different. This was merely a minor contest. You did not employ your true capabilities, and in a genuine adversarial scenario, I would undoubtedly fall short." This was no falsehood. Yethar possessed a clear self-awareness. His breathtaking beauty and extraordinary charm were not mere vanity. They were tangible attributes. Although this contest appeared to culminate in Yethar's victory, numerous underlying conditions influenced the outcome. Firstly, the young amethyst dragon's deep affection for Yethar amplified the effects of his charming spells. Secondly, this was not a life-or-death battle. The opponent was his own brother. And in the face of a true adversary, the impact would have been far less pronounced. Thirdly, the amethyst dragon had held back considerably. Otherwise, a single psychic rift would have spelled Yethar's doom. Nevertheless, you emerged victorious in this contest. The amethyst dragon, Yethar, expressed his delight, saying, "By the gemstone dragon god, Sadavor, I believe you shall one day ascend to heights beyond my imagination." He often invoked the dragon god in his speech. Yethar had heard this question numerous times, and thus, out of curiosity, he inquired, "Do you believe in the gem dragon god?" The amethyst dragon cast a curious glance at Yethar and replied, "Of course. The gem dragons are all subjects of His Majesty Sadiwo, sharing both glory and misfortune. In this era, the Dragonkind's faith in their divine patrons is remarkably steadfast. Otherwise, conflicts among the deities would not incite fratricidal strife, leading to rivers of blood. Among 10 dragons, 9 possess faith in their dragon god. Yethar, my dear brother, do you not believe in the gem dragon god? I realize I have yet to hear you extol the praises of the dragon god. Although your appearance is quite unique, you still belong to the gem dragons and ought to revere the great Sadiwo." As he spoke, the young amethyst dragon felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that his dragon brother might reject his sentiments. This concern stemmed not from a profound devotion to the gem dragon god or a desire to evangelize, but rather from the current tense atmosphere within the dragon community. Dragons devoid of faith, regardless of their lineage, often attract malice and hostility from their believing counterparts, even facing overt threats. For instance, a gold dragon that does not venerate the platinum dragon god would find itself pursued by the chromatic dragons while simultaneously enduring resentment from its own metallic kin. A dragon lacking faith would become a target of scorn. Under the watchful gaze of the anxious amethyst dragon, the young hatchling nodded naturally and said, "No problem. I can believe in His Majesty Sadiwo. A little faith doesn't cost anything. After all, who knows if a situation arises? The dragon god might indeed descend to help me out." Yethar harbored a favorable disposition towards Sadiwo, the gem dragon god, who sought to cease the war and reconcile the discord among the dragon gods. A bit of faith seemed harmless, yet the notion of devoutly following such a belief felt implausible. As for the platinum dragon god and the immortal dragon matriarch, Yethar found it challenging to judge. This civil war among the dragons had erupted due to their actions, and instead of intervening, they had incited further conflict by rallying their followers to diminish each other's divine strength. The dragon's faith was unwavering. Yet if the war escalated into a more harrowing ordeal with increasing casualties, would they not question their deity's indifference towards their plight? Would they forsake their beliefs? Yethar pondered silently, but did not dwell too long on such matters. After all, for a young hatchling like him, these concerns felt exceedingly distant. Moreover, It was uncertain how long this civil war would persist. If only the two dragon gods would issue a decree to intervene and broker peace. The flames of war could be extinguished swiftly. Chapter 11. The carnivorous tree. The scorching sun poured down from the sky, casting a shimmering golden haze over the parched air of the shackless desert. The landscape was characterized by its intense heat, barrenness, desolation, and monotony. Yet, amidst this inhospitable environment stood a solitary, towering tree, lush and verdant, rising several dozen meters high, a stark contrast to the surrounding sands. Its dense canopy bore vibrant, plump fruits, and the shade it provided was a rare sanctuary from the desert's relentless heat. A warm breeze swept through, carrying with it waves of heat. The grand tree swayed gracefully, yet not a single branch or leaf fell from its towering form. Shortly thereafter, a silhouette of a therizinosaurus emerged in the distance, measuring approximately 10 meters in length. Its robust legs and tail supported its formidable body, adorned with exaggerated claws resembling scythes. Its teeth, sharp and menacing, protruded from its jaws. Despite its name, it bore no relation to dragons, lacking any trace of draconic lineage. This creature was not inherently ferocious. Rather, it belonged to a species of naturally wild dinosaurs. The therizinosaurus was omnivorous, primarily subsisting on the flesh and blood of other creatures, yet it also indulged in fruits and leaves. At that moment, the famished therizinosaurus spotted the majestic tree standing alone in the desert, its luxuriant crown and the plump fruits dangling enticingly from its branches. Starving, it strode forward, its powerful legs kicking up clouds of sand. As it approached, it cautiously scanned the surroundings for any formidable predators. Finding none, the therizinosaurus stepped into the shade of the tree and extended its neck to bite into the lowest hanging fruit. However, just as the fruit was about to enter its mouth, an unexpected event transpired. The fruit leaped upwards as if it possessed life, evading the therizinosaurus's razor-sharp teeth. A sense of unease washed over it, prompting the creature to turn and flee. In a flash, slender black shadows erupted from the sand, kicking up a storm of dust. Like ropes or venomous serpents, they swiftly ensnared the therizinosaurus, dragging it into the yellow sands below. Its cries of anguish abruptly ceased as it vanished, swallowed by the desert's embrace. The tranquil expanse of the desert was restored, the yellow sand beneath the trees' shade slowly shifting, revealing glimpses of the stark, white bones buried beneath. This entire scene was witnessed by two juvenile dragons. High in the azure sky, a young amethyst dragon and Yethar concealed themselves behind the clouds, halting their spiraling descent to gaze upon the colossal tree below. A ferocious species, a carnivorous tree, the young amethyst dragon murmured. It appears to be a plant, yet beneath its exterior lies a formidable predator, possessing a degree of intelligence, adept at camouflage, ambush, and surprise attacks. Unlike the ferocious species we hunted previously, Yethar remarked, having participated in several hunts alongside the amethyst dragon. Indeed, it is a mid-tier beast of the 6th rank, merely a step away from ascending to a higher tier. With a life level exceeding 12, such a creature was already quite formidable. Conversely, the young amethyst dragon currently had a life level of 11, placing it in the mid-tier 5th rank, while Yethar had just reached the 3rd tier, with a life level of 6, still less than half that of the carnivorous tree. Is it palatable? It resembles a plant. The amethyst dragon inquired. Observe its fruits. They are composed entirely of the essence of flesh and blood, and the heart of the tree is a nourishing treasure, highly beneficial for our growth. Then, our target for this hunt shall be the carnivorous tree. The two young dragons conversed, strategizing their next endeavor. Despite the fact that the life level of the carnivorous tree is not higher than that of the dragon, the implications conveyed through their discourse suggest that they regard it as mere prey, easily manipulable. The dragon occupies the pinnacle of the food chain, a status unmatched by any other creature. Life levels serve merely as a reference. The disparities among various species are vast. Even high-ranking beings, if not of draconic lineage, dare to challenge those above them. The perception swiftly locked onto the carnivorous tree. The amethyst dragon and the rainbow dragon unfurled their wings and descended rapidly from the skies. Before the dragon arrived, shadows and fierce winds heralded its approach. The carnivorous tree sensed the overwhelming draconic presence racing toward it from above. Its lush canopy and branches immediately recoiled, while countless vine-like tendrils erupted from the roots, writhing like serpents in a chaotic dance, adopting defensive and combative stances. Lowly creature, offer your life to me. The amethyst dragon growled, its psychic horns rising above its head, radiating a pure, luminous energy. Mind rent. In an instant, it felt as if an invisible dragon claw had pierced through its body, tearing directly into the depths of its soul, inflicting unbearable agony and torment. The carnivorous tree trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. As it struggled to endure the excruciating pain, the young amethyst dragon had already traversed a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, now within a mere 100 meters of the carnivorous tree. Suddenly, razor-sharp leaves, spear-like branches, and venomous thorns erupted from the earth, accompanied by a tumult of dust and roots, all converging upon the young amethyst dragon. Such a dense barrage of attacks would undoubtedly inflict damage upon the gem dragon's formidable physique, despite its previous successes in hunting ferocious species beyond its rank. However, the circumstances were different this time. He was not alone. Unbeknownst to him, a small dragon, shimmering with a spectrum of colors and radiating brilliance, had appeared on the back of the amethyst dragon. Yethar emanated a dazzling glow, coalescing at the tips of its horns to form an octagonal halo. With an elegant toss of its head, the halo shot forth, encircling the amethyst dragon, severing the oncoming barrage of sharp leaves, pointed branches, and toxic vines as effortlessly as cutting grass. Despite the three-tiered battle, Yethar's light magic continued to inflict substantial damage upon the carnivorous tree. This was to be expected. Even the powerful dragon of Jaeger would hesitate to confront the octagonal halo, let alone a non-draconic being. The halo danced around them, intercepting the relentless onslaught, while the amethyst dragon flapped its wings, exuding a formidable draconic aura, closing the distance to the carnivorous tree to mere meters. Danger loomed ahead. The fruits of the carnivorous tree rapidly began to swell and distort, transforming into claws, grotesque appendages, and gaping maws, poised to launch an assault on the amethyst dragon. Now perilously close, these bizarre manifestations, born of the tree's flesh and essence, posed a significant threat. In that moment, the small dragon on the amethyst dragon's back stepped forward once more, tilting its head and blinking its eyes. Charming manipulation trick. The world seemed to pause, as if ensnared by the magic of time. The carnivorous tree stood frozen, entranced by the adorable little dragon, unable to extricate itself from the captivating allure. However, the imminent threat of death loomed close, and even such overwhelming cuteness could only distract the carnivorous tree for a fleeting moment. Yet, that moment proved sufficient. When it regained its senses, the crystalline dragon's claws were already pressed against its trunk. The grotesque limbs, transformed from the fruit, surged forth like a torrential downpour. The crystalline dragon smiled faintly, its scales glimmering with a dazzling radiance akin to crystal, all converging and flowing into its talons. A psychic onslaught ensued. The mental will of the dragon intertwined with that of the carnivorous tree, striking with a ferocity that was both brutal and unstoppable, battering against its very essence. This was the most formidable psychic ability the young crystalline dragon had mastered, executed at close quarters. The tree's psyche was no match for that of the dragon. Akin to a solitary vessel navigating a tempestuous sea, shattered by the waves and consigned to the depths below, the once menacing vines collapsed, their grotesque forms retracting to revert to vibrant, plump fruits. The carnivorous tree seemed to transform into a true tree, its self-awareness utterly crushed and obliterated by the crystalline dragon. Chapter 12. The hybrid blue dragon Yethar leapt from the back of the crystalline dragon, landing and shaking off the fallen leaves and dust that clung to him, ensuring his scales retained their luster and did not diminish his beauty. He then looked up at the essence fruits hanging from the canopy of the carnivorous tree. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured blades of wind, their shapeless forms solidifying into razor-edged knives that sliced through the stem connecting a fruit to its branch. Severing it, gravity took hold, and the fruit fell directly into the outstretched claws of the little dragon. As Yethar plucked the essence fruit, he examined it closely. It resembled a red apple, though its texture was somewhat meaty and resilient. The little dragon took a hearty bite, its eyes instantly alight with delight. The succulent sweetness flooded its mouth, the tender yet firm flesh bursting with flavor, warming its entire being. The crystalline dragon's tail coiled around another essence fruit, savoring it with relish. These fruits were delightful, but what excited him more was the heart of the carnivorous tree. With both claws, he tore into the trunk, delving deep to explore for a moment before yanking forcefully to extract a heart, roughly the size of a human head, adorned with woody textures and no longer pulsating. As the heart was exposed to the air, a peculiar aroma, a strange blend of sweetness and woodiness, rapidly enveloped the surroundings. Hold on to the heart. We shall feast upon it once we return to our territory. The crystalline dragon raised its head, channeling its psychic energy into an invisible hand that plucked the blood-red essence fruits one by one, cradling them. And together with the little dragon bearing the heart of the carnivorous tree, they made their way back to the oasis territory. As for the carnivorous tree, its trunk still remained alive, should fortune favor them, and they remain unscathed by ferocious species or magical creatures, through the passage of time and evolution. There lies a chance for the resurgence of a new consciousness, granting them a second existence. Yet, these matters no longer pertain to Yethar and the amethyst dragon. It was not long before the two dragons arrived at the oasis territory. The branches swayed gracefully, the underbrush was dense, and the streams flowed serpentine, painting a picture of vibrant life. In stark contrast to the barren desolation of the external desert, it was akin to entering an entirely different realm. They descended in a shaded area. Yethar and Jaeger began to divide the spoils of their recent hunt. The essence fruits and the heart of the carnivorous tree were shared, each dragon receiving half. With a swift motion of its claws, the amethyst dragon presented half of the essence fruits before Yethar. Yethar employed the blade of gentle breezes to slice the heart of the carnivorous tree, evenly dividing it into two portions, one of which he offered to Jaeger. Since Yethar had joined in the hunt, all their prey had been split equally. Initially, the amethyst dragon had wished to reserve the finer portions for Yethar, yet he was met with a firm and resolute refusal from his brother. The amethyst dragon, still in its juvenile stage, had not yet reached maturity. Like Yethar, it was in dire need of various resources, and compared to the exceptionally gifted Yethar, Jaeger required them even more. Both held within them an abundance of energy. After a moment's contemplation, the amethyst dragon remarked, "I am nearing the next dragon slumber. Once I consume these fruits and the heart, I shall soon need to fall into slumber." Yethar stroked his dragon horn and replied, "My instincts tell me that should I consume them, I too shall enter a state of slumber." Without the protection of parents, the two dragons would place themselves in a perilous situation by sleeping together. While dragons possess a degree of vigilance during slumber, capable of awakening at the slightest sense of danger, it ultimately renders them susceptible. It is advised that one dragon sleeps while the other stands guard. Upon sensing an anomaly, the guardian dragon can promptly rouse the slumbering one. With no parents to rely upon, the two brothers could only watch over each other. "Brother, you should eat first. I sense that if I consume these fruits and the heart, my slumber will be longer than before." Dragons have an innate precognition that is often accurate. The fruits and heart of the carnivorous tree serve as exceptional nourishment for the young hatchling, requiring a longer time for perfect digestion than for a juvenile dragon. "Very well. When I awaken stronger, I shall better protect you." The amethyst dragon nodded gently, raising its head to consume the essence fruits one after another, ultimately swallowing the heart of the carnivorous tree in one gulp. As anticipated, after consuming these, a state of profound saturation enveloped its body, and an overwhelming drowsiness washed over it. "I shall slumber beneath the waters. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, remember to awaken me at once." The young amethyst dragon stated earnestly. "Indeed, I shall not place myself in peril," Yethar affirmed with a nod. In an instant, the young amethyst dragon leapt into the air, splashing countless droplets of water before diving beneath the turbulent surface of the river. It concealed its draconic essence, using the river's water and sediment to shroud its presence. In this desert oasis, only Yethar remained visible. As the water's surface gradually calmed, Yethar withdrew its gaze and turned to observe the essence fruits and the half-exposed heart of the tree. They were no ordinary items, even under the scorching desert sun. They would not deteriorate or rot in a short span, capable of sustaining their current state for an extended period. After a moment's contemplation, the young dragon nestled them amid the surrounding bushes. Simultaneously, it lingered nearby, leaving traces of its draconic scent to deter any small creatures from the oasis that might come to pilfer its treasures. What should I do? Gazing at the velvet black night sky, Yethar fell into a reverie, then gently closed its eyes and settled down. It was not slumbering. Yethar immersed itself in the inheritance, traversing the vast ocean of magical knowledge. In truth, this was a rather tedious endeavor, for most dragons, who could grow stronger through mere eating and sleeping. The pursuit of inheritance and learning was seldom undertaken. Yet for Yethar, it was different. For a soul hailing from a realm devoid of magic and wonder, the process of learning magic was quite enchanting. Each time it grasped a new spell capable of performing extraordinary feats, Yethar felt a profound sense of satisfaction and joy. Moreover, its studies progressed smoothly, devoid of any difficulty or hindrance. The path was not fraught with challenges, and the rewards came swiftly. For Yethar, the pursuit of magic was akin to indulging in delightful play. Thus, time passed day by day. Several days later, the desert oasis remained tranquil, with the young dragon reclining on a tree, half awake and half asleep, causing the branch beneath to creak and sway under its weight. The atmosphere was serene and calm. Life was comfortable. However, a crisis descended amidst the tranquility. As if sensing something, Yethar suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze sharpening as it surveyed the western sky. Heat waves rolled, and the setting sun bled crimson. In the distant horizon, a robust young blue dragon, exceeding 10 meters in length, flapped its wings, commanding thunder and lightning as it approached with formidable speed. That insufferable amethyst dragon. Eye for an eye, blood for blood. I shall cleanse the stain of past failures and humiliation with your life. The dragon had not yet arrived, but its low growls and roars had already swept through the air. The young blue dragon returned with a vengeance. Unlike before, this time, its scales, in addition to the deep azure, bore fiery crimson dragon scales, while its wings unleashed a dazzling display of sparks amidst the thunder and lightning. Is this creature a hybrid dragon? Yethar pondered as it observed from a distance. It was indeed correct. This blue dragon was a hybrid. However, prior to this moment, its mixed lineage had remained dormant, on the brink of demise beneath the talons of the amethyst dragon. And having honed his skills in this desolate desert for a considerable time, the boy's fury surged within him, igniting the bloodline of the red dragon, emblematic of wrath and flames. With the awakening of his hybrid dragon lineage, the young blue dragon swiftly sought vengeance, charging forth with great intensity and an overwhelming sense of power. Should he rouse Yethar? No, he had only just entered his dragon slumber a few days ago. To interrupt that now would render the opportunity for rest futile. Yethar gazed at the approaching hybrid blue dragon, pondering, judging by her elongated and graceful physique. She appeared to be a female dragon of lesser intellect among the 5-colored dragons. He decided to test whether his charm would be effective in subduing her. If that failed, he could always summon Yethar to awaken. This was Yes's first encounter with a dragon of a different kind aside from his amethyst brother, and due to his inexperience, he was uncertain whether his allure would be potent enough against dragons other than the amethyst variety, for all dragons are creatures of high intelligence, possessing various forms of immunity. Nonetheless, Yethar held confidence in himself, already contemplating how to navigate the intricacies of dealing with this female hybrid dragon. On the final day of the month, as the blood-red rays of the setting sun bathed the landscape, the hybrid blue dragon soared above the desert oasis, flapping her wings in a grand display, casting shadows that swept over the trees, earth, and river's surface. A formidable aura descended from the heavens, recklessly engulfing the oasis. The small beasts residing within were left paralyzed in fear or scattered in panic. Are you not coming out? Is it possible that you are not present in your territory? With unabashed release of her draconic might, laced with palpable malice, the hybrid blue dragon noticed the absence of the young amethyst dragon, silently pondering. No, it is also possible that he is merely in slumber, concealed somewhere within his domain, in response to the provocation of other dragons encroaching upon their territory. Unless the rightful owner is absent or asleep, they would invariably confront the intruder at the earliest opportunity to defend their territory and uphold their dragon dignity. Should you be in slumber, I would search 3 feet deep to find you. The hybrid blue dragon grinned, revealing a cruel smile, tilting her head slightly, prepared to unleash her dragon breath upon the land, compelling the potentially slumbering amethyst dragon to emerge. While dragons in slumber completely retract their presence, making them difficult to sense, they typically choose to rest within their own territories. A thorough search would surely yield results, even if the other was not asleep, but rather away. Upon their return to find their territory ravaged, they would undoubtedly be incensed. At that moment, the hybrid blue dragon narrowed her eyes, sensing a faint dragon presence in fluctuation. Who is it? Her gaze, sharp as lightning, suddenly descended, locking onto a verdant treetop. Through the layers of leaves, she discerned a hidden creature, and then she froze in surprise. Before me lies a diminutive dragonet, resplendent beyond the capacity of mere words to capture, adorning its crown around its eyes. And behind its ears are 3 pairs of sinuous dragon horns that gracefully protrude. Beyond these extraordinary horns, its scales shimmer as though draped in a tapestry of vibrant rainbows, reminiscent of crystal, gemstones, agate, and enamel, a confluence of all the world's most exquisite wonders, dazzling and dreamlike. Yet, at this moment, the little dragon seems startled by its own beauty. Alas, I must be cursed for having frightened it. It is simply too stunning. Once it matures, I shall pursue it as my companion. Even the haughty and savage nature of the mixed-blood blue dragon cannot suppress the burgeoning feelings of compassion and remorse. Alongside these sentiments, some rather mischievous thoughts emerge. Little one, do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. Come forth, the mixed-blood blue dragon intones. Having approached the tree where the dragonet hides, retracting its imposing aura and fearsome expression, adopting a more amiable tone. Under the gaze of the blue dragon, the little dragon tentatively inches forward, emerging from the treetop and alighting upon the ground. My name is Sophia, dear one. What is yours? The mixed-blood blue dragon, Sophia, gazes down at the little dragon, her eyes alight with wonder. Observing it up close, she feels an unexpected affinity and warmth. Never before has she experienced such tranquility. The tumultuous rage and fury coursing through her as a dragon seems soothed in the presence of such breathtaking beauty, granting her a rare moment of inner peace and joy. Sophia, sister, my name is Yasa, the dragonet replies candidly. Sister? At the sound of this address, the young blue dragon's heart skips a beat, as if an invisible string has been plucked within her, and her gaze upon the little dragon softens. Unlike other dragons of the chromatic variety, who tend to be solitary, blue dragons exhibit more communal tendencies. They often live in groups, sometimes even adopting other chromatic dragons to bolster their ranks. With a cadre of dragonets and younglings raised collectively by the adult members of their kin. However, being a dragon of ill repute, the hierarchy within blue dragon society is notoriously rigid. While distinctions based on age, such as sister and brother, exist, such titles are often devoid of warmth or sincerity. Yasa. The blue dragon Sophia extends her claw, a faint sense of pressure accompanying her gesture as she gently strokes the little dragon's head, inquiring earnestly, "What brings you here? Have you encountered an amethyst dragon?" Having weathered numerous trials, Sophia does not allow herself to be completely entranced by the little dragon's charm and beauty, retaining a measure of caution and wariness deep within. To her surprise, as the dragonet feels the weight of the formidable claw upon its head, it does not flinch or withdraw. Instead, it leans in affectionately, rubbing its head against her. In that instant, the last vestiges of Sophia's vigilance teeter on the brink of collapse. Then, she hears the little dragon feign strength as it says, "I lost my parents at birth and have wandered the wasteland, inadvertently arriving here. As for the amethyst dragon, I have never encountered one." Upon hearing this, the mixed-blood blue dragon lapses into silence. Just a few years prior, she witnessed the tragic demise of her mother, who fell victim to the lethal claws of a formidable iron dragon. The loss of her only blood connection propelled Sophia to depart from her kin, embracing solitude. Gazing at the resilient yet pitiable young dragon before her, the hybrid blue dragon felt her inner wariness and vigilance dissipate entirely. Perhaps the amethyst dragon perished unexpectedly during a hunting expedition, she mused silently. "Sophia, may I call you sister?" Yethar inquired, sensing warmth and familiarity from her. Sophia paused momentarily. Then a genuine smile blossomed upon her previously fierce visage. "Of course, though we are not bound by blood, I cannot fathom why. But I feel an overwhelming sense of kinship and affection towards you," she replied. "By the grace of Tiamat, perhaps our meeting here is guided by the great dragon deity." After a brief pause, the blue dragoness continued. "Yesa, would you truly accept me as your sister? Not merely in words, but genuinely regard me as your dragon sister?" Her expression turned earnest. "If you are willing, I assure you that I will offer you the protection and affection you deserve. You may thrive under my wings, growing and playing in safety." Inherently, the chromatic dragons do not prioritize blood relations. Yet the blue dragoness felt an irresistible urge to shield and nurture the young dragon before her. "Yield to the allure of my beauty and charm," she thought. Rather than coercing with force, This gentle conquest through beauty would surely bring joy to Yethar. With a slight smile and a playful wink, Yethar responded, "Indeed. Having such a beautiful and powerful sister has always been my desire." The hybrid blue dragon felt elated. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from the small dragon's belly. "Are you hungry?" The blue dragon exclaimed with concern. "My dear brother Yethar, without the protection of parents in this desolate expanse, you must have endured great hardships." She lifted her head with pride, declaring, "However, now that you have me as your sister, you shall never go hungry again. Stay hidden and safe here while I seek out some delectable food for you." The young dragon shook his head, replying, "It is dangerous outside. We should remain hidden here. I worry for you, sister, and do not wish for you to be harmed on my behalf." "Ah, how delightful it is to engage in this tea ceremony." Yethar thought wistfully. The blue dragon, unfamiliar with the concept of tea, felt warmth in her heart and couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, my dear yet naive little brother. I am a hybrid dragon, master of storms and flames, powerful and magnificent. Take care of yourself. There is no need to fret for me." After advising Yethar to exercise caution, the hybrid blue dragon unfurled her wings and soared into the sky, her robust silhouette swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 14. Yethar, release my brother, vile dragon. You eat first, I am not hungry. Soon after, confronted by the ferocious creatures brought back by the azure dragon maiden, the famished young dragon, despite appearing quite covetous, refrained from indulging directly. Instead, he spoke to the hybrid blue dragon with earnestness. The blue dragon Sophia felt a surge of compassion. Her beloved dragon brother's humility, devoid of the inherent pride characteristic of their kind, was a testament to the hardships he had endured alone in the world, compelling him to suppress his true nature and become cautious and sensitive. "My dear brother, I shall cherish you dearly henceforth. Whatever treasures you desire, gems, gold, or delectable feasts, I shall find a way to procure them for you. I am a powerful hybrid dragon, and one day I shall forge an empire for the wicked dragons, where you may share in the imperial authority with me," Sophia articulated, her final words echoing her dreams and ambitions. Once, the ancient red dragon emperor, a hybrid of red and blue dragons, had ruled the Solando planet with a roar that trembled the world. Likewise, Sophia, being a hybrid of the same lineage, harbored ambitions to surpass him. "May your wishes be fulfilled," young Yethar replied, understanding the dragon's sentiments. Sophia's heart swelled with joy upon hearing his response. In the ensuing days, the hybrid blue dragon resided with Yethar in the verdant oasis amidst the desert, reclaiming it as her territory. As for the amethyst dragon, due to his prolonged absence, the blue dragon presumed he had perished during his hunting endeavors. Dragons are formidable beings, yet a young dragon, relying solely on itself, faces numerous perils due to pride and arrogance. An encounter with an excessively powerful beast could spell disaster. The Shackless Desert is home to legendary ferocious species, devoid of intelligence and fiercely aggressive, indifferent to the supremacy of Dragonkind. With the hybrid blue dragon present, Yethar found no need to squander his time on hunting. He enjoyed a life of indulgence, feasting daily, while also exploring the arcane arts, showcasing his magical talents to the hybrid blue dragon. This endeared him further to Sophia, who contemplated changing their relationship's dynamics once Yethar matured, envisioning him as her consort. In the present, the joy of nurturing and safeguarding her future partner delighted the blue dragon. She regarded Yethar as a betrothed child. Yethar sensed the hybrid blue dragon's subtle intentions, but was not taken aback. After all, their differing genders rendered the allure of dragonkind more compelling to the opposite sex, making the evolution of their sibling bond understandable. However, Yethar held little interest in Sophia. His disinterest stemmed from a superficial judgment. He simply found her lacking in beauty. He believed only beings of equal allure and extraordinary charm deserved to be his companions. Yet, as time progressed, the bond between him and Sophia deepened from initial pretense to genuine affection, for she had treated him with kindness, displaying a fondness that contradicted the nature of wicked dragons. However, when it comes to depth of bond, it cannot be compared to the profound companionship shared with the amethyst dragon, Yethar. After more than half a year, beneath the tranquil flow of the river, in the depths where layers of thick silt lay, the once diminutive form of Yethar, now significantly larger and having ascended to the mid-sixth tier of life, slowly opened his eyes. His aura ignited from the surface of his scales, creating a barrier between the silt and the water. He had finally awakened. In that moment of awakening, unlike other dragons who would assess their growth, Jaeger immediately extended his senses to seek out the trace of Yessa's presence. Within seconds, he detected Yessa's aura and felt a slight relaxation. However, the next moment, Jaeger's expression changed dramatically, and his spirit tensed instantaneously, for he sensed, very close to the essence of his dragon brother, the presence of the blue dragon with whom he had once crossed paths. This was dire. The amethyst dragon let out a low growl, his wings unfurling. Boom. It was as if thunder had exploded on flat ground, with droplets of water showering in the golden, radiant sunlight, causing the once calm surface of the oasis river to surge into towering waves. Amidst a cluster of pearl-like droplets, the amethyst dragon leaped forth. His gaze was filled with fury as he beheld the menacing blue dragon, whose vicious claws rested perilously on his dragon brother's head, poised to crush him at any moment. "Damn you, Val Dragon, let Yessa go? Release my brother." As the words left his mouth, the amethyst dragon sensed something amiss. The atmosphere between the blue dragon and Yessa did not appear tense or dangerous. Rather, it seemed quite amicable, with the blue dragon instinctively rising, wings spread wide, shielding Yessa behind him. With the wisdom of the amethyst dragon, he quickly discerned what had transpired and smiled gently at Yessa. "As expected of you, Yessa." Meanwhile, the sudden shift startled the blue dragon, who, upon seeing the figure of the amethyst dragon, was immediately engulfed by a surge of rage and hatred. Yet, amidst her fury, Sophia also noted the words of the amethyst dragon. In close proximity, she detected a familiar scent emanating from both Yessa and the amethyst dragon. "So, you and this amethyst dragon are brothers?" She glanced down at the young dragon, a smile spreading across her face. Due to an overwhelming sense of fondness, she did not direct her ire at Yessa, but rather gazed earnestly at the amethyst dragon, her expression gradually morphing into one of menace. "Heh, the amethyst dragon who once defeated me, I shall slay you and wash away my shame and defeat." The amethyst dragon's countenance turned grave as he retorted coldly, "Come, I shall ensure your demise." The atmosphere grew intensely charged. A battle was imminent. One was a mid-5th tier hybrid dragon, while the other had just advanced to the mid-6th tier amethyst dragon. Their power levels were closely matched, and should a confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly lead to a fatal conclusion. Amidst this heightened tension, Yessa gently shook his head and flew into the space between the two. "Brother, sister Sophia." His gaze swept over the hybrid blue dragon and the amethyst dragon as he spoke. "As members of the dragon kin, we share a similar bloodline. It is understandable to have conflicts over minor disagreements, but why must we seek to annihilate one another?" As he spoke, Yessa unleashed his extraordinary charm in an attempt to quell the fiery intentions of the two dragons. He believed this would surely succeed. However, to his surprise, although the amethyst dragon and the blue dragon briefly appeared to temper their hostility, it swiftly reignited, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. For the immortal Tiamat had decreed that any being standing in the way of the evil dragons must be trampled and torn asunder. The blue dragon let out a low growl, restless and poised for action. The divergence of their factions and beliefs meant that they were enemies, and enemies must be exterminated without mercy. The amethyst dragon fixed its cold gaze upon the blue dragon, gathering strength for an imminent confrontation. The disputes over territory were secondary. It was the fundamental differences in their draconic factions and faiths that fueled their mutual animosity. Years of civil strife had claimed countless ancestors, and the resulting hatred had seeped into their very heritage, leaving no young dragon untouched. "Yessa, stand aside." The amethyst dragon and the hybrid blue dragon tensed, their muscles coiled, the weight of their draconic power palpable and barely contained. When matters of deeply entrenched beliefs and factions arise, Yessa's enchanting influence seemed of little consequence. Moreover, does a mere divergence in faction and faith, dictated by the edicts of the dragon god, warrant a fight to the death? If the dragon god decreed his demise, should he willingly embrace death without a trace of resentment? This seemed utterly unreasonable to him. Is faith truly of such paramount importance? Bathed in the intense midday sun, his form glimmered with an iridescent glow, and Yessa shed his youthful demeanor. Speaking with an incisive solemnity, the faith in the dragon god ought to stem from respect and reverence for his protection over the draconic kin. Yet, if the dragon god truly cared for his subjects, if he truly sheltered the dragon race, why would he incite war, allowing his children to slaughter one another without intervention? A dragon god who disregards the lives of his subjects and fails to safeguard the dragon race. Does he truly deserve your faith and allegiance? He posed a profound inquiry. Such civil wars had occurred many times before. The slightest discord among the dragon gods would lead countless devoted followers to pay the ultimate price. While the dragon gods might reconcile, the fallen dragons could never be resurrected. After 8 centuries of conflict, countless draconic lives had been lost. Yet not a single dragon god had perished. The typical dragons, perhaps blinded by the weight of tradition, remained oblivious to these injustices, failing to recognize the absurdity of their plight. Yet, Yethar, bearing the soul of an outsider, possessed an indelible humanity that allowed him to think independently, unshackled by draconic influence. He perceived this civil war as little more than a game among the dragon gods. Yethar harbored a profound distaste for this all-too-familiar game played by those in power. His essence longed for a world steeped in peace, not merely to showcase his stunning beauty, which would be more appreciated in tranquil times, nor because war is devoid of elegance and grace, but also due to the education and identity he once held. Once, he had been on the cusp of becoming a full member. He mused inwardly. Why only on the cusp? Because he had been nominated but was struck down by a meteor before his official induction. Chapter 15. The blessing of the iridescent dragon. Is it truly worthy of your faith and allegiance to follow a dragon deity who is indifferent to the lives of its subjects and fails to protect the dragonkind? Upon hearing the soul-stirring inquiry from Yethar, both the amethyst dragon and the blue dragon momentarily paused, their expressions betraying a struggle and contemplation. Had such words been uttered by any other creature or kin, they would have elicited little more than disdain and dismissal from the amethyst and blue dragons, failing to provoke any reflection. The crux lies in the extraordinary charisma of the iridescent dragon. In the infinite multiverse, charisma is a paramount attribute, often eclipsing even wisdom and strength in significance. Beings of great charisma possess the power to inspire conviction and recognition in others through their words and actions. Attributes such as appearance, demeanor, leadership, and persuasiveness are intrinsically linked to this quality. While observers may see clearly, those embroiled are often blinded. Yethar, leveraging his own dragon-like allure, pierced through the formidable barriers erected by faith. His question struck at the very essence of the amethyst and blue dragon's souls. Indeed, a dragon deity ought to be a guardian of dragonkind, yet the rivers of bloodshed and civil strife have arisen from the very actions of this deity. How did it come to this? Where have we gone astray? The hybrid blue dragon recalled the dragon mother who perished in a valiant struggle against the iron dragon, while the amethyst dragon thought of the parents lost to the chaos of civil war. Such memories, which once fueled their hatred towards dragons of opposing factions and beliefs, now compelled them to question the very faith they had long held dear. Doubts lingered in their hearts. Nevertheless, the understanding forged by faith and tradition is deeply entrenched. Although Yethar's soul-searching queries stirred their convictions, and they felt an unspoken agreement within, they could not wholly embrace the notion in such a fleeting moment. Compared to the greatness of the dragon deity, we are but insignificant and feeble. Surely, their actions hold profound meaning, though we may not grasp it. As followers, as subjects, we must not question the dragon deity, the blue and amethyst dragons concluded. Yet, despite their resolute beliefs, the seeds of doubt sown by Yethar's inquiry and their own inner turmoil began to erode the animosity and murderous intent they harbored towards one another. After a few silent moments, the hybrid blue dragon lifted her gaze, retracting the malevolence and hostility that had radiated from her. She fixed her eyes upon the amethyst dragon, baring her teeth in a fearsome snarl, and declared, "Amethyst dragon, were it not for your kinship with Yethar, your demise would surely bring him sorrow. You would meet your end beneath my claws. However, for Yethar's sake, I shall spare your life. But heed this. If I discover any sign of your negligence or mistreatment of Yethar, I will strip you of your scales and reduce you to cinders with fire and thunder." Turning her gaze deeply towards Yethar, the fearsome Sophia instantaneously transformed her countenance, saying, "Yethar, do you wish to accompany me? I intend to depart from the desolate and mundane shackless desert. The world beyond is the true stage for our kind." After a brief pause, the ambitious hybrid blue dragon continued, "I shall rise to prominence in the chaos of war and establish a formidable dragon kingdom. Yethar, come with me, and all that I possess will be yours." She extended her dragon claw towards Yethar. Upon witnessing this scene, the amethyst dragon's gaze turned frosty as he remarked, "In you, I perceive the arrogance and folly of the five-color evil dragon. As a mere youth, venturing from the wastelands into the theater of war, you shall ultimately be reduced to mere ashes scattered upon the earth. As for establishing an empire, do you truly believe yourself capable? Huh. Yethar would never accompany you on such a perilous journey. He is destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world, but that is a matter for the future. For now, what he requires is a safe environment for growth and development." The temper of the hybrid blue dragon flared instantly, his eyes narrowing in fury as he glared at the amethyst dragon. The amethyst dragon, undeterred, met his gaze with equal intensity. How infuriating! Although reluctant to admit it, the wretched amethyst dragon seemed to possess a modicum of truth in his words. "I fear not death, but I cannot allow Yethar to share in my peril." Contemplating this, the hybrid blue dragon reluctantly shifted his piercing gaze away from the amethyst dragon and turned towards Yethar, who had yet to respond. "Yethar, my dear brother, I wish to spare you from sorrow and indecision. May you grow swiftly. I have a strong premonition that we shall meet again beyond the Shackle's wasteland." With that, without a backward glance at the amethyst dragon, the hybrid blue dragon unfurled his wings and soared into the sky, abandoning the struggle for the desert oasis territory and the quest for vengeance against the amethyst dragon. "Dear brother, may I be graced with a single blessing from you?" In mid-flight, the hybrid blue dragon cast his gaze downward at Yethar and inquired. Yethar smiled gently and offered a heartfelt blessing. "I look forward to reuniting with you in the kingdom of dragons that you shall forge." The hybrid blue dragon paused momentarily. At the instant he heard Yethar's blessing, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, akin to the lifting of fog to reveal the bright moon. The path ahead seemed clear and illuminated. Creatures of considerable charm possessed the ability to influence even the intangible threads of fate, drawing its favor. Thus, such blessings carry a hint of genuine destiny's power, capable of steering the future towards brighter horizons. Of course, the hybrid blue dragon's influence over fate is quite limited, as it is merely Yethar's unconscious blessing, and his charm has yet to reach its fullest potential. Take care. I eagerly await to behold the person you become. After uttering these words, the hybrid blue dragon flapped his wings and turned skyward, tracing a fiery arc of red and azure as he gradually receded from view. Retrieving his gaze from the vanishing form of the hybrid blue dragon, the amethyst dragon, Yethar, turned to Yethar. At this moment, the young dragon basked in the midday sun, his radiant scales reflecting a kaleidoscope of enchanting hues. Approaching Yethar, the amethyst dragon gently patted his head and remarked, "I had anticipated a brutal battle ahead." Pausing, the amethyst dragon continued softly, "However, I did not foresee that you could quell even the rage and hatred harbored within the hearts of the five-color evil dragons. The essence of an evil dragon lies in their deeply ingrained malevolence, taking pride in their wickedness and glorying in their malice. Brutality, arrogance, ferocity, these descriptors may offend some malevolent beings, yet for evil dragons, they are indeed a form of praise." Yethar gently shook his head and remarked, "In the face of the steadfast barriers formed by factions and beliefs, my allure is still insufficient." The amethyst dragon chuckled heartily and replied, "Charm is not a fixed attribute. As you grow, become more powerful, and gain renown, your charisma will rise correspondingly. Perhaps in the future, a mere utterance from you could lead devout followers to abandon their faith, fully embracing your words and philosophies. However, for now, that is not feasible." At this juncture, Yethar seemed to ponder something, his tail swishing behind him, stirring up dry twigs and leaves. He hesitated slightly before inquiring, "Yethar, do you wish to leave the Shackle's desert?" Upon hearing his elder brother's question, Yethar contemplated earnestly for a moment before nodding slightly. "This place is too barren and desolate, lacking in beauty and splendor. It is not the sanctuary I yearn for." After a brief pause, Yethar turned to the amethyst dragon and continued, "However, you speak the truth. Compared to the war-torn outside world, the Shackle's desert, despite its barrenness, offers safety, devoid of large-scale kin presence. The term kin should normally bring comfort, but for the dragon kin of the present, it signifies peril. Encountering kin from differing factions and beliefs often leads to deadly conflict. Your rate of growth is remarkable. You will not be confined here for long," the amethyst dragon said earnestly. "With your talents, by the time you become a young dragon, you should surpass even the adult and mature dragons. At that point, when you leave the Shackles Desert. You will possess a degree of self-defense against dangers that await you outside. However, by then, my wings may no longer be able to shield you." The amethyst dragon pondered deeply. Wise, shrewd, and calm, he understood that his abilities paled in comparison to those of his brother, who would soon surpass him. On one hand, he felt a sense of joy and pride. Yet, on the other, a tinge of melancholy resided within him. Chapter 16, Slumber. The giant, "Once Yessa no longer required my protection, I could depart without worry." The amethyst dragon took a deep breath, resolute in his thoughts. As an elder brother, I must not lag too far behind Yessa. I cannot become a burden to him. The outer planes are the true arena for the amethyst dragon, and they are where I must venture. The astral plane, beastlands, mechanus, and even realms such as heaven and hell are where the gem dragons are most abundant. Particularly the amethyst dragons, who seldom remain in the material plane. This is because the amethyst dragon's mind not only listens to the whispers of all things, but also captures the echoes of the planes. In the outer planes, opportunities for the amethyst dragon to grow stronger abound, albeit accompanied by numerous dangers. Legendary beings such as the primordial and ancient dragons, demigods, and even quasi-deities predominantly congregate in the outer planes due to the constraints of the rules governing the material plane. The parents of the amethyst dragon met their demise in the outer planes, struck by the devastating aftermath of an ancient dragon's fierce battle. Mortally wounded in an instant, they summoned their final vestiges of mental will to send Yethar and the dragon egg, Yessa, out of the outer realms and into the world of Solando, a place where the amethyst dragon's parents once thrived in their youth. In his early years, Yethar bore witness to the horrific scenes of the outer planes, which became a haunting nightmare for him. However, after enduring many trials in the material plane and gaining significant responsibilities and bonds, the young amethyst dragon found himself unafraid, ready to confront his past terrors. "Brother," he said, "you have just awakened from your slumber and must be quite hungry. I shall not rush to consume the essence, fruits, and heart of the tree. Let us first embark on a hunt together." Currently, Yessa's life level stood at 6, a lower third tier, and with further progress, he would ascend to the middle tier. The transition from lower to middle life forms represents a crucial breakthrough for dragons, necessitating ample preparation before achieving a singular, significant growth during their next slumber. Yessa's voice interrupted Yethar's reverie. He returned to the present with a slight smile. "Very well." The two brothers spread their wings and soared high into the skies, circling amidst the vast heavens like eagles, casting keen eyes upon the boundless yellow sands of the desert in search of suitable prey. Their objective was not merely sustenance, but also the honing of their combat skills. Their targets would at least be middle-tier life forms of the 6th level. As a middle-tier 6th-level dragon, Yethar could effortlessly deal with non-dragon creatures of the same tier, often wounding them first before allowing Yessa to deliver the finishing blow, thus refining Yessa's combat prowess and mastery of various inherited magics, alongside his own creations of light and illusion spells. A month later, beneath the relentless sun's scorching rays, in the desert strewn with yellow sands, a heavy thud reverberated as a massive armored mammoth, weighing several thousand tons, let out a mournful cry before collapsing onto the heated gravel, creating a vast crater. Its body bore grotesque, gaping wounds, as if savaged by a swift saw, and its heavy armor was shredded to tatters, its spirit utterly crushed. Both the heart and flesh of the armored mammoth lay lifeless. Exerting considerable effort, Yethar landed beside the fallen creature and turned to inspect his own scales. He noticed a trickle of his dragon blood seeping from a wound in his scales near his side, a reminder of the dangers inherent in hunting high-tier life forms. "Hunting such elevated beings carries certain risks," he remarked, tightening his muscles to stem the bleeding. Thanks to the dragon's remarkable regenerative abilities, even as a young dragon, as long as he did not suffer grievous bodily harm, such injuries were of little consequence. "It is my fault. My illusion spell did not yield the desired effect," Yessa said, landing beside Yethar. The disparity in their life levels was significant, and the armored mammoth, a brutish creature, was unlikely to appreciate beauty or feel allure. Thus, Yessa's illusion spell had only a mild effect. "You performed admirably," Yethar reassured him. "Had it not been for the allure of control, subduing this colossal elephant would require considerable effort," the amethyst dragon remarked. Transitioning from mid-tier to high-tier represents a qualitative leap, characterized by a significant disparity. Targeting creatures of a substantially higher rank for hunting aside from the illustrious stars among the various races, is primarily the domain of dragons. Its ivory tusks possess the capacity to pierce through my mind-shielded dragon scales, making them the most precious and valuable parts of its anatomy. The amethyst dragon severed the two menacing tusks protruding from the mouth of the armored mammoth. Their snow-white hue, glistening under the sun's rays, exuded a crystalline sheen, further enhanced by the tint of dragon blood, adding an eerie allure. Even with the strength of a dragon, their weight felt substantial and tangible. As for the flesh and blood of the armored mammoth, their coarse and unpalatable nature, replete with a gritty taste, rendered them unappealing to both the amethyst dragon and Yethar. Carrying the freshly severed ivory tusks, the two dragons ascended into the skies and soon returned to the oasis territory in the desert. The essence fruits, the heart of the carnivorous tree, the steel scales of the desert crocodile, the blood of the fire tiger, the feathers of the storm eagle, and the ivory tusks, each extracted from the vital essence of mid-tier and high-tier beings, were laid before Yethar. Except for the carnivorous tree, all had been acquired through recent hunts. These items bear significant benefits for the growth of a dragon's heart, scales, blood, wings, claws, and other vital components. With these treasures, the effects of your forthcoming slumber will surpass all previous experiences combined. Partake in them, and during your slumber, I shall stand guard over you. The amethyst dragon gently patted Yessa's perfectly sculpted back. Yessa nodded and began to feast. First, he savored the essence fruits, akin to a prelude to a grand meal, followed by the juicy and delectable heart of the carnivorous tree, the crisp scales of the desert crocodile reminiscent of delicate snowflakes, the sweet and fiery blood of the fire tiger, and the tingling feathers of the eagle. Finally, amidst a series of satisfying crunches, the young dragon devoured the ivory tusks, each longer than his entire body, inch by inch, much like gnawing on sugarcane, consuming a quantity that far exceeded his body weight, coupled with previous indulgences. Yessa was enveloped in a profound sense of saturation, accompanied by a swift onset of drowsiness. Brother, I shall now descend into slumber. Mimicking the earlier actions of the amethyst dragon, Yessa submerged himself in the river of the oasis, then tucked his rear, swished his tail, and burrowed deep into the muddy riverbed, curling up with his tail wrapped around himself, gradually closing his eyes to drift into a deep sleep. As he slumbered, each breath released strands of shimmering light from his scales. The myriad hues intertwined, resembling a vibrant cocoon of shifting colors, and within this cocoon, the young dragon's visage grew increasingly serene and comfortable, while his breath began to deepen and strengthen. Despite the obstruction of mud and river water, these radiant colors inevitably seeped out. Glancing at the splendid rainbow arching across the river's surface, the amethyst dragon, Yethar, kept his tail in constant motion, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings as he stood silently in place. Half of the food from their previous hunts was preserved by the amethyst dragon. With an abundance of food and the presence of small creatures dwelling in the oasis, he can remain for an extended period without venturing out to hunt, choosing instead to accompany and guard his slumbering brethren. Thus, time quietly slips away. Beyond the shackless desert, separated by the golden mountains and the shadowy jungles of the Salvo Plains, a mature mountain giant traverses the rugged terrain, his visage marred by fear and hatred as he flees towards the desert. Cursed Dragonkind, let your civil strife run rampant and blood flow like rivers. When you have thoroughly exhausted yourselves in mutual destruction, the myriad races under your dominion will rise against you, and the position of supremacy in this multiverse shall inevitably belong to us, the giants. The mountain giant's low growl startled countless birds and beasts. He is the leader of the giant slaves from the Ashen Dragon Kingdom on the Salvo Plateau, having achieved a high status at a young age due to his exceptional talent, destined to become a legendary figure among giants. However, we now live in an era ruled by dragons. His tribe was annihilated for a single act of defiance, and he himself was captured and enslaved. To the legendary dragons, high beings are inconsequential. Day and night, he endures the cruel lashings and torment inflicted by the wicked dragon, while even the despicable dog-headed creatures, emboldened by the dragon's support, wield their whips against him. Some audacious and filthy individuals even dared to attempt to debase him, seeking to test the mountain giant's endurance in a grotesque manner. Moreover, he must suppress his shame, groveling to construct palaces for the vile dragon, his heart already consumed by a twisted inferno of rage and hatred. Eventually, an opportunity arose. During a massive war between the Silver-Winged Dragon Kingdom and the Ashen Dragon Kingdom, the mountain giant, having bided his time, made his escape. Yet, despite his heart brimming with fury and vengeance, he remained deeply fearful of the dragon's formidable power, unwilling to linger in places teeming with their presence. Thus, he fled to a remote and desolate land. I shall return in due time. Oh, dragons, when I come storming back, I will show you what true torment entails. The mountain giant clenched his enormous fists, his gaze resolute. He had devised a plan. With his formidable talent, he would seek refuge in the sparsely populated Shackless Desert, allowing himself to grow stronger, and when the Dragonkind had suffered significant losses from their internal conflicts, he would rally all the rebellious races to launch a counteroffensive against the dragons of the Solando planet. Chapter 17. Awakening. Red light time flows like water, fleeting and ephemeral. 2 years have passed since his first arrival at the desert oasis, and Yethar has awakened from his slumber for over half a year now. It is the hottest season in the Shackless Desert, with the glaring sunlight pouring down from the sky, fragmented into patches by the lush foliage of the forest, swaying gently in the breeze like shards of golden light cascading onto Yethar. The iridescent, rainbow-like scales of his body refract enchanting hues, casting a dreamlike radiance that envelopes the entire forest in a surreal glow, a far cry from his kitten-like form at birth. In the eyes of ordinary creatures, Yethar has become a colossal entity. Dragon horns, resembling glass, crystal, and gemstones, elegantly extend and twist from his crown, eyes, and behind his ears, growing backward. His length has reached 5 meters, with a well-proportioned and vigorous physique that embodies absolute perfection in the aesthetics of Dragonkind. Even the tiniest scales upon him appear to be exquisite masterpieces, the fruits of an artisan's boundless imagination. A pair of extraordinarily resplendent dragon wings gently flutter behind him, and when fully extended, they span an impressive 8 meters, casting a vast array of iridescent shadows around him. The colors of fiery red, vibrant orange, deep blue, brilliant gold, profound black, mysterious purple, and silvery white have grown increasingly vivid and striking, competing to bloom upon his scales. Without even considering my breathtaking beauty, my growth rate alone would render my kin envious. Yethar lifted his chin, stretching his magnificent form. At the tender age of 6, within the fledgling dragon stage, he has already attained a size comparable to some juvenile dragons, and even smaller younglings cannot match his robust stature. Moreover, Yethar is inherently a languid dragon, spending his days indulging in feasting, slumbering, and reveling in play, often admiring his own beauty reflected on the water's surface, lost in his own allure, with little physical exercise, aside from the occasional exploration of magic. Yet, despite this, his growth rate surpasses that of ordinary dragons, rendering diligent efforts somewhat pale in comparison to his innate gifts. Simultaneously, drawn by Yethar's charm, a swarm of butterflies and bees has inexplicably gathered, fluttering around him amidst the foliage. The congregation of bees and dancing butterflies creates an enchanting spectacle around the little dragon, who gazes upon the shimmering, gently flowing water with a sacred and ethereal beauty. As he turns his gaze toward the glistening surface, Yethar's focus sharpens, and a mesmerizing allure radiates from his dragon eyes. The once tranquil water suddenly becomes tumultuous, bubbles erupting forth while ripples radiate outward. Then, with a swift motion, numerous fish leap from the water, propelled by the splashes, eager to swim toward Yethar. His gaze locks onto the largest among them. Yethar extends his claw, giving it a gentle flick. The delicate scales on his claw coalesce into strands of white light, which, with a flick of his claw, materialize into an ethereal wheel of light. With a hum, the luminous wheel swiftly darts forth, encircling the largest black fish. Unaware of the impending danger, the fish thrashes its powerful tail, splashing against the water's surface as it propels itself toward Yethar. In its flight, its body disassembles like toppled building blocks, transforming into glistening, translucent fish fillets, while scales and viscera scatter in a magical breeze. The tender white flesh arcs gracefully through the air, landing precisely on Yethar's outstretched wing. To achieve such delicate feats with the power of the luminous wheel is akin to carving intricate designs on tofu with a giant sword. Yet, Yethar accomplishes this effortlessly, having attained a mastery of the luminous wheel that, if not at the pinnacle, is at least of remarkable proficiency. To speak of cleaving someone into 100 pieces is to indeed manifest 100 fragments. Moreover, the swiftness of the attack is extraordinarily fierce and rapid, allowing the target to meet their demise and disintegration before the pangs of pain can register. Such is the elegance and mercy of this act. Without directly consuming the sashimi, Yethar inhaled deeply, and the myriad hues reflected in his dragon eyes swiftly intertwined and transformed, ultimately coalescing into a profound crimson glow. With his deep red gaze fixed upon the sashimi, Yethar's focus sharpened. A visible beam of crimson light erupted from his eyes, landing upon the target. Though there was no visible flame, the sashimi, illuminated by this scarlet brilliance, appeared as if it were being seared by fire, transitioning from raw to cooked under Yethar's unwavering gaze. With a flick of his dragon wings, the now-cooked fish slices soared gracefully into the air before descending precisely into Yethar's open dragon maw. In an instant, his gaze shifted, surveying his surroundings. Upon the trees, the heat-resistant desert flora began to char and smoke, igniting into flames. On the ground, grains of sand rapidly melted, transforming into a crystalline texture akin to molten glass. Upon the surface of the river, the water hissed and evaporated, turning into vapor. With his eyes closed and then reopened, the red dragon pupils metamorphosed back into a vibrant spectrum of iridescent hues. Yethar blinked thoughtfully, pondering. The red light induces stark temperature fluctuations. The diverse colors of light existing in my perception must yield varying effects. This realization emerged after his awakening from the last dragon slumber. To his astonishment, Yethar discovered that he could actively absorb and store this omnipresent light energy, manipulating and harnessing the red light within his perception. Through numerous experiments, he discerned a significant correlation between the red light and flame, enabling him to utilize it instinctively through his deep red gaze, as well as to amplify certain magical effects and powers. For instance, the octagonal light wheel he wielded in its normal state was white, possessing formidable cutting and high-temperature burning capabilities. However, when augmented with red light, this state of the octagonal wheel resembled a glowing iron brand, primarily characterized by its intense heat, thus capable of inflicting considerable damage upon fire-weak biological entities. Given that I can influence and control the red light, it stands to reason that the entire spectrum of visible light, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, as well as the infrared and ultraviolet rays imperceptible to the naked eye, should also fall under my mastery, revealing unique effects. It is merely a matter of time. In Yethar's perceptual vista, the world's light shone with unparalleled brilliance, transforming the entire realm into an immense spectrum. He was inherently capable of perceiving this light spectrum with his naked eye, with every type of light resonating intimately with him. Furthermore, not only the conventional light was present, Yethar sensed that other forms of light awaited his discovery and exploration. He possessed an instinctual premonition that with his own growth and burgeoning power, he would inevitably capture these deeper layers of light. What might these lights be? Yethar remained uncertain, yet his heart brimmed with yearning. Though inherently somewhat lethargic when it pertains to his intrinsic talents, he harbored a profound thirst for exploration and knowledge. Surveying his surroundings, Yethar quietly sensed the absence of the amethyst dragon's aura within the desert oasis, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Recently, Yethar had been acting mysteriously, often disappearing without a trace, and Yethar was unaware of his endeavors. During a recent sparring match among brothers, the amethyst dragon realized that Yethar had advanced to a level that posed a considerable challenge, leading him to become less protective than before. In contrast, he began to venture out alone on a regular basis. Feeling a pang of hunger, Yethar decided to hunt some ferocious beasts and magical creatures. The small fauna within the oasis were insufficient to satiate a dragon's appetite. They were scarcely a meal. This territory, while picturesque and abundant in freshwater, lacked in food resources. With a sense of hunger, Yethar flapped his wings and soared into the brilliant sunlight. Chapter 18. The passage of law. With his current prowess, Yethar's strength was comparable to, if not surpassing, that of an average young dragon. His range of exploration was gradually expanding. Above the vast, boundless desert, Yethar's wings spread wide, gliding through the currents, leaving behind a resplendent rainbow in his wake. Akin to a flowing cloak, he had just hunted and consumed a ferocious giant antlion. Now satiated, he had no urgency to return to the oasis. drifting further away as he gazed down upon the seemingly endless expanse of desert below. Raising his gaze, Yethar squinted into the distance. With his keen eyesight, he discerned the faint outlines of undulating mountain ranges, at least 10,000 kilometers away. His deceased parents had once inhabited this world, leaving behind fragments of knowledge in his heritage. Yethar recognized that he was gazing at the Golden Mountains, the largest mountain range spanning the northern continent of Solando. Beyond these mountains, through the dark jungles, lay the Salvo Plains. Once the most fertile and prosperous area of the northern continent, the Salvo Plains were now deemed perilous. This land had become the primary battleground for the dragon clans. Metallic dragons, chromatic dragons, gem dragons, and iron dragons clashed fiercely across the plains, causing devastation as kingdoms ruled by colossal dragons engaged in relentless warfare, obliterating the very prosperity of the land. The half-blood blue dragon, Sophia, had ventured into the Salvo Plains, a decision fraught with danger. However, the crucible of war could sharpen a dragon's claws and harden their scales, fostering rapid growth. Those fortunate enough to survive often emerged as formidable elite dragons. I shall inevitably witness the ferocity of the flames of war within the Salvo Plains, Yethar mused to himself. Deep within, he harbored a distaste for warfare, yet he also possessed the courage to confront it. Living in this era, as a member of the dragon race, there was no escape from the all-encompassing conflict that engulfed their kind. Rather than hiding, it would be more prudent to engage with the world. However, this required the assurance of sufficient self-defense when facing his kin. My charisma is considerably high, and there are few beings capable of disregarding it with lethal intent. However, should I encounter an unreasonable and twisted individual, my charm might prove counterproductive. Being treated as a prize, confined, and subjected to torment is a plausible fate if I were to cross paths with a deviant. Thus, despite my elevated charisma, strength remains essential. Yethar has never ceased her relentless pursuit of knowledge regarding magic and her own essence. When venturing forth, the iridescent dragon must prioritize self-preservation. As Yethar glided through the sky, she paused momentarily, casting her gaze downward to behold a creature resembling a primitive dragon, a formidable beast that was neither a ferocious species nor a pseudo-dragon with draconic blood coursing through its veins. This creature, a raw and savage embodiment of nature, stood approximately 8 meters tall, its powerful hind legs firmly planted on the sandy earth, supporting its entire mass. Its skin resembled polished stone, rugged yet resilient, adorned with fiery patterns. As it breathed, sparks erupted from its nostrils, emanating an intense heat. The creature exhibited a heightened resistance to fire, making it an ideal subject for Yethar to practice her crimson light magic. Yethar dove down, attracting the attention of the primitive dragon as she descended to a suitable altitude. The beast tilted its head back, issuing a low growl filled with menace and warning towards the circling dragon in the sky. "Patience, there shall be a moment for you to roar," Yethar murmured. Raising a claw, simultaneously, a spell took shape in her mind without the need for elaborate incantations or gestures. A small fireball, roughly the size of a mung bean, materialized at her fingertip. It is noteworthy that for reasons unknown, many spellcasters exhibit an obsessive fascination with fireball spells, dedicating their lives to the study and development of various fireball variants. The original fireball spell is categorized as a third-tier spell. However, to allow those captivated by this art to access its potential at an earlier stage, some casters have devised a first-tier variant of the fireball. Such spells typically possess power exceeding that of their current tier. Do not underestimate this small fireball, though it is merely the size of a mung bean upon release. It can unleash flames fierce enough to melt rock and shatter steel, albeit with a more limited range than its third-tier counterpart. As the small fireball took shape at her fingertip, Yethar narrowed her eyes, drawing upon the light energy she had absorbed and channeling strands of crimson light into the fireball, with a rush akin to the pouring of oil onto a flame. Although the fireball did not expand, it ignited with a boiling intensity, transforming from within into a deep crimson hue. "Go forth," she commanded, and the small crimson fireball shot forth from her fingertip. Upon seeing the bean-sized fireball hurtling toward it, the fire-resistant primitive dragon merely flicked its tail, too lethargic to evade, and raised its head to meet the oncoming projectile head-on. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom. The diameter of a crimson flame suddenly erupted, engulfing the head and a significant portion of the body of the brute dragon. It then exploded violently, the resulting inferno, accompanied by a shockwave, sent the dragon's massive 100-ton form soaring into the air, tumbling over a dozen times before finally coming to a halt. Was that a mere fireball? The brute dragon staggered to its feet, its body marred by charred and ruptured flesh, clearly injured. Quite impressive, indeed, with a spell penetration effect, Yethar mused inwardly. The first circle fireball spell lacked such potency and did not possess spell penetration. Striking the brute dragon was akin to a mere tickle. However, the fireball conjured by his crimson light was entirely different. The amplification of its power was secondary. The spell penetration was of utmost importance. More formidable creatures, particularly dragons of the same lineage, often exhibit formidable magical resistance, rendering spells without penetration ineffectual. Achieving spell penetration is a rare attribute. Among 100 spells, having even one with such an effect is commendable. Excellent, excellent. Since it possesses spell penetration, even the red and gold dragons shall not escape the burns of my crimson light spell. Let us further explore the modulation of the penetration effect. Yethar gazed once more at the brute dragon, a malicious smile spreading across his face. Instinctively, the brute dragon sensed impending doom. The recent encounter made it aware that this circling little dragon was not a foe to be trifled with, prompting it to turn and flee. Yet, in the vast desolation of the desert, devoid of any obstacles, how could it escape the gaze of a dragon? Boom, boom, like a spell bombardier. Yethar unleashed a barrage of deep red fireballs, birthed from the sweeping of his wings, cascading from the sky and relentlessly striking the brute dragon, erupting in bursts of crimson light. Chapter 19. The Giant's Shame. As Yethar tested the efficacy of the crimson light, the robust mountain giant Logunnar traversed the Shakel's desert, his towering form resembling a humanoid hill from afar. A small tribe of goblinoids obstructed his path, sensing the tremors of the ground from his heavy footsteps. The goblinoids gazed in fear at the mountain giant. These creatures bore lizard-like heads with sunken eye sockets, adorned with small spines on their cheeks, and their bodies were sparsely covered with patchy scales reminiscent of dragon hide. Their long, hairless tails, akin to that of a rat, twitched nervously behind them, though pitiably weak. The goblinoids took pride in their faint draconic lineage, a legacy of being favored by true dragons in their ancestry. Their appearance was reminiscent of half-dragons, yet they earned the name goblinoids due to their awkward, yapping accent when speaking the dragon tongue. Thanks to this trace of draconic blood, goblinoids exhibit remarkable adaptability to various environments. In the desert region, they typically sport yellow-brown skin, resilient against the wind and sand, and capable of withstanding harsh sunlight. More specifically, they are referred to as sand-skinned goblinoids. Mighty giant, as you pass through here, do you require our assistance? Before the towering and formidable giant, the dog-headed chief trembled as he stepped forward, summoning his courage to inquire. Bowing his head and surveying the dog-headed beings, the memories of past humiliations surged within the mind of the mountain giant. During the time of the Ashen Dragon Kingdom, the detestable male dog-headed beings, augmented by the dragon vein and possessing an aesthetic shared by their entire race, had left an indelible mark on the giant's memory. All those filthy, repulsive dog-headed creatures deserved their doom. The mountain giant lifted his colossal foot and brought it down with a thunderous crash, reducing the dog-headed chief to a mere pulp. Transforming into a relentless hunter of dog-headed beings, the mountain giant conjured earthen barriers to seal the area. Listening intently to the cries of the dog-headed creatures as he ruthlessly slaughtered them one by one, trampling them into mush, twisting them into grotesque forms, or even consuming them alive, his heart burned with intense hatred for these sycophantic minions of the dragons. From the bountiful plains to the desolate shackless desert, every dog-headed tribe he encountered, devoid of a true dragoness protection, was met with his merciless wrath. Only through the anguished cries of the dog-headed beings could the giant find a semblance of solace for his wounded soul. After a brief moment, the cacophony of pleas and screams gradually subsided. The mountain giant strode away from the ravaged land, casting his gaze toward a distant oasis amidst the desert. Feeling parched, he wiped the remnants of dog-headed blood from his mouth and proceeded forth. His steps were heavy, yet due to his towering stature, each stride covered a considerable distance, and soon he arrived at the oasis edge. However, before he could set foot within and scent the fragrances emanating from it, a change washed over his countenance. The aroma incited his fury, ignited his hatred, and simultaneously instilled a sense of dread and trepidation. A dragon. This was the territory of a dragon. A fierce wind surged suddenly, accompanied by a low growl, as a youthful amethyst dragon swept into view, soaring above the mountain giant and surveying him from a height. "Wretched giant, who permits you to approach the domain of dragons?" spoke the amethyst dragon with icy disdain. As a creature perched at the pinnacle of all species, the dragon, undeterred by the mountain giant's stature as a high-level being, looked down upon him with an air of superiority. Due to their robust physique and remarkable endurance, giants were often favored as slaves by dragons. However, this young dragon had yet to attain a higher rank. The mountain giant sensed that the life essence of the amethyst dragon was inferior to his own, albeit by a single rank. Despite his deep-seated hatred for dragons, the instinctive fear ingrained within him caused him to hesitate in the face of a dragon, even one of a lower life level. With a thud, the mountain giant instinctively knelt, bowing his head and pleading in a voice as heavy as rolling stones. "Noble amethyst dragon, I beg your forgiveness for my unintentional trespass. I did not mean to intrude upon this place. In that case, depart at once and do not appear before me again," the dragon commanded. How curious that such a high-ranking life form should exhibit such subservience, the amethyst dragon remarked with a hint of disdain. The giant, being one of the few races slightly inferior to dragons at the same tier and daring enough to challenge dragon supremacy, was not worth pursuing further. After all, engaging in combat with a high-ranking giant would not be a trivial endeavor, and the dragon lacked complete confidence in its ability to prevail. "Thank you for your lordship's merciful compassion. I shall take my leave," the mountain giant said, curling up and bowing its head, hastily rolling away like a stone. There was not a shred of dignity befitting a being of its stature. Was this creature here to amuse? The giant's reaction caught the amethyst dragon off guard, leaving it momentarily stunned before it shrugged off the encounter and returned to its domain. Such disgrace. What a profound humiliation. In the distance, the mountain giant regained its composure, unable to suppress its fury and resentment, dispelling the fear it had felt towards the dragons. Taking a deep breath, it prepared to seek out the young amethyst dragon once more, intending to reclaim its honor through the dragon's demise and to conquer the shadows of fear lurking within. "Wait, I sense more than one dragon's presence," it paused, realizing. "There should be 2 dragons in that desert oasis. The scent of the other is faint, likely still in its juvenile stage." The mountain giant fell into contemplation. "My earth spells can surely ensnare the dragons, grounding them and curtailing their flight. Once on the ground, it should not be overly difficult for a high-ranking giant like myself to confront a young dragon. However, given the dragon's formidable physiques and tenacious vitality, ensuring a successful kill would be best accomplished with additional allies." The mountain giant recalled a tribe of ogres it had encountered on its journey, the Fleshchunk tribe. This tribe was substantial, boasting a high-ranking ogre chief, an esteemed ogre sorcerer, and several elite mid-ranking ogres, as ogres revered and respected giants due to their divine allegiance. The mountain giant believed it could unite with the Fleshchunk tribe for a dragon hunting expedition. "This will mark the commencement of my dragon hunting career, the first clarion call of my counteroffensive against the dragon race," the mountain giant thought excitedly as it retraced its steps towards the location of the Fleshchunk tribe. Chapter 20. Nocturnal Conversations. Shortly thereafter, Yasa returned to the desert oasis after conducting extensive testing of a spell involving red light. Today, he encountered a peculiar giant. The amethyst dragon engaged in light conversation with Yasa, mentioning the mountain giant it had previously encountered. "It was a high-ranking mountain giant that inadvertently wandered into my territory. I anticipated a fierce battle, yet this giant, despite its towering physique, displayed a timidity akin to that of a timid mouse." Upon hearing this, Yasa speculated. Perhaps it was once a servant to dragons, or has suffered from the repercussions of our kin. The amethyst dragon nodded slightly. "Your reasoning is not without merit. During the construction of palaces, mountain giants were the preferred slaves, eagerly sought after by both chromatic and metallic dragons." At this juncture, the blind sage suddenly discerned a glimmer of insight. Yessa blinked and remarked, "Our dragon kin are formidable as the paramount sovereigns of myriad worlds. We possess both the qualifications and the audacity to demand as we please from other sentient races. In times of normalcy, the oppressed races undoubtedly dare not resist. But what of now? The dragons are engaged in fratricidal strife, their unity marred by internal conflict, causing a steady decline in their collective strength. Those subjugated races must surely begin to harbor differing thoughts. The amethyst dragon pondered. Indeed, such a possibility exists, though both were merely juvenile dragons. Lacking the authority to alter the status quo, they were intrigued by the discourse surrounding the shifting dynamics of the world. Beneath the velvet darkness of the night, Yethar and his brother Jaeger sat in mutual contemplation, bathed in the serene glow of the moonlight. Yethar gently swayed the tip of his tail and, with great curiosity, inquired, "Brother, if other races were to seize the opportunity amidst our internal discord to defy the supremacy of the dragons, which race do you think would most likely take the lead?" The amethyst dragon did not respond immediately. His eyes narrowed as he engaged in deep thought. After a moment, he lifted his head, the ethereal horns above him trembling imperceptibly, and declared with solemn conviction, "Giants. The giant race is, at present, nearly second only to dragons among sentient beings. The giant god Anan, revered as the creator, has fashioned a significant portion of the worlds and planets within this multiverse. His stature is not inferior to that of the dragon god Io, who is esteemed as the architect of all existence. Were it not for the giant god's weariness of worldly conflict and his subsequent retreat into obscurity, the dominance of the dragons would be far less secure. After all, the dragon god has long since perished, and the current platinum dragon god and immortal dragon queen merely serve as proxy deities. Unless they can merge their powers, they cannot compare to the stature of the giant god. Nonetheless, even in the absence of both divine entities, the giants remain the race closest to the dragons. On one hand, the combat prowess of individual giants is formidable, slightly inferior only to dragons of the same caliber. On the other hand, the number of high-tier beings within the giant pantheon is not to be underestimated. Any one of them, when placed within a lesser pantheon, would undoubtedly be regarded as a god of paramount status. Even during the zenith of dragon supremacy, the giant race never fully succumbed to dragon rule. The amethyst dragon continued. To avoid subjugation by the dragons, many giants have sought refuge in remote and desolate places. While some of their kin perceive this as cowardice, I believe it is not fear, but rather a strategic retreat from our sharp edge. The mountain giants we encountered earlier, though they appeared timid, evoked laughter among dragons. However, as a master of the mind, I sensed within their fearful hearts an extraordinary will to resist and a simmering fury, which is why I refrained from coercing or threatening them excessively. For, in accordance with dragon nature, should we discover any other sentient race daring to invade our territory, we would not concern ourselves with the intent. We would present them with two options, death or servitude. He chuckled softly. Should the opportunity arise, the giants would undoubtedly be the first to strike. The amethyst dragon, wise and astute, sensed the looming threat posed by the giants. Yethar nodded slightly and continued to inquire. "I share your sentiment. Beyond the giants, which races do you think are most likely to resist?" The amethyst dragon contemplated for a moment and replied thoughtfully, "Perhaps the elves or the orcs. Elves, with their striking beauty and artistic flair, are favored playthings and artisans among dragons. As for the orcs, some dragons indulge in beast fights, delighting in the spectacle of orcs battling in confined spaces for their amusement. Among the various races, dragons occupy the foremost tier, followed by giants in the second, while elves and orcs are closely matched in the third tier. If I were to choose between the two, I would lean towards the elves as the more probable contenders." Yethar mused. The elven pantheon is formidable, and the elven race is not to be underestimated. They excel in both combat and magic, coupled with considerable wisdom. In contrast, while orcs possess ample strength and valor, their intellect is severely lacking. The amethyst dragon nodded gently, acknowledging the insight. After a brief pause, he shifted the topic, adding, "However, among all the races, our dragonkind tends to treat the elves the best. These little beings are fortunate to thrive under the aesthetic appreciation of dragons. With such favor and affection, the elven race is likely to align with us rather than rebel. As for the future, it remains uncertain. Yet, it does not hinder us from making logical conjectures based on the present." Yethar, however, was not as optimistic as the amethyst dragon. He remarked, "While dragons indeed exhibit kindness towards the elves, who would willingly survive by perpetually pleasing other beings. Moreover, this kindness is merely comparative, an illusion of superiority on the part of the dragons. There are indeed malevolent dragons that delight in consuming tender, delicate elves. And what of humans? What are your thoughts on them?" Yes's gaze shifted, and he asked anew, I have had no direct contact with such beings, the amethyst dragon replied. They lack scales, claws, and heritage by nature, and not all possess magical or martial talents, often suffering at the hands of other races. However, I have heard my father speak of a remarkable human, barely in his 20s, who became a legendary being, astonishing dragons with his innate brilliance. It is said that humans resemble the favored countenance of the gods, thus garnering considerable divine attention. The amethyst dragon smiled gently and remarked, "Yet, the majority of humans possess no exceptional talents. Their individual variances are greater than those between dragons and ants, the gap between their potential being as vast as a chasm. If their numbers are sufficient, they may evolve into a formidable race. However, as it stands, they remain quite feeble collectively." The dragon's observations reflected the current reality. Should civil strife persist, it is conceivable that the supremacy of Dragonkind may one day face a challenge, Yethar noted. The amethyst dragon laughed heartily, lifting his head slightly, and stated, "Though war is fierce, it is merely a conflict within our kind. As long as the dragon god is willing to reconcile, hostilities can cease swiftly, as has been the case in previous civil wars. Our dominion as dragon overlords is eternal and cannot wane. The emaciated camel is larger than the horse. Moreover, despite the internal strife currently plaguing the dragon clan, their dominion remains steadfast, akin to a lion that has merely lost a bit of weight. One can only hope for such stability." However, Yethar harbored a sense of pessimism. The ancestral wisdom conveyed to Yethar indicated that such internecine conflict posed no serious threat to the dragon kin, yet Yethar, distinct from other dragons, approached the perceived truths shaped by tradition with a hint of skepticism, remaining partially unaffected. 1,000-mile dike can collapse from an ant's nest. The most powerful empires often begin to crumble from within. Yethar believed that the adverse repercussions stemming from the Dragon Clan's civil war were far more severe and far-reaching than the dragons themselves could envision. There is no need to ponder too deeply. These matters are beyond our purview. In the relentless tide of time, only the dragon god and their favored progeny possess the privilege to lead and transform the era. The vast majority of beings, even among our dragon kind, can only drift along with the current. At this juncture, Yethar paused, almost forgetting that his dragon brother was not of the same caliber as ordinary dragons. The amethyst dragon gazed down at Yethar, whose scales shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, dreamlike and enchanting, captivating the dragon's attention. Silently, he mused, "Yethar, my beloved brother, perhaps you are the one destined to lead and transform this age." With this, the discourse on civil strife and the future drew to a close. Yethar stretched his back and inquired, "Brother, what have you been up to lately? Why do you often venture out alone without me?" Upon hearing Yes's question, the amethyst dragon fell into silence, offering no reply, merely giving Yethar a gentle pat on the head. Noticing the lack of response, Yethar refrained from further pressing the matter. Chapter 21. The giant deity. As one traverses westward through the shakeless desert, moving against the rising sun, the winds and sands gradually weaken, and the arid air slowly becomes infused with moisture, revealing an increasing presence of various creatures. This is the direction the mountain giants had taken. Continuing westward leads one away from the shakeless desert towards the Golden Mountain Range. Although the resources here do not rival the bountiful plains, the richness of the Golden Mountains far surpasses that of the shakeless desert. Yet, the mountain giants dared not linger within the Golden Mountains. Nestled within the undulating hills reside numerous formidable dragons, including gold, red, silver, and others. Adult dragons, mature dragons, and even ancient and primordial dragons. The mountain giants had no desire to encounter these majestic beings. In the hierarchy of other species, high-tier life forms might be deemed powerful, but in the eyes of dragons, they are utterly insignificant, for this is still an era dominated by dragons, where the number of powerful dragons is astonishingly high. The mountain giant moved forward under the cover of night like a silent hill, striding with great purpose. Some ferocious species or magical creatures, upon witnessing its colossal form, had long since kept their distance. Were it not for the dragons, the giant race would essentially reign at the apex of the food chain. Meanwhile, as it walked, the mountain giant silently anticipated the presence of the magnificent King Gloranto, the great deity of the mountain giants. "Please heed my call and listen to my prayers. Bestow upon me courage and blessings. I shall offer a sacrifice of dragon blood and life to you, an offering for your enjoyment." As a devoted follower of the mountain giant god, It has become a daily ritual to pray for various matters, though I have never received a response. On one hand, countless beings beseech the deities. While the gods can hear all, they respond only to those who pique their interest. On the other hand, the mountain giant god, having once defied and disrespected the chief deity of giants, has been exiled to the outer planes with limited influence over the material realm. This time, I did not expect a reply to my prayer. However, in the very next moment after completing my supplication, a sudden tremor coursed through my being. With a thunderous roar, two majestic mountains, soaring into the heavens, erupted from the ground before my eyes, as grains of sand vanished, transforming into endless shards of bone and dust. Trembling with exhilaration, I looked up and beheld a pair of obsidian eyes, radiant like the sun, gazing down from a blood-red sky. The two towering forms before me were not mountains, but the legs of this magnificent entity. Under the watchful gaze of the deity, I knelt in reverent ecstasy, unable to meet its gaze. Burying my head deeply in the scattered bones and dust, tears streaming down my face. Yet, a deep, resonant voice echoed in my ears. In that same instant, the vision before me, like a fleeting dream, vanished completely. The blood-red sky, the remnants of shattered bone, the towering figure, all seemed to be an illusion. Only the holy emblem that had mysteriously appeared on the back of my hand confirmed the reality that I had indeed been acknowledged by the divine. Kneeling amidst the gravel, I rose slowly after what felt like an eternity as the wind stirred around me. Unlike before, my gaze had transformed, imbued with unwavering determination, akin to a pilgrim. For a devotee, there is no greater honor than receiving the attention of the divine. At that moment, the shadows of past torment and enslavement by dragons dissipated entirely, replaced by an unwavering faith. The mighty mountains stood tall upon the earth, the shatterers of all. O my Lord, I thank you for your blessings. Your devout and humble servant shall never betray your expectations. I continued my journey. Shortly thereafter, a low wall, barely reaching my chest, came into view. A few ogre guards, nearly 3 meters tall and clad in crude, stitched animal hides, dozed at the entrance. Weapons, spiked maces, weathered bone clubs, and rusty axes, were slung over their shoulders or carelessly discarded at their sides. Thud, thud, thud. Sensing the tremor of the ground, one of the ogre guards rubbed its eyes and yawned. Is it an earthquake? As one opens their eyes and gazes intently, the towering and robust figure of the mountain giant comes into view, startling the ogre guard into alertness. It swiftly grasps a nearby bone club and strikes its dozing companion on the head with a resounding thud. Why did you hit me? Striking the head will make an ogre foolish, grumbles the awakened companion, only to then notice the mountain giant. Startled, it kicks another nearby comrade sharply on the head. This act sets off a chain reaction, and soon the ogre tribe, cloaked in darkness, becomes animated. A hulking ogre, standing a formidable 5 meters tall with a broad frame and skin of a deep, shadowy hue, strides to the forefront. Clad in garments stitched from resilient beast scales, the unknown scales adorning it glimmer with a metallic sheen under the night sky, indicating considerable quality. Its muscular physique resembles that of forged steel, with bulging veins akin to writhing earthworms. An aura of formidable power and authority emanates from it, marking it as the chief of the great meat chunk tribe, a high-ranking ogre leader. Soon after, another ogre, slender and frail among its portly kin, leaning on a staff and adorned with tattoos, approaches the chief. The chief remains silent, turning his gaze towards the diminutive ogre. It is well known that the ogre race does not harbor idlers. The weak and elderly are often consumed. Despite its frail appearance, this ogre's stature within the tribe is evidently significant, suggesting it possesses extraordinary power. This is an ogre voodoo sorcerer. Here stands the great meat chunk tribe, home of the mighty mountain giant. What brings you to our presence? The voodoo sorcerer rasps, its eyes reflecting a wisdom that sets it apart from the other dim-witted ogres. I come bearing the blessings and decree of his majesty. Gralanter, the mountain giant replies in a voice akin to thunder, raising its hand to reveal an emblem depicting a sharp, spire-topped insignia that resembles a grand mountain peak. The sorcerer's pupils constrict, recognizing the sacred emblem of the mountain giant's deity. The mountain giant before them radiates a devout aura akin to that of a saint, leaving no room for doubt. Olalala. Let us pay homage to the great mountain giant deity together. The voodoo sorcerer taps the head of the seemingly dim-witted ogre leader beside him and kneels in reverence. Without hesitation, the ogre chief follows suit, and the other ogres scratch their heads before also bowing to the ground. "Rise, for his majesty. Gralanter has sensed your respect," the mountain giant intones with a deep voice. The ogre deity is a demigod of the giant pantheon, and with the blessing of the mountain giant deity, it is entirely natural for the great meat chunk tribe to follow. What guidance does the great mountain giant deity offer? The voodoo sorcerer inquires, standing once more, a look of curiosity upon its face. "Slay the dragon," the mountain giant declares with fiery intensity in its eyes, speaking with unwavering conviction. Chapter 22. The second dual golden sunlight cascades down, piercing through the clouds, and bestowing a faint gilded edge upon the Shackler's desert. The ground, strewn with gravel, appeared transformed into golden-hued granules, glistening with a dazzling sheen, standing approximately 5 meters in length. The vibrant and colorful hues of Yessa shifted like a living rainbow imprinted upon its scaled hide. In stark contrast, the 11-meter-long amethyst dragon, adorned with crystalline mineral-like skin and suspended purple energy horns and spines, stood several hundred meters apart from Yessa. "Let me test your current prowess without employing mind control spells," the amethyst dragon whispered, promising an astonishing display. Yessa raised his chin, and a gust of wind, laden with dust and grit, surged between them. Simultaneously, the amethyst dragon's horns quivered, unleashing a palpable wave of psychic energy. Mindrend, a lethal mental spell, was instantaneously unleashed. Moreover, mental spells are fundamentally locked onto their targets. Without prior preparation, evasion is nearly impossible. The menacing claws of psychic energy materialized within Yessa's mind, poised to tear apart his mental resolve. Yet, Yessa remained unperturbed, calmly countering the attack. His dragon-like eyes shimmered with vibrant energy, emanating a similar psychic wave. Mental magic, being a form of sorcery, was within Yessa's grasp, as he had mastered all spells compatible with his current life level. The unique talent of psychic energy awakened naturally as he began his studies in mental magic. Psychic damage transfer. In Yessa's realm of will, energy blossomed, and invisible mental bubbles suddenly emerged, engulfing the menacing claws. In an instant, the bubbles collapsed, taking the claws with them into oblivion. Guided by the energy's resonance, the mental bubbles containing the claws traversed into the amethyst dragon's realm, launching a counterattack. The damage from the mind rend was redirected back to the amethyst dragon, concentrating its spirit. The amethyst dragon sent forth a fragment of its consciousness to dismantle the mental bubbles, disintegrating the claws into harmless psychic essence. Seizing the moment while the amethyst dragon was momentarily distracted, Yessa's gaze sharpened, and the colors swirling within his eyes coalesced into a deep crimson hue, materializing as if tangible. The piercing and heated gaze surged forth, rapidly crossing the hundreds of meters to strike the amethyst dragon's outstretched wing. Sizzle. The area under Yessa's deep crimson gaze transformed as though seared by a red-hot iron, rendering the surroundings almost translucent, revealing rapidly obliterated fascia and blood vessels beneath. The amethyst dragon grimaced in pain, yet the intense agony sharpened its focus. Yessa shifted his gaze, the deep crimson light following suit, aiming to extend his assault from the dragon's wing to other parts of its massive form. Meanwhile, the amethyst dragon completed another mental spell. 6th tier mental magic, hypermagnification. With a roar, a pair of energy horns ignited into fiery flames, which swiftly engulfed the amethyst dragon in a raging inferno, expanding rapidly. The amethyst dragon vanished from sight, replaced by a colossal entity exceeding 20 meters in length, a fearsome fire dragon devoid of flesh and blood. A terrifying heat radiated from its surroundings, warping the air in relentless waves, while the nearby gravel was instantaneously transformed into molten crystalline matter by the caress of flames. Transformed into a draconic embodiment of fire, Jaeger found himself nearly impervious to fiery assaults. With a powerful sweep of his wings, he unleashed a torrent of scorching air that soared skyward, resembling a blazing meteor, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression as it descended upon Yessa. As the searing gust approached, Yessa's expression hardened, his mind intensely focused. Within his thoughts, a spell model far more intricate than a mere fireball rapidly took shape. With a sudden drop in temperature, snowflakes began to crystallize in the air surrounding the hatchling dragon, the gravel beneath its feet taking on a frosty white hue. The 4th tier evocation spell, Ice Storm. Evocation spells, akin to elemental spells, possess the highest destructive potential among magics, demanding numerous conditions for successful casting, and their resultant power is formidable. A 4th-tier evocation spell poses a genuine threat even to mid-level 6th-tier beings. From the heart of the fire dragon, a tempest of frost arose, filled with biting winds and an intense chill that spread through the air, freezing moisture into shards of ice that were drawn into the swirling storm, amplifying its ferocity. The spectacle was grand, entirely beyond the capabilities of a mere hatchling dragon. The ice storm, spanning 100 meters, engulfed the fire dragon completely, its howling winds and rapid rotations compressing the fiery dragon's silhouette within. Feeling the piercing cold winds whirling around him, Yethar inhaled deeply, his colossal form gradually shrinking to around 15 meters, while more flames concentrated around his wings, which he then swung with ferocity. With a resounding tear, his dragon wings, akin to blades of heated steel, sliced through the relentless ice storm. The fire dragon burst free from the icy tempest. "Yes, I have triumphed." Yet, before the words could fully escape his lips, he was once again ensnared by the howling winds of ice. Yethar was astonished to discover that a fresh ice storm had materialized, ensnaring him anew. On the opposite end, gazing up at the swirling ice storm and the dwindling fiery silhouette within, Yethar blinked and called out, "Brother, I forgot to remind you, I am unlike other spellcasters. I can utilize 4th-tier magic multiple times in quick succession. Under normal circumstances, a mid-level 4th-tier spellcaster must wait a period before casting another 4th-tier spell due to the immense energy consumption and the formidable capabilities of such spells. However, as a dragon, Yethar possessed a vast reservoir of magical energy and formidable mental fortitude, granting him exceptional conditions as a spellcaster. More crucially, the elemental energy was entirely captivated by Yethar's extraordinary charm, allowing him to wield the most potent spells with minimal expenditure of magical and mental resources. In comparison to others of the same tier who struggled to maintain their casting, Yethar resembled an unquenchable spell bombardier, capable of instantaneously casting. And due to his seamless mastery of all elemental magics, he could respond appropriately to any situation with the most suitable spell. Truly, a sight that rendered dragon spellcasters speechless and left ordinary spellcasters in tears. Yethar exhibited a discernible inclination to transcend the limits of the ice storm spell. Yethar, feeling a twinge of concern, unleashed another ice storm to hasten his brother's downfall. Moments later, the third ice storm began to dissipate, its potency waning. As Yethar contemplated casting a fourth, a frost-laden dragon's silhouette plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. The flames that once enveloped it had extinguished entirely. The supersized Yethar reverted to his original form. In the arid desert, the efficacy of ice spells was somewhat diminished. Otherwise, 2 ice storms would have sufficed, Yethar mused. Approaching the amethyst dragon, Yethar conjured a healing wind that enveloped the dragon's body, mending the wounds inflicted by the ice storm. "My dear brother, you have grown far too swiftly and possess great strength. I am no longer your match," the amethyst dragon sighed, a complex expression in his eyes as he regarded Yethar. As a mid-level 6th-tier dragon, he found it humiliating to be bested by a mid-level 4th-tier whelp, fearing the ridicule and scorn from his kin should this knowledge reach the outside world. Although he had not exerted his full strength, neither had Yethar resorted to mind-controlling spells. In a life-or-death struggle, Yethar harbored no confidence in emerging as the ultimate victor. Rapid growth was one thing, but to triumph over a superior tier, especially against a dragon, was quite another. Chapter 23. A timely arrival. Yethar remained unfazed by his defeat. Deep within, he felt a profound joy in witnessing his dragon brother's remarkable development and strength. Yet, intertwined with this joy was a pang of melancholy and an acute yearning for power. Yethar had long harbored an obsession with strength, and the contrast provided by Yethar intensified this longing. "I am prepared to heed the echoes of the dimensions. If successful, I shall traverse the resonances to the outer planes. Perhaps it's time to bid farewell to Yethar, for I must pursue the opportunities that await me in the outer realms." The young amethyst dragon pondered silently. "Are you all right, brother? Would you like me to cast a few more healing spells?" Yethar inquired, noticing the weight upon the dragon's demeanor. "I am well," the amethyst dragon replied with a faint smile, rising to his feet. "Let us return to our territory. I am feeling rather fatigued." "Very well. I too am somewhat weary." Despite the minimal energy expenditure during each spell casting, the cumulative effect had begun to take its toll on Yethar, as he was not endowed with infinite energy or spirit. As dusk approached, the two dragons soared into the sky, side by side, gradually receding into the horizon beneath the fading light of the setting sun, returning to their domain. Within the desert oasis, the young amethyst dragon contemplated revealing his intention to journey to the outer planes, yet each time he attempted to speak, the words lodged in his throat, leaving him hesitating and unable to voice his thoughts. He found himself reluctant to part ways. As the young Yethar matured, the amethyst dragon became acutely aware of the gradual surpassing of its capabilities, and it now found itself officially eclipsed. In the long run, it would inevitably become a burden. While Yethar would surely not mind, the dragon's inherent dignity and pride could not bear the thought of becoming a liability. Perhaps it might consider taking Yethar to the outer planes? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The outer planes were fraught with peril. The true powers of the multiverse, including ancient dragons, demigods, and even true deities, predominantly resided there, and Yethar's extraordinary charm could easily attract their attention, unless one possessed sufficient means of self-preservation. The prime material plane remained the most suitable abode for Yethar. "Brother, what occupies your thoughts? You seem troubled of late," Yethar observed, noticing the amethyst dragon's unusual demeanor. The dragon, pulled from its reverie, raised its head to gaze at the star-studded night sky and mused, "I wonder what magnificent sights lie beyond this starry expanse." After a pause, it turned to Yethar and inquired, "If you could choose an outer plane, where would you wish to go?" Yethar pondered briefly before replying, "The Elysium? It is said to be the confluence of all joy and beauty in the world. If one could withstand the subtle influence of its hedonistic rules, it would surely be a splendid destination." As a dominant race traversing planes and worlds, the legacy of the dragons contained a wealth of extensive and intricate knowledge regarding the planes. For instance, the multiverse comprises numerous planes and worlds, with each plane representing a collection of worlds, encompassing multiple realms within its bounds. The planes vary in size and number, with the most renowned being the four elemental planes of earth, water, wind, and fire, alongside the astral plane, celestial mountain, the nine hells, Elysium, Mechanus, the wilds, the far realm, the abyss, the Shura field, the inferno, the chaotic sea, and the gray wastes. In contrast to the balanced attributes of the prime material plane, the outer planes and elemental planes each possess distinct tendencies. For instance, the fire elemental plane is an ocean of flames where even the air is perpetually ablaze, incinerating any ordinary creature that dares to enter. Among the multitude of planes, Elysium epitomizes beauty and bliss, although the ecstasy found there can gradually influence beings, leading them to become solely immersed in hedonistic pursuits and complacency. It remains a generally suitable realm for habitation. Notably, the realm of the goddess of magic resides within Elysium. This neutral high deity is dedicated to creating and maintaining the stability of the weave, allowing spellcasters to wield their magic with greater safety and ease, and is both powerful and highly respected. Yethar had often mused that, given her magical prowess, if she were to align herself with the Church of the Goddess of Magic, she could effortlessly become one of her chosen. Certainly, even if he wished to ascend, the Goddess of Magic might not dare to accept him. For the dragon gods are not to be trifled with. They would never passively witness the seeds of their kind being seized by other deities. The two proxy deities responsible for igniting the civil war among the dragon race are the Platinum Dragon God and the Immortal Dragon Queen. Both are exalted deities, and even in the absence of any faith, their draconic status bestows upon them the formidable might akin to that of high-level divinities. In an era devoid of the top-tier gods such as Aio and Anan, these two dragon gods undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the divine hierarchy. Their presence as supreme dragon deities is a significant source of power for the dragon race's dominion. Alas, the two pillars of the dragon pantheon now find themselves at odds, leading to the outbreak of internal conflict. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Yethar's response, the amethyst dragon pondered, the realm of ultimate bliss, indeed a splendid destination. Opposing its rules could greatly hone one's mental fortitude. Honing mental fortitude? Ah, the abyss beckons you, Yethar suggested. According to the records of planar knowledge, the abyss has birthed a formidable demon revered as the Spider General, who seeks to lead the denizens of the abyss in a campaign against the celestial mountains, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed as he slays his rebellious demon lords. while the legion of demons following the spider general grows ever larger. Never mind. Sending a young dragon to the abyss is not a trial. It is a death sentence. The amethyst dragon waved a claw dismissively. So, you have indeed resolved to venture to the realm of ultimate bliss? Yessa suddenly interjected. The amethyst dragon paused in surprise, then sighed. You have already deduced my intentions? Of course, I am not as foolish as the beastly white dragon, the young dragon declared, tapping his head. I am quite clever here. Gemstone dragons, especially amethyst dragons, are quite rare in the material plane, as they are more inclined to traverse the outer planes and possess the means to do so. I have long since perceived your desire to journey to the outer planes, Yessa remarked, patting the amethyst dragon's tail. Although this elder amethyst dragon is generally accommodating, his stubborn nature renders it challenging to alter his decisions. While Yessa felt a twinge of reluctance, he refrained from dissuading him. For a pure-blood amethyst dragon, venturing into the outer planes is akin to a fish entering the vast ocean. He should neither hinder nor have any reason to prevent his elder brother from pursuing his innermost aspirations. The amethyst dragon lowered his head and gently touched the visage of his younger brother, then whispered, I had intended to wait until you became a young dragon queen before departing. However, your growth has far exceeded my expectations, and you no longer require my protection. Yessa nodded, chuckling lightly. Rest assured, do not worry about me. With my beauty, wisdom, and charm, I, as a lone dragon, can thrive splendidly in the material realm. After I grow a bit more, who would dare to slay me? Who could even do so? By then, I too shall venture into the outer planes and behold grander vistas. Upon hearing this, the amethyst dragon smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief. In the future, when we brothers reunite in the outer planes, I only hope I shall not fall too far behind you. As I speak, a gentle breeze stirs, causing the gravel beneath to tremble softly. The amethyst dragon and the rainbow dragon suddenly fix their gazes beyond the oasis, only to swiftly retract their attention. Their eyes meet, and the two dragons rise to their full stature. I assert that my perception of the mind is infallible. The mountain giant I previously encountered, though outwardly timid, harbors deep-seated animosity and defiance towards our kind. It appears they have brought numerous allies. Their intentions are far from benign, and this impending battle promises to be more intense than any before. After a brief pause, the amethyst dragon speaks gravely. However, their arrival is most opportune. Yes, my beloved brother, let us engage in battle together once more before my departure. Sensing the scent of intruders wafting through the air, Yethar unfurls his wings and nods slowly. As you wish, brother, let us soar and dance as dragons, immersed in the chorus of battle. Chapter 24. The betrayal of the ogre. The temperature in the Shacklerous desert fluctuates dramatically. The gravel beneath the night sky emanates a chill akin to icy shards, and the air carries a palpable coldness. Yet, for the mountain giant, seemingly composed of granite, and the immensely robust ogres, this is of little consequence. The mountain giant strides at the forefront, flanked by the ogre chieftain and the voodoo sorcerer. Nearly 20 ogre warriors follow closely behind, though their numbers are few. They are elite, mid-tier beings. Their approach is forceful and unmasked. Esteemed Lord Logunner, do you not require my spells to conceal our presence? Inquired the voodoo sorcerer in a gravelly voice. The mountain giant, arms crossed, gazes contemplatively at the serene desert oasis under the night-esque cloak and gently shakes his head. No need, they will not flee. Instead, they will advance upon us. The sorcerer, puzzled, responded, but we possess 3 high-ranking entities, and according to your information, the adversaries are merely juvenile dragons, not yet of high rank. Juvenile dragons do not flee from formidable high-ranking foes. The mountain giantess gaze hardened as he replied. You ogres, secluded in this barren desert, have scarce opportunities to encounter dragons throughout your lives. Yet I have lived under the yoke of dragons for over a decade. No one understands their nature better than I. Whether benevolent, malevolent, or neutral, the essence of their souls is inscribed with arrogance and pride. Faced with our humble intrusion, they will never choose to flee. As dominators of the multiverse, dragons possess an unparalleled hubris, and indeed, they have the credentials to justify it. Other species, no matter how powerful, face catastrophic fates if they are discovered to have slain their own kind by dragons. But that was in the past. Now, the internal strife among dragons escalates. Their hatred has coalesced against their kin in opposing factions, leaving them little time to concern themselves with other matters. Gradually, some beings have begun to defy dragon authority, stealthily hunting the weaker hatchlings. Under such circumstances, in an age still marred by the arrogance of the past, a young dragon, devoid of the protection of its elders, faces a perilously high mortality rate when targeted. How can you be so certain? The voodoo sorcerer questioned with a hint of skepticism. The great deity has bestowed upon me enlightenment, knowledge, and wisdom, the mountain giant replied with an air of calm certainty. It has also granted me divine arts beyond the imagination of mere mortals, he whispered to himself. As long as the arrogant dragon does not flee, our numbers and strength will surely lead to a successful hunt. With resolute strides, the mountain giant advanced toward the desert oasis, followed closely by a cadre of burly ogres. Yet, mere moments later, he halted, his gaze transfixed by the silhouettes of two dragons soaring through the night sky. One was a magnificent specimen, exceeding 10 meters in length, adorned with crystalline scales of mineral amethyst. Its horns and spines floated ethereally, suspended by psychic energy, reminiscent of the young amethyst dragon he had once encountered and bowed before. The other dragon, however, captivated the mountain giant entirely. This creature, approximately 5 meters in length, appeared to be a juvenile, its proportions flawless and seemingly crafted by the hands of a divine artist. Its iridescent scales shimmered with an enchanting glow, leaving a vibrant trail in the air as its wings sliced through the atmosphere. What a beautiful dragon, mused the mountain giant, even as one who lacked the aesthetic sensibilities of its kind. In that moment, he felt the profound beauty and extraordinary allure of this dragon, leading him to ponder whether not all dragons were deserving of disdain. Am I harboring a bias against dragons? He contemplated. I cannot let the torment I endured at the hands of malevolent dragons taint my view of all. Just a fleeting glance had begun to alter his perception. With a sharp slap to his own face, the stinging pain dispelled his fleeting admiration, and the intense hatred he harbored for dragons surged back. Such a terrifying allure. I was ensnared without realizing it. Regaining his composure, the mountain giant's thoughts twisted into a dark obsession. I must capture this dragon, make it my plaything, and force it to endure the humiliations I once suffered. With a thunderous stomp, he bellowed at the ogres, who had become entranced by the dragon's mesmerizing presence. You mindless fools, awaken. It has come to slay you. Yet, aside from the voodoo sorcerer, who quickly regained his senses, the other ogres, including their chief, remained oblivious, lost in a stupor of infatuation. Could this dragon be a mere illusion of seduction? No, even a succubus would not possess such captivating power. The ordinary ogres, consumed by thoughts of food, so much so that their tribe was named after a great meat chunk, found beauty in living beings far less enticing than a substantial bone. The effect of allure was minimal on them, yet it only deepened the sorcerer's resolve. With a firm grip on her cane, she took a deep breath and unleashed a piercing, heart-wrenching wail that jolted the ogres from their stupor. Concurrently, two dragons swooped down, circling above the heads of the mountain giant and the ogres. The amethyst dragon gazed down at the mountain giant, its voice cold and commanding. I have already granted you a chance at life, since you refuse to appreciate it. Let your demise be forever buried in this sea of yellow sands. To perish beneath the claws of a dragon would be your honor. The mountain giant grinned menacingly. Unfazed by the threat, faced with adversaries of a higher echelon, he brazenly reveled in their condescension, embodying the very essence of draconic pride. However, he retorted, I am no mere creature to be trampled upon. I am a dragon slayer. As he spoke, he spread his massive arms wide, as if embracing the very expanse around him. A colossal magical array unfurled, centered upon the mountain giant, instantly covering a radius of several kilometers. The spell was the aerial lock barrier. As a magical being, the mountain giant possessed innate spell-like abilities, and this barrier was a manifestation of his awakened powers upon ascending to greatness, crucial to his audacity in hunting dragons. In an instant, both Yethar and the amethyst dragon felt their bodies become unbearably heavy. No, it was not their own weight that had increased. Rather, the very sky seemed to constrict, repelling them downwards towards the earth. Within the confines of the aerial lock barrier, all creatures that had ascended from the ground experienced immense pressure, including the caster himself. Clearly, they had come prepared. This was akin to a seventh circle spell. Without the capacity to withstand such high-level magical pressure, the amethyst dragon and Yethar descended slowly to the ground. As their claws touched the surface, the oppressive force dissipated, and the mountain giant along with the ogres stood just a few hundred meters away, their eyes fixed intently upon the duo. If it were just me, standing my ground without retreat, I would surely fall. Alas, these foolish creatures remain oblivious to the true extent of my dragonkind's might. The amethyst dragon remained calm, unperturbed. The small rainbow dragon gathered its limbs gracefully, sitting elegantly on the ground, tilting its head with curiosity as it addressed the mountain giant. You seem utterly confident of victory. I am intrigued. What fuels your certainty? The mountain giant chuckled softly, responding, with me at the helm, alongside this horde of ogres, the absolute advantage in both numbers and life levels is my assurance. Yessa nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, your numbers are considerable. However, pausing slightly, Yessa smiled and continued. But how can you be so certain that you possess the upper hand in quantity? Gazing beyond the mountain giant towards the ogres, Yessa spoke. Ogres, I am unaware of what promises this giant has made to you, to incite such disrespect towards dragons. However, should you timely recognize the reality and shift your allegiance, I would be willing to forgive your insolence and commend your wisdom and courage. As he spoke, the small rainbow dragon unfurled its wings slightly, radiating an unparalleled, vibrant brilliance, exuding an irresistible charm. This was the third circle charm manipulation spell, transforming foes into allies. This spell was originally a coercive charm, but after Yessa's refinement, it can now be invoked based on one's own charisma, allowing adversaries to dissolve their hostility and become allies due to its alluring nature. Among them, the ogre chieftain and the voodoo sorcerer. Each ogre gazed into the vibrant reflections of their eyes, captivated by the resplendent charm of the dragon before them, which instilled an overwhelming sense of affection and trust within their hearts. Many even found themselves playing and frolicking together, growing and battling as though they shared memories of a childhood spent side by side, blurring the lines between illusion and reality. Eurolala yearned for the dragon's admiration, desiring to befriend the dragon rather than oppose it. Anyone who sought to harm Eurolala's friends would face dire consequences. The ogre chieftain, with his clear yet foolish gaze, could no longer contain himself. He suddenly launched a powerful flying kick from behind, catching the mountain giant off guard and striking its back, sending the colossal figure staggering forward for several steps before regaining its balance. In Chapter 25, Divine Arts, the voodoo sorcerer, torn between allegiance to the dragon and loyalty to the giant, felt a twitch in his eyelids and resolved his inner turmoil. Children, do not let the giant's lies blind you. It is the dragons we must respect and revere. Slay this mountain giant. The hungry ogres roared in unison, charging towards the giant. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. It seemed unnecessary for us to intervene. Yessa, even high-ranking ogres cannot withstand your charm. The amethyst dragon remarked with a hint of wistfulness. Such creatures, lacking in wisdom and easily swayed, must yield to my allure, even legendary beings. The little rainbow dragon lifted its head slightly, speaking without humility. An ogre battling a mountain giant is a rare spectacle. Let us observe this performance for a while. The amethyst dragon settled down, joining Yessa in the enjoyment of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, foolish ogres, awaken. I am your true master. The mountain giant bellowed in fury, kicking away several mid-ranking ogres that had approached. You are not. The ogre chieftain, like a cannonball piercing the air, leaped before the mountain giant, his exaggerated muscles rippling like steel, exuding a terrifying strength capable of shattering mountains. The air around his clenched fist warped with ripples as he struck towards the giant's head. Ogres are inherently known for their strength, and those who reach high ranks are among the elite, surpassing 90% of all biological races in raw power. Mindless fool. The mountain giant seethed with rage as it faced betrayal from its erstwhile allies. When the ogre chieftain's fist came crashing down, the giant did not retreat. Instead, it stepped forward, delivering a punch of its own. With a resounding crash, an unassailable force surged forth like a tidal wave. The ogre chieftain, swift to attack, was equally swiftly sent skyward by the giant's wrathful blow, blood streaming from its arm as bones pierced through skin, muscles torn extensively. In terms of strength, the mountain giant was indeed a formidable opponent, rivaling even dragons. Though the ogre possesses considerable strength, it pales in comparison to the might of the mountain giant. With a sweeping grasp, the ground's dust swirled like a torrent into the hands of the mountain giant, coalescing under the moonlight into a formidable war axe, its blade glinting with a chilling sharpness. The weapon, conjured through a spell-like skill, was unleashed with a thunderous intent. Die. The gravel axe, imbued with a weight akin to mountains, cleaved toward the airborne ogre chieftain, exuding an aura of ferocity that threatened to bisect him. Simultaneously, the voodoo sorcerer brandished his staff, which resembled a twisted cane. Bone-shattering vines. Dozens of serpentine black tendrils erupted from the sand, ensnaring the mountain giant's arm and momentarily halting his movements, causing his attack to miss its mark. Several ogres converged once more, raising their weapons, machetes, bone hammers, and iron rods, to strike at the legs of the mountain giant, sending shards of granite flying, fragments of the giant's own flesh. Two ogres, one following the other, leaped forth, thrusting spears and swinging axes toward the giant's stony form. Such tactics, employed during their hunts of high-tier creatures, had proven effective time and again, and the Great Meat Tribe had amassed considerable combat experience. The mountain giant roared, breaking free from the bone-shattering vines. With a powerful kick, he sent the mid-tier ogres sprawling. The gravel axe descended from above, cleaving through one of the leaping mid-tier ogres, bisecting him and showering the ground with blood and entrails. However, even amidst the onslaught of numerous ogres, including two high-tier foes, the mountain giant could not evade all attacks. With a piercing thrust, a spear struck true, embedding itself in the giant's cave-like body, and the ogre twisted it violently. The mountain giant's eyes widened in shock as he let out a frantic roar. He seized the ogre that had ambushed him and hurled it to the ground, his fury manifesting in a relentless barrage of stomps. The ground trembled as countless clouds of dust were kicked up. The mid-tier ogres were reduced to mere pulp, their mangled flesh and bones staining the yellow sand. The voodoo sorcerer's expression grew grave as he raised his staff, intricately tracing patterns in the air with his other hand. The blood and flesh of the fallen ogres disintegrated into sanguine liquid, which, as if drawn by an invisible force, splattered onto the mountain giant, forming intricate crimson patterns upon his body. Curse of blood. The once granite-like resilience of the mountain giant began to wane significantly. A mid-tier ogre's mace struck his leg, creating a deep indentation rather than merely displacing a few stones as before. Furthermore, some of the blood was splashed onto the ogre chieftain, whose injured arm began to writhe as flesh and bone audibly reformed at an astonishing rate. The mountain giant cast a glance at the voodoo sorcerer and abruptly lifted his foot, crashing it back down with ferocious intent. Earth spikes. With no warning, immense spikes of earth erupted from the ground, aimed at the vulnerable form of the voodoo sorcerer. As the thorn was about to strike its target, the voodoo sorcerer dispersed into a swarm of venomous mosquitoes and flies, deftly evading the fatal blow, only to reassemble at a distance into a normal form. "Oh, you wish to play tricks on me?" The voodoo sorcerer chuckled in a sinister, raspy tone. While ogres are predominantly dull-witted, occasionally they give rise to exceptionally cunning and malevolent beings, of which the voodoo sorcerer is a prime example. Blood for blood, my brothers, let us slay him. The ogre chieftain charged once more, seizing the opportunity as the mountain giant was preoccupied with his kin. He leapt, and, with a swift turn, delivered a powerful elbow strike to the giant's head. Boom! Chunks of granite and flesh erupted in a gruesome display. The mountain giant was sent soaring, tumbling across the ground in a series of rolls, carving deep furrows into the yellow sands. Simultaneously, the voodoo sorcerer unleashed spells inherited through his bloodline. A torrent of curses and diseases enveloped the mountain giant, rendering his form frail and brittle, his movements sluggish and clumsy, increasingly overwhelmed by the onslaught of the ogres. This giant is rather ineffective, one observed, primarily due to the presence of the voodoo sorcerer. If he cannot be vanquished swiftly, the threat posed by a single sorcerer outweighs that of all the ogres combined. A high-ranking dragon would have dispatched these ogres with ease. Yethar and the amethyst dragon commented with keen interest. Were a high-ranking dragon engaged, its superior magical resistance would diminish the sorcerer's spell efficacy, and the dragon's own formidable skills would far exceed those of the mountain giant, effortlessly obliterating swathes of mid-tier ogres. Among the various giant races, aside from storm giants, which can stand toe-to-toe with some dragons of equal rank, the others fall considerably short. Amidst the fierce battle, dust and debris filled the air, creating a murky haze. The ogre's raucous roars intertwined with the mountain giant's furious bellows. Damn it, how infuriating! I refuse to succumb to such humiliation. I have yet to exact my vengeance, and I cannot bear the thought of perishing beneath the onslaught of these ogres." The mountain giant's heart seethed with indignation. Although his strength waned, the fire of his wrath only intensified. As if ignited by his fury, the sacred emblem on the back of his hand flared to life, burning with a searing heat, akin to a red-hot iron, hissing as it fused deeply with the mountain giant's essence. Suddenly, a newfound power surged within him. "Thank you for your grace, my lord. Your humble servant shall repay with the blood and soul of a true dragon." The mountain giant rose abruptly, tilting his head back in a thunderous roar, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the surrounding ogres flying as if struck by a meteor, their flesh and bones scattering about. Simultaneously, an endless whirlwind of sand swirled around the mountain giant, dancing as if alive, coalescing around him, assimilating into granite-like flesh. With each passing moment, the mountain giant's form swelled in size, his presence growing increasingly formidable and terrifying, as the myriad wounds upon him were rapidly mended by the encroaching sands. It was as though he was reborn. Divine magic? This fellow turns out to be a priest of the divine, possessing hidden divine arts. Fortunately, he refrained from acting directly and allowed the group of ogres to engage first. Feeling the overwhelming pressure exerted by the mountain giant, the amethyst dragon's heart trembled with trepidation. With 2 more stages to go, it could be considered a minor challenge. It seems that in the end, intervention will be necessary. Yessa gazed at the mountain giant, musing silently. Chapter 26. Hymns and prayers. The shockwave unleashed by the mountain giant, while wielding divine arts, sent the surrounding ogres, who had been attacking him moments before, sprawling like dumplings, creating a plethora of varying depth craters upon impact. Even the ogres, known for their tough and resilient physiques, sustained considerable injuries from this blow. Though the mid-tier ogres appeared unscathed on the surface, their internal organs were severely impacted, resulting in painful eruptions of blood and internal fragments, rendering them nearly unable to stand. Several mid-tier 4th-stage ogres had succumbed to their injuries. The ogre chieftain, however, remained largely unscathed. Yet, upon witnessing his fallen kin littering the ground, his eyes ignited with fury, turning a vivid shade of red. Hissing like steam from boiling water, the chieftain exhaled wrathfully. The voodoo sorceress extended her slender, bony fingers, gesturing towards the ogre chieftain from afar. Bloodline frenzy. In an instant, the chieftain's veins, now a dark blue-black, writhed and expanded as if alive, shimmering with a glow akin to heated iron, forming an intricate web of crimson patterns across his body. "I shall slay you," he bellowed, his voice resonating with ferocity. With a slight bend of his legs, he propelled himself forward. Crash! A cloud of gravel erupted as the ogre chieftain launched himself like a cannonball, hurtling towards the mountain giant's visage. At that moment, the mountain giant, continuously absorbing and accumulating sand and stones upon his form, had grown to a towering height of 20 meters, resembling a skyscraper amid the vast expanse of yellow sands. Traitorous scum, he coldly regarded the ogre chieftain, raising his colossal hand to strike. Despite his seemingly massive and cumbersome form, the mountain giant exhibited agility surpassing that of the chieftain, anticipating his attack. With a vicious swipe, the giant's hand collided with the ogre chieftain. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed as the ogre chieftain was struck as if by a meteor, sent hurtling backwards at a speed greater than he had approached, crashing through layers of gravel and becoming buried beneath the yellow sands. The mountain giant lifted his foot and stamped down heavily, while the sands beneath him remained unchanged. The earth surrounding the chieftain began to shift as if animated by a primal force, compressing him deeply into the ground as if to entomb him. Wretched! As the chieftain's mother, the voodoo sorceress's pupils constricted in alarm. With a buzzing sound, she pivoted her body, transforming into a swarm of black-patterned serpents that burrowed into the earth. However, the sands that once yielded to her passage now, under the mountain giant's command, had hardened like steel, constricting around the serpentine forms of the sorceress. With a series of sickening squelches, one by one, the venomous serpents were reduced to mere pulp. The dwindling magic of the voodoo sorcerer compelled him to trespass into the domain ruled by the mountain giant, a decision lacking in wisdom. Mere seconds later, the earth fell into utter tranquility. Neither the ogre chieftain nor the voodoo sorcerer escaped. Both met their demise, entombed beneath the endless expanse of yellow sand. The remaining severely injured mid-tier ogres, witnessing the death of their leader, displayed expressions of terror and fury, some fleeing while others charged towards the mountain giant. Sinister, sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, impaling and shredding the ogres completely. Faced with the augmented powers of the mountain giant, the once dominant ogre faction was swiftly vanquished. The annihilation of this ogre horde stirred no emotion within Yethar and the amethyst dragon, although they fought and perished for their own sake. This was largely attributed to Yethar's enchanting influence. The ogres had initially come with the intent to slay dragons, even when swayed by the mountain giant's persuasion. Those harboring thoughts of dragon slaying were doomed in the eyes of the draconic beings, for the majesty of dragon overlords brooked no challenge from other species. The mountain giant would not succumb to my manipulation. I must take matters into my own hands. Turning his head, Yethar exchanged a glance with the young amethyst dragon, both recognizing the fervent battle spirit igniting in each other's eyes. "Let us fight side by side," they declared in unison. The amethyst dragon raised its head and roared, its psionic horns and spines pulsating vigorously, unleashing a rich wave of psychic energy that enveloped its entire being. Superstate gigantification. This was the most potent psychic ability mastered by the young amethyst dragon at this stage, allowing it to transform into various forms. Deep green vines emerged from beneath its scales, an array of vibrant flowers blossomed upon its surface, layering over its draconic body with woody patterns spreading throughout. The amethyst dragon's form rapidly expanded and transformed, and in the blink of an eye, it grew into a superstate wooden dragon, measuring over 20 meters in length, the most fitting shape to confront the mountain giant. However, despite both being over 20 meters, the superstate wooden dragon appeared comparatively smaller than the mountain giant. This was due to the proportion of the dragon's tail and body parts, which took up much of its length, while the mountain giant's stature was undeniably solid and sturdy, presenting a far more imposing presence when comparing height and length. "I shall twist your neck." Casting aside its war axe, which no longer suited its current size, the mountain giant charged forward, barehanded, its heavy footsteps reverberating through the ground. The superstate wooden dragon flapped its wings to accelerate, kicking up a whirlwind of dust as it rushed defiantly towards the mountain giant. As they approached within a few hundred meters, the superstate wooden dragon inhaled deeply, its chest swelling, and simultaneously opened its maw. Superstate spore breath. A multitude of spores, smaller than dust, coalesced into a breath of dragon fire, expelled from the wooden dragon's mouth. Some spores scattered upon the ground, swiftly taking root in the yellow sand, blossoming into flowers and vines, while the surrounding gravel turned a pale gray, resembling dust, as if drained of life. Faced with the spore breath of the hyperdimensional wood dragon, the mountain giant revealed a trace of trepidation in his gaze. He momentarily hesitated, preparing to roll aside to evade the impending threat. At that very moment, the small iridescent dragon, fixated on the mountain giant, suddenly raised its head and began to chant in an exquisite tone, with the breath of song, the progeny of dragons. The song commenced in the primordial world, birthed from chaos, adorned in beauty. It sings of the platinum Bahamut, shaping the vast seas and mountains into majestic forms. It sings of the myriad colors of Tiamat, painting the infinite tapestry with vibrant hues. Together they awakened from darkness, laboring in unison to create the world. This passage is a fragment from the sacred hymn of the dragon gods, chronicled in the Legacy of Dragons, reflecting the harmonious state between the primordial platinum dragon god and the immortal dragon queen, a time when enmity had yet to arise between them. Meanwhile, captivated by the enchanting and charismatic chant of Yethar, the mountain giant found himself momentarily entranced, unable to resist the allure of the melody even with the enemy before him. The charm of the incantation, a spell of bewilderment, imbued with an irresistible charm, made its target succumb to its enchanting call. The greater the charm, the more profound the effect. Incantations play a significant role in spells of enchantment, and the ultimate pinnacle of such is akin to a decree that manifests upon utterance, one of the most powerful forms of enchantment. The decree is the culmination of the incantation, and the incantation serves as its foundation. The mountain giant, lost in rapture, immersed in Yes's incantation, remained ensnared until the spore breath approached perilously close, awakening him to the imminent danger. How could a mere two-ring enchantment ensnare me to such an extent? He pondered, a weight settling in his heart. With the spore breath now nearly upon him, evasion was no longer an option. He could only cross his immense, sturdy arms before him. Chapter 27. Fierce Battle. Decapitation. The spore breath struck the mountain giant's arm directly. There was no dull thud, no resounding explosion, nor terrifying flames or frost. Only an overwhelming cascade of spores, densely falling upon the mountain giant, saturating his arms and other parts of his body. A wave of tingling numbness washed over him. The spores feasted upon the giant's essence, rapidly flourishing, breaking through his skin to blossom into vibrant, multicolored flowers and lush, verdant vines. Adorned with these flowers and vines, the mountain giant appeared considerably more beautiful. However, this newfound beauty came at a heavy price. His flesh and blood transformed into a pallid gray, crumbling into powder with every movement, rendering him exceedingly fragile. On the other side, the hyperdimensional wood dragon ceased its breath, advancing step by step towards the mountain giant. Within the confines of the airlock barrier, flying was prohibited. Yet the hyperdimensional wood dragon beat its wings, stirring currents of air that accelerated its approach toward the mountain giant. With its hind feet firmly planted, its sharp claws lunged toward the giant's head and heart. The ground is entwined with an abundance of vines, breaking through the surface and wrapping around the waist and limbs of the mountainous giant, taking root in the crevices of its rock-like form, absorbing its life force to nourish itself like spores. Hiss! Gravel coalesces into massive, sharp earthen spikes, unavoidable at such close range, piercing through the body of the superlative wooden dragon. While being drained of vitality by the flowering vines, the wooden structure is simultaneously impaled. Yet, neither exhibits any sign of retreat. Their spirits are ablaze with fierce roars, attacking relentlessly. Perish, Dragonkind. Giant. The talons of the superlative wooden dragon strike the surface of the mountainous giant, tearing apart its granite-like body, simultaneously embedding vast quantities of spores into the wounds, burrowing deeply within to corrode its essence. The giant's fists, like hammers, strike towards the superlative wooden dragon, with its terrifyingly augmented physique under the influence of divine magic. A direct hit could potentially revert the wooden dragon to its base form. However, the presence of Yethar looms. Multiple protective spells, each of the fourth tier, are instantaneously cast, continuously enveloping the superlative wooden dragon under Yethar's will. The protective spells counteract the force of the attacks. An imperceptible shimmer cloaks the wooden dragon, significantly diminishing the impact of pure physical assaults and offering a degree of reversal. The protective spell, Steel and Iron Body, causes the surface of the superlative wooden dragon to gleam with a metallic sheen, rendering its flesh, tendons, and bones harder than steel. The spell of enhanced physical resistance further amplifies this. The shimmer ripples as the giant's furious might is substantially diminished. The backlash from the spell causes intense pain in its palm, while the residual force lands upon the superlative wooden dragon, now fortified with steel and iron body and enhanced resistance. Boom! With a muffled thud, splinters of wood scatter, leaving two shallow craters. There is no pain, no discomfort. An unprepared casting, yet the giant does not resemble a sorcerer. Confusion and astonishment swirl within the mountainous giant. Sorcerers and spellcasters are not the same. As inherently magical beings, both dragons and giants are born sorcerers. Their class-based magical skills serve as evidence. The strength of a sorcerer lies in their ability to unearth potent magic from their own bloodline, essentially developing the innate skills of their biological race. Conversely, spellcasters often require extensive preparation to construct spells, which thus tend to surpass the innate talents of sorcerers in potency. Yes's actions shatter the giant's understanding of spellcasters. This seemingly youthful dragon can cast spells instantaneously, and the effects appear remarkably potent. The giant's emotions churn violently. It suddenly turns its head, malevolently fixing its gaze upon the diminutive iridescent dragon. Raising its foot, it stomps the ground. Flash! Jagged, sharp earthen spikes erupt from the earth, piercing through the delicate abdomen of the small iridescent dragon, impaling its entire form. Yet, Yethar, struck with a fatal blow, remains serene and unmoved by the onslaught. A gust of wind swept through, and the body pierced by sharp thorns resembled the fleeting bubbles upon the sea, akin to a mirage, dissipating into thin air. The elegant figure of Yethar crouched gracefully on the ground, appearing on the other side, maintaining a distant separation from the colossal mountain giant. The Three Rings illusion. A high-level phantasm could conjure an apparition possessing identical characteristics of voice, temperature, and warmth as its original form, capable of movement. Yet, upon being struck, the illusion would vanish. Begone! The mountain giant's fist crashed against the visage of the transcendent wood dragon, its force penetrating through layers of protective enchantments, causing the dragon's body to tilt violently and collapse to the ground. The mountain giant strode forward, intent on eliminating Yethar. However, before it could take more than a few steps, the dragon's tail, thick as a sturdy vine, lashed out, coiling around the giant's waist, pulling at its massive form. Huh! Cowardly and foolish giant, are you afraid to face me directly? As the tail ensnared the mountain giant, the transcendent wood dragon employed emotional manipulation, taunting it. One must first strike at the taunted target. Not only was the giant subjected to ridicule, but it also realized that unless it eliminated the dragon first, it could not escape its entanglement. Its countenance darkened, and its granite-like palm morphed with a crack into an axe blade, descending to cleave at the dragon's tail. Jaeger, having anticipated this move, narrowly withdrew his tail to evade the blow. The mountain giant pivoted, its heavy fist roaring down toward the body of the transcendent wood dragon. The dragon, undeterred, retaliated with claws laced with spore erosion, bolstered by its dragon siblings' protective spells and support. The earth trembled incessantly as the clash between dragon and giant sent clouds of yellow sand swirling into the air, shrouding the surroundings in a murky haze, leaving only the silhouettes of two titanic figures entwined in combat visible from afar. As time wore on, the injuries accumulated on the transcendent wood dragon, its regeneration faltering. In contrast, although the spores, flowers, and vines incessantly drained the mountain giant's vitality, it stood firm upon the ground, with an inexhaustible supply of sand gathering around it, replenishing its life force and mending its wounds. I stand as the majestic peak upon the earth. You shall ultimately be crushed by the mountain. The mountain giant's hand lunged toward the head of the transcendent wood dragon, its suddenly unfurling palm enveloped in thick threads of yellow light, exuding a powerful force of attraction. This maneuver was unexpected. The dragon could not evade in time and was ensnared by the giantess' grasp. As its fingers closed around the dragon's head, disregarding its struggles, the giant's other hand transformed into an axe blade, sweeping toward its neck. At that moment, Yethar, trailing behind with a cape shimmering like a rainbow, emerged at the back of the transcendent wood dragon, coming into the mountain giant's line of sight. Until then, Yethar had maintained a distance, creating an illusion in the giant's mind that it dared not approach. In truth, it was not a matter of fear in close combat. Rather, Yethar simply preferred not to engage in such encounters, perceiving them as somewhat lacking in elegance. However, in the midst of the chaotic struggle between the hyper-evolved amethyst dragon and the mountain giant, many powerful destructive spells could not be employed due to the proximity of their clash. Relying solely on defensive and supportive enhancements, Yethar found it insufficient to vanquish the mountain giant. Thus, he left behind an illusion to confound the giant while his true form stealthily approached. Their gazes locked, iridescent eyes meeting the giant's. The world is so beautiful, yet you exhibit such wrath. This is unseemly, Yethar remarked with a subtle smile. The spell of illusionary control extinguished the giant's fighting spirit. Yethar's charisma radiated, his words piercing the depths of the mountain giant's soul, like a clear spring soothing the raging fires of anger within. The axe aimed at the hyper-evolved wood dragon's neck halted midair, the giant's eyes flickering with intense turmoil as his body trembled. The influence of Yethar's control would not last long. The hyper-evolved wood dragon let out a low growl, dense vines erupting from its body, entwining the mountain giant like venomous serpents, binding them together. From a distance, Yethar lifted his dragon claw. With a sudden surge, it elongated dramatically, reaching a diameter of several meters, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen, the scales resembling resilient steel. Transformation spells localized for enlargement. Transformation spells for hardened scales. Transformation spells for immense strength. The transformation spells, capable of amplifying melee potency, were unleashed in a dazzling array by Yethar, causing his claw to grow to an exaggerated size, eclipsing the moonlight that fell from the night sky, enveloping the mountain giant's head. Yet, this was not the end. The radiance surrounding Yethar intensified, a brilliant glow converging upon his enlarged dragon claw. Light magic, 8th radiance wheel. Amplification of crimson light. A deep red wheel, akin to blood, manifested within his claw. Gripping the blood-red wheel, Yethar's colossal dragon claw descended with ferocity, tearing towards the mountain giant's neck. Instinctively sensing the imminent peril, the mountain giant broke free from the influence of the control, unleashing a furious roar. With a cacophony of crackling sounds, the vines were shattered. The mountain giant freed one hand, heavy as stone, to counter Yes's assault. The blood-red wheel, imbued with magical penetration, sliced through the mountain giant's arm with the ease of cutting through tofu, sparks and fragments erupting like molten lava. The giant's fist and arm were torn apart inch by inch. The blood-red will severed the entire arm, leaving no obstruction as the straight and vivid light flashed past the giant's neck. The mountain giant, with his other hand now free, clutched his throat, murmuring in refusal, a lava-like scar now trailing through his neck. Silence, Yessa commanded, as the eighth radiance wheel dissipated from his claw, which now grasped the mountain giant's head. Gently lifting it upward, the mountain giant's words were abruptly silenced. In this battle, which was not particularly arduous, Yessa reciprocated in kind, echoing the grandiose declarations of the mountain giant, as he severed its head and disdainfully discarded it upon the ground, finding it unsightly. Chapter 28. Dragon scale. Beneath the cold and vast expanse of the Shaklith Desert, the serene moonlight illuminated the scene, causing the wood-like patterns and structure of the supernatural wood dragon to vanish at a visible pace, swiftly transforming back into the form of the amethyst dragon. With a grin, he tenderly stroked the head of the mountain giant. Jaeger, unfazed by its ugliness, remarked, "A head from a high-ranking giant deity's priest is quite a remarkable trophy. If you find it distasteful, I shall gladly claim it." Young dragons generally develop a penchant for collecting trophies, though many items fail to capture their interest. However, in Jaeger's eyes, the head of this giant deity's priest, slain through a higher tier of combat, held considerable collectible value. Yet, the size of the head was somewhat overwhelming. The amethyst dragon gazed at Yessa, who, understanding the unspoken cue, employed a shrinking spell to adjust the head size to a more manageable proportion, which the young amethyst dragon joyfully grasped. Raising his gaze to the crescent moon hanging in the night sky, Yessa contemplated as he stroked the keratin layer at his chin. Pondering, a priest capable of wielding divine magic must have garnered the attention and approval of a deity. Would slaying a deity's priest not provoke divine retribution? The amethyst dragon shook his head, responding, merely a priest incapable of proving his worth. The deity would have no interest in avenging him. Pausing, a sense of draconic pride emerged on his visage as he added, moreover, which deity would be audacious enough to challenge the authority of the Dragonkind? Given the current state of the dragon god hierarchy, those deities wishing to reconcile the platinum dragon god and the immortal dragon queen would eagerly welcome any other deity to provoke our kind, preferably a high-ranking one. Alas, unless one is a foolish and chaotic deity, it is implausible for them to oppose the dragon god hierarchy at this juncture. In truth, aside from the dragon deities engaged in fierce combat, other deities in the present multiverse remain remarkably passive, observing and waiting for the opportune moment. The amethyst dragon scrutinized the mountain giant's head and mused. Furthermore, the deity he worshipped is most likely the god of the mountain giants, a malevolent being exiled to the abyss of exile, whose influence on the material plane is severely limited. The primary material plane adheres to stringent rules that prohibit the existence of beings above demigod status. Unless absolutely necessary, deities seldom descend to the primary material plane. They typically pursue their aims indirectly through their followers. In future encounters with other mountain giants, vigilance will be prudent. The primary material plane is the domain of our dragon kin, should a giant deity dare to descend. A multitude of ancient dragons would ensure they comprehend the might of our race, requiring no intervention from the dragon god. The act of slaying gods is a venture in which the audacious dragons would never hesitate. The amethyst dragon's words brimmed with draconic pride and a palpable disdain for other races. This reflects the genuine sentiments of the majority of dragonkind. Even amidst the ongoing civil war within their ranks, it is not a matter for other races to provoke or meddle in. Yessa remained non-committal on this issue, lacking the optimism of the amethyst dragon. In the era prior to their internal conflict, no ogre would dare to accompany a mountain giant in slaying dragons, unless divinely commanded. Yessa surmised that as the dragon civil war persisted, the pressure exerted on other races would diminish, leading to an increase in such audacious acts. With a barely perceptible shake of his head, he ceased his musings, recognizing that as a mere hatchling, he was powerless to effect any change. There was no need to dwell on the ravaged aftermath here. The eternal winds and sands of the Shakel's desert would eventually bury all remnants. As time passed, the nocturnal winds swept over the area, gradually concealing the ogres and the remnants of the giant's corpse. By the time the morning sun rose, the traces of battle would likely have vanished, as though nothing had ever transpired. With only the giant's head taken as a trophy, Yethar and the amethyst dragon returned to the oasis. When do you plan to venture into the outer plains? Yethar inquired beneath the sprawling branches of a red-leaved birch tree. The night breeze rustled the leaves, and after a brief silence, the amethyst dragon replied, "Once I have recuperated from the injuries inflicted by the mountain giant." This battle had further illuminated for the amethyst dragon the fact that Yethar no longer required her protection. The vast reservoir of spells, the formidable light magic, and the seemingly inexhaustible well of mental and magical energy displayed by Yethar during their combat were all noted by the amethyst dragon. Yethar nodded, refraining from further conversation. The night swiftly passed. On the following day, Yethar ventured out alone, passing by the site of his earlier battle with the mountain giant. He looked down, observing only the gently undulating gravel, glimmering with a faint golden hue under the morning light. Withdrawing his gaze, Yethar spread his wings and soared through the sky. With each powerful flap, vibrant colors erupted around him, leaving behind a long, rainbow-like trail. The sun gradually ascended, casting an elongated shadow of Yethar across the ground. As the desert sun began to bleed red at dusk, painting the sky with fiery hues, Yethar paused beneath a cascade of tiered clouds. Expelling a long breath, he gazed down upon the vast expanse of the desert, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Since his arrival in this world as a dragon, he had spent these years in close companionship with the amethyst dragon. Now that she was preparing to depart, it was unrealistic to claim his heart remained untouched by emotion. With renewed determination, Yethar soared again, choosing to dismiss his troubling thoughts. He danced through the clouds, the fierce winds brushing against his form, gradually whisking away his feelings of wistfulness. Given the circumstances, it seemed fitting to prepare a small farewell gift for Jaeger. The outer planes were far more perilous than the material plane. As night descended, Yethar returned to the territory of the oasis. At this moment, the amethyst dragon sat with its eyes tightly shut, coiled around its own body, while its ethereal dragon horns and spines floated and danced, emanating a unique spiritual energy frequency. It was attentively listening to the echoes of the plains, preparing for a journey to the outer realms. Without disturbing the focused and absorbed amethyst dragon, Yethar burrowed into a lush thicket, and after a rustling sound, emerged with several colorful, iridescent dragon scales that shimmered like rainbows. These scales were unmistakably Yethar's, albeit smaller than those adorning his own body. They were the scales that Yethar had shed during his slumber. Dragons, in fact, do not possess the habit of shedding scales. As they grow in their deep sleep, their scales grow alongside them. However, during this process, some damaged or loosened scales may fall off on their own, making way for new ones. Chapter 29. Scrolls and farewells. My scales are truly beautiful. Yethar mused, picking up a scale with delight. Using my scales as a medium, I should be able to create exquisite magical scrolls. Regardless of the medium, any object inscribed with magic can be referred to as a magical scroll. Scroll is merely a formal designation. Yethar pondered, attempting to create a magical scroll. As a dragon, he was inherently a treasure trove, lacking for nothing in terms of exceptional magical materials. In the realm of magic, the key spell for creating magical scrolls is known as the spell of magical constancy. Although complex, it belongs to a lower tier of spells, which Yethar had mastered with ease long ago. Subsequently, using spiritual energy to suspend the dragon scale before him, Yethar flicked out a sharp dragon claw. A sizzling red light concentrated at the tip of the claw, akin to a glowing crimson ember. Let us begin. Yethar's gaze sharpened, and like a heated branding iron, his fingertip pressed against the dragon scale, beginning to etch with deliberate care. With each meticulous stroke, intricate and elaborate patterns gradually appeared on the surface of the scale. Minutes later, with a sudden miscalculation, Yethar applied too much force, causing a line to pierce through the scale and disrupt the integrity of the design. It is a failure. Constructing a spell model in my mind is a simple task, yet engraving it onto a small scale requires exceptional focus and precision, which proved somewhat challenging. However, on the flip side, In light of such situations, I could employ magic to enhance my concentration and accuracy. An instinctive thought to resolve troubles with magic and navigate difficulties is the hallmark of a proficient spellcaster. Yethar had learned every spell documented in the inheritance that he was currently capable of mastering, amassing a repertoire beyond the wildest imagination of ordinary spellcasters. The only dilemma that lay before Yethar was how to employ the appropriate spell in the right circumstances. Let me contemplate. Spells from the Transformation School and those of the Artifice School would be quite suitable for creating magical scrolls, with heightened sensitivity, absolute focus, and mechanical thinking. 2 transformation spells and 1 artifice spell were constructed in succession, amplifying within Yethar himself. His mind immediately became exceptionally alert and concentrated, while his thoughts operated with the precision of a machine. Having replaced his dragon scale with a new one, Yethar meticulously inscribed intricate spells with the precision of a master artisan, perfectly replicating the arcane models etched in his mind. Over the course of several minutes, the model for the suppression of battle intent was flawlessly imprinted onto the iridescent dragon scale. As the duration of his amplification spell neared its end, Yethar exhaled deeply, the focus in his demeanor dissipating into a languid ease. Next, he would require his blood. With a pang of pain, Yethar sliced open his forearm, allowing droplets of vibrant, rainbow-hued dragon blood to cascade onto the engraved scale, where it spread along the etched patterns. In the very moment the dragon blood enveloped the final design, Yethar, having already cast the amplification spell upon himself, conjured the models for both the suppression of battle intent and the magical stabilization. A resonant hum filled the air as the radiant spell model coalesced, drawn together by the patterns outlined by the dragon blood, gradually merging with the scale. Eventually, the luminescence subsided, and the dragon blood vanished, leaving behind a scale imbued with magic and allure, suspended gracefully before Yethar. Merely gazing at it stirred no hint of battle fervor within him. Ordinary magical scrolls are typically single-use. However, with my dragon scale, my dragon blood, and my magic, this scroll can be utilized at least 10 times, with effects only slightly inferior to my own casting, Yethar mused. Although he had yet to test it, he surmised that his charm spell could influence even legendary beings, at the very least. The mountainous giants in a state of divine enhancement would not be immune to his charm. He resolved to craft additional charm spell scrolls. The more, the better. The night winds howled fiercely, rustling the trees that bordered the oasis, producing a symphony of whispers and sways. Yethar focused intently, continuing his creation of magical scrolls. Ever since his initial success, he had not faltered, and his speed of production had accelerated remarkably, from taking an hour to complete a scroll to merely a matter of minutes. Such progress was astonishing. As time slipped away, the moonlight waned, gradually fading into oblivion. When the sun began to rise, the first rays of dawn kissed the earth, filtered through the lush branches of the oasis cypress, casting dappled golden light upon Yethar. With a sense of satisfaction, he surveyed the array of dragon scale scrolls before him, each inscribed with different spells, and flicked his tail in delight. The spell for suppression of battle intent extinguishes the target's will to fight, robbing them of their desire for combat. The blessing of courage imbues the target with bravery, significantly enhancing their attributes and rendering them impervious to fear, intimidation, and despair. The touch of the fool diminishes the target's intelligence, reducing them to an abject state of foolishness. Lastly, the advanced confusion spell ensnares the target in a web of bewilderment, leaving them unable to decide their actions, mired in indecision and struggle. The spells primarily employed are those lacking direct lethality, as only such charms derive their efficacy from Yethar's charisma, allowing them to transcend a multitude of tiers to influence their targets. In addition to these entrancing spells, there lies a deep crimson dragon scale, exuding an aura of sharpness, intense heat, and penetrating power. This is indeed the eightfold light wheel in its state of red luminosity. Having gathered all the dragon scales, Yethar felt a twinge of fatigue and gently closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. The creation of magical scrolls demands unwavering focus and acute sensitivity. The toll taken this night far exceeds that of battling the mountain giants. 2 days later, all the psionic dragon horns and spines began to rotate midair, arranged in a peculiar circular pattern, the center radiating a unique resonance of dimensional echoes. Below, a rather comical sight presented itself. A purple crystal dragon, its surface bare, stood beneath the psionic ring. Brother, I have preserved these dragon scales for you. They embody my magic and will, ready to aid you in times of peril. Yethar entrusted his carefully prepared gift to the purple crystal dragon. My dear brother Yethar, I shall make good use of them. The purple crystal dragon replied solemnly with a nod. You have grown stronger than I. Now, the choice lies before you. Remain in the Shackler's desert or venture forth to explore the vast world beyond. Pausing for a moment, the purple crystal dragon stepped forward and gently nudged its head against Yes's helm. The path ahead is yours to tread. I hope that one day I may hear of the legends you forge in the outer planes. At that time, I shall proudly declare that this legendary dragon is my blood-related brother. Having spoken, the purple crystal dragon, reluctant to linger too long, resolutely turned away. Brother, take care. May all go smoothly for you in the outer planes. And may you turn danger into safety, receiving fortune's favor and grace in every circumstance. Yethar offered this heartfelt blessing. After receiving the iridescent dragon's blessing, a peculiar sensation stirred within the purple crystal dragon, causing it to momentarily hesitate before nodding earnestly and leaping into the dimensional ring formed by the psionic dragon horns and spines. In an instant, the center resembled a whirlpool, and the purple crystal dragon vanished from sight. The spines and dragon horns that constituted the dimensional ring soon followed, disappearing from Yes's view. All returned to tranquility. The wind and sand rustled against the branches, producing a sound both clamorous and solitary. With the departure of his beloved brother, Yethar felt deeply that his dragon life was poised to enter a new phase. This transformation filled him with a blend of anxiety and excitement, the latter emotions tinged with anticipation. Chapter 30. The cactus fairy Yethar, still harboring no thoughts of leaving the Shackler's desert, remained alone in the territory of the desert oasis. Indulging in feasting, sleeping, and playing, he continued his studies of light and magic as a dragon, gradually growing accustomed to the absence of his brother as time wore on. Thus, over the course of 3 months, time passed in the blink of an eye. The Shackler's desert during the day remained oppressively hot, the sun casting its radiant glow and high temperatures sweeping across the land, causing the air to shimmer unnaturally. Aside from the drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night, there were no discernible seasonal changes here. Your Majesty, the esteemed and beautiful Yethar, your dragon scales have become increasingly resplendent. Oh, it is our utmost honor to cleanse your magnificent scales. We are truly fortunate. A dozen or so cactus fairies flit about with their diaphanous wings, praising Yethar as they diligently wipe away the dust and sand, enhancing the already dazzling brilliance of the dragon's scales. Each fairy stands approximately 5 centimeters tall, adorned in delicate green gauze skirts with fine spines adorning their bodies. While they may pale in comparison to Yethar, they possess their own charm. Feeling the solitude of being a lone dragon, Yethar conjured these enchanting creatures, perfectly suited to the desert environment. A towering cactus at the edge of the oasis serves as their mother, while Yethar is regarded as their father. Little ones, who is the most beautiful, handsome, and captivating creature in this world? Yethar squints, relishing the fairy's ministrations, her tail swaying contentedly as she inquires. Of course, it is you, our revered father, our magnificent Yethar. The cactus fairies jubilantly respond. But how do you compare to the fabled goddess of beauty? In the midst of this conversation, the young dragon rolls over, exposing its belly. The fairies swirl around, meticulously cleaning the crevices of its scales, responding without hesitation. How could the goddess of beauty compare to you? No one can rival your splendor. Yethar chuckles heartily, opening her eyes. You have never seen the goddess of beauty. How can you be so certain? No need to see. The goddess cannot possibly compare to you. No one can overshadow your brilliance. The fairies earnestly reply, sticking out their tongues in playful agreement. In their eyes, Yethar, the creator of their kind, is the epitome of glory and greatness. The goddess of beauty? They have no knowledge of who she might be. The little fairies provide immense emotional value, and Yethar nods in satisfaction, saying, You may disperse. Feel free to rest or play as you wish. Cleaning the vast body of the dragon is indeed a formidable task for the diminutive fairies, yet they relish every moment. We do not require rest. Serving you is our greatest desire. Not a single cactus fairy wishes to roam freely. This is an order, Yethar asserts, her demeanor turning serious. Her charm is so potent that, without a commanding directive, they would toil endlessly. The fairies, unwilling to defy her, reluctantly withdraw their tiny hands from Yes's scales and scatter, Some retreat to the towering cactus that birthed them to rest, while others chase butterflies and wild bees through the thickets and woods, reveling in play. It is yet another tranquil and beautiful day. Yessa finds such days quite agreeable. Stretching leisurely, she gracefully strides to the riverbank, gazing down at the rippling surface of the water, locking eyes with her reflection. The beauty of this dragon remains undiminished from yesterday, and indeed, it grows ever more radiant. With satisfaction, she withdraws her gaze. Taking a moment to admire her own beauty, Yessa delves into the study of magic, deepening her comprehension and perception of light. When the clock strikes noon, and the sunlight in the shackless desert blazes at its most intense, Yessa ascends into the sky, her wings gracefully beating as she embarks on a leisurely hunt from the oasis. The act of hunting seems too arduous for the cactus fairies. As for the notion of acquiring other followers, Yessa has entertained such thoughts, albeit with certain prerequisites. Recently, a tribe of gnolls migrating through the desert chanced upon Yessa and were awestruck, perceiving her as a celestial dragon. These creatures, possessing a trace of dragon blood, fervently beseeched Yessa to accept them as her followers. However, Yessa declined. It was not due to the gnolls' diminutive stature or their raucous nature. After all, these beings, inherently more capable than mere cattle, could indeed be quite useful. The crux of the matter was their utter lack of aesthetic appeal. Yessa had no desire to witness a congregation of unsightly beings flitting about her presence. If she were to take on followers, her foremost demand was that they must not be overly unattractive, a request that is hardly unreasonable. After all, dragons are known for their discerning sense of beauty. Even a gnoll, if adorned with clean scales, a long tail, and a lustrous coat, could potentially be deemed acceptable in the eyes of a dragon. However, creatures dwelling in the desert, save for dragons who can withstand harsh environments, often bear the marks of adversity, having endured relentless sun and fierce competition for scarce resources, resulting in forms that are grotesque and unsightly. With the growth of her own power, Yessa's range of activities has expanded significantly. When she ventures out to hunt, it is not solely to procure sustenance, but also to witness the broader vistas and hone her proficiency in various magical arts. After all, the multitude of spells she commands necessitates practice to achieve a harmonious mastery. In pursuit of a ferocious eagle with a wingspan nearing 20 meters, Yessa unleashes a barrage of formidable energy manipulation spells upon it. The eagle, adept in its aerial maneuvers, nevertheless finds itself beleaguered by Yessa's spells of confusion, slumber, and weakness. Its wing beats growing feeble, unable to evade the onslaught. Lightning pierces its wings, fireballs strike its visage, and wind blades graze its neck. In an instant, this creature, a formidable sixth-tier being, plummets to the ground like a bird with broken wings, its life force extinguished amidst the golden sands. For Yessa, mid-tier beings pose no challenge. Contemplating her own status as a mere fourth-tier being, she muses whether it is time to practice her magic against higher-tier creatures. The taste of the ferocious eagle should prove delightful. She sees no reason to waste it. Yessa retracts her wings and descends toward the spot where the eagle has fallen. Having plummeted from thousands of meters and suffered from magical assaults, the ferocious eagle's life essence has completely dissipated, lying in a massive depression in the sand. Deep crimson eyes. Yessa's dragon eyes transformed into a texture akin to rubies, gazing at the ferocious azure eagle's wings, anticipating its delectable flavor. Suddenly, he squinted, turning his gaze backward. A cacophony of awkward draconic sounds, reminiscent of barking dogs, erupted simultaneously. Who dares to tread upon the sacred ground of the true dragon? As the most loyal servants of the Dragonkind, we shall expel all intruders. O ignorant trespassers, your words remain unspoken. From the shadow beneath a towering sand dune, a group of goblins emerged, staring in astonishment at the resplendent Yessa. Yessa recognized them. It was the same group of goblins that had previously wept and begged to become his followers, only to be dismissed and driven away. However, as he caught a whiff of their scent, he detected the essence of other dragons upon them. It seemed they had finally found a dragon to follow, he mused. Meanwhile, the goblins shouted in ecstatic delight. O magnificent true dragon, your radiance outshines the sun and moon. Have you come to embrace us? We wish to be your loyal subjects. No dragon is more worthy of our devotion than you. We are prepared to sacrifice our lives for you, to give you everything. The goblins bowed low, enraptured by Yessa's unparalleled charm, entirely forgetting that they were already bound to another. The air thickened with the burgeoning might of the dragon. Yethar narrowed his eyes, leaving behind an ethereal illusion of himself while he quietly vanished. Boom! Atop the dune, yellow sand erupted suddenly, and a cloud of debris surged skyward, enveloping a dragon's silhouette as it soared into the heavens. Chapter 31. The Strange Brass Dragon Whoosh. The dragon's silhouette ascended with such speed that Yethar could hardly keep up. As it halted and hovered in the sky, Yethar finally discerned its form. Similar to himself, it possessed the rare feature of 3 pairs of dragon horns, and its scales, resembling brass, glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sun, interspersed with hints of yellowish-brown. The creature emitted an aroma reminiscent of dry metal and sand, its broad, powerful wings with sharp fringes extending down to its tail, while its eyes looked down like molten metal orbs. It was a male brass dragon. Few dragons prefer the arid, scorching desert environment, and brass dragons are among them, most numerous in the shackless desert, alongside blue dragons. This brass dragon measured about 6 meters in length, suggesting it was a young dragon. However, what struck Yethar as peculiar was the ring of black scales encircling the dragon's neck, resembling a natural necklace, drawing attention. A metal dragon without parental protection likely shares a fate similar to mine, Yethar pondered. Metal dragons value bloodline ties even more than gemstone dragons and would not allow a young dragon to roam alone. Meanwhile, the brass young dragon's eyes brimmed with wariness and vigilance, regarding its kin who had stirred the commotion among its followers. A kaleidoscope of vibrant colors and resplendent brilliance captivated the eye at first glance. Like crystal, like gemstones, like agate, the scales of the dragon shimmered with a dazzling radiance, reflecting a dreamlike glow under the sunlight. Such beauty seemed utterly incongruous with the vast desert, as if it belonged to an entirely different realm. Even among males, the brass dragon found itself momentarily taken aback, and after contemplating its words, remarked, "You are truly impressive in appearance." This was the first time Yethar had received such a compliment regarding his looks. However, the admiration from the opposite sex paled in comparison to the validation from one's peers. Yethar nodded slightly in acknowledgement and returned the compliment, saying, "Indeed, you have discerning taste." At that moment, the brass dragon noticed a group of goblins kneeling before Yethar in reverence. "Useless creatures," it snorted, releasing a few sparks of fire from its nostrils. Suppressing its innate fondness for Yethar, the dragon curiously yet threateningly inquired, "What spell have you cast to control my minions? I warn you, dispel it at once. This is an affront to me." "Spell? You greatly overestimate the loyalty of your minions," Yethar replied, shaking his head. "I have employed no magic. They approached of their own accord." Under the influence of his charisma, his words pierced the heart with ease, earning him trust. The brass dragon's fondness rekindled, and emboldened by its own strength, it abandoned its wary demeanor and swooped down from the sky to the ground in a heartbeat. The speed was astonishing, leaving Yethar with the impression that the dragon had merely blinked and suddenly descended. Such abnormal swiftness indicated that this brass dragon was no ordinary young dragon. Fortunately, neither was Yethar a typical dragon. Recognizing no malice in the other, Yethar, not one to instigate conflict, offered a slight smile as a gesture of goodwill. The little dragon's smile was truly enchanting. Surely, it was a noble dragon. Perhaps a potential friend. The brass dragon's fondness intensified, and with a playful blink, it could not resist engaging in conversation. "It seems it is not your fault. These sycophantic goblins are indeed untrustworthy. Alas, the harsh desert environment has not introduced me to any other intelligent species worthy of being my minions. Compared to goblins, I would prefer robust ogres or cunning and vigilant gnolls as companions. Sigh, for now, these foolish goblins will have to suffice." As Yethar listened to the dragon's lengthy discourse, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Upon seeing the brass dragon, records from his heritage surfaced, emphasizing that brass dragons were notably loquacious, often to the point of being verbose. When confronted by enemies, their first instinct was typically to engage in dialogue rather than battle. The alignment of brass dragons was chaotic good. In many instances, they would restrain their foes, compelling them to endure their incessant chatter until their need for conversation was sated before either dispatching or graciously releasing them. "By the way, what kind of minions do you prefer?" The brass dragon mused aloud after its lengthy soliloquy, directing the question at Yethar. Yethar chose silence, refraining from uttering a word. The ancient teachings advised that when confronted by the discourse of a brass dragon, It is prudent to remain indifferent, otherwise, one might find themselves ensnared. However, to Yes's astonishment, even in his reticence, the brass dragon continued, I surmise you must have an affinity for aesthetically pleasing companions, given your own formidable appearance. Yet, what manner of dragon are you? The teachings bear no record of your kind. Are you a gem dragon, a metallic dragon, a chromatic dragon, or perhaps an aberrant dragon? Allow me to share a secret. I too am an aberrant dragon. The strength of our kind is significantly attributed to the unique gifts possessed by aberrant dragons. Alas, we are currently amidst a civil war. Otherwise, aberrant dragons would undoubtedly receive ample care. The conversation meandered from companions to aberrant dragons, and thence to civil strife. The rapidity and breadth of the topics captivating Yes's attention. Indeed, the profundity of the teachings was on the rise, unless one were a brass dragon inclined towards conversation. It would be wise to avoid encounters with others of their kind. As Yes's thoughts drifted, the brass dragon's discourse had veered into unknown realms. Ultimately, it pivoted once more, addressing Yessa with a friendly overture. Ah, you are alone in the world, bereft of elder protection, are you not? Surely, you share a fate akin to mine. Having long lost your parents, a solitary dragon must find existence rather dull, devoid of even a conversational companion. Why not join me? You can keep me company, and I shall provide you with protection. Though I am still young, I am quite formidable. Even juvenile dragons may find me a challenge. And should I encounter a white dragon, I believe I could hold my own against them, leaving them with a mouthful of regrets. At this point, the brass dragon finally ceased its incessant chatter, turning to Yessa, awaiting a response. How curious it seemed, as if they were already acquainted, despite Yessa's lack of engagement. He shook his head slightly, realizing that possessing an excessive charm could lead to unforeseen complications. Merely standing in silence, without uttering a word, appeared to elevate the dragon's favor towards him. Nevertheless, this creature exuded an air of confidence, able to contend with juvenile dragons, to challenge young white dragons. Yessa harbored doubts, suspecting that the brass dragon was exaggerating to win his trust. After all, not everyone possessed the capability to confront their kin as he did. Who are you to presume you are my equal? Yessa thought. I prefer solitude. As the ethereal projection dissipated, Yessa's true form soared thousands of meters away, seeking to distance himself from the loquacious brass dragon, wishing to evade entanglement. He unfurled his wings, glancing back to see the brass dragon forlornly remaining behind, not pursuing him. With a barely perceptible shake of his head, he prepared to return to the oasis in the desert. At that moment, Yessa's gaze sharpened, sensing an anomaly in the surrounding air. The temperature was plummeting rapidly. A chilling aura, potent enough to seemingly freeze time, surged forth, enveloping the entire sky. The sun's rays lost all warmth, as though they too were encased in frost, leaving the dragons to feel an unmistakable chill creeping upon them. On the earth, layers of frost crackled into formation, enveloping the gravel beneath. Beneath the sky, icy snowflakes were birthed from the air, accompanied by the sharp, biting cold wind sweeping across the desert. What was happening? It was not just Yessa. Nearly all creatures of the Shackler's desert had sensed this terrifying transformation. Suddenly, Yessa looked up at the heavens. The sky had seemingly morphed into a colossal vortex, its chaotic waves of space shattering like a mirror, releasing a dreadful chill. Then, under Yessa's astonished gaze, two colossal dragon shadows, one frosty white and the other shimmering silver, entwined with each other, emerged violently from the spatial maelstrom, exuding an ancient aura. The overwhelming flames of war and the chilling cold that froze everything, coupled with the terrifying might of dragons, instantly enveloped millions of square kilometers of the Shackler's desert. In the distance, the ancient dragons loomed. An unimaginable coldness and dragon power made Yessa's teeth chatter slightly, his pupils constricting as he summoned every protective spell he knew. Above, two great dragons faced off. One lacked horns, had a shorter snout, and its body was covered in pure white scales, cold as frost, with thick, rugged spines and spikes adorning its chin, head, and back, a massive claw mark marring its visage, leaving one eye blind. The other, with a pair of majestic silver horns curling elegantly, bore scales that glimmered with the sheen of precious mithril, exuding a noble and divine metallic luster. Its long, lustrous tail and muscular limbs were balanced and graceful, though its right wing bled profusely from a gaping wound. An ancient white dragon faced off against an ancient silver dragon. These demigod dragons, capable of reigning over the material realm, had clashed from some other plane or world, arriving on the Solando planet, in the Shackler's desert. Such occurrences were not unprecedented in the wake of escalating civil conflict, though they remained rare. Yethar had not anticipated this encounter. His own parents, the Amethyst Dragons, had perished in the crossfire of an ancient dragon conflict. For the glory of Bahamut, you, wicked white dragon, shall fall beneath my claws, roared the ancient silver dragon, its voice resonating like a thunderous bell. With a mighty sweep of its colossal wings, spanning thousands of meters, it summoned forth a blizzard of silver, seemingly capable of freezing every silver-white tempest in the heavens as it surged toward the ancient white dragon. For the immortal Tiamat, you metallic dragons, who chant hollow slogans of justice, may you perish utterly. Both dragons, rooted in the essence of cold, were unwilling to yield. The ancient white dragon retaliated with a flurry of wings, conjuring a storm of frost. The silver tempest and the frost storm became the dominant hues of the sky, obscuring all that Yethar could see. In this grand battle, time itself seemed to slow. He watched as the two storms collided, their impact echoing with a resounding boom. A relentless wave of frigid air erupted from the moment the tempest collided, infused with ice crystals that harbored the primordial power of dragons, radiating with the intent to engulf the entire Shackle's desert. In an instant, a blinding whiteness filled Yethar's field of vision, saturated with the perilous chill. The brass dragon and the dog-headed beings pleading for forgiveness were the first to be consumed by this icy tempest. Yethar took a deep breath, calming his mind, and hastily conjured protective magic. A multitude of spells enveloped him: dragon resistance, frost resistance, elemental protection, shielding, and a minor spell nullification barrier. Yet, this was not the end. Crimson light flickered in his eyes as he let out a low growl, concentrating his essence, commanding the red aura to encircle him, forming a diminutive realm of deep crimson. The next moment, the icy surge crashed upon him, engulfing Yethar. The sound of sizzling echoed like cold water splashing onto molten iron, as the rounded crimson domain resembled a small sun suspended in a world of ice and snow, defiantly radiating warmth and light, warding off the chill. However, the greatest danger within this tempest was not just the low temperature. A sharp, ancient dragon-infused ice crystal tore through the crimson realm, slicing through layer after layer of Yethar's protective spells, embedding itself deeply into his chest. Had he not already been significantly weakened, this crystal could have pierced through his formidable draconic physique. This was but a mere remnant of the fierce battle of ancient dragons. The cold wave surged, and amidst the perilous shards of ice, spikes, and deadly icicles, Yethar dared not to be complacent. With his wings flapping vigorously, he maneuvered his body, striving to evade the onslaught, and when evasion was impossible, he braced himself against the critical points, relying on his crimson realm and protective spells to withstand the assault. In such dire circumstances, who would care for my breathtaking beauty and extraordinary charm? Under the overwhelming might of a demigod, I felt minuscule. Beauty and allure were mere embellishments, while true power was paramount. Yethar felt akin to dust in a tempest, a solitary vessel amid a storm, precariously teetering on the brink of annihilation. This feeling of helplessness ignited within him a profound yearning for strength. Simultaneously, a silhouette of a brass dragon emerged from the swirling white tempest, coming into Yethar's view. It was the brass wormling, desperately fleeing from the center of the cold wave, heading towards Yethar's vicinity. The young dragon flew with remarkable speed, weaving through the icy torrents, swiftly catching up to Yethar. "Stay close to me. I will lead you away from here," the brass dragon said solemnly, glancing at Yethar as it passed by. As it flapped its wings, the ring of black scales around its neck emitted a unique, imperceptible wave that Yethar could nonetheless sense. The tumult of the cold wave began to slow, and the speed of the mixed ice crystal shards diminished significantly. No, it is not that the cold wave has slowed. Rather, I have accelerated, becoming as swift as the brass dragon. Yethar felt a surge of astonishment. Beside the brass dragon, he entered a state of heightened velocity. His speed multiplied exponentially. Blessings of the wind. Yethar cast upon himself a spell enhancing his swiftness, which remained effective even in this accelerated state. In an instant, he surpassed the brass dragon. Realizing that this acceleration could synergize with magic, under the astonished gaze of the brass dragon, Yessa invoked the speed of the eagle, light as a feather, and the wings of the tempest, conjuring multiple acceleration spells simultaneously affecting both himself and the brass dragon. Whoosh! The fusion of magic and this peculiar state of acceleration elicited a unique chemical reaction, and the two dragon silhouettes racing side by side surged forth at a velocity akin to a rainbow, a stream of brass-like brilliance, piercing through the frigid storm. As they distanced themselves from the battleground of the ancient dragons, the cold wave gradually weakened, and the burdens borne by Yessa and the brass dragon began to lighten. At that moment, a roar reminiscent of thunder reverberated through the heavens. Boom! Accompanied by a tremor that shook the earth. A collision between the ancient white dragon and the ancient silver dragon caused their icy crystals to shatter extensively, scattering throughout the space. Unfortunately, a massive, blood-stained ice crystal, akin to a small mountain, hurtled directly toward Yessa and the brass dragon. Unlike the ice crystals birthed from previous icy tempests, this crystal had directly grown from the frost-bitten body of the ancient white dragon. Its speed was formidable, emitting waves of extreme frost that froze everything in its vicinity, rendering Yessa and the brass dragon cold to the bone, as if their very blood were on the verge of freezing, their movements becoming stiff and sluggish. Today would be a trial. Realizing evasion was impossible, Yessa took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with a deep crimson hue. The crimson domain expanding and enveloping both himself and the brass dragon, while simultaneously casting layered protective spells, preparing to confront the ancient dragon's frost-laden ice crystal. The passage of time seemed to slow. Gazing at the massive, blood-stained frost crystal, Yessa was uncertain whether the crimson domain and protective spells could withstand its force. Chapter 33. Reflections. As he expanded the crimson domain, Yessa heard the heavy breaths of the brass dragon. Turning his gaze, he beheld the brass dragon tilting its head back in a roar, its wings stretching to their utmost limit. Buzz! An imperceptible wave of energy erupted once more, expanding to a scale comparable to that of the crimson domain. Simultaneously, Yessa was astonished to observe that everything within the realm of flying snow, ice crystals, and frigid winds ceased its motion, completely suspended in midair, even the frost-laden ice crystallizing before Yessa and the brass dragon. Has time come to a standstill? Yessa's heart raced as he finally discerned the nature of the power exerted by the brass dragon, time itself. The previous acceleration and the current cessation were both manifestations of temporal alteration. This sensation of fluctuation felt so familiar, as if he had encountered it before. It dawned upon him. In the depths of my luminous perception, I have experienced a similar awareness, stemming from light that transcends conventional understanding. Indeed, who is to say that time is not a form of light? Perhaps, in the future, I too shall master time. Yessa's thoughts began to diverge gently. Yet before he could delve deeper into his contemplations, he observed the scales on the brass dragon's body starting to fracture and crumble, extending like forked lightning. With cracks resembling a spider's web, a portrait of unbearable strain, it became evident that he could not sustain the stasis for much longer. Realizing this, Yessa stepped forward, folding his wings, retracting the entire crimson domain, concentrating the tangible deep red luminescence upon his wings. The pair of dragon wings now appeared as blood-red as the fiercest tempest. With a deep inhalation, Yessa's wings of crimson light suddenly unfurled, and with a powerful sweep, he unleashed. The sanguine radiance detached from his wings, coalescing to a focal point, transforming into two blood-red halos exceeding 10 meters in diameter, imbued with searing heat and a piercing intent to cut through all. In that instant, they sliced through the frigid frost. Simultaneously, the temporal stasis came to an end. Time resumed its flow, the icy tides surged forth, the immense frost crashed down, laden with the power to freeze all ancient dragons, rendering Yessa and the brass dragon stiff and unable to evade. If one were to inquire of Yessa what true courage is, he would respond, it is to maintain grace in the face of pressure, despite the bone-chilling cold. Yessa quivered as he raised two dragon fingers, striving to keep his composure, and snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, the frost shattered along the cruciform red lines, breaking into 4 pieces that shot off in different directions, leaving Yessa and the brass dragon perfectly unscathed at the center. Elegance, indeed, is timeless. As the frost receded, warmth returned to the bodies of Yessa and the brass dragon. Thunderous roars resonated once more from the heavens above. Beneath the wings of the ancient dragon, The world seemed to tremble. A sudden shiver coursed through him, and without a second thought for maintaining his elegance, Yethar swept his dragon wings and took flight. The brass dragon following suit. Neither dared linger, providing cover for one another as they soared swiftly away from the battlefield where the ancient white and silver dragons clashed. Navigating through perilous circumstances, Yethar and the brass dragon gradually approached the edge of the ancient dragon's combat zone. Here, the air remained frigid, yet the terrifying, piercing cold had dissipated. Yethar exhaled deeply, the tension that had gripped him finally easing, as he gazed anxiously at the swirling frost and the vast white expanse. Who could have imagined that just moments ago, this place was dominated by desolation and the oppressive heat of the desert? The battle between ancient dragons had directly reshaped the environment, transforming the desert into a polar landscape. Ah, we are all extraordinary dragons, youthful yet powerful, indeed. We make a splendid pair. Though we faced near death from the turmoil of the ancient dragon battle, we emerged unscathed with ease. At this moment, the brass dragon's joyous voice resonated beside him. Having endured and traversed the perilous brink of life and death together, the brass dragon's fondness for Yethar surged anew, and deep within, it had already come to regard him as a friend. Naturally, it stepped closer, ready to unleash a torrent of words. In a timely manner, Yethar conjured a spell, casting a silence upon the brass dragon. As the dragon opened its mouth to speak, it was astonished to find itself unable to utter a sound. Frustrated, it glared at Yethar, extending its clawed toe to gesture towards him and then to its own mouth, imploring Yethar to lift the enchantment. In the realm of magic, the brass dragon was vastly inferior to Yethar. Resorting to violence to compel Yethar to release the spell was not an option, and unless it waited for the silence to dissipate, it found itself at a loss for alternatives. The spell would wear off in a few minutes. Yethar lifted his gaze, peering into the distant heavens, where two ancient dragon silhouettes clashed with cataclysmic force. Let us remain quiet for a moment and witness the ancient dragon battle. Such opportunities are rare. Though only barely able to see the two titans, the brass dragon flicked its tail and likewise raised its head towards the sky. The ancient dragons continued their fierce struggle, accompanied by roars that resonated with primal energy, as dragon blood and shattered scales rained down from the heavens. Initially engaged in ranged combat, the two ancient dragons had now closed the distance. Claws, fangs, wings, and tails, every part of their massive forms served as weapons. Entwined in a tumultuous embrace, each collision causing the very sky to tremble. Bang! The frost-laden silver claws of the ancient silver dragon struck towards the head of the ancient white dragon. The white dragon exhibited a beastly instinct and combat style, deftly evading the silver dragon's assault while lunging forward to bite, managing to sink its teeth into the silver dragon's horn. Die, wicked white dragon! The ancient silver dragon roared, its claws coalescing with icy spikes that pierced deep into the white dragon's chest, striking its heart. With a resounding crack, the white dragon's eyes glowed crimson as it bit fiercely, severing one of the silver dragon's horns, simultaneously pummeling the silver dragon with its claws, sending it sprawling. The silver dragon's claw withdrew from the gaping wound in the white dragon's chest, and its frigid blood fell from the heavens, gathering as if alive, coalescing into a translucent blood crystal midair, plummeting towards the vast, snow-white expanse below. The severed horn of the silver dragon soared high, tracing a silvery arc, descending alongside the blood crystal. The eyes of both ancient dragons were filled with murderous intent as they locked onto one another. One, horn severed and drenched in blood. The other, with a grievous wound in its chest, equally stained with crimson. Ultimately, the white dragon bore the more severe injuries. Should the battle continue, it might meet its demise here. Realizing this, the ancient white dragon suddenly turned, its wings creating a portal of space in front of it, diving within. The ancient silver dragon growled lowly, following the spatial disturbance to conjure a portal of its own, pursuing relentlessly into the void, vanishing from sight. Thus, the two ancient dragons had descended abruptly and departed just as swiftly. Only transformed by their presence, the landscape has morphed into the desolate shackless desert, littered with countless cold corpses, victims of the lingering cold wave, silently attesting that their arrival was no mere illusion. As the gaze shifted from the dragon horn and blood crystal, a thought seemed to cross Yethar's mind, his expression darkening slightly. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky, returning in a specific direction. The brass dragon blinked and followed suit. After a while, Yessa descended upon the ice crystal-laden ground, staring blankly ahead. The frigid wind howled through the air. Clusters of ice crystals thrived upon the frozen river's surface, transforming once lush ancient trees and densely rooted shrubs into a complete crystallization. Their branches now a translucent frost white. Lifeless, a cactus-like ice sculpture reflected in Yessa's vision. With a sigh, Yessa stepped forward and looked down. In the space crafted amidst the cacti, a dozen cactus fairies huddled together in fear, completely encased in ice, devoid of any life. This wretched war. Witnessing this scene, Yessa's spirits plummeted. Although he had previously learned about the brutality of civil wars through heritage, it had merely been an observation, lacking profound emotional resonance. Especially since he had never met the parents who perished in the conflict, experiencing everything indirectly. However, now he found himself inadvertently caught in the flames of war, facing harrowing dangers and suffering losses, which rendered the consequences of this war more tangible and visceral. In the face of war, no one, regardless of their hiding place, could escape unscathed. In such an era, all beauty is as fragile as glass, akin to the fleeting bubbles upon the sea, ready to vanish at any moment. This reality is neither beautiful nor elegant. The brilliance of the little rainbow dragon dimmed due to its displeasure and somber mood, muttering in irritation. Just because of a slight ripple from an ancient dragon battle, Yessa's tranquil and content life in the desert oasis has vanished without return. Chapter 34. Galen Aurelian, is this your territory? It resembles an oasis, rarely found within a desert. Such a pity. The brass dragon approached, peering down to observe the scene within the ice crystal cactus, momentarily taken aback. He then patted Yessa's shoulder, remarking, "The cold wave arrived with great swiftness. At least these little ones did not suffer too much before their demise." In such times, even the apex predators of the food chain, the dragons, cannot guarantee their own safety, let alone these defenseless little fairies. If death is devoid of excessive pain, it is indeed a more merciful end. After a pause, the brass dragon continued with a cheerful tone. Moreover, if one becomes sufficiently powerful, it is not impossible to reverse time in the future and resurrect the deceased. Rather than wallowing in negativity, it would be wiser to transform that energy into motivation to strengthen oneself. There are indeed many means to bring the dead back to life. Without exception, those possessing such formidable abilities are extraordinarily powerful. Employing the technique of earth entrapment, the entire cactus along with the deceased little fairy was buried beneath the earth. Moments later, Yessa calmed her emotions, subtly nodding to the brass dragon, and spoke in a deep voice. "You are correct. Only by cultivating sufficient strength can one prevent the occurrence of unwanted events and ensure the world operates according to one's will. I cannot continue to drift aimlessly. I must become the master of storms, guiding the tides." A resolute determination took root within Yessa's heart. She could no longer remain idle, passively awaiting the unfolding of events. The notion of extinguishing the flames of war and bestowing the world with beautiful peace planted a seed in Yessa's mind, which gradually began to sprout. "Haha, we share the same sentiment." The brass dragon chuckled heartily, finding Yessa increasingly agreeable. However, his loquacious nature resurfaced, prompting him to inquire, "You still haven't revealed what type of dragon you are. How can you possess such remarkable, vibrant traits and wield powerful magic at such a young age? Wait, don't tell me just yet. Let me guess. You lack the malevolent aura of a chromatic dragon, exuding a sense of sanctity and charm. Your scales possess less metallic quality and more of a jewel-like brilliance. Your lineage must originate from the gem dragon, am I correct? Oh, gem dragons are quite rare in the material realm. Let me think. Before your mutation, which gem dragon would you belong to?" Not allowing the brass dragon to continue his monologue, Yessa slightly lifted her gaze and glanced sideways at him, stating, "I possess the bloodline of the amethyst dragon, the pinnacle of gem dragons, comparable to your metallic dragon lineage, which is the gold dragon." Upon hearing Yessa's words and observing her reaction, the brass dragon muttered with discontent, "Why do you appear so proud? The amethyst dragon is impressive indeed. If you hadn't mentioned it, who would have known you were an amethyst dragon? In the dragon realm, where strength is revered, there is not an overly stringent bias against bloodlines. However, a sense of superiority stemming from one's lineage does exist. After all, the hierarchy among the major dragon categories is distinctly established. Within the metallic dragons, the gold dragon reigns supreme, followed by the silver dragon, then the bronze dragon, while the brass and copper dragons are quite similar, with brass dragons being slightly more formidable. Overall, the brass dragon ranks fourth in the hierarchy, often serving merely as a backdrop in the presence of their contemporaries, the gold dragons. Of course, individual differences are another matter entirely. Apologies, but you are indeed impressive, low-ranked brass dragon. You are merely slightly superior to the white dragon. Please, bear in mind your status as a lower-tier dragon, Yethar remarked with a cheerful demeanor, maintaining a stern expression towards the brass dragon. The brass dragon rolled his eyes, recognizing Yethar's playful banter, and refrained from becoming angry. After all, it was challenging to feel wrath in the presence of someone as captivating as Yethar. He shifted the topic, scrutinizing Yethar closely, and asked, "Although we have faced life and death crises together, I still do not know your name." Pausing momentarily, the brass dragon continued, "Allow me to introduce myself first." He extended his dragon claw towards Yethar. "Galen Aurelien, Yethar A. Austin." As he uttered his name, the young rainbow dragon extended his claw, intertwining it with the other. Though both appeared to be mere hatchlings, they were, in truth, formidable fledglings endowed with extraordinary gifts, thus formally sealing their bond of friendship. "Yethar, what are your plans moving forward? Your territory has been ravaged by the frigid tide, and during its onslaught, it is likely that 99% of the beings in the shackless desert perished, with only higher life forms or those fortunate middle-tier beings surviving. There is no longer a place for us here." The brass dragon spoke rapidly. After a moment of contemplation, Yethar turned his gaze toward a certain direction in this vast, snow-laden world and said, "I too intend to depart, but before that, there are some things I cannot overlook. The materials from ancient dragons are akin to unparalleled treasures for fledglings, significantly enhancing their growth rate." Yethar vividly recalled the ancient white dragon and the ancient silver dragon, who, in their final clash, had shed their heart's blood crystal and silvery horn, respectively. "What things?" the brass dragon inquired, puzzled. "Did you not observe the battle closely?" Yethar replied, astonished. The brass dragon fidgeted for a moment before sheepishly admitting, "While you were watching the ancient dragons fight, I couldn't help but watch you, brother. Your beauty is so striking that it instinctively draws the attention of dragons." Yethar's expression became peculiar. The brass dragon hastily stepped back, creating distance as a gesture of innocence, stating, "Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in the same sex. It's just that your allure is so extraordinary, almost as if imbued with a magical aura, subtly influencing those around you. If I were to spend more time with you, I believe my resistance to charm spells would increase dramatically." He then expressed his concern. "But if that were the case, I fear I may struggle to find a suitable mate in the future. Indeed, it seems my excessive beauty and extraordinary charm pose a challenge," Yethar remarked, waving a claw. "This is not your fault. You should blame my overwhelming allure." He shook his head slightly, reflecting, "Ordinary dragons may not comprehend this, yet I sometimes find it burdensome. For instance, when I merely passed by, your goblin minion immediately betrayed his allegiance, begging to become my vassal. Were I to encounter a particularly unreasonable dragon, I would surely find myself in trouble." He paused, then added, "Well, unless they are deeply twisted individuals, I doubt anyone would wish to harm me. Inflicting harm upon such beauty is no simple task. What a narcissistic fellow. Though you do possess the requisite allure, couldn't you exhibit a touch of humility?" The brass dragon flicked its tail, eyes wide, rendered momentarily speechless. The garrulous brass dragon found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Yethar's self-admiration. This conversation was simply beyond his reach. In that moment, the brass dragon transcended its innate instincts and remarkably shifted the conversation, stating, "You have yet to inform me of the specifics regarding the ancient dragon's battle." Yethar, still lingering on the topic, paused and proceeded to recount to the brass dragon the tale of the blood crystals and broken horns that had fallen from the ancient dragons. Surely, many formidable beings that had survived would covet the remnants of the ancient dragons, yet such treasures were not meant for their grasp. The blood and horns of dragons should remain untouched by foreign entities. We can collaborate to retrieve the blood crystals and broken horns. Chapter 35. The Perilous Iron Dragon Clan. The blood crystals and broken horns of the ancient dragons are treasures to dragons and all living beings alike. In the past, emboldened by his extraordinary growth and various talents, Yethar might not have paid much heed to them, nor would he have sought to seize them. After all, The shakeless desert is home to numerous powerful entities, even legendary ones. The grandiose clash of the ancient dragons undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. The remnants they left behind, the blood crystals and broken horns, would certainly garner much interest. To seize them would entail the risk of being outmatched and subsequently slain. However, the present Yethar was unwilling to adhere to a conventional approach any longer. At heart, Yethar cherished a leisurely and carefree existence, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Yet, he had come to a profound realization. In this brutal and perilous era of war, weakness is a cardinal sin, no matter where one hides. The threat of being affected or killed looms. To survive, survival itself requires strength. To endure amidst the all-consuming flames of battle signifies inherent power. Without strength, even the act of mere survival becomes unattainable, as evidenced by the frozen corpses strewn across the shakeless desert. Had the ancient dragons descended a year prior, Yethar surmised that both he and his amethyst dragon brother would have had a significant probability of perishing within the icy tempest. Now, merely surviving was already a stroke of fortune. Yethar believed that without formidable power, a stable and beautiful life is but an illusion, a castle in the air, destined for ruin when danger strikes. Rather than cowering and evading risks, it is far more prudent to take the initiative, confront danger head-on, and seek opportunity. This vast desert harbors more than one legendary creature. It would be unwise for just the two of us to attempt a direct seizure. We must take advantage of the chaos. The brass dragon licked its lips and remarked, "However, I share this sentiment. Opportunity invariably coexists with risk. How can one ascertain the outcome without taking the plunge? Dragons, by nature, often possess a spirit of daring adventure, and the uniquely gifted brass dragon could at least ensure its own survival." Yethar, too, was somewhat assured. His extraordinary charm stood as testament. Unless faced with an abnormal foe, a mere blink and a playful tilt of his head would make it difficult for legendary beings to strike him down. Should he encounter those susceptible to enchantment, it was quite possible they would become his devoted followers on the spot. First, let us tend to our wounds. There is no rush to act immediately. We can allow those fixated on the blood crystals and broken horns to engage in their own skirmishes for a while. Yethar shook off the frost clinging to his wings and dragon scales. The shards of ice embedded in him fragmented and scattered in all directions. These were remnants of the backlash from the icy tempest that had assailed him. Gazing upon the myriad of scars marring his once resplendent draconic scales, Yethar felt an agonizing pang in his heart, nearly rendering him breathless. He unleashed a flurry of healing spells, restoration, cure, minor healing, each one cascading over him to mend his wounds. Under the influence of these enchantments, the damage to his scales began to regenerate, yet achieving the perfect luster and texture in such a short time was unattainable solely through these spells. Ultimately, as the effects of the magic waned, Yethar ceased his healing. Though his scales no longer bore visible damage, some mottled remnants remained, destined to fade only with the passage of time. Turning his attention to the nearby brass dragon, who watched with eager eyes yet hesitated to voice a request, Yethar conjured another healing spell, directing it towards the creature to alleviate its injuries. Like Yethar, the brass dragon had sustained numerous minor wounds amidst the cold onslaught, though no serious harm had befallen it. "Thank you. This feels incredibly soothing," the brass dragon remarked. "You seem capable of casting spells instantaneously and possess a vast repertoire of magic. Your talent is truly formidable. I consider myself to have some magical aptitude. Yet in comparison to you, I fall short." As the brass dragon's penchant for conversation resurfaced, it continued, "I have been contemplating whether to pursue further mastery in magic or focus on harnessing chi. Given my less than elite magical talent and my affinity for close combat, cultivating chi appears to be a wise choice. Chi is a unique energy that originates from within the body. Much like how mental energy can give rise to spiritual energy, the physical form can generate chi. Their essences are akin, both representing a form of extraordinary magical energy. Monks delve deeply into the study of chi, and dragon lore contains methods for its cultivation. Dragons that refine their chi often possess heightened danger perception, unparalleled evasion, and remarkable close combat prowess. Yethar, however, was not particularly fond of melee combat. He found it somewhat barbaric and lacking in elegance. Moreover, he was growing weary of the brass dragon's incessant chatter. Yet, aside from innate talent, it seems that mastering chi demands rigorous training. I do not shy away from hard work, but what if my natural talent is lacking? Perhaps I should continue to explore magic instead. You are an exceptional spellcaster. Which school of magic do you believe suits me best? The brass dragon mused. Lost in its own thoughts. Cease your rambling, or I shall withdraw my healing. Yethar interjected, taking a deep breath in a mock threat. Why is it that no one enjoys engaging in meaningful dialogue? If the chromatic and metallic dragons could share their sincere thoughts, perhaps there would be no civil strife. Do not halt the healing. Very well, I shall remain silent. The brass dragon complied, covering its mouth under Yethar's disapproving gaze. As time passed, under Yethar's care, the brass dragon's wounds gradually healed. Meanwhile, Yethar, who had continuously cast numerous spells since the onset of the cold wave, felt a slight fatigue settling over him. As long as his mind remained intact, he could wield magic almost limitlessly. The only limitation to Yethar's magical capabilities lay within the strength of his own spirit. Is my magical energy insufficient? Non-existent. The subtle consumption of magical energy during his spellcasting is outpaced by the speed of his recovery. After tending to the brass dragon, Yethar paused to rest on the spot, seeking to restore himself to peak condition before embarking on the quest for the blood crystal and broken horn. Their thoughts aligned, and thus they settled down in the frost-white, desolate oasis to recuperate. The current state of the Shacklerous Desert, aside from its peripheral regions still characterized by yellow sands, had transformed largely into a polar expanse. Meanwhile, a massive dragon silhouette swept across the golden mountains, gliding over the sandy terrain, racing toward the cold, snow-blanketed polar region. Before long, Yethar and Galen opened their eyes almost simultaneously, revealing expressions of vigilance. Gazing at the dragon shadow soaring high above, the brass dragon's pupils contracted. The creature soaring through the sky was a formidable adult dragon, adorned with deep blue scales that shimmered with a metallic luster, measuring nearly 25 meters in length. Exuding an aura of immense power felt even from a considerable distance. Its snout was pronounced, its elongated, blood-red eyes striking, with menacing fangs protruding from its upper and lower jaws. A pair of modestly sized horns extended above its eye sockets, and its long, slender tail bore a stark contrast to the typical dragon tail. Conceal your presence. Do not let it detect us. Without needing the brass dragon's reminder, Yethar had already suppressed all traces of his aura while casting an invisibility spell upon himself and the brass dragon. After a brief period, as the dragon's silhouette vanished into the distance, the brass dragon exhaled in relief. It appeared to be a mature cobalt dragon, likely not legendary status, but certainly of at least the 8th or even 9th tier, perilously close to the legendary realm. It was probably also in pursuit of the blood crystal and broken horn. After a brief exchange, Yethar inquired with curiosity, "Do you know why the Iron Dragonkin were exiled?" Iron dragons, cobalt dragons, nickel dragons, chromium dragons, and tungsten dragons. These creatures originally belonged to the metallic dragon lineage. Yet, prior to the outbreak of this civil war, for reasons unknown, they were decreed by the platinum dragon god to be expelled from the metallic dragon clan. Now, these dragons no longer belonged to the metallic lineage but were classified as iron dragons, part of the heavy metal dragon kin. Their former reverence and respect for the platinum dragon god had morphed into anger and hatred due to their expulsion and disdain. The iron dragon kin harbored deep animosity toward the metallic dragons, disdained the neutral gemstone dragons, and exhibited hostility toward the chromatic dragons. In this civil war, the iron dragons do not align with any faction yet stand opposed to all. To accurately describe their current state, the iron dragons can be likened to rabid dogs, ready to bite anyone in sight. I do not know, but there must be profound reasons behind it. Otherwise, the platinum dragon god would not have expelled them given the size of the iron dragon kin, the brass dragon replied, shaking its head. In the pursuit of the blood crystal and broken horn, we are likely to encounter that cobalt dragon. Yethar remarked, I am not afraid. However, as a metallic dragon, you must exercise extra caution. Given the iron dragon's temperament, seeing you would mean a fight to the death, especially the cobalt dragons, notorious for their wickedness and brutality among the iron dragon kin. Chapter 36. The enchantment of the brass dragon in the depths of the Shacklerous Desert. The feather-like blizzard, intermingled with howling cold winds, enveloped the world in an expanse of pure white, where the ground lay covered with a solid layer of frost, erasing any trace of the once vast desert. Due to the residual energy of ancient dragons, This place has transformed entirely into a polar realm of ice and snow. The chilling atmosphere is penetrating and bone-numbing. The heat resistance evolved over countless years in desert creatures proves utterly futile in this frigid environment, leading to the near-total extinction of life forms below a certain threshold. In this pristine, snowy world, two formidable centers appear to continuously exude terrifying coldness. Situated not far apart in the east and west, one center resembles a jewel-like blood crystal, its icy aura permeating the surrounding air and freezing it, resulting in the formation of a translucent, cold white iceberg, with only the vibrant blood crystal at its heart shining brilliantly. The other center is a metallic silver dragon horn, embedded in the ground, exuding a dreadful chill that similarly freezes the vicinity, creating a formidable iceberg centered around the broken horn, akin to the blood crystal. These two icebergs stand majestically upon the earth. As long as they exist, this icy realm deep within the Shackles Desert shall remain unscathed. Such extraordinary phenomena naturally attract much greed and covetousness. The ground beneath the ice repeatedly fractures with a thunderous roar, sending countless frozen clumps of sand flying in all directions. As the ice surface continues to rise and crack, forming a winding and continuous ravine, the sandstorm rock python, a fearsome and violent creature exceeding 100 meters in length, with its conspicuous yellow-brown scales, traverses beneath the icy surface, undeterred by the bitter cold and harsh terrain, slithering towards the two icebergs. The frozen sands have little effect on it. A mature cobalt dragon just soars overhead. Gazing down, its blood-red pupils reflect the long, sinuous figure below. A legendary feral species? It is unexpected that such a remote desert harbors legendary beings. Where one exists, another surely follows. There must be more than one legendary creature in this realm. The mature cobalt dragon's eyes glimmer with both ferocity and a hint of trepidation. As a dragon, it possesses the audacity and arrogance to confront foes beyond its tier. However, there is indeed a vast chasm separating the mundane from the legendary, a transcendent elevation in the essence of life itself. The transition from mid-tier to high-tier is commonplace among many gifted beings, particularly for a dragon overlord, akin to the simplicity of consuming food and drink. Yet, overcoming the divide from high-tier to legendary is no trivial feat, even for dragons. Nevertheless, feral beings remain mere beasts, devoid of the wisdom inherent to dragons, driven solely by primal instincts. The blood of the ancient white dragon and the horn of the ancient silver dragon shall belong to me. Soon, when I obtain these treasures and transcend to the legendary tier, I shall be infused with the blood of the metallic dragon to assuage the hatred and anger within me. The mature cobalt dragon emanates an aura of malevolence, concealed above the clouds, choosing not to strike the sandstorm rock python, but instead silently following its path. Dragons are indeed proud creatures, yet they are not devoid of intellect. On the contrary, malevolent dragons like the cobalt dragon possess not only arrogance, but also cunning and craftiness, with their high intelligence being a significant factor in their ascendancy as dominators of the multiverse. The white dragon, regarded as a disgrace among the chromatic dragons and looked down upon by its peers, is not necessarily weak. Rather, its thought processes are more akin to those of a beast, exhibiting untamed ferocity and a notable lack of wisdom until it reaches a sufficient age. Returning to the matter at hand, the allure of blood crystals and broken horns extends far beyond the mature cobalt dragon and the sandstorm great rock python. The firewolf, a creature approximately 3 meters long, emanates a legendary presence, its fiery fur blazing like flames, melting the snow in its wake. Every inch of its flesh seems to be constructed of yellow sand, draining the chill from the air and leaving a trail of desert dust, leading a throng of dragons. A mature blue dragon is accompanied by several adult and young blue dragons. Other metallic and chromatic dragons soar from the Golden Mountains. Numerous powerful beings residing in the Shackles Desert converge from all directions towards two icebergs, standing resolutely in the coldest regions. Some brave the fierce winds and snow alone, while others band together, harnessing the strength of their clans. Some conceal themselves, masking their presence in hopes of seizing opportunities amidst the chaos. A substantial number, however, have yet to reach their destination and find themselves embroiled in fierce skirmishes en route. As time passes, the influx of formidable creatures drawn deeper into the desert continues to swell. In the transformed snowy oasis of the desert, a small iridescent dragon stands out with its resplendent scales against the white backdrop, planting its limbs on the ground and shaking its tail, dispersing the layer of frost that had settled on its body due to the low temperatures. "How is your recovery progressing?" Yethar inquired, glancing at the brass dragon. The brass dragon also rose to its feet, shaking off the frost like Yethar, and replied with vigor, "I feel splendid, fully restored to my prime." "Recovered so swiftly?" "You're nearly at my level," Yethar remarked, momentarily taken aback. "You may possess a unique talent akin to mine. Regardless, my beauty surpasses yours." With this thought, Yethar instinctively lifted its chin. The brass dragon, puzzled, scrutinized Yethar with keen suspicion. "Are you looking down on me?" "Not at all." The small iridescent dragon replied with a subtle smile, radiating charm and momentarily rendering the brass dragon spellbound. Smack! The brass dragon sharply struck itself to regain focus, then gazed warily at Yethar, stating, "Could you perhaps temper your allure? And might your dazzling, iridescent scales dull a bit? It's too ostentatious." Yethar could restrain his brilliance, but he was disinclined to do so. He was inherently radiant and extraordinarily charismatic, and unless absolutely necessary, he would not conceal his nature. On the contrary, Yethar yearned for the world to recognize and surrender to his charm and beauty. "We are about to contend with a gathering of legends and high beings for treasures. Maintain a low profile. It is the way to navigate murky waters," remarked the brass dragon. "You underestimate me." "Yethar," countered the rainbow dragon, shaking her head. "In the presence of legendary creatures, no amount of subtlety will suffice." Pausing for a moment, Yethar slightly raised her head and said, "Moreover, you must alter your habitual way of thinking. Who says we must be adversaries to legendary beings? Worry not. With me around, few creatures can oppose us. You have yet to witness my enchanting spells, so let me allow you to experience them first as we collaborate." The brass dragon immediately focused his mind, bracing himself. "Oh, you have not employed any spells. Your innate charm alone has nearly the effect of a spell," he expressed his curiosity. "I am quite eager to see what your charm spells can achieve." At that moment, Yethar blinked and tilted her head, adopting an innocent and adorable demeanor. Charming technique. Like a phantom blade piercing his chest, the brass dragon staggered back several steps, his heart racing uncontrollably as he beheld the irresistibly adorable rainbow dragon, his legs weakening and his spirit entranced. "Ah, so cute. I want to embrace you fiercely," he thought, but immediately corrected himself. No, Galen, summon your iron will." After several deep breaths, he managed to suppress his racing heart, though Yethar remained the epitome of cuteness in his eyes. Such enchanting influence was inescapable unless one possessed a profoundly twisted character. "I merely need to avert my gaze." Suddenly, inspiration struck the brass dragon, and he closed his eyes. "Yethar, your charm cannot affect me. What else do you have? Bring it on. Your allure is merely average." The brass dragon chuckled, tauntingly. "Oh, my charm is lacking? I accept your challenge." Yethar's gaze sharpened instantly. Chapter 37. Transformation of affection in an instant. Her piercing gaze transformed into one of vulnerability. Yethar spoke softly, her tone imbued with a heart-wrenching quality that evoked a desire to protect her. "Why won't you open your eyes to see me? Am I truly so ugly that I am unworthy of your gaze? Do not think that ignoring me will absolve you. My allure transcends mere physical appearance." Her words, akin to enchanted whispers, burrowed into the brass dragon's consciousness. Upon hearing her pitiful tone, he felt his eyelids gain a will of their own, defying his intent. And they opened wide. The sight of the adorable and pitiable rainbow dragon filled his vision. Boom. The brass dragon's thoughts nearly faltered, and he stammered, "Brother, you." Before he could finish his sentence, Yethar seized the moment and ceased her charming display. The overwhelming enchantment abruptly halted. The brass dragon snapped back to reality, frozen in place, and then, as if awakening from a dream, his face flushed with heat. Instinctively, he retreated several steps, distancing himself from the formidable dragoness of charm before him. "Is everything all right? Is my sexual orientation acceptable? Sigh, why isn't Yethar a female dragon? What is better than being a companion among brothers?" The brass dragon pondered, filled with an inexplicable dread. "How does this overwhelming allure feel to me?" Yethar raised an eyebrow, inquiring. The brass dragon found himself at a loss for words, still hesitant to meet Yethar's gaze, fearing that his interest might twist into something he could not articulate. He believed his mental fortitude was remarkably strong, yet he remained profoundly affected by Yessa's charm. If he were to encounter a brutish creature of lesser intellect, even a legendary one, it would likely be toyed with by such allure. However, this charm possessed its limitations. After a considerable pause, the brass dragon gradually cleared the enchanting image of the iridescent dragon from his mind, then looked directly at Yessa, calmly analyzing. Your enchanting effect on me is potent, but it primarily hinges on the absence of any conflict of interest between us. If there were significant discord or an outright animosity, he paused, then stated with conviction, no matter how adorable or pitiable you may be, no matter how high your charm, I would still strike, without mercy. Yessa did not dispute the brass dragon's words. He was indeed correct. Yessa nodded slightly and replied, that is true. However, can you assure me that you would act without any hesitation, even if I were your mortal enemy? The brass dragon contemplated earnestly, then replied candidly, unless adequately prepared in advance with appropriate defenses, hesitation is unavoidable. If the disparity is vast, that may suffice. But if the gap is not great, even a moment's hesitation in fierce combat can prove fatal. Such was the fate of the mountain giant. Despite harboring deep-seated hatred for dragons, he continuously succumbed to Yessa's charm, ultimately leading to his beheading. Since we must collaborate, it is prudent to clarify our respective strengths. The allure you have just experienced, along with the diverse array of spells I can unleash in an instant, is my forte, Yessa remarked. The brass dragon reflected for a moment and said, you must have an inkling of my gifts by now. Upon seeing Yessa nod and utter the word time, the brass dragon continued, you are correct, it pertains to time. Currently, I possess the ability to accelerate and halt the flow of time, both of which you have experienced. Acceleration is relatively effortless, while stasis requires immense energy and has certain limitations in range. Though somewhat singular, these abilities are formidable. Yessa contemplated, paired with my various magical talents. There should be a considerable chance to seize opportunities against legendary creatures. After becoming acquainted with each other's unique skills, Yessa and the brass dragon departed from their location and soared into the sky. With a powerful flap of their wings, Yessa cast a lingering gaze upon the verdant oasis transformed into a snowy polar landscape. Just as the oasis can morph into a polar expanse, nothing in this world is eternal. This place, where Yessa had spent several years and forged many cherished memories, would henceforth exist only in recollection. After a brief silence, Yessa turned his head and, alongside the brass dragon, soared towards the location where the chill was most palpable, igniting a profound yearning within them. The cold intensified. As time passed and they drew closer, the temperature of the surrounding air descended steadily. Gazing into the increasingly frosted world ahead, Yessa surmised that they were nearing the epicenter of the previously unleashed cold wave. The native creatures of the shackless desert would undoubtedly be affected by such an environment, and legendary beings were no exception. Unable to contain himself, the brass dragon began to speak. You know, I too have felt the effects. As a creature of brass dragon lineage, I am inherently associated with the fire element and possess certain fire-based abilities. However, these skills are significantly diminished in this frigid atmosphere. Fortunately, my time manipulation abilities remain unaffected, so there is no need for undue concern. Listening to the incessant chatter, Yessa sighed in exasperation. I only worry you might talk me to death. The brass dragon innocently sighed. I do not wish to be so verbose. It is merely an instinct deeply rooted in my bloodline, one I have been attempting to resist. You have yet to encounter a purebred brass dragon. Their loquaciousness can be quite grating. In fact, I have already moderated my speech. A year ago, I would babble incessantly in my sleep. Perhaps as I mature, I will gain full control over this instinct, but for now, I cannot. I know you can't, even without your words, Yessa replied, shaking his head slightly and choosing not to engage further. Although the brass dragon would still mutter to itself during the silence, it was decidedly more manageable than when conversing. As time elapsed, they delved deeper into the cold, and even the elemental resistance inherent to dragons was no shield against the biting chill. Their senses revealed a multitude of life energies, rich and robust, ahead of them. Furthermore, there were two vigorous life forces approaching from behind. A harsh, raspy cry of an eagle pierced the air from behind. Yessa and the brass dragon exchanged glances before turning around. A male and female six-winged serpentine eagle emerged into Yessa's view. The serpentine eagle, a magical creature of notable intelligence, possessed a body resembling that of a snake, yet boasted talons and eagle wings, an amalgamation of serpent and raptor. The six-winged serpentine eagle represented a formidable magical entity. The two young dragons, exuding only a mid-tier aura, were insufficient to intimidate the high-ranking serpentine eagles. Confronted on this narrow path, the aggressive pair of six-winged serpentine eagles simultaneously screeched, unleashing sound waves that coalesced into tangible forms, manifesting as dozens of razor-sharp, high-frequency sound blades that tore through the air, hurtling towards Yethar and the brass dragon. More precisely, they were aimed at the brass dragon. Yethar's innate charm instinctively garnered a measure of favor from the two serpentine eagles, sparing him from their attack. A faint glimmer flickered from the ring of black scales around his neck as time energy coursed through him, causing the brass dragon's speed to multiply exponentially. With agile grace, it deftly evaded all the shrieking, piercing sound blades. "Hey, what do you two serpentine eagles mean by this? Do you think I am easy to bully? Why are you only attacking me?" The brass dragon, feeling a sense of discrimination, was thoroughly incensed and prepared to retaliate. "Allow me to handle this." As he spoke, Yethar's gaze sharpened, a dreamlike quality enveloping him as the iridescent eyes of the dragon locked onto those of the female eagle. Charm spell, turn foe into friend. The female eagle hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned and sank her beak into the male eagle's flesh. "You vile creature, do you intend to harm my friend? This is intolerable." Taken by surprise, the male eagle screeched in pain, momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. "Wretched bird, are you in league with that dragon? This is a disgraceful betrayal." Without sparing his mate, the enraged male eagle retaliated, raking his talons across the female's body. Feathers flew in disarray, and blood was spilled. Even after Yethar ceased his spell, the two bloodied six-winged serpentine eagles continued their ferocious assault, utterly disregarding their bond and failing to notice the two dragons. "You are indeed formidable," the brass dragon thought, quietly retreating to maintain a safe distance from Yethar. This individual could even enchant the female eagle, causing the unfortunate couple to turn against each other. "Who knows when I might lose control? No, once this collaboration concludes, I must keep my distance from him. We can maintain contact and friendship, but I cannot remain in close proximity, for the consequences could be dire." Realizing the terrifying nature of Yethar's charm, the brass dragon resolved to distance himself from him in the future. It wasn't that his fondness for Yethar had diminished, rather, it was precisely because his affection ran so deep and continued to grow that he feared it might become distorted. Chapter 38. The Covenant. The six-winged serpentine eagles continued to entangle and battle one another, slowly vanishing into the stark, icy landscape. They posed no hindrance to Yethar and the brass dragon, who pressed onward into the biting cold. The further they ventured, the harsher the surroundings became, with increasingly powerful creatures drawn to the allure of blood crystals and broken horns. Fortunately, they encountered no legendary beings, resulting in a relatively trouble-free journey. Moments later, both Yethar and the brass dragon paused, gazing ahead at the howling blizzard and frost-laden world. A terrifying pressure relentlessly assailed their minds, causing them to involuntarily shudder. "How dreadful it is! Merely the remnants of ancient dragon might instills in me a profound sense of oppression and terror. Only dragons that have lived for over 5,000 years can be deemed ancient. Among the many gifts of dragons, one notable trait of the multiverse's sovereigns is that the older they grow, the mightier they become. Although dragons are inherently long-lived, they are not immortal and are subject to the constraints of their lifespan. Should they fail to reach a sufficient level of strength by a certain age, they too may succumb to the passage of time. Unlike other beings, however, aging results not only in physical decline, but also in diminished intellect and agility, leading to a decrease in all attributes. All dragons, as long as they can evade death and continue to exist, possess the potential to grow in strength endlessly. However, the pace of their ascension varies based on individual talent, and dragons often meet their demise at the pinnacle of their power. Alas, even the ancient dragons must navigate the tumult of this era, inevitably swept away by the ravages of war. Yethar shook his head slightly and remarked, "What kind of power must one wield? How formidable must a dragon become to disregard the raging flames of conflict, or even extinguish them?" The small rainbow dragon whispered softly. Upon hearing Yethar's words, the bronze dragon began to ponder earnestly. In a situation where the dragon god does not voluntarily cease hostilities, one would need to surpass even the platinum dragon god and the immortal dragon queen to bring an end to the war. It seems an insurmountable ambition. The bronze dragon chuckled and said, "Let us not dwell on the notion of ending the war. Instead, we should focus on how to survive better. Survive, and then grow stronger. Only when we are worthy shall we consider the matter of concluding this conflict." For reasons unknown, Yethar felt an unspoken rapport with the bronze dragon. Sensing a profound alignment of thoughts deep within, even without explicit expression. "Gallant, did you not wish to accompany me on this journey?" Yethar said with delight, flapping his dragon wings and smiling broadly. "I initially found your chatter excessive and tiresome, and did not wish for your companionship. However, it seems we share a silent understanding that compels me to reconsider. Perhaps, growing together with you would not be so bad." To his surprise, the bronze dragon's expression turned serious as he shook his head and replied, "No, I have changed my mind. I fear that my thoughts may be distorted by your charm, and I prefer to avoid prolonged close contact with you." After a moment's pause, the bronze dragon continued, "However, we can forge a pact, becoming reliable friends to each other, appearing when the other is in need. Is that a rejection?" Yethar chuckled. "Truth be told, I was not particularly eager to partner with you either. Many dragons seek to grow alongside me. Yethar, I was merely speaking casually." What a foolish dragon, Yethar thought, though he did not voice it. He waved his wings gracefully, smiling. "A pact? Certainly, it is a splendid idea, and I genuinely hope to have a friend who shares similar ideals and thoughts. A pact requires an oath before the divine, seeking their witness. Which deity do you venerate?" Yethar inquired of the bronze dragon. He had encountered other dragons, including his brother the amethyst dragon, who all had their own beliefs. Yet, to his astonishment, the bronze dragon hesitated, failing to respond quickly and decisively about his faith. "Do you not revere the platinum dragon god?" Yethar probed cautiously. "Shoo, speak less of such matters," the bronze dragon said, raising his tail to point towards the heavens, cautioning against drawing the attention of the deities. "In these tumultuous times, it is wise to hold some belief." "I see," Yethar replied, "to believe, but only a little. Just enough to avoid being branded a non-believer and facing hostility from all dragons." Yethar understood. "Haha, by the grace of the gemstone dragon god, I too share that sentiment," he said. Upon reflection, Yethar extended his dragon claw and addressed the brass dragon. "In that case, let us pledge our bond, eternally witnessed by the multiverse." The brass dragon similarly extended its claw, clasping Yethar's firmly. "Very well, let the multiverse stand as witness. Our covenant shall endure." The multiverse, devoid of will, bears no divine witnesses or binding power. It remains a mere verbal agreement, reliant solely on mutual acknowledgement. Yet, Yethar felt that this recognition possessed a potency far surpassing that of any divine testament or constraint, with a sense of reinforced reliability in their connection. Yethar and the brass dragon continued their ascent into the depths of the frost realm. As time progressed and the distance diminished, the lingering pressure of ancient dragons intensified, awakening a primal yearning within their bloodlines. This signified their proximity to the blood crystal and the severed horn. Moments later, a resounding thunder erupted, reverberating through the heavens with remarkable force. Sensing a multitude of draconic presences, Yethar and the brass dragon slowed their flight, gazing ahead. A cacophony of blue dragons, varying in shades from pale azure to deep cobalt, soared above, their wings crackling with arcs of electricity and storms. Casting a watchful eye upon the diminutive figures below, where flames roared and clashed with the surrounding chill, revealing the fiery magic wolf amidst the rising steam. "Begone! The treasures of true dragons are not meant for you, wretched and inferior beings," roared the mature blue dragon, its formidable frame, approximately 25 meters in length, wreathed in tangible lightning, its eyes fixed upon the flame magic wolf. The blue dragon, a malevolent creature second only to the red dragon among the chromatic dragons, is notably one of the most orderly among them, preferring to dwell in familial clusters. This often leads to red dragons finding themselves at a disadvantage when encountering their blue counterparts, as the latter tends to engage in unprincipled group assaults. While spawn, kneel before the magnificent draconic lineage. Bow your inferior head. Leading the charge, the mature blue dragon, joined by 2 adult and 5 juvenile blue dragons, unleashed a collective roar, their draconic might overwhelming the flame magic wolf. "Oh, blue fiends. To deem legends as base is an audacious folly. The flame magic wolf, filled with fury, lifted its head and growled in the common tongue. Clearly, it was not a mere savage but a highly intelligent magical being. In the Shacklerous Desert, legendary creatures reigned supreme, possessing their own pride and dignity, unwilling to cower before the draconic overlords. The primary reason being, at present, the dragons were embroiled in internal strife, with powerful legendary dragons preoccupied with their own battles, leaving little regard for other races. Otherwise, even legendary beings would not dare to defy draconic authority. Yet, the influence of the dragon clan has undeniably waned somewhat. Confronted by a provocation from a dragon of inferior rank, the flame demon wolves first stood on end as if stirred by an unseen wind, swirling wildly. With a powerful paw strike, it unleashed the formidable pressure characteristic of legendary beings, clashing against the awe-inspiring might of the Blue Dragon congregation. Chapter 39. The Dragon Horde. The murderous intent of the Blue Dragons. The intangible force erupted into a violent shockwave. The air warped and distorted, rapidly compressing into a circular wave imbued with both searing heat and a numbing sensation, radiating outward at an astonishing speed. Both the dragon's might and the legendary pressure held tangible power. Crack! The ground beneath the flame demon wolf shattered, causing it to sink slightly, its stature diminished. In the contest of might, the flame demon wolf, as a legendary creature with an elevated life essence, still found itself overshadowed by the collective might of the blue dragons. This is hardly perplexing. While legendary beings possess powers far exceeding those of ordinary entities, dragons do not fall into the category of the mundane here. Although the mature blue dragons had yet to attain legendary status, being merely high-tier life forms, they already boasted the strength to engage in legendary combat against other species, further bolstered by the presence of their fellow blue dragons, rendering their overwhelming might over their foes entirely justifiable. Meanwhile, in the face of the approaching shockwave, the predicament of the blue dragons was dire. Yethar, furrowing his brow, conjured an elemental shield, enveloping himself and the bronze dragon. The elemental barrier held steadfast, gradually dimming under Yethar's meticulous control, perfectly expiring just as the shockwave dissipated. However, one by one, the blue dragons, alongside the flame demon wolf, cast their gazes toward the distant figures of Yethar and the bronze dragon suspended in midair, the raging blizzard not impeding their perception in the slightest. Upon sighting Yethar, both the flame demon wolf and the mature, adult, and juvenile blue dragons were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with awe. Another dragon? Yet it appeared to be no wretched blue dragon. Even after being recently intimidated by the dragon's presence, the flame demon wolf could not suppress a burgeoning fondness, silently pondering. What a beautiful little dragon. The mature blue dragon's eyes widened. Is it a dragon of a different kind? Judging by its size, it seems merely a young dragon. What is a young dragon doing wandering in such perilous territory? Our blue dragon kin should take it in. The blue dragon clan possesses a tendency to adopt, or even seize, the young of other dragon species. At the mere sight of Yethar, this group of blue dragons could hardly contain their desire to welcome him into their fold, envisioning him as a part of their community. The bronze dragon, however, was initially overlooked, but the blue dragons soon took notice of him. A bronze dragon, that accursed metallic dragon. Humph, now that we have encountered you, of all dragons, we shall not grant you the opportunity to grow. The mature blue dragon's eyes brimmed with murderous intent in an instant. The chromatic and metallic dragons were the principal actors in this internal conflict, representing the two largest factions. Moreover, as creatures dwelling in the arid desert environment, blue and bronze dragons had long harbored numerous frictions and grievances towards one another, their animosity etched deeply into their legacies. Now that the flames of war had ignited, the mere sight of one another incited immediate hostility. A young dragon? In this tense age of warfare, it matters not how old you are. As long as it is confirmed to belong to the hostile faction, even dragon eggs will be thoroughly shaken and crushed, let alone young dragons. Audrek, go slay the bronze whelp and bring back the other unidentified aberrant dragon. The harsh voice of the mature blue dragon echoed like thunder across the sky. A male young blue dragon, measuring 16 meters in length, nodded, twisting its body to break away from the group of blue dragons. With wings crackling with arcs of lightning, it surged towards the location of Yethar and the bronze dragon. The mature blue dragon nonchalantly withdrew its gaze, regarding the two young dragons as mere trifles, knowing that they would stand no chance against the young dragon. Inferior beings, prepare to face the tempest and thunder of this dragon. Roaring. The mature blue dragon dove rapidly alongside the other blue dragons, their wings stirring up a tangible storm of thunder as they charged towards the audacious flame wolf that dared to challenge their draconic might. You underestimate the legendary. Proud dragons. I shall reduce you to cinders. The flame wolf crouched low, baring its fangs. The flames enveloping its body surged with the wind, and in an instant, it transformed into a colossal creature over 50 meters tall, composed of seething flames, causing the surrounding cold to evaporate in a hiss, creating towering clouds of white steam that scattered the blizzard with its intense heat. Opening its maw, a massive fireball erupted from the wolf's throat, hurtling towards the oncoming mature blue dragon. The mature blue dragon, moving with incredible speed, was surrounded by arcing electricity, weaving a tangible armor of thunder upon its scales. With a powerful flap of its wings, it spun rapidly around its spine, unleashing a fierce storm that coalesced into a drilling force capable of piercing the heavens. Boom! The fireball collided with the blue dragon, causing the ground to tremble and waves of heat to roll continuously. The explosion illuminating the sky in a crimson hue and turning vast areas into a sea of flames. Such weakness does not merit the title of legendary. Accompanied by a sneer, the mature blue dragon's storm-wreathed wings cleaved through the flames. Although its scales bore many charred marks, there was no significant damage or melting. Behind it, the adult and young dragons surged through the breach, following closely. With claws imbued with storm and thunder raised high, they struck towards the flame wolf's head. The flame wolf tilted its head to evade, then lunged down to bite. Bolts of lightning erupted from the dragon's wings, striking the flame wolf and momentarily halting its movements, allowing the mature blue dragon to easily evade its bite. With a swift motion, the mature blue dragon's claw raked across the flame wolf's visage, scattering embers in its wake. The arcs of electricity and storm spread along the wolf's head, encroaching upon its life energy. The flame wolf howled, its resonant voice crashing into the ears of the blue dragons, leaving them dizzy. With its hind legs slightly bent, it exploded into motion. The 50-meter-tall behemoth leapt into the air, opening its mouth, swirling with flames, and aimed to bite down on a dazed adult blue dragon. If it connected, it could swallow the adult dragon whole. Thunder crackled. The mature blue dragon swiftly dispelled its dizziness, unfurling its wings and vanishing from sight, leaving behind a streak of lightning across the sky. With a crack, the wolf's jaws snapped shut, yet it felt no sensation of having struck its target. The victim had been rescued by the mature blue dragon. Simultaneously, concentrated clusters of lightning erupted from the mouths of the blue dragons, striking the fiery magic wolf from all directions with an unavoidable speed. These were the blue dragon's lightning breaths, the most formidable among all chromatic dragons. Even though the fiery magic wolf was a legendary entity, being struck by the breaths of multiple blue dragons rendered its body severely paralyzed. Arcs of electricity coursing through it inside and out. Cursed dragon. With the electric breath bearing down upon it, the fiery magic wolf gradually lifted its head, then opened its jaws wide in a fierce bite. Multiple colossal fiery wolf heads materialized from thin air, emerging behind the blue dragons, unleashing a terrifying heat as they lunged forward. The blue dragons momentarily ceased their breaths, soaring through the stormy skies, evading the pursuit of the fiery wolf heads. The mightiest mature blue dragon unleashed several plasma-like orbs of lightning, shattering the fiery wolf heads that dared to approach, and then charged toward the body of the fiery magic wolf, accompanied by a tempest of thunder. Although the battle had only just commenced, the tide was already tipping noticeably in favor of the dragons. This clash between the dragon horde and the legendary magic wolf evidently favored the dragonkin. Meanwhile, the young blue dragon, Odrek, approached within 100 meters of Yethar and the diminutive brass dragon. "Oh, feeble brass dragon, why do you not flee? Have you been rendered senseless by fear?" The young blue dragon exhaled wisps of electricity from its nostrils, coldly remarking, "Perhaps it is for the best. This way. Your demise shall not be too painful. A mercy I extend to you." As he spoke, the young blue dragon prepared to strike down the brass dragon. "Wait." The little rainbow dragon interjected, interrupting the young blue dragon's movements. The young blue dragon could not overlook the presence of this astonishingly beautiful little creature, having kept a watchful eye on it. "Oh, What do you wish to convey, lovely little one? I am eager to listen. The violent and self-centered dragon found itself unable to resist the rising fondness within. Unlike the coldness displayed towards the brass dragon, the young blue dragon's tone was notably gentle at this moment. How I long for such tenderness. The brass dragon thought with dissatisfaction as it witnessed this glaring double standard. Chapter 40. The dragon of martial combat. The storm whipped through the snowy skies, howling relentlessly over the vast desert. The battle between the blue dragons and the fiery magic wolf raged on amidst the wind and snow, a grand spectacle. While the young blue dragon stood before Yethar and the brass dragon, gazing fondly at Yethar. We are merely passing through and shall not disrupt your fight with the fiery magic wolf. Allow us to depart. We desire no meaningless conflict. Under the young blue dragon's gaze, the little rainbow dragon spoke pitifully, evoking a sense of protectiveness in the young blue dragon, who found it hard to refuse, unwilling to see harm befall it. Yet, recalling the command of the mature blue dragon and the inherent desire to slay the brass dragon, the young blue dragon suddenly jolted back to reality. Alas, there is no way to alter the mindset of a malevolent dragon. Indeed, some of these wicked creatures revel in tormenting the unfortunate. No. Regaining his composure, the young blue dragon declared resolutely, his gaze fixed with lethal intent upon the brass dragon. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling slightly, as arcs of electricity crackled between his fangs. With a powerful beat of his wings, he unleashed his breath, the breath of lightning. A dazzling array of highly concentrated lightning erupted from the young blue dragon's maw, brilliant and perilous, surging towards the brass dragon. Such an initial assault of draconic breath would leave any ordinary young dragon with no chance of survival. The brass dragon narrowed his eyes, seemingly foreseeing the attack, and evaded with astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he shot upwards like an arrow, deftly dodging the young blue dragon's onslaught. Such a swift reaction? The absence of instant death from his breath momentarily startled the young blue dragon, causing him to cease his assault. Renowned for its rapidity, he had not anticipated his breath would be evaded. It appears you are far superior to the average brass youngling. Yet, alas, no matter your innate gifts, you shall surely meet your demise here, deprived of the chance to grow. Witnessing the brass dragon evade his breath, the young blue dragon murmured, his murderous intent intensifying. Hey, it's not too late for you to retreat, Yethar interjected. Little one, you have no say here. Simply wait quietly as I eliminate this brass youngling, and then I shall welcome you into our dragonkin. The young blue dragon replied coolly, unfurling his wings and launching himself directly towards the brass dragon. Then so be it. I have already granted you an opportunity, but you prove to be inadequate, Yethar said, shaking his head slightly, his previous pitiful demeanor vanishing as he turned to the already restless brass dragon. Go forth, gallant beast. Teach this foolish blue dragon a lesson. The brass dragon's gaze was icy, waiting impassively for the young blue dragon to approach. There existed an inherent animosity towards the brass dragon within the blue dragon's lineage, and the feeling was mutual. Although Galen possessed a certain uniqueness that allowed him to suppress the instinctual enmity bestowed by his heritage, he could not wholly escape its influence. With disdain for the young blue dragon, his heart was already ablaze with the desire for battle. As the young blue dragon closed the distance rapidly, approaching within 20 meters of the brass dragon, the latter slightly lifted his head and let out a low growl. A peculiar energy erupted from him, momentarily engulfing everything within a 20-meter radius. Time froze. Snowflakes, biting winds, and all but Yethar and himself were momentarily suspended in place. In an instant, the brass dragon darted forward, twisting his body, and, with a tail covered in metallic scales, struck the young blue dragon's face with tremendous force, leaving behind a blur of motion. Time resumed its flow. Crash! When the young blue dragon regained his senses, he was astounded to find himself plummeting towards the ground, his head throbbing painfully, dragon blood splattering from his shattered visage. What has transpired? The young blue dragon's mind was engulfed in confusion. With a swift flourish of its bronze wings, the dragon moved with an astonishing agility, its speed outpacing even that of an adult dragon. As it closed in on the youthful blue dragon, although the young blue dragon was uncertain of what had just transpired, it instinctively swung its claws, crackling with dazzling lightning, towards the bronze dragon in an attempt to tear it apart. However, to the bronze dragon, Every motion of the young blue dragon appeared to unfold in slow motion. The bronze dragon deftly sidestepped the electrifying claws of the blue dragon, simultaneously clenching its claws into a fist, channeling its internal energy and blood into a formidable punch aimed squarely at the young blue dragon. Dynamite. The surface of the bronze dragon's claws shimmered with a golden radiance, exuding an indomitable strength. The punch struck the young blue dragon squarely on the nose, shattering the horn that adorned its snout and eliciting a pained roar from the young dragon, who opened its mouth to unleash a lightning ball at close range. Yet, before it could fully open its jaws, another heavy punch ascended from below, compressing the air with a shrill whistle as it collided with the blue dragon's chin, interrupting its counterattack. A flurry of strikes. The energy surged forth like a tempest. The bronze dragon unleashed a relentless barrage upon the young blue dragon, moving with such speed that it seemed as though multiple bronze dragons were simultaneously attacking. Each time the young blue dragon attempted to retaliate, it was perfectly interrupted. The bronze dragon's prowess grew increasingly refined and powerful, its assault becoming an unceasing torrent. Has it truly mastered its energy so swiftly? It appears to be honing its skills through battle, its proficiency visibly advancing at an astonishing rate. Witnessing the one-sided clash, Yethar felt a flicker of surprise. As a fellow scion of Dragonkind, he recognized that the bronze dragon was now wielding its energy with remarkable control, rapidly enhancing its mastery. Galen was indeed preparing to become a martial dragon. In the multiverse, beings who manipulate energy in such a manner are most often monks, yet within Dragonkind, few choose the path of the monk due to their terrifying close combat capabilities, earning them the moniker of martial dragons. Not a bad approach. With the agility of a martial dragon, coupled with its evasive maneuvers and attacks alongside its time-based skills, it becomes nearly unstoppable in close quarters. Yethar silently assessed from his vantage point. Meanwhile, avoiding the young blue dragon's bites with a ghostly grace, the bronze dragon appeared above it, raising its claws, infused with diamond-like might, to deliver a fierce stomp. The shockwave rippled through the air, and the young blue dragon let out a mournful cry as its skull caved inward, crashing down to the frostbitten earth, creating a massive crater upon impact. After struggling for some time, the young blue dragon found it nearly impossible to rise. With energy coursing through its body, the bronze dragon, emitting a hissing sound as it repelled the surrounding snow and wind, fixed its crimson gaze upon the fallen blue dragon, its intent to kill boiling within. Praise the great platinum dragon god, annihilate all the wicked five-colored dragons. In the heart of the bronze dragon, a silent whisper echoed, a testament to the influence of its draconic heritage. Almighty bronze whelp, I underestimated you. Come, in my life, to perish in battle against the metallic dragon, to die for the great and immortal dragon queen. I shall return to the divine realm of the dragon queen and revel in eternal bliss. The young blue dragon, drenched in blood and gravely wounded, roared defiantly towards the heavens, unafraid of death. Return to the divine realm of the dragon queen? You, a mere insignificant young dragon, not an ancient or primeval one. Where does your confidence stem from? Have you been foolishly brainwashed? The brass dragon exhaled deeply, closing its eyes momentarily before reopening them, gradually suppressing the influence of its heritage. It cast a cold glance at the young blue dragon, refraining from delivering a fatal blow, and with a powerful flap of its wings, soared back to the side of Yethar. Chapter 41. Taming the flame demon wolf, not killing it? It wishes to kill you, Yethar remarked to the brass dragon beside him. The brass dragon shook its head and responded, killing it would not alleviate my spirits nor alter the current situation. Besides, I refuse to be influenced or governed by the legacy of dragons. The more the instinct to slay the chromatic dragon intensifies, the more I feel a rebellious urge to refrain from striking down. Having nearly beaten it to death, my anger has subsided considerably. The brass dragon smiled slightly, saying, I never anticipated that engaging in close combat would be so exhilarating. I quite enjoy it. Perhaps I shall pursue this path in the future. The young blue dragon lay within a crater in the ground. Why do you not kill me? It wondered in confusion, gazing up at the brass dragon circling in the sky. In this age, was there truly an option to spare the life of a sworn enemy? The young blue dragon's consciousness gradually faded, and with such thoughts, it succumbed into unconsciousness, unfazed by the young blue dragon's fading thoughts. Yethar and the brass dragon turned their attention to the ongoing fierce battle between the blue dragons and the flame demon wolf. The colossal form of the wolf, constructed of flames, was adorned with countless arcs of electricity that slithered like serpents. Its might and presence had diminished by a quarter since the onset of the confrontation. Were it not for the extraordinary resilience of legendary creatures, far surpassing that of ordinary beings, it would have certainly been overwhelmed and slain by the dragon horde by now. The blue dragons, including the robust mature blue dragon leading the charge, were focused solely on the flame demon wolf and remained oblivious to the fact that the young blue dragon sent to eliminate the brass dragon had already been rendered unconscious. After all, who could have anticipated that a fledgling dragon would manage to turn the tables on a young dragon? The blue dragons roared with fervor, their battle spirit soaring, relentlessly battering the flame demon wolf until it could barely lift its head. The flame demon wolf, now thoroughly ensnared by the electrifying onslaught of the blue dragons, found itself severely paralyzed and unable to escape from their agile pursuit. "Let us depart while they remain preoccupied with their struggle," the brass dragon suggested. I found it quite effortless to deal with the young blue dragon, but should the mature blue dragon set its sights on me, the situation would become perilous. The little rainbow dragon flapped its wings, gazing towards the distant flame demon wolf with a cheerful grin. "There's no rush. Of course, you are not in a hurry. They wish to recruit you into the blue dragon clan," the brass dragon replied, casting Yethar a sidelong glance. "I, however, am in a hurry. They all desire my demise. Once they become aware of the situation here, they would rather abandon their pursuit of the flame demon wolf to hunt me down." "That is indeed a valid point. I had not considered that." Upon realizing this, Yethar said, "I apologize. I have never been targeted by such malevolence before and have not given it due consideration." After a brief pause, he continued, "Allow me to establish a mental connection. You may proceed ahead, and I shall join you shortly." With eyes gently closed, Yethar extended his head, lightly touching the brass dragon's head. The brass dragon immediately sensed a presence seeking to establish a connection with its will. It did not resist, but embraced the sensation, feeling as though it could directly converse with Yethar in its heart and discern his location. "All set." Yethar's voice resonated directly within the brass dragon's mind. "Be careful." After this admonition, the brass dragon flapped its wings and soared away, circumventing the fierce battle between the fire magic wolves and the blue dragons, moving ahead. The brass dragon's form gradually faded from sight, yet its coordinates remained distinctly perceptible through the mental connection, dispelling any fear of loss. Yethar turned his gaze towards the clash of blue dragons and fire magic wolves, then took flight, approaching the fray. As he drew near, both the blue dragons and fire magic wolves noticed him, yet they paid him little heed. Engrossed as they were in their intense conflict, too occupied to regard a mere young dragon. After reaching a certain distance, Yethar halted in midair. Gazing intently at the fire magic wolves, he took a deep breath, channeling his psychic energy into a mental spell. Mental whisper. "Greetings, dear magic wolf. Do you require my assistance?" Yethar's voice echoed directly within the depths of the fire magic wolf's mind. Although the fire magic wolf, tense from the fierce battle, initially intended to remain silent, the voice possessed a unique charm that compelled it to believe instinctively. Following the waves of thought deep within, it realized that a small rainbow dragon from the other side was indeed conversing with it. "You are merely a young dragon. What aid can you offer me? Furthermore, as a dragon, why would you not assist your own kin, but rather extend your hand to me?" Though drawn in by an instinctive affinity and trust, the fire magic wolf still voiced its skepticism. "Rest assured, you can trust me. I am not a malevolent dragon and do not ally with the blue dragons. Like these blue dragons, I seek the blood crystal and broken horns hidden in this frigid abyss. We are rivals," Yethar stated confidently. "I can help you escape the onslaught of the blue dragons. In return, I hope you will stand behind me in this competition and fight alongside me." At this juncture, Yethar employed a plethora of charm-enhancing spells designed to foster goodwill, trust, and friendship, all rooted in charisma, yielding potent effects. The fire magic wolf was utterly entranced. Such a beautiful and divine presence must surely be a noble dragon. You can trust him and should fight by his side, protecting him and aiding him in claiming the remnants of the ancient dragons. Witnessing his ascendance to greater power, the fire magic wolf thought, its fondness for Yethar swelling. Moreover, should nothing unforeseen occur, it was highly likely that it would perish amidst the blue dragon's ambush. Why not take a chance and place its faith in this young dragon? Setting aside its reservations, The fire magic wolf earnestly declared, "If you can help me navigate this crisis, I vow to fight for you. Even a legendary magic wolf cannot resist my allure." Yethar nodded in satisfaction, his eyes transforming into a deep crimson hue as he gazed intently at the flame demon wolf from afar. His red light was not merely an augmentation of his flames. Simultaneously, under the penetrating gaze of Yethar's crimson eyes, the flame demon wolf felt an inexplicable sensation. Soon realizing that tendrils of deep red light had manifested upon its form, spreading rapidly like an intricate web, a surge of overwhelming and potent energy began to emanate. The once weakened flame demon wolf instantly regained its full vigor. How extraordinary, this power! How did you achieve this? The flame demon wolf crouched low, its flames morphing entirely into a deep red, burning with an unprecedented intensity, melting the ground beneath it, dissolving frost, and transforming gravel into crystal. But let us set aside these thoughts. You have been empowered. Break through. Yes's voice resonated deep within the heart of the flame demon wolf once more, thrumming with excitement. The deep red flame demon wolf could not restrain itself from releasing a long howl, erupting in a halo of crimson flames that not only radiated an intensity far surpassing its previous state, but also possessed formidable magical penetration, sweeping towards the blue dragons. Had it achieved a breakthrough in the heat of battle? Damn it! The mature blue dragon initially intended to charge through the fiery ring to attack the wolf. But before it could approach, the searing heat wave inflicted a sharp sting upon its body. The wolf's flames appeared to have undergone a qualitative transformation. The elemental resistance of the blue dragons was significantly diminished, and facing it head-on would likely result in grievous injury. This wolf's current state was decidedly troubling. Observing the newly emerged deep red patterns adorning the now surging flame demon wolf, the blue dragons exchanged uncertain glances, scattering to evade the onslaught of the fiery ring. Heeding Yes's command, the flame demon wolf chose not to continue its skirmish with the blue dragons. Its form rapidly diminished, condensing to a length of approximately 20 meters, its deep red flames becoming more solidified, resembling blood. A pair of wings crafted from flame unfurled from its sides. With a thunderous flap, the blood-colored wolf leapt into the air, propelled by the explosive deep red flames, racing through the sky at a speed unmatched even by the mature blue dragons. In the blink of an eye, it escaped the encirclement while the blue dragons remained in a state of bewilderment. I am Vandagak, the legendary flame demon wolf. Oh, the sacred and beautiful young dragon, you stand in stark contrast to the arrogant and detestable giants, and you have saved me, earning my sincere friendship. I am willing to fight for you. Flames swirled behind, trailing in a torrent. With its fiery wings ablaze, the wolf dashed forward, swiftly reaching Yes's side. With a flick of its fiery tail, it ensnared Yethar, placing him upon its back, and without looking back, sped away from the blue dragons. Pursue. That accursed wolf dares to abduct the young dragon that our clan was destined to shelter. Witnessing the pitiful, weak, and helpless young dragon being taken away by the wolf ignited a fury within the blue dragons, who gave chase. As for the young blue dragon lying in the deep crater on the ground, he was forgotten by his comrades. Chapter 42. The Warrior, the Enlightenment. Under the enhancement of the red light, the flame demon wolf flapped its almost blood-red wings, racing through the skies with a speed surpassing that of even mature dragons. The distance between the two parties continued to widen. Moreover, the speed of the adult and young dragons could not match that of the mature dragons, and in relentless pursuit, the formation of the dragon group became fragmented. Witnessing the fiery magic wolf retreating further away, the mature blue dragon let out an enraged roar, yet refrained from continuing the chase, opting instead to halt and await the regrouping of the dragons. Where's Audrike? Upon realizing a young dragon was missing, the mature blue dragon suppressed its fury and inquired. The adult dragons exchanged glances with the young ones, but remained silent. Damn it, what a useless creature. Failing even against a metallic whelp. Return. Realizing that the young dragon Audrike might be in peril, the mature blue dragon, filled with rage, led the dragon group back towards their previous location. Meanwhile, observing that the blue dragons had ceased their pursuit, Yethar leisurely sat upon the back of the fiery magic wolf, directing it to chase after the bronze dragon, guided by the connection of their minds. The legendary creature moved with astonishing speed, and the fierce winds and blizzards rushed towards Yethar. However, when still several dozen meters away, The intense heat emanating from the fiery magic wolf created a barrier of flames, preventing any approach. Strangely, the deep crimson flames, which even the mature dragons feared, caressed Yethar without causing harm. Instead, they enveloped him in warmth and comfort, evidently under the deliberate control of the fiery magic wolf. As time passed, the red glow surrounding the fiery magic wolf gradually faded, and the deep crimson patterns on its surface vanished, its essence visibly waning. Can you amplify my strength again? This feeling is too delightful for me to forget. The voice of the fiery magic wolf resonated, having become enamored with the overwhelming sensation brought by the red glow. It was convinced that in its prime state, combined with this unique amplification technique, it could even dare to battle legendary dragons, asserting that the previous blue dragon group would have been no match for it. Yes, but it greatly exhausts me, and now that we are safe, it is unnecessary. Bestowing the red glow amplification upon a legendary creature was the first instance that made Yethar feel somewhat drained of his own light energy. The duration of the effect was limited. However, Yethar continued, "If you truly desire it, I can continue to amplify you, for we are now true friends. You are willing to fight for me, and I am equally willing to expend my own energy for you. Friend, you have my loyalty. Feel free to call me by my name, Yethar." The fiery magic wolf felt a surge of emotion at the notion of being a dragon's ally. "I can endure fatigue, but I cannot allow you to tire yourself," the fiery magic wolf cautioned, despite its inner yearning. It did not wish for Yethar to continue using the red glow amplification on it. After a moment, the fiery magic wolf inquired, "Do you also seek the remnants of the great dragon deep within the polar domain?" "Indeed, that is precisely why I have come here," Yethar replied candidly, without pretense. There was no need for concealment. The dangers here were evident, and since they had chosen to delve deeper, their objectives were aligned. "I will exert my utmost efforts to help you achieve your desires." The flame magic wolf chuckled, its tail swaying behind it, and remarked, "To be honest, I feel immensely honored to have a dragon like you as a friend. Dragons, as the undisputed sovereigns of the multiverse, hold an unquestionable status. Other species are generally regarded as inferior and insignificant in the eyes of a typical dragon. Even legendary beings are often looked down upon by dragons of higher life ranks. In such an environment, earning the recognition and friendship of a dragon is indeed astonishing. I suspect that fulfilling my desires may not be a simple endeavor," Yethar mused quietly, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, the flame magic wolf continued thoughtfully as it raced on. "To my knowledge, there are 3 legendary beings in the Shackles Desert, including myself. Besides me, the other 2 are the Sand Demon and the Sandstorm Great Rock Python, neither of which share my fiery affinity. The environmental changes have little effect on them. Moreover, I sense many unfamiliar yet potent life energies drawing near. Undoubtedly, a considerable number of beings from the Golden Mountains have arrived here." Yethar nodded gently, deep in contemplation. The mature cobalt dragon previously encountered had indeed flown in from the direction of the Golden Mountains. The clamor of ancient dragons battling was monumental. It had not only attracted the attention of the creatures in the Shackles Desert, but also alerted many powerful beings in the neighboring Golden Mountains, particularly dragons attuned to the essence of their kin, who could discern the presence of formidable demigod dragons clashing in the Shackles Desert. This, in turn, signified a high probability of remnants from ancient dragons being left behind. Thus, acquiring blood crystals and broken horns should be expedited. Otherwise, as time passes, more powerful dragons will arrive. Should a legendary dragon come, the blood crystals and broken horns would be utterly beyond my reach. Yethar reflected internally. Legendary dragons are not to be compared with other legendary beings. There is no time to waste. With the assistance of the flame magic wolf, along with my companion Galen, we should seize the blood crystals and broken horns before any legendary dragons arrive. Let us first rendezvous with Galen. After establishing a mental connection to ascertain his location, Yethar pointed in the direction. They were not far apart. The flame magic wolf leaped forward, racing through the skies, leaving a long trail of fire in its wake as the distance rapidly diminished. A massive life energy was approaching from behind. Before long, the perceptive bronze dragon felt a chill down its spine. Turning its gaze, it beheld the flame magic wolf charging towards it through the air with a fierce countenance. Had this wolf broken free from the encirclement of the blue dragons? This was dire. Upon spotting me, it seemed to accelerate even faster, clearly intent on me. Having just been pursued by dragons, its mind must be filled with a desire for vengeance against them. But how could a dragon's misfortune reach such depths? The bronze dragon felt as though the entire world was imbued with malice towards it. First, the blue dragons aimed to slay it upon their first encounter. And now it faced a legendary magic wolf. In terms of speed, while the bronze dragon was confident, competing with a legendary being was simply out of the question. Aware of the relentless pursuit of the flame demon wolf, the brass dragon inhaled deeply, its muscles taut beneath its scales. Its gaze fixed intently on the beast as it emitted a series of low growls. Since escape was futile, it resolved to confront death with valor. To face danger in the manner of a warrior was far more honorable than fleeing in a cowardly manner. Come forth, demon wolf. Dragons do not fear death. If you wish to slay me, be prepared to pay a grievous price. The brass dragon, embodying a spirit of defiance and courage, roared at the flame demon wolf. However, before the words could fully escape its lips, the brass dragon noticed a familiar dragon head emerging from the flames that suddenly parted on the creature's back. In that instant, a realization dawned, and the dragon's voice faltered. Great gem dragon god above, dragons do not fear death. Such eloquent words, such a noble stance in the face of demise. How admirable. Yethar chuckled slyly, extending a claw to offer the brass dragon enthusiastic applause. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, the display was undoubtedly commendable. Yet if this was merely a false alarm, the reaction could become a source of embarrassment. Observing Yethar's demeanor and recalling its own resolute appearance, the brass dragon's expression darkened. It became painfully aware that Yethar's malicious traits seemed to rival their striking beauty and charm. Worse still, despite recognizing this malevolence, the allure remained irresistible. Chapter 43. The strong must mercilessly insult the weak. Are you suggesting that this legendary demon wolf has submitted to you? Is that credible? After all, it is a legendary creature, and should it suddenly turn hostile, we would be in grave danger. Through a mental connection, the brass dragon voiced its doubts and concerns. Is it difficult to make a legendary creature submit and follow through my beauty, charm, and wisdom? Yethar retorted, continuing, rest assured, Vanderlick will steadfastly stand at my back. Conquest through charm is far more stable and reliable than any contract or enslavement. Contracts and slavery inevitably breed resentment and rebellion, while conquest through charm inspires genuine loyalty and service. Since you are Yes's friend, my flame shall provide you with protection. At that moment, the flame demon wolf spoke to the brass dragon. For other species, the reputation of metal dragons is far superior to that of chromatic dragons. Seeing that Yes's dragon companion is a metal dragon, the flame demon wolf felt considerably reassured. Although it had previously faced a blue dragon's attack, it bore no ill will towards the brass dragon. After a moment's hesitation, the brass dragon nodded slightly, indicating its acknowledgement of the flame demon wolf. The energy fluctuations ahead intensified. Gazing into the chilling, snowy expanse, Yethar could distinctly sense the numerous energy waves colliding and swirling within. I can already feel the alluring remnants of ancient dragons. The dragon veins within me are stirring, the brass dragon murmured. Let us go and join the fray, Yethar suggested. In an instant, the flames enveloping the fiery wolf danced like a flickering tongue, drawing the brass dragon onto its back, encasing it in a torrent of fierce yet harmless flames. With a swift motion, the fire wolf surged forward, slicing through the howling blizzard in the sky, propelling itself in a straight line. Before long, two towering icebergs rose from the frostbitten earth, surrounded by countless figures locked in fierce combat. Coming into view before the fiery wolf, through the thick ice, glimmers of crimson crystals and silvery broken horns could be faintly discerned. The frigid atmosphere that permeated the surroundings emanated from these formidable entities, whose power transcended legend, belonging to the realm of demigods. The powerful beings drawn by this divine strength had already commenced their struggle for dominance in this place. Among them, the most striking was a sandstorm serpent, measuring over 100 meters in length, undulating across the land, leaving behind a cracked and shattered surface in its wake, and a humanoid sand golem, towering several dozen meters high, composed entirely of golden sand, moving with an almost lifelike fluidity. The aura of legendary creatures radiated in waves from them. The sandstorm giant python and the sand golem, two legendary beings native to the desert. Yes's gaze shifted from the legendary creatures to survey the other figures. A mature female silver dragon, approximately 20 meters long, bore a noble and cold hue with its silver-scaled body. It danced like a ballerina amid the blizzard, wielding the frosty energies of the area, engaged in a fierce struggle with a robust red dragon, exceeding 28 meters in length. Its formidable frame exuding an aura of molten heat, reminiscent of sulfuric magma. Meanwhile, on the ground, a battle-worn bronze dragon, its scales tattered and revealing charred flesh beneath, struggled with a nearly severed tail. The bronze dragon, despite its grievous injuries, attempted to rise and assist the silver dragon, but its wounds rendered it incapable of standing. All three dragons had been drawn from the Golden Mountains. The bronze and silver dragons were companions, yet together they were no match for the robust red dragon. Suffering greatly in the encounter, this mature red dragon, reeking of sulfur and flames, radiated a chilling aura that hissed around it, generating a swirling mist of scalding vapor, enhancing its ferocious demeanor. Though not fully legendary, the palpable might of the mature red dragon eclipsed that of the legendary beings present. As a fire dragon, it bore the negative consequences of the environment, yet it still managed to severely wound the bronze dragon, bringing it to the brink of death, while simultaneously overpowering the silver dragon, who struggled to lift its head in defeat. Like a bird pursued by a hawk, the silver dragon faced peril at every turn. Haha, today is my fortuitous day. Beyond the remnants of ancient dragons, I find unexpected gains. Praise the great immortal dragon. Weak silver dragon, you cannot escape my grasp. I shall not slay you, but will capture you and imprison you within my territory, subjecting you to humiliation and torment, forcing you to bear my offspring in disgrace. The mature red dragon emitted a resonant sound reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, brimming with an air of imperiousness and arrogance, unabashedly revealing its intense desire for the silver dragon. From the perspective of draconic aesthetics, silver dragons are indeed among the most cherished of all dragonkin. The male silver dragon is strikingly handsome, while the female silver dragon possesses an exquisite nobility. As the foremost adversary of metallic dragons, the vast majority of red dragons harbor a simple yet profound aspiration to capture a silver dragon, imprison it, and subject it to severe humiliation. Cursed wretched dragon, your nature is so malevolent, your words so vulgar. You prey upon the weak and are unworthy of being regarded as a dragon. The silver dragon rebuked in indignation. Thank you for the compliment, beautiful silver dragon. As for preying on the weak, allow me to enlighten you. The strong must ruthlessly dominate the weak. This is the shared understanding among all red dragons. The mature red dragon proudly flexed its robust muscles, taking pride in the silver dragon's wrathful words. With a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a torrent of flames that surged through the sky, its claws reaching directly for the elegant, proportionate neck of the female silver dragon. Ice barrier. The silver dragon invoked a spell, erecting a formidable barrier of hard ice between itself and the red dragon. Benefiting from the environment, the ice barrier proved exceptionally dense. However, the resounding crack echoed as the barrier, harder than steel, was torn apart like fragile parchment beneath the red dragon's claws. The red dragon's physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary dragons. Its unparalleled strength was the key to its dominance over the chromatic dragons. As one claw shattered the ice barrier, it continued to advance toward the silver dragon. Seizing the fleeting moment of obstruction, the silver dragon deftly ducked its head to evade the red dragon's grasp, swiftly descending to create distance. Though the red dragon failed to ensnare its neck, its claws brushed along the silver dragon's elongated tail, leaving a trail of intense heat and power in their wake. The sensation was quite delightful. A wicked smile spread across the red dragon's face, clearly relishing the opportunity to toy with the silver dragon as a cat would with a mouse. The two legendary desert creatures were dismissed by the red dragon, which viewed blood crystals, broken horns, the life of the bronze dragon, and this silver dragon as mere prizes to be claimed. At that moment, it sensed the presence of other legendary beings and dragons. Turning its gaze, it spotted the fiery magic wolf and the two young dragons enveloped in its flames, both of which caught the red dragon's attention. A fire-type legendary magic wolf, of little consequence. A young brass dragon, easily dispatched. Upon spotting Yethar, the mature red dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. Such beauty, such exquisite beauty. I have never encountered a dragon so captivating. In comparison, the silver dragon pales like a firefly beside the full moon, utterly unworthy of insult. It appeared to be a young male dragon, But that mattered little. Beauty was paramount, and gender was irrelevant. I could later procure a magical artifact to transform its gender. Beauty is meant for humiliation and destruction. Capture it. I shall turn him into her and delight in tormenting her. The mature red dragon exhaled flames from its nostrils, breathing heavily with exhilaration. I seemed to have encountered a deranged dragon. Noticing the dragon's gaze, I felt an unmistakable malice within it, sending a jolt of alarm through my heart. This red dragon's stare was unsettling. With Yes's keen intuition, the moment our eyes met, he recognized the danger. He understood he was facing a psychologically disturbed creature. In most instances, the allure of high charisma could easily garner favor from unfamiliar beings, facilitating social connections effortlessly. However, this was not an absolute truth. The world is not devoid of those with unconventional thoughts, including those who derive pleasure from tormenting and humiliating others. In the face of such perversion, high charm could prove counterproductive, igniting a fervent desire in the dragon instead. It had set its sights on me. Under the intense scrutiny of the red dragon, Yethar steeled himself, aware that if this mature beast captured him, the consequences would be dire. The fire wolf also sensed the red dragon's gaze. Perceiving a far more formidable aura than that of the mature blue dragon, the fire wolf crouched low, baring its teeth and growling, assuming a battle stance. And its voice echoed in Yethar's mind. Yethar, be cautious. Although this red dragon is not legendary, it exudes a dangerous aura. Even at my peak strength, I might not stand a chance against it. It seems to have fixated on you. It's not you it's fixated on, but rather me. Meanwhile, having ceased the pursuit of the silver dragon, the mature red dragon turned to face the fire wolf and the two young dragons perched upon its back. The silver dragon, momentarily dazed, glanced at Yethar before regaining composure and hastily distancing itself from the red dragon. Folding its wings, it landed near the severely injured mature bronze dragon, stabilizing its dire injuries while remaining vigilant of the surroundings, waiting for the right moment to act. At that moment, the red dragon gazed at Yethar with insatiable hunger, grinning as it said, "Hey, little one, why don't you come with me willingly? From now on, you will belong solely to me, and I promise to care for you fiercely." The juxtaposition of the words fiercely and care seemed incongruous. Very well, but your words alone are insufficient. The oppressive aura of the mature red dragon did not instill fear in Yethar. He employed his most endearing expressions, tilting his head and blinking innocently, addressing the red dragon. "If you could just retrieve the ancient dragon's blood crystal and broken horn for me, I would be exceedingly pleased." Yethar's charm still held sway. The red dragon expelled a torrent of flames, its breath heavy and labored. Yet, the approach that Yethar had envisioned proved ineffective against a dragon of such a twisted psyche. Such an adorable yet pitiable creature, I yearned to crush it, to make it weep and collapse in despair, begging for mercy beneath my relentless torment. The malevolent thoughts within the heart of the red dragon blazed like a wildfire, intensifying further. However, this red dragon is not a mere embodiment of reckless savagery. In response to Yeth's request, it extended its tongue to caress its jaw and proclaimed, "Ah, of course, come to my side first. I shall both cherish you and seize the blood crystal horns." Very well. My charm has only heightened this creature's excitement. Yethar gently shook his head, declining the mature red dragon's proposition. "It seems to be a clever little thing. I eagerly anticipate what shall transpire once you fall into my claws. Merely contemplating it makes me breathless with exhilaration." A fierce column of fire erupted from the nostrils of the mature red dragon. "What about me?" The brass dragon, feeling overlooked, pointed to itself. "You, wretched metallic whelp, the sight of you metal dragons vexes me. I shall have you dispatched shortly." The red dragon's jovial expression vanished, replaced by a chilling intent as it stated, "I am utterly terrified." The brass dragon turned to the little rainbow dragon and said, "Yethar, why not endure a little discomfort and appease this red dragon?" Meanwhile, the mature red dragon arrogantly raised its head and commanded the fiery magic wolf in a condescending tone. "Lowly magic wolf, surrender the two younglings upon your back and vanish from my sight, and I may spare your life." Upon hearing the disparaging words, the fiery magic wolf's inner fury surged. Yet, before it could respond, the mature red dragon suddenly shook its head, grinned, and continued, "I see anger in your eyes directed at me. How delightful. You seem to believe that being a legendary life form grants you the audacity to defy my draconic majesty. I relish that look in your eyes, Hence I have changed my mind. Even if you surrender the two younglings and beg for mercy, I shall still tear you apart. Your cries of rage, resentment, and despair shall undoubtedly weave a melody that intoxicates me. Gazing upon the arrogant, mature red dragon, the fiery magic wolf, despite possessing a higher life rank, inexplicably felt as though it was the inferior, a weakling scrutinized from above. Come, face me, confront the flames that consume all. The mature red dragon roared, its wings unfurling abruptly. Boom, boom, boom. Torrential flames surged from its wings, trailing behind it like a long curtain of fire. With a terrifying heat and oppressive force, the mature red dragon launched a ferocious assault on the fiery magic wolf. Arrogant red dragon, I shall shatter your pride. Blood surged to the magic wolf's eyes as it roared in fury, refusing to retreat and charging towards the mature red dragon. Simultaneously, as the magic wolf advanced, the flames upon its back enveloped both Yethar and the brass dragon. The might of this mature red dragon was overwhelming. The fiery magic wolf could not guarantee the safety of Yethar and the brass dragon amidst the fierce battle and needed to maintain a safe distance. The legendary magic wolf raised its head, inhaling deeply, as molten-like patterns illuminated its chest, shimmering brilliantly. After a brief moment of contemplation, it unleashed a blazing fireball towards the mature red dragon, a formidable force capable of flattening mountains and vaporizing rivers. The fireball reflected in its pupils as the mature red dragon grinned, its crimson scales igniting in a searing blaze. With a powerful flap of its wings, it charged forward. Boom! A fireball, exceeding several hundred meters in diameter, ascended into the sky like a miniature sun. The spreading waves of intense heat evaporated the chill around, causing a constant hissing sound as steam swirled around. At the center of this miniature sun, amidst the tangible flames, the silhouette of the red dragon could be faintly discerned. Fire and power are the dominions of us red dragons. You, a lowly wretch, dare to wield fire before a red dragon? Accompanied by the mature red dragon's triumphant roar, the expanding fireball suddenly faltered, as if a bottomless pit with infinite suction had manifested within, causing it to rapidly collapse inward. In mere moments, the sun-like fireball vanished, leaving only the last flicker of flame to flow into the open maw of the mature red dragon, touching the spiny protrusions of its chin, resembling hardened volcanic rock. The mature red dragon spat out a handful of sparks, disdainfully declaring, "Your flames taste deplorable, akin to consuming bird droppings." The fire magic wolf's pupils constricted. The oppressive aura from the mature red dragon continued to escalate. In fact, the pressure exerted by this solitary foe was even more intense than that of the previous blue dragon horde. This formidable red dragon surpassed the mature blue dragon encountered before by a considerable margin. Yet, within dragon society, the red dragon was merely one tier above the blue dragon. Was it not? The fire magic wolf was engulfed in uncertainty. It had failed to consider the inherent differences among dragon individuals. One could not generalize the qualities of dragons. This mature red dragon, so prideful and domineering, would have long been vanquished by rival dragons had it lacked the strength and confidence to match its demeanor. Its physique and talent for fire were exceptional, making it a paragon among its peers. Even the weakest red dragon could instill despair and death. Fear, embrace fear. I revel in the emotions of the weak. With a low growl, the mature red dragon surged forward with even greater speed and menace towards the fire magic wolf. Sensing the terrifying draconic authority, the fire magic wolf instinctively took a step back, truly feeling the pangs of fear. The dread of a dragon overlord was an experience that even the transcendence of legendary life could not alter. Yet, thinking of the iridescent dragon behind it that needed protection, the fire magic wolf stepped forward once more. Though still trembling before the draconic might, it resolutely positioned itself in front of the mature red dragon. In the rear, Yethar narrowed his eyes, his pupils transforming into a deep crimson as he fixed his gaze on the legendary magic wolf. In this contest involving numerous high-ranking dragons and legendary beings, Yethar understood that relying solely on his own combat prowess would yield little result. However, with a legendary magic wolf whose abilities could be enhanced by his skills, the situation was entirely different. This was the very reason he risked everything to rescue the fire magic wolf. Chapter 45, The Dragon and the Wolf. A surprise attack within the depths of the crimson gaze, the silhouette of the magical wolf is reflected. In the radiant vision of Yethar, amidst countless intertwining colors. Strands of red light, under Yessa's will, detach and flow forth like an unceasing stream, converging into the legendary magical wolf's form. Simultaneously, as Yessa enhances the legendary magical wolf with the red light, he softly encourages, Vandergak, I have witnessed your fearless valor amidst the dragon's onslaught. I trust you shall face the red dragon with the same courage. The spell of courage bestows upon its target an overwhelming sense of bravery, significantly enhancing all attributes while allowing one to disregard fear, intimidation, and despair. Upon hearing these words, Vandergak's chest swelled with pride. With a resounding roar, the deep crimson magical wolf lifted its head, its entire form enveloped in a blood-red glow that solidified into vibrant, intricate patterns of deep crimson. As it pawed the ground, it seemed to hear an everlasting echo, a new power surging within. I grant you courage and strength. Go forth, confront your formidable foe. Yessa's whispers resonated within the fiery wolf's heart. In that moment, all fear and anxiety dissipated, and the might of the red dragon could no longer sway it. The red dragon? Even a deity would falter in the face of its ferocious growl, with death being the only outcome. With a swift motion, the deep crimson magical wolf, stepping upon flames, boldly advanced toward the mature red dragon. It was as if a needle met a wheat spike, a meteor colliding with the earth. In the instant they clashed, rolling flames surged like a tsunami across the sky, painting a vast expanse in crimson, clashing continuously with the chilling remnants of the ancient dragon, creating a peculiar tapestry through the evaporation of cold and heat. Within the depths of the seething flames, the mature red dragon raised its deadly claws, striking toward the magical wolf, which measured around 20 meters, significantly smaller than itself. The claw, infused with searing heat, unleashed a torrent of scorching winds. The muscular fibers of its arm resembled iron cables, erupting with a force far beyond the imagination of any other creature, compressing the air to produce a thunderous crack. Should the red dragon's terrifying strength make contact, even with Yessa's enhancement, the magical wolf would be unable to withstand it. With rationality, it twisted its body and narrowly evaded the dragon's strike. Slipping beneath the mature red dragon's outstretched arm, the magical wolf swiftly maneuvered to its side. Empowered by the deep crimson glow, its claws struck like a searing brand upon the dragoness scales. The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed as the deep crimson claws pierced the red dragon's armor, tearing flesh. Though inherently inferior to the dragon, it was still a legendary creature, bolstered by Yessa's enhancement. Its attack fierce enough to breach the dragon's defenses. In pain, the mature red dragon abruptly turned its head, opening its gaping maw to bite at the magical wolf. The wolf, sensing the urgency, evaded the attack with heightened vigilance. The fierce battle between the dragon and the wolf raged on, with the smaller magical wolves darting around the robust crimson dragon, striking swiftly and retreating, leaving numerous gashes upon its scaled hide. The enraged dragon, despite its fury, struggled to catch the elusive wolves, their legendary agility proving too great a challenge. The deep crimson wolves appeared to hold the advantage. However, the observant Yessa understood that, as time passed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the wolves were destined for defeat. The enhancement of the legendary wolves was a tremendous drain on their energy, and Yessa knew that it could not be sustained indefinitely, certainly not long enough to inflict serious harm on the robust dragon. Though the dragon was now bloodied, these superficial wounds were trivial for a creature of its vitality, causing it little discomfort. In contrast, the legendary wolf, despite its prowess, possessed a significantly shorter lifespan. A single blow could spell disaster for it. The dragon could afford multiple missteps, but should it land even a single hit on the legendary wolf, victory would be assured. The wolves danced precariously amidst the dragon's strikes, akin to tightrope walkers, lacking the confidence that would ensure their continued evasion. It was only a matter of time before defeat would befall them. Fleeing was not an option. The dragon's keen senses would easily track Yessa, rendering any attempts to escape futile. The spells designed to conceal his presence were of little use. Thus, he resolved to find a way to incapacitate the robust dragon before his energy was completely expended. At the very least, he needed to inflict significant damage upon it. Yessa turned his attention to the sandstorm great rock python and the sand demon. These two legendary entities, one a brutish beast and the other a creature born of the desert, lacked the intelligence of the magical wolf Vandakak. They were driven solely by instinct. each attacking the towering icebergs. One was motivated by greed, yearning for treasure, while the other sought to eradicate the icy realm rooted in the heart of the desert, restoring balance to the environment. Additionally, the blood crystals and broken horns contained the ancient power of dragons. The icebergs surrounding them were remarkably sturdy, trembling violently under the onslaught of the legendary beings, shattering into countless ice shards. Yet, despite the destruction, they were still far from total collapse. Previously, the robust dragon had ignored the sand demon and the sandstorm great rock python during its battles with the bronze and silver dragons, preferring to conserve its strength rather than waste it on demolishing the icebergs. It was more advantageous to wait for the mindless legendary beings to dismantle the icebergs before seizing the opportunity to claim the treasures within. If Yethar could manipulate these two legendary creatures, a 3-on-1 scenario would surely drive the robust dragon into a state of panic. With this thought in mind, Yethar directed his attention toward the two legendary beings, casting an enchantment to influence them. The small rainbow dragon, radiant in its charm, caught the attention of the sandstorm great rock python and the sand demon. The python, draped in rugged scales and crowned with horns resembling those of a bull, paused momentarily. Captivated by the mesmerizing sight, Yethar instinctively harbored a certain fondness for the sandstorm giant python. However, aside from casting a few glances in Yethar's direction, it made no further moves, turning its attention back to relentlessly assaulting the ice mountain formed from blood crystals. What value is beauty if it pales in comparison to the tantalizing allure of the blood crystals before it? Mindless and ferocious creatures do not comprehend the essence of beauty. Yethar attempted to charm another sand demon, yet this one, mechanistically embodying the will of the desert, was singularly focused on dismantling the ice mountain, exhibiting an even more apathetic response than the sandstorm giant python. What good is beauty? It cannot assist me in overcoming the ice mountain before my eyes. After glancing at Yethar a few times, the sand demon wielded a warhammer fashioned from grains of sand, resuming its vigorous assault on the ice mountain formed from fractured horns. A creature lacking intellect, it remains oblivious to the concept of allure. Yethar felt a tinge of helplessness. His charm was not invincible. When faced with beings driven solely by instinct and fixated on a singular objective, or legendary creatures whose life ranks far surpassed his own, the efficacy of his allure diminished significantly. His earlier success in enchanting the legendary wolf demon stemmed primarily from the fact that the creature found itself in a life-or-death crisis. Yethar's appearance was akin to the last lifeline for a drowning soul, radiating a sacred brilliance of a savior. If I were also a legend, a mere glance would compel you all to bow before my beauty. As it stands now, Yethar felt the situation becoming increasingly precarious. Suddenly, the wolf demon, caught off guard, was struck on its hind leg by the claw of a robust red dragon. With a savage grin illuminating the red dragon's face, a wolf leg, engulfed in flames, was mercilessly torn from the wolf demon's body. Fortunately, the legendary fire wolf's form had largely elementalized. It evaded the red dragon's pursuit, flames swirling as it reformed a leg. However, the overall brilliance of its fiery essence inevitably dimmed, rendering it increasingly feeble against the red dragon's onslaught. The blue dragon horde was likely racing to the scene. The convergence of the chromatic dragons would seek to eliminate the troublesome wolf demon and the metallic dragon at first opportunity. Yethar sighed inwardly, pondering, ultimately, one's own strength holds paramount importance. Otherwise, beauty and charm may only invite calamity. The fierce and arrogant red dragon, the approaching blue dragon horde. How should he respond next? Yethar fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, an unsettling sensation of being watched surged within him. Yethar abruptly lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He momentarily relaxed. Then, a wave of imperceptible yet profoundly threatening high-frequency pulsations descended from above, cleaving through the boiling steam to forge a translucent passageway, heading straight toward the brass dragon beside Yethar. Time froze. In an instant, the flow of time around them came to a standstill, and the perilous pulsation halted mere inches from the brass dragon's face. By the dragon mother, what a wretched lot! Who dares to attempt my life? Heart racing, the brass dragon couldn't help but curse in fury. Chapter 46. Danger evading the invisible yet menacing attack. The brass dragon dispelled the time halt and raised its gaze to the higher skies. Regaining his senses, Yethar turned his gaze towards the source of the attack. Before him stood a colossal dragon, its elongated, blood-red eyes glinting with a sinister intensity. Its tail, unlike that of any ordinary dragon, was long and slender, resembling an iron whip, while its body was cloaked in shimmering blue scales. This visage was hauntingly familiar, as it gazed down with a brooding and perilous stare directed at the brass dragon. The sight of this formidable creature sent a shiver down the spines of both Yethar and the brass dragon. They were no strangers to this mature dragon, measuring approximately 25 meters in length and radiating an aura of danger, for they had encountered it not long ago. It was a cobalt dragon of the Iron Dragon clan. Upon arriving at the epicenter of the conflict, Yethar had not initially spotted the cobalt dragon and assumed it had been driven away by the mature red dragon or some legendary beast. Little did he know it had been lurking in hiding, waiting for the appearance of a metallic dragon, unable to contain its restlessness any longer and launching an attack on the brass dragon. With the emergence of the cobalt dragon, the heavily injured mature bronze dragon, the adult silver dragon, and the brass dragon, who had narrowly avoided a deadly ambush, all felt a profound sense of threat. The animosity that the Iron Dragon clan harbored towards the metallic dragons was, in some respects, even more ferocious than that of the chromatic dragons. The mature red dragon, engaged in battle with the fiery magic wolf, also took notice of the unfolding scene. Upon spotting the cobalt dragon, it raised an eyebrow, and after vanquishing the flame-wrought beast, it chuckled, exclaiming, "Ah, so it is the forsaken hound of the platinum dragon god, the Iron Dragon. Huh, you couldn't even slay a young brass dragon with your ambush. I now understand why the platinum dragon god cast you aside. I would do the same. Poor creature, you must be desperate. This young brass dragon is all yours. Go ahead and enjoy. However, do not lay a claw on the other dragons, lest my red dragon self decide to snap your neck." In truth, the red dragon held little interest in the frail young brass dragon. Killing it would merely be a trivial task. Yethar, the silver dragon, the injured bronze dragon, and the remnants of the ancient dragon were of far greater concern to it. The young brass dragon? Just a passing thought. Nevertheless, despite its intent to relinquish the brass dragon to the cobalt dragon for its amusement, the red dragon's words dripped with unabashed mockery. It stood strong and proud, showing no fear of the Iron Dragon, often regarded as the mad dog among dragons. Angered by the blatant derision, the cobalt dragon, known for its violent temperament as a fellow evil dragon, turned its gaze towards the mature red dragon. At that precise moment, a legendary magic wolf lunged from afar, its maw composed of flames, a deep crimson wolf's head materializing before the red dragon, radiating legendary might as it snapped down. The red dragon raised its arms high, its muscular form bulging impressively, the sinews beneath its scales taut, producing a sound akin to steel grinding. With a resounding crack, its claws caught the wolf's upper jaw while its feet pressed down into its mouth. The mature red dragon stood tall and proud, its chest puffed out, as the massive maw of the crimson wolf struggled to close. With a powerful flap of its wings, it released its grip, and at the moment the wolf's mouth began to close, the mature red dragon surged forward with a tempestuous force, plunging directly into its gaping maw. The sky was ablaze with scattered flames, the fire swirling incessantly, surrounding the imposing figure of the mature red dragon, resembling an indomitable beast. A profound sense of trepidation flickered in the cobalt dragon's eyes, aware that it was far from being a match for this red dragon, which easily subdued legends. Ordinarily, even a dragon of the same age and tier, such as the Iron Dragon, the apex of the submetallic dragons, would struggle against the red dragon, let alone the cobalt dragon. Moreover, the cobalt dragon itself was of a high 8th tier, while the formidable red dragon before it was undoubtedly at a high 9th tier, perilously close to legendary status. Feigning ignorance of the taunts, the cobalt dragon shifted its gaze to the young brass dragon, intent on unleashing the pent-up fury within. "Oh, wretched metallic dragon, encountering me is your misfortune. I shall spill your blood to convey the wrath of all submetallic dragons to the platinum dragon god." With a low growl, the mature cobalt dragon unfurled its wings, conjuring an invisible shockwave that shattered the clouds and the surrounding chill, propelling itself like an arrow towards the brass dragon. "Yethar, do take care. Do not fall prey to the red dragon as a mere plaything. Once I have dealt with this cobalt dragon, I will seek you out and reunite." The vibrant energy surged within the brass dragon, transforming into waves of formidable power as it activated its acceleration state, beating its wings and flicking its tail, departing at an astonishing speed. The might of the mature dragon was not something that Yethar and the current brass dragon could confront directly. Not wishing to involve Yethar further, the brass dragon deliberately increased the distance between them. Moreover, there was a more pressing reason for the brass dragon's decision. It sensed that its fortune seemed particularly dire when in proximity to Yethar. Yethar attracted far too much attention from dragons. Like a dazzling gem, wherever it went, it was immediately noticed, and due to its extraordinary charm, it remained enigmatic in its dragon lineage, unless one was as perverse as a red dragon, who might unwittingly develop an affection towards it, harboring little malice. However, the brass dragon was different. The moment the gaze of the chromatic and submetallic dragons fell upon it, it would quickly transform into a fierce intent to kill. Treasure your life, and steer clear of Yethar, thought the brass dragon. You too, be wary of perishing at the hands of the submetallic dragons. The situation shifted rapidly, and in the nick of time. Yethar could only cast a few spells from a distance to further enhance the brass dragon's speed. Regarding Yethar, the mature cobalt dragon bore no hostility or murderous intent. Observing the brass dragon, which was moving at an astonishing speed, far exceeding its expectations for a young dragon, the cobalt dragon's murderous intent intensified. With a mere glance at Yethar, it vigorously flapped its wings and changed direction, pursuing the fleeing brass dragon. Such a remarkably gifted metallic dragon, when slain, would bring joy to the submetallic dragon clan. With a significant threat drawn away by the brass dragon, the situation returned to normal. The legendary magic wolf was fiercely battling the mature red dragon, while the sandstorm giant rock python and the sand demon were relentlessly assaulting the two icebergs. As time passed, the once mighty icebergs gradually began to crumble, with the air thickening with the ancient draconic essence of blood crystals and broken horns. Crack! The demonic wolf leaped onto the back of the crimson dragon, sinking its fangs, imbued with deep red flames akin to a searing iron brand, into the dragon's scales. Yet, before the wolf could rend the flesh of the dragon, the fiery tail of the dragon sliced through the air, striking silently towards the demonic beast. The wolf crouched low, springing off the dragon's back just in time to narrowly evade the tail's assault. The air was subsequently pierced by a deafening shriek. Suspended in midair, the legendary wolf, having dodged the dragon's tail, had no time to revel in its escape when a colossal wing, wreathed in raging flames like a curtain of fire, obscured its vision and descended upon it with terrifying force. With a thunderous crash, it was as if a fiery meteor had been struck down by the dragon's wing, sending it crashing violently to the ground. The earth erupted in a torrent of flames, collapsing and shattering under the impact. The fire-wrought wolf lay motionless in the melted pit, uncertain of its fate after being struck by the formidable onslaught of the mature crimson dragon. With the obstacle removed, the dragon suddenly turned its gaze, its molten eyes reflecting the exquisite beauty of the small, iridescent dragon. "Ah, little one, you are mine now," roared the crimson dragon, exhilaration coursing through its veins, as it envisioned holding the tiny creature close to its searing chest, ready to squeeze with fervor. The mature crimson dragon, brimming with excitement, unleashed a booming roar, its eyes glinting with unrestrained aggression as it soared towards Yethar. Chapter 47. Confronting the unusual while observing from a distance, the opponent's strength felt formidable, but not overtly so. Now faced directly with the threat, the sensation was entirely different. The mature crimson dragon approached with overwhelming heat and a suffocating aura, causing Yethar's heart to sink. The dragon's potent presence instilled an innate fear, rendering Yassa's body sluggish and stiff, while his mind began to cloud. Utilizing a spell to enhance his mental fortitude, bolstered by the blessing of the brave, Yethar aimed to resist the dragon's terrifying might. His willpower returned to normal. With his mind taut, Yethar cast his favored charm spell upon the mature crimson dragon, transforming foe into friend. The spell, bridged by charm, encountered no hindrance, penetrating deep into the dragon's psyche. Yet, it seemed to vanish without a trace. "Little creature, ha ha ha, I find you utterly irresistible." Instead of deterring the mature dragon from capturing Yethar, it only spurred the beast on, increasing its speed further. Blizzard. A four-ring spell was instantaneously conjured. A frosty tempest, several dozen meters in diameter, howled into existence. Drawing upon the ancient dragon's residual cold energy, matching the potency of a five-ring shaping spell as it surged towards the mature crimson dragon. The dragon did not flinch, plunging headlong into the icy storm. With a deafening roar, flames ignited, consuming the blizzard in an instant. The mature dragon emerged unscathed, ablaze, and continued its relentless advance toward Yethar. The icy spell, designed to counter the fire-based crimson dragon, had barely any effect. The disparity in rank was immense. With the elemental resistance of a mature red dragon, the damage-dealing spells at Yethar's disposal struggled to inflict any meaningful harm. Yethar did not remain stationary, awaiting the approach of the dragon. Instead, he simultaneously propelled himself backward, yet the distance between them rapidly diminished under the dragon's relentless pursuit. Such a method of casting spells. Little one, you seem to possess extraordinary talent. I have stumbled upon a treasure, the red dragon bellowed with laughter, as a series of molten-like patterns emerged from the fiery scales on its chest, quickly spreading to its wings. With a thunderous roar, flames surged forth, billowing to the sides as the dragon's wings flared. In an explosive acceleration, it closed the gap, drawing nearer to Yethar. Extending its colossal claws, it aimed to capture him. But upon exerting force, the tiny iridescent dragon in its grip shattered into a mere illusion. The mature red dragon squinted, scanning its surroundings, yet found no trace of Yethar. You can cast illusions as well. It smirked, murmuring an incantation. Though renowned for its formidable physique, it was important to remember that all dragons are magical beings. And this mature red dragon possessed considerable arcane prowess. As the red dragon constructed its spell, a crimson light wheel, several meters in diameter, spun rapidly towards its neck. The robust dragon extended its claws to intercept. The delicate, scale-like armor on its claws was cut through, causing excruciating pain, and under the dragon's astonished gaze, the blood red wheel deeply sliced into its flesh, severing several of its fingers in a spray of searing dragon blood. Tilting its head to evade the wheel's attack, a shallow wound was inflicted on its faceplate, causing a trickle of blood to flow from the minor laceration. When the crimson wheel adjusted its course to pursue once more, the mature red dragon's expression darkened with fury. It unleashed a fiery breath, shattering the wheel. To think you could wound me, you have truly brought me much surprise. Taking a deep breath to suppress the rising anger from the pain, it chuckled, little one. Do you not think it worthwhile to follow your esteemed red dragon? I assure you, I shall cherish you more than any other dragon. Reciting the incantation swiftly, the dragon closed its eyes and reopened them. Suddenly, it turned to a specific point in the air where a dragon's silhouette flickered into its perception. I've caught you. With a powerful flap of its wings, it surged forward. Yethar felt the formidable pressure bearing down upon him, yet maintained his poise, his gaze calm and rational. Recognizing that his concealment had been pierced, Yethar decided to dispel his hidden state. As his body trembled, he employed illusion once more, creating mirror images of himself, dividing into 2, then 4, and ultimately 8 identical Yethars emerged in the dragon's line of sight, dispersing in various directions. The red dragon hesitated momentarily, unsure of which Yethar to pursue first. However, upon regaining composure and scrutinizing the scene with earnestness, the red dragon instinctively sensed the presence of 7 Yethar, none of whom ignited within him that exhilarating rush of fervor. With a swift turn, the red dragon fixed his gaze upon the Yethar's true form, which inexplicably drew him in. My charisma is unparalleled. Not even the mirrored manifestations of the 4th ring could replicate it. Yethar felt a blend of pride and regret, his emotions tangled in a conflicting web. The red dragon disregarded the illusory duplicates and pursued Yethar's true essence with unwavering determination. Yethar's speed paled in comparison to that of the mature dragon, and the chasm between them dwindled rapidly. Moreover, the red dragon had become wary. The illusionary effects he had mastered were now nearly negligible. Bewilderment spell, confusion sigil. Yethar conjured an intangible mark, striking the red dragon's head as he charged forward in a straight line. Who am I? Where am I? What should I be doing? Seizing the fleeting moment of the mature red dragon's disorientation, a resplendent aura of psychic energy emanated from Yethar's eyes. His iridescent gaze fell upon the red dragon's intact right claw. Mental magic, controlling limbs. The red dragon's right claw suddenly lifted, seemingly endowed with its own consciousness, and struck towards the red dragon's head with great force. Yet, just as the claw was about to make contact, it abruptly halted. The red dragon emerged from his stupor. I am Yethar, the noble and mighty, the sovereign of all chromatic dragons, the red dragon. I am in the Shackles Desert, capturing this enchanting little dragon that drives me wild. The moment of confusion was too brief, dispelled by the intense fire of the red dragon's spirit. Transmutation, illusion, bewilderment, and psychic magic, not to mention the formidable radiance from before. Little one, you possess quite a repertoire of skills. Capturing you seems rather challenging. However, the illustrious red dragon, revel in your resistance. The mature red dragon grinned, resembling a hawk in flight, as he flapped his mighty wings to pursue Yethar once more. He chased, and Yethar fled, employing various spells to evade him. Yethar danced like a performer upon the razor's edge, each encounter with the red dragon fraught with peril. Could this truly be a young dragon? Both the silver and bronze dragons were left astonished. They had not anticipated Yethar's tenacity in the face of the mature red dragon's relentless pursuit, nor the considerable damage he had inflicted upon the formidable beast. Focused on the intricate dance of evasion and confrontation, Yethar radiated an even more captivating glow, dreamlike and ethereal, exuding an allure surpassing his usual state. Isaac, do you still possess strength? I wish to aid this young dragon. He is divine and beautiful, surely not a malevolent creature, but rather a cherished child of the great platinum dragon lord. He must not fall into the clutches of the red dragon. The mature female silver dragon spoke earnestly, fully aware that this might draw the red dragon's attention and plunge her back into danger. The bronze dragon Isaac, bracing himself with his foreclaws, unfurled his wings and gazed at the entangled mature red dragon and Yethar, declaring, I have regained some strength. Now is the time to utilize it. This bronze dragon, named Isaac, could not resist the urge to extend his aid to Yethar. The mature silver dragon began to whisper incantations, weaving spells. Taking a deep breath, the bronze dragon raised his claw, aiming across the distance at the mature red dragon, and clenched it tightly. The moisture in the air suddenly coalesced into a colossal dragon's claw, seizing the unsuspecting adult red dragon. The incantation uttered by the mature silver dragon reached its climax. A chilling gust surged forth simultaneously, freezing the claw of vapor at an astonishing rate as the solid, magical ice crystals continued to extend and envelop the entire body of the adult red dragon. Encased in ice, the red dragon plummeted toward the earth. Little one, flee swiftly. We shall do our utmost to halt the red dragon, the silver dragon called out to Yethar. Yet, the situation was far from simple. One was gravely wounded and the other severely drained of energy, incapable of offering any true resistance. Yethar sensed the good intentions of the silver and bronze dragons, but was acutely aware that he could not rely solely on their sacrifice to escape the clutches of the red dragon. Moreover, Yethar still coveted the blood crystal and the broken horn, and he was not yet at his wit's end. As he maneuvered around the adult red dragon, Yethar sensed the presence of a red glow within it. Initially vague, this sensation grew increasingly distinct with the passage of time. Infused with the red light, the target could be significantly enhanced. Conversely, if he could extract the red light from the target's body, it would surely weaken it considerably. With this notion in mind, Yethar remained on high alert as he continued to engage with the red dragon, striving to perceive and manipulate the red light within. However, he could not guarantee his success before being captured by the dragon. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of thunder and storm echoed from afar. Yethar's gaze shifted as he turned to look. A formidable group of blue dragons soared through the high skies, approaching with great speed. Upon witnessing the arrival of the blue dragons, the silver and bronze dragons felt a chill of despair, as if plummeting into an abyss. Yet Yethar's heart stirred with hope. If memory served him correctly, this band of blue dragons sought to recruit him into their clan. Unlike the psychopathic red dragon, they were susceptible to his charm. The little rainbow dragon waved eagerly at the approaching blue dragons, simultaneously casting an endearing and pitiful guise. He cried out in distress, "Mighty and reliable blue dragon siblings! A vile red dragon seeks to imprison, ravage, and bully me, preventing me from joining you. I am so frightened." Chapter 48. Red and blue. The charm spell Yethar cast on the group of blue dragons proved extraordinarily effective. What? How dare that despicable red dragon act so ruthlessly? Do not fear. We shall rip that loathsome red dragon apart for you. Become a part of our clan. We will embrace your existence without limit. When you grow up, I shall bear you offspring. Upon hearing Yethar's words, the advancing blue dragons stirred with agitation, eager to slay the red dragon that tormented Yethar. and to protect this pitiful and helpless little creature. In truth, although they were all chromatic dragons, interactions among the five-colored evil dragons were far from harmonious. The arrogant and wrathful red dragon looked down upon all five-colored dragons, convinced that among all dragonkind, only it, the red dragon, possessed true strength. Meanwhile, the malevolent yet orderly blue dragon, ranked second among the five-colored dragons, coveted the position of supremacy that the red dragon held, deeming it unworthy of such reverence. The blue dragon found the red dragon's grandiose demeanor utterly distasteful. As for the green, black, and white dragons, they too regarded the red dragon with equal disdain. As the saying goes, above oneself, all are equal. Beneath me, hierarchy is clear. You wish for me to bear offspring? I must decline. Yethar cast a glance at the young blue dragon who had uttered this declaration, noting her rather conventional appearance and murmuring to herself, "Yet, these blue dragons bear a striking resemblance to Sophia. Their aura is similar as well." Other beings might struggle to discern the nuances among dragons, perceiving them as largely alike. However, to the discerning eye of a dragon, the subtle differences in body proportions, features, scales, and wings made the distinctions between individual dragons quite apparent. Even within the same species, Sophia must have belonged to this particular group of blue dragons, Yethar reflected, recalling their earlier encounter before she embarked on her ambitious journey to the fertile plains. Simultaneously, before the ground was reached, the ice crystal encasing the robust red dragon began to tremble violently. A molten, fiery brilliance ignited within. The ice crackled and melted into vapor, fissures rapidly spreading from the core of the crystal, swiftly encompassing its entirety. The powerful silhouette of the dragon became increasingly distinct. In the next moment, as if reaching a critical threshold, the ice exploded, shattering and melting away. Flames surged skyward. Amidst the embrace of the flames, the mature red dragon roared as it burst forth from the ice, immediately flapping its wings to pursue Yethar. However, alongside the cold, white heavens came arcs of electricity, weaving through the air like silver serpents. The crackling sound resonated as the arcs ensnared the mature red dragon, leaping and swirling around it, relentlessly eroding its form. A profound sense of numbness and pain coursed through its body, causing its face to contort involuntarily, while scorched marks resembling electric arcs marred its scales. With its neck stiffened by paralysis, the dragon turned to behold the group of blue dragons, led by a mature blue dragon, now within its line of sight. Those treacherous blue wretches, daring to mount an ambush against your esteemed red dragon. The mature red dragon bellowed in a fit of rage upon realizing that it was being attacked by the blue dragons, ranked below it. The sound of its heart resonated like an engine's pump, and the molten patterns radiated from its heart throughout its body, enveloping it entirely, save for its previously covered wings. The dragon's might surged forth, palpable as substance. Flames erupted from its scales, dispelling the crackling arcs that danced around it. The heart surged with an overwhelming pulse. And the formidable adult red dragon, akin to molten lava coursing through its veins, bore a fierce countenance as it charged alone towards the multitude of blue dragons. Lightning breath. From a considerable distance, the blue dragons unleashed their breath attacks once more. However, this time the red dragon was well prepared. It tilted its right wing, allowing its body to naturally descend to the left, evading the most powerful lightning breath emitted by the mature blue dragon. Following this, with a flick of its tail, propelled by a burst of flames, it soared upward, deftly dodging the breath of several adult and young blue dragons, relying solely on its own formidable physique and agility. And by anticipating the blue dragon's actions, it skillfully evaded the onslaught of concentrated lightning breaths, showcasing the pride of its robust form. Ultimately, only a single breath from a young blue dragon struck the red dragon's hind leg. Although the blue dragon's breath was potent, the vast age difference rendered it ineffective. The mature red dragon merely felt a slight tingling in its hind leg, neither painful nor debilitating, having no significant impact on its movements. A fiery whirlwind effortlessly dispersed the lingering arcs of electricity. The mature red dragon, twisting and turning through the sky, evaded the blue dragon's lightning breaths as it drew ever closer to their ranks. The prolonged exertion of breath took a considerable toll on the dragons. And seeing the lackluster effect of their attacks, the blue dragons opted to cease their breath assaults altogether. The greatest hymn of dragons is one of valor. Yethar raised her head in a dragon's roar, while casting a charm of influence upon the blue dragons. A hymn of valor. Inspired by Yes's praise, the blue dragons felt a surge of enhancement in their attributes. Confronted by the approaching red dragon with fierce intensity, the blue dragons stood resolute, roaring defiantly as they surged forward. As the second among the chromatic dragons, the blue dragons possessed not only the formidable lightning breath, but also a powerful physique and potent spell-like abilities, unafraid of ranged confrontations and eager to engage in close combat, rending their foes with their claws. Wrath of Thunder. The mature blue dragon growled, its body igniting with blinding arcs of lightning that coursed both internally and externally, bolstering its defenses while swelling its muscles to unleash even greater ferocity. The mature blue dragon, sharp as a blade within the formation, was the first to collide head-on with the mature red dragon. Both proud and unyielding, they raised their claws in a simultaneous grasp. Boom! The clash of fiery and electric claws erupted in a cacophony of power, sending shockwaves that rippled outward. To contend with the red dragon? Perhaps in the realms of your fanciful dreams. The bulging muscles strained against the scales of its arms, steam hissing in the searing heat. A terrifying force surged from the mature red dragon's arms, akin to a cataclysmic tide, crashing down upon the mature blue dragon. Boom! The mature blue dragon's scales were shattering, fragmenting with a spray of blood, as it was uncontrollably hurled away by the terrifying might of the mature red dragon. Chapter 49. Operation You. Seizing the moment amidst the fierce internal conflict between the chromatic dragons, we must hasten our departure. It is a pity that the ancient dragon's legacy is destined to elude us. What shall become of that beautiful little dragon? Given our current predicament, we cannot afford to concern ourselves with it. Moreover, the clash between the red and blue dragons was instigated by him, who seems remarkably adept and experienced in navigating this turmoil. Indeed, let us hope for another opportunity to cross paths in the future. The silver dragon lifted its gaze towards the dazzling little rainbow dragon. Noticing its attention, Yethar returned the look with a gentle nod, whispering directly into its mind. This place is perilous. You should flee. I shall remember your past assistance. The silver dragon replied, Little one, my name is Lydia. My lair lies in the White Maple Valley, west of the Golden Mountains. You have made a lasting impression on me. I hope we shall meet again. Reluctantly diverting her gaze from Yethar, the silver dragon exchanged a glance with the bronze dragon, striving to suppress their presence as they cautiously distanced themselves from the battlefield of the red and blue dragons, flying back towards the Golden Mountains. Fortunately, the chromatic dragons, consumed by their fervor and intensely focused on one another, failed to notice the departure of the metallic dragons. At that moment, the blue dragon leader, despite its augmented strength, was still no match for the mature red dragon and was sent reeling backward under its unstoppable force, while the mature red dragon prepared to capitalize on its advantage. Suddenly, two adult blue dragons surged forth from behind the mature blue dragon, opening their jaws wide and seizing the opportunity to bite into the red dragon's shoulders just as it retracted its claws. With a sharp snap, the blue dragon's fangs, crackling with azure lightning, struggled to penetrate the dragon's scales, but soon became ensnared in the iron-like muscle of the mature red dragon, unable to inflict further damage. Zzz. The lightning coursed through the two blue dragons, converging towards their fangs, attempting to erode its way into the mature red dragon's body through the wounds. Just then, the mature red dragon's heavy claws, quick as wildfire, lashed out once more, seizing the necks of the two adult blue dragons. As the mature red dragon's grip tightened, the eyes of the two blue dragons filled with blood, their neck scales and flesh crumbling under the pressure of its talons. The jaws that had clamped onto the red dragon's shoulder involuntarily released, gasping for breath, emitting wheezing sounds. Under the red dragon's fierce counterattack, the two adult blue dragons were engulfed by profound terror of death. Though they belonged to the same chromatic family, the red dragon showed no mercy, striking down with lethal intent. A few juvenile dragons dared not approach the imposing mature red dragon, instead keeping their distance while unleashing bolts of lightning breath at it. With the two adult blue dragons in its grasp, the red dragon flared its wings, ascending with a spin, evading the juvenile dragon's lightning breath amidst a blaze of flames. Its iron claw grip grew ever tighter, and the blue dragon trapped within began to foam at the mouth. The young blue dragons twisted their necks, unleashing their breath to sweep through the sky in pursuit of the agile red dragon, yet failing to strike its lithe form. In a critical moment, Yethar inhaled deeply, his eyes aflame with psychic energy, his mental focus reaching its zenith as he conjured a spell of the mind. Damage transfer. With Yethar's current mental fortitude, this spell could not fully transfer the red dragon's damage, but any distraction would suffice. Suddenly, a massive claw-shaped gash appeared on the red dragon's right wing, causing it to momentarily lose its balance. Seizing the opportunity, the young blue dragons raised their heads, and a torrent of lightning erupted from their mouths, striking the chest of the mature red dragon, intertwining countless arcs of electricity with searing flames. Simultaneously, accompanied by the roar of the blue dragon leader and the thunderous crash, a mature blue dragon, enveloped in a tempest of lightning, charged forth with blinding speed, colliding fiercely with the mature red dragon. Both adult blue dragons were flung aside, their necks marred by horrific wounds, flesh torn and mangled, yet they survived. The mature red dragon and the blue dragon leader engaged in close combat. Claws raked across the chest, fangs tore through flesh, flames, thunder, and storms entwined in a chaotic dance of violence. And in mere moments, both were covered in wounds, blood flowing freely. Close quarters were undeniably the domain of the red dragon, a paragon among its kin. The blue dragon leader, while also proficient in melee, found himself significantly outmatched by this exceptionally gifted mature red dragon, and despite the ranged support from his fellow blue dragons, he remained on the defensive. Just then, a thunderous boom erupted, reminiscent of a collapsing mountain, momentarily halting the fierce struggle between the red and blue dragons. Yethar, whose concentration was directed toward extracting the red light, fixed his gaze upon the source. A colossal iceberg had crumbled, scattering countless shards of ice in all directions. Before him, towering like a mountain, a sand golem, its surface teeming with myriad living grains, grasped a heavy hammer, its hollow eyes fixated on a fragment of silvery horn hovering in the air. No further chilling winds surged forth, yet the instant the silvery horn materialized in the atmosphere, every dragon present felt the temperature plummet, akin to an indiscriminate, all-encompassing ice magic. The flames enveloping the mature red dragon dimmed slightly as a result. The sand golem instinctively raised its hammer, intent on smashing the silvery horn, believing it to be the source that had transformed the depths of the desert into a polar wasteland. It must be eradicated for the area to return to its former state. Foolish golem, cease this. The mature red dragon and the blue dragon leader halted simultaneously, casting furious glares at the sand golem while opening their maws. The ancient relic of the dragons was the foremost objective of their expedition, and it must not be destroyed or taken by any other creature. With a crackle, a swift bolt of lightning from the blue dragons struck the sand golem first. Due to the unique biological structure of the legendary sand demon, the supplementary effects of the lightning dragon breath were significantly diminished, leaving only its formidable impact force, causing the massive sand demon to stagger. A dragon breath orb, seemingly formed from, followed closely. Boom! The magma sphere struck the sand demon's raised arm, erupting in a tumultuous blaze that shattered its arm, transforming the debris and severed limb into a crystallized texture, melted by the intense heat. The sand demon paused momentarily, then erupted in fury. The ground heaved rapidly as countless frozen grains of sand surged forth, coalescing into a river of yellow sand that rushed towards the location of its severed arm, gradually twisting into the shape of a brand new limb. This legendary creature, with its extraordinary life form, possessed a vitality surpassing that of dragons. The mere loss of an arm was trivial. Simultaneously, the mature red dragon, engulfed in flames, lifted its claw and howled as it struck the abdomen of the blue dragon leader. Crash! The flames erupted, generating a tremendous explosive force, compounded by the red dragon's inherent strength, sending the blue dragon leader tumbling through the air. There was no pursuit of the blue dragon leader. The mature red dragon, eyes gleaming with avarice, angled its body downward, heading straight for the silvery broken horn. This ancient silver dragon's severed horn contained an extreme chill, inherently opposing the red dragon. However, it did not preclude the red dragon from harnessing its power. The extremities of nature often yield unexpected outcomes. The chill of the silver horn could instead enable the red dragon to refine its flame and body. Hathorus was already contemplating a breakthrough into the legendary realm. Should he succeed in forging his power through the ancient silver dragon's horn, he would possess strength beyond that of a typical legendary red dragon. greatly enhancing his chances of becoming a demigod dragon. Every dragon destined to survive could attain legendary status, yet the same could not be said for demigods. I, Hotherus, shall inherit the will of the ancient red dragon emperor and eradicate all metallic dragons. I shall never follow in their footsteps. The mature red dragon murmured within, growing ever closer to the silvery broken horn. A mere hint of chill escaping from the horn could not deter it. At that moment, Yethar, gazing down from the heights at the mature red dragon, suddenly chuckled softly. It is over. Watch me manipulate you. His gaze focused intently on the mature red dragon. He observed the chaotic red glow swirling within its body. A sensation of reach and control surged within him. The dragon claw extended, aiming at the mature red dragon from a distance. The small rainbow dragon executed a graceful, grabbing motion. On the other end, what is happening? My strength is waning. The mature red dragon's expression shifted dramatically, its body suddenly swaying unsteadily as the molten-like patterns across its form began to recede like a tide, one after another disappearing. A profound sense of weakness washed over it, as if being drained by a relentless horde of succubi. The events unfolded with astonishing abruptness, leaving the mature red dragon bewildered about the circumstances. It drew a deep breath, suppressing the weariness and frailty coursing through its body, and continued to soar towards the silvery white broken horn suspended in midair. The sand demon, which had sustained injuries from the approaching red dragon, noticed its approach. As the ground trembled, countless grains of sand coalesced into its fist, compressing into an indestructible metallic texture and hurled towards the red dragon with formidable force. Under normal circumstances, the mature red dragon's agile maneuvering would have rendered it elusive to the clumsy sand demon. However, in its current state, as if its life energy had been forcibly siphoned away, the red dragon's movements had become significantly sluggish. Faced with the sand demon's enormous fist, the red dragon, preoccupied with the broken horn, attempted to evade by sidestepping. Its head was spared from the blow, but it did not entirely escape the impact. With a resounding thud, a shockwave erupted as the sand demon's heavy fist struck the red dragon's shoulder, sending it tumbling backwards and crashing into the ground, leaving a long, shattered trench in its wake, marred by charred and broken remnants. Spitting out a mouthful of sand mixed with icy particles, the mature red dragon, its scales fractured and flesh caved in at the shoulder, ascended into the sky, distancing itself from the sand demon. At the tip of its tail, it clutched the ancient silver dragon's broken horn, its fiery red scales adorned with a delicate layer of frost. In that fleeting moment of being struck by the sand demon, the red dragon's tail had extended, ensnaring the silvery horn. Sensing the source of chilling energy receding, the sand demon refrained from pursuing the red dragon, instead redirecting its gaze towards an ice mountain that was precariously teetering under the assault of the colossal sandstorm serpent. This demon harbored a singular, unyielding intent to restore the desert to its former state. Whether by destroying the broken horn and blood crystal or ensuring their disappearance from its sight, it mattered not. Hotherus, where are you headed? Are you leaving without me? Extracting the crimson light from the high-ranking dragon's essence was no easy feat, consuming a great deal of Yes's mental fortitude. Rubbing his throbbing head, he maintained a composed demeanor as he called out to the mature red dragon, which was flying back towards the Golden Mountains. Through the earlier soliloquy, Yessa had discerned the dragon's name. Casting a glance back at Yessa, the mature red dragon's gaze remained entranced and hungry, yet it did not halt its flight. Little one, I have taken note of your essence. Once I ascend to legend, I shall seek you out, and at that time, there will be no escaping my grasp. You will ultimately become my prized possession, and I will ensure your unwavering allegiance from the depths of your soul to the surface. With those ominous words, the mature red dragon departed without a backward glance. Though it could not be entirely certain, an instinctual awareness told the dragon that the sudden diminishment of its power was the handiwork of Yessa. In its current state, the mature red dragon could not guarantee the defeat of the encroaching blue dragons. Acquiring the ancient silver dragon's broken horn was sufficient. While the other ancient white dragon's blood crystal bore similar properties, there was no pressing need to secure it. The red dragon is notorious for its ferocity and impulsiveness, often regarded as a creature devoid of contemplation. However, these notions are mere stereotypes perpetuated by lesser races. Its kin are well aware that the intellect of the red dragon is far from inferior, ranking just slightly below the cunning green dragon among the chromatic dragons. comparable to the blue dragon and significantly superior to the black and white dragons. When faced with weaker beings, the red dragon tends to eschew intellectual engagement. Yet in perilous circumstances, it judiciously weighs its options. Can you escape? The twisted being mused, I shall remember you as well. I have devised the ultimate insult tailored for you, and once you fall into my grasp, it will surely render you in utter despair. As he spoke, Yethar turned his gaze downward to the flame wolf lying unconscious upon the ground. His claws unfurled to reveal a flickering red radiance, akin to ethereal flames, dancing with vibrant energy. This was the crimson light extracted from the red dragon's essence. Unlike the ubiquitous, conventional red light, this radiance pulsed with a vigorous, draconic life force, imbued with a searing, domineering essence reminiscent of a volcano. Initially, Yethar intended to harness this crimson light to bolster his own strength. However, he sensed that the draconic energy it contained was gradually dissipating, unsustainable in its current form, and its essence bore the robust signature of a mature red dragon, lacking purity. He contemplated further study in the future. Perhaps he could refine the draconic energy within the crimson light to rejuvenate himself. Yet, should he recklessly employ it now, it could adversely affect him, tainting his temperament, talents, and even his appearance with the life force of the red dragon, necessitating a painstaking process of purification that would yield more harm than benefit. Instead, he deemed it wiser to bestow it upon the flame wolf, anticipating remarkable transformations. To ordinary creatures, being infused with the life energy of a red dragon is not pollution, but rather evolution. Releasing his grip, the fiery crimson light cascaded swiftly, enveloping the flame wolf. Its body quivered momentarily before its tightly shut eyes burst open. Meanwhile, having overheard Yes's words, the mature red dragon glanced once more at the resplendent, stunningly beautiful rainbow dragon, chuckling heartily. If you were stronger than I would be delighted. But as you are now, you are unworthy. Turning away, the mature red dragon resumed its retreat towards the golden mountain range, pondering how best to torment Yethar once he captured him. Just then, a deep crimson shadow materialized in his peripheral vision. What is that? Before the mature red dragon could react, a tremendous force collided with its back. With a resounding crash, it plummeted from the sky, akin to a meteorite striking the earth, creating a massive crater upon impact. The clash of intense heat and cold erupted into murky steam that enveloped the surroundings. Who dares to ambush me? The roar shattered the steam as the furious red dragon rose from the crater. Simultaneously, a flame wolf, transformed and revitalized beyond recognition, came into view before the red dragon. The flames danced upon the vibrant red mane, seemingly animated by an invisible breeze, revealing glimpses of scales reminiscent of dragonhide that adorned the skin beneath. A pair of robust, sinuous dragon horns spiraled majestically towards the heavens from atop its head. Its limbs, especially the forelegs, had taken on an extraordinary bulk, with muscles that appeared forged from steel, while the claws were grotesquely exaggerated in proportion. A texture akin to molten lava sprawled across its form, shimmering and radiating an aura of draconic majesty. This was the flame dragon wolf. More precisely, the life form of Vanderkak had transcended into a noble lineage of dragons, metamorphosing into the blazing dragon wolf, an elemental dragon of fire, endowed with a substantial essence of dragon blood. Turning its gaze skyward, the blazing dragon wolf beheld the resplendent figure of Yethar, suspended in the firmament like a beacon of infinite glory. Bowing its head, it spoke with solemnity. My lord, please accept my fealty. I, Vanderkak, pledge to be your most loyal adherent. My life shall belong to you, and I will become an extension of your will, tearing apart all adversaries in your name. The blazing dragon wolf, reborn through the influence of Yethar, surrendered utterly to the allure of its master. Chapter 51. The ultimate insult from Yethar by the immortal dragon empress. This wretched magical wolf has acquired the life energy I lost, and it has directly undergone the evolution of the dragon bloodline. The mature red dragon gazed at the imposing figure of the blazing dragon wolf, disbelief etched upon its countenance. Had it not witnessed this transformation firsthand, it might have doubted whether this creature, imbued with a similar essence of dragon blood, was not some offspring of its own indiscretions. It is noteworthy that, for true dragons, bestowing dragon blood upon their kin or followers is a vital form of reward. Moreover, those blessed with dragon blood possess an inherent instinct to recognize their lineage. growing stronger and more loyal in tandem. They are the core of draconic allegiance, with betrayal being nearly impossible. However, the blood of dragons is exceedingly dominant, and even beings of formidable life ranks may fail to integrate with dragon blood without the requisite special qualities and a stroke of fortune. Witnessing the stark transformation of the flame magical wolf, which achieved dragon blood evolution in mere moments before its very eyes, the astonishment of the mature red dragon was palpable. Is it due to him? This extraordinary young dragon. What manner of dragon is he to possess such power? If I could master this ability, could I not create legions of dragon-blooded subordinates? Greed flickered in the mature red dragon's gaze. Should it amass a host of dragon-blooded followers? It was confident it could ascend to become the second ancient red dragon emperor, perhaps even garnering the favor and recognition of the esteemed immortal dragon empress. With a stroke of luck, winning the dragon empress's affection was not out of the realm of possibility. This was not merely a reinforcement. This transformation had directly forged a being of dragon blood. Yethar too regarded the blazing dragon wolf with surprise, as such a change had not been entirely anticipated. After all, this was the first time he had employed such a technique. Simultaneously, within Yethar's perception, the crimson light emanating from the fiery dragon wolf was strikingly vivid. Even though it was a legendary creature, it seemed capable of extracting and severing at will, without expending its own mental will. Bandajek, I accept your fealty. Reveal your fangs to me, so I may behold the extent of your excellence as my vassal, Yethar proclaimed. Dragons, in general, possess a tendency to recruit subordinates. Yethar held no profound interest in this practice, yet he bore no aversion, provided the subordinate did not present an excessively grotesque appearance. Furthermore, given the service of a legendary being of commendable visage, he found no reason to decline. As you wish, the fiery dragon wolf replied in a deep voice. And with a subtle rumble akin to a dragoness roar, it transformed into a blazing dragon silhouette and surged toward the mature red dragon. In an instant, it materialized before the formidable creature. The fiery dragon wolf lifted its massive forepaw, striking down towards the mature red dragon's head. Inferior species. Die. The mature red dragon bellowed in anger, its dragon arms swelling as it retaliated with its fearsome claws. With a thunderous clash, the red dragon's robust arm was deflected, and the fiery dragon wolf's sharp talons raked across its scaled visage, splattering a torrent of molten dragon blood. The red dragon's face now bore several deep claw marks. Wretched creature, infuriated by being overpowered by a species it scorned, and having its visage marred, the mature red dragon was consumed by rage as it launched a fierce counterattack against the fiery dragon wolf. However, the fiery dragon wolf had transcended, now akin to a legendary subdragon. In contrast, the mature red dragon, having endured numerous battles and having its life force siphoned by Yethar, was no longer at its peak. In this ebb and flow of power, it was entirely outmatched by the fiery dragon wolf. Dodging gracefully between the remnants of dragon claws, the fiery dragon wolf adeptly evaded nearly all of the red dragon's assaults, sustaining only a single strike to its chest. The impact resonated like clashing metal, sending the fiery dragon wolf staggering back several hundred meters, yet it swiftly regained its footing, lowering its limbs slightly before launching itself once more at the mature red dragon. It had evolved through the life energy of the red dragon. Its physique was drawing closer to that of the red dragon. And although it could not rival a red dragon of the same tier, it was formidable compared to the present mature red dragon due to its legendary status. Damnable creature, you wield my power. The red dragon roared in frustration, striving to suppress its fury as it flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. Beneath it, flames erupted violently, creating a gaping chasm where the fiery dragon wolf had landed. Choosing to retreat rather than engage further, the mature red dragon beat its wings and evaded the onslaught. However, in terms of speed, it too could not match the fiery dragon wolf in its current state. Whoosh! The fiery dragon wolf ascended skyward, closing the gap with the red dragon. It first clawed through the red dragon's tail, tearing flesh and bone, then, with a powerful leap, landed with meteoric force upon the red dragon's back. The fiery dragon wolf's fur billowed, flames dancing wildly as it unleashed the terrifying power inherent to the red dragon from its very muscles. In an instant, scales shattered and flesh caved in. The mature red dragon, akin to a bird with broken wings, once again plummeted to the earth underfoot. Were it another creature, it would have succumbed to death long ago. However, The red dragon's physique is renowned for its formidable strength and tenacious vitality, akin to a wildfire. This alone could not vanquish it. Yet, before it could rise again, the blazing dragon wolf descended like a meteor, engulfed in roaring flames, striking heavily upon the spine of the mature red dragon. A sharp crack echoed as its resilient vertebrae shattered. The struggling mature red dragon stiffened momentarily before collapsing, rendered temporarily immobile. Breaking a dragon's spine serves as an effective means of control, though it is not a permanent solution, as long as the dragon does not perish on the spot. Any injury can heal over time. Ah, perverse red dragon, your fate is sealed. You shall soon experience my ultimate humiliation. Yethar joyfully swayed his tail, already devising how to craft a fitting fate for this aberrant red dragon, merely awaiting the opportune moment to enact his plan. My lord, I have not failed you. I have lived up to your expectations. The blazing dragon wolf ascended into the sky, presenting the broken horn to Yethar, casting a wary glance at the blue dragons, who observed with trepidation. The blazing dragon wolf turned its gaze toward another iceberg, stating, "Allow me to retrieve the blood crystal for you." Yethar waved a claw dismissively, replying, "Go forth." In the blink of an eye, the blazing dragon wolf soared away, single-handedly confronting the sandstorm great rock serpent and the sand demon. Seizing the white dragon blood crystal from within the iceberg, Yethar turned his gaze toward the blue dragons, who had remained passive thus far. "I apologize. In a moment of urgency, I inadvertently guided you into conflict with the red dragon, causing you considerable harm. I must confess, I had no intention of joining your clan. I deceived you." His polite apology, delivered with a sincerity that contrasted with his lingering youthful demeanor, added an unexpected allure. What is there to apologize for? The red dragon was far too arrogant. We were just itching to give it a beating. As for joining your clan, while it is somewhat regrettable, encountering a dragon as unique as you is not a wasted endeavor. You needn't take it to heart, the blue dragons replied, momentarily taken aback, their perspectives shifting as they instinctively reassured Yethar. What of being deceived? They willingly accepted the ruse. The blood crystal and the broken horn here cannot be given to you. I also do not wish for my followers to harm you. You should retreat, Yethar added. When it comes to matters of contention, the influence of charm diminishes significantly. The blue dragons stirred restlessly, the elder blue dragon pondering the potential gains and losses. Although the might of the blazing dragon wolf was somewhat unexpected, they recognized that Yethar was the true key to the situation. Furthermore, with their numbers, if they could first entangle the blazing dragon wolf and capture Yethar, they would still be in a position to contend for the remnants of the ancient dragons. The sandstorm great rock serpent and the sand demon could be left for them. Pausing momentarily, the small iridescent dragon smiled radiantly, stating earnestly, "Moreover, I offer my friendship as a token of gratitude for your previous assistance." In the face of the iridescent dragon's smile, the blue dragons were once again taken aback. Their inner doubts soothed. "You little rascal, you truly leave me at a loss. Let us proceed as you suggest. In comparison to the remnants of ancient dragons, I place greater value on our camaraderie." The mature blue dragon smiled with ease and spoke to Yethar. Yethar nodded and replied, "I cherish friendship. Henceforth, you shall be my friends, and you may address me simply as Yethar." The mature dragon lifted his head slightly and said, "Yethar, my name is Aves. Our clan resides in the western expanse of the desert. When you come to visit, I shall extend the highest hospitality of the Blue Dragon clan." The exchange between them was exceedingly amicable. With a flicker in his gaze, Yethar radiated a dazzling charm, fully exerting his allure, and tentatively remarked, "The brass dragon you once sought to slay is also my friend. As fellow dragons, a friend of a friend should likewise be considered a friend. Should we encounter him again, would you be willing to cast aside hatred and prejudice? Please do not attack him. He is, like myself, a frail and pitiable dragon." Chapter 52. The ultimate victor is I, Yethar. Under the influence of Yethar's captivating charm, the eyes of the blue dragons nearly sparkled with affection. However, upon hearing the mention of metallic dragons, a sensitive subject, Aves's countenance grew stern. Although he hesitated for a few fleeting moments under Yethar's charm, he ultimately shook his head resolutely and replied in a grave tone, "Yethar, I value your friendship, but that does not provide our chromatic dragons with a reason to spare metallic dragons, even the young ones. It would be wise for you to refrain from making such statements in the future, as they may lead to your own troubles. Moreover, I advise against associating with metallic dragons, They are a breed that proclaims order and justice while donning a facade of hypocrisy. Upon hearing this, Yethar imperceptibly shook his head. His once proud charm failed repeatedly in the face of the stark opposition between the two warring factions. Undeterred, Yethar quickly regained his composure and reignited his fighting spirit. Very well. There exists a division, is there? I accept this challenge. One day, I, Yethar, shall utilize my charm to bring about reconciliation between the chromatic and metallic dragons. He silently vowed. Charm, too, is a form of influence over the world. Perhaps to other dragons, Yethar's aspirations seem fanciful, yet he remained steadfast in the belief that success was attainable. I appreciate your goodwill, yet I possess my own convictions, Yethar responded to the Blue Dragon Leaders' Council, continuing. In the eyes of metallic dragons, all chromatic dragons are deemed necessary evils to be eradicated, the very source of chaos, the malignant tumor of the multiverse. A disgrace to our kind. Pausing for a moment, Yethar inquired, do you believe the metallic dragon's views to be justified? The Blue Dragon leader spoke without hesitation. Humph. These are merely the deluded assumptions of the metallic dragons. Among the chromatic dragons, order exists as well. They are the truly hypocritical ones, a disgrace to our kind. Upon hearing the Blue Dragon leader's response, Yethar shook his head and smiled. You are correct. Metallic dragons harbor an inherent bias and prejudice against chromatic dragons. Clinging to erroneous perceptions. It is only those like Yethar, who are not entirely bound by lineage, that can truly grasp these realities. Oh, so you hold a greater appreciation for us chromatic dragons? The Blue Dragon leader expressed joy, saying, Yes, with your beauty and charm. Should you choose to revere the magnificent and immortal Dragon Queen, you would undoubtedly become a chosen dragon. Yessa shook her head. What I wish to convey is this. If the metallic dragons fail to comprehend your kind, the chromatic dragons, how can you ascertain that your perceptions of the metallic dragons are entirely accurate, devoid of discrimination and bias? The other blue dragons present, including their leader, were momentarily taken aback by her words. Yessa's eloquence penetrated their hearts, subtly challenging their entrenched beliefs and sowing seeds of doubt within their minds. Nevertheless, their faith remained steadfast. In our heritage lies the will of the great immortal Dragon Queen. She asserts that the essence of metallic dragons is one of hypocrisy. This cannot be mistaken, the Blue Dragon leader stated with utmost seriousness. At this point, Yessa chose to refrain from further commentary. Not every dragon could resonate with her thoughts as the brass dragon Gallon did. Even the violet dragon Jaeger, whom she held dear, was similarly resistant to persuasion when it came to matters of faith and allegiance. Appearance, demeanor, impression, and strength. These elements contribute to one's allure. Yessa mused that her charm could still be amplified, and she would eventually reach a level of influence that could rival the faith in the dragon god. Meanwhile, the battle between the flame dragon wolf and the two legendary creatures was nearing its conclusion, with its current prowess equivalent to that of a legendary subdragon. It faced no significant pressure in a 1-against-2 scenario, especially as the sandstorm great rock python and the sand monster were not cooperating, attacking each other amid the chaos. The flame dragon wolf, evolving towards the form of a red dragon, now boasted a remarkably robust physique, akin to that of a muscular beast. Lowering its head slightly, it charged ferociously at the sandstorm great rock python. Its sinuous dragon horns pierced through the python's scales, and with a resounding shockwave, the serpent let out a wail as its elongated body was propelled backward from the impact. On the other side, the sand monster roared loudly. With a thunderous crash, the earth shattered, and countless grains of sand were swept up like a tsunami, surging toward the flame dragon wolf suspended in midair. The flame dragon wolf pivoted, raising its sharp claws to unleash a sweeping motion. Several fiery blades, each stretching several dozen meters, erupted from thin air, taking the form of claw-like appendages as they met the advancing wave of sand, penetrating and melting through it. In a flash, a fiery silhouette of the wolf darted through the passage created by the oncoming sand tsunami, swiftly arriving before the sand monster. With a turn and a sweeping strike, the exaggeratedly proportioned wolf claws, enveloped in roaring flames, descended upon the sand monster's head. With a resounding crash, countless grains of sand were sent soaring as the sand monster's head shattered into fragments. Yet, astonishingly, it seemed unfazed and swiftly retaliated against the flame dragon wolf. The flame dragon wolf twisted and maneuvered, evading or enduring the sand monster's attacks, while its menacing claws continuously slashed at the creature's body. Ultimately, when it struck the left side of the sand monster's abdomen, there was a brief pause, followed by a fierce tug, extracting a peculiar core that appeared to be a mass of compressed grains of sand. The massive form of the sand monster stiffened. Immediately, it collapsed with a thunderous roar, transforming into countless fragments of gravel that scattered in all directions. On the other side, the sandstorm rock python collided forcefully with the already teetering iceberg, causing it to crumble. Fixating on the deep, chilling aura emanating from the white dragon blood crystal, it gazed greedily and opened its maw to seize it. The flame dragon wolf's expression shifted slightly, its limbs bending as it prepared to launch into the air to interrupt the act. "Let it eat," a voice echoed from the sky, causing the flame dragon wolf to pause in confusion, yet it ultimately relaxed, refraining from immediate interference. How foolish and brutish. To think that the essence of the ancient white dragon could be simply devoured, remarked the blue dragon leader with disdain, observing the sandstorm rock python's actions. Even it hesitated to consume the crystal directly. Instead, it would carry it close, gradually absorbing the ancient dragon energy to strengthen and refine itself. To consume it outright? Truly reckless. Under the watchful eyes of the dragon congregation, the sandstorm rock python closed its massive jaws and swallowed the white dragon blood crystal. As it felt the energy surge within, akin to a chilling tide, it initially experienced exhilaration and excitement. However, that energy swiftly transformed into an overwhelming cold, spreading and corroding its organs, freezing its body inch by inch from the inside out. Excitement morphed into fear and terror. The sandstorm rock python writhed upon the ground, its colossal, elongated form carving deep furrows in the earth. As time passed, frost began to manifest on its scales, its movements gradually slowing until it finally froze, becoming a lifelike ice sculpture. Chapter 53. The Fall of the Red Dragon. The flame dragon wolf approached, carefully breaking open the ice sculpture's abdomen to extract the white dragon blood crystal. It had not anticipated such power within this seemingly insignificant remnant of an ancient dragoness essence. A mere fragment could indeed bring a legendary being to its icy demise. With the crystal secured, the flame dragon wolf ascended into the sky, delivering both the white dragon blood crystal and the monster core to Yethar, then hovering beside him, eyes keenly fixed on the blue dragon group. "There is no need for tension," Yethar assured, patting the flame dragon wolf's head and using psychic energy to guide the monster core towards the mature blue dragon. "As I mentioned earlier, the remnants of these two legendary beings belong to you." The blue dragon accepted the monster core, stowing it away. "If utilized properly, this could potentially recreate a legendary sand monster. What shall we do with this red dragon?" asked the blue dragon leader, eyeing the mature red dragon sprawled on the ground, its body beginning to tremble lightly. "This creature sought to bully me. The roles have reversed. I shall make it experience the taste of humiliation," Yethar replied with a smile. "Be cautious. Do not grant it the opportunity to regain its strength," the blue dragon leader cautioned. "Now that the dust has settled, let us part ways. I look forward to our next encounter. Farewell." After bidding goodbye, the blue dragon leader, along with the other blue dragons, hoisted the frozen sandstorm rock python into the sky, soaring towards their territory against the backdrop of the setting sun. Yes's gaze shifted from the retreating blue dragon throng to the mature red dragon sprawled upon the ground. A joyful smile graced Yes's lips as he descended closer, followed closely by the flame dragon wolf, which remained vigilant and wary of the grievously wounded red dragon. Upon landing before the red dragon, Yessa lifted his chin, looking down upon it, and spoke. "Hothulus, is it? How do you feel now?" The red dragon slightly lifted its eyelids, suddenly opening its mouth to extend its saliva-coated tongue towards Yessa. Swiftly, the flame dragon wolf appeared, pawing down upon the dragon's tongue. With no chance to reach Yessa, the red dragon retracted its tongue just in time to avoid being trampled. "Little one, you are quite stingy. Not even allowing me a mere lick. I must confess, your scales' luster and texture are utterly enchanting. Allow me a taste, and I shall reveal the location of my treasure hoard to you. What do you say?" The mature red dragon laughed heartily. "You seem utterly unafraid of death." "Of course, no red dragon fears death. We are the most valiant warriors under the banner of the immortal Dragon Queen. Fortunately, I have no intention of killing you. Rather, I have devised the ultimate humiliation for you." The red dragon paused momentarily, then laughed even louder, baring its teeth. "Excellent, excellent. Come, Humiliate me. I can hardly wait. Yessa turned to the flame dragon wolf and commanded, destroy its heart. The flame dragon wolf lunged forward, vicious claws ripping through the dragon's scale armor, tearing through flesh and bone, reducing its heart to mere shreds. The heart was obliterated, coupled with its other injuries. The mature red dragon was now gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Is that all? You disappoint me, it said weakly. Yessa, feeling a pang of sorrow, plucked several of his own dragon scales and began etching intricate magical circuits upon them with his claws, then sprinkled them with his own dragon blood. Suddenly, the dragon blood ignited, and the scales, under Yessa's command, were cast into the flames, gradually melting into a vibrant, multicolored substance. This material then fused and transformed, ultimately forming a core resembling a heart, adorned with distinctive dragon scale patterns. This was the arcane mechanism's life core creation spell, a pivotal incantation employed by mechanists to imbue mechanical creations with life, a knowledge Yessa had mastered. Grasping the core, Yessa took a deep breath, infusing it with crimson energy and imprinting his own spiritual essence within. What are you doing? The mature red dragon felt an unsettling apprehension. Yessa controlled the life core and placed it into the gaping wound where the dragon's heart had been, replacing its former position. Thud! In an instant, a heartbeat resonated anew. A surge of power coursing through the dragon's body, as the flesh around the wound began to proliferate and regenerate at a visible pace. Sensing the resurgence of life energy, the mature red dragon's unease intensified. Do you intend to enslave me? Huh. Let me assure you, a red dragon shall never become a servant. Yessa shook his head and said, slavery? No, your life still belongs to yourself. After a brief pause, he shifted his tone, adding, however, your strength no longer entirely belongs to you. Can you feel it? The newly awakened power within you belongs to me, imbued with my will. Yessa's thoughts stirred. The core of life ceased its pulsation, retracting the crimson energy. The recently birthed power within the red dragon began to wane. Yet, as the core reignited, the strength returned once more. Observing the fluctuations in the red dragon's expression, the little rainbow dragon revealed a delighted smile and remarked, the red dragon claims to be the embodiment of power. I understand that all red dragons ardently pursue strength. For them, losing their power is more terrifying than death. Yes, Yessar is correct. The sensation of having one's power siphoned away inflicts both physiological and psychological torment upon the red dragon. What do you truly desire? It growled, fierce yet trembling inside. Yessa continued, I will not slay you, nor will I arbitrarily extract this energy. I shall even allow you to depart unscathed. However, at this juncture, Yessa raised his gaze slightly, looking down upon the red dragon, and stated, your life core harbors a foundational logic that I have constructed to perform good deeds, combat evil, uphold peace, and cease hostilities. Only by adhering to these principles can it continue to function. Otherwise, it will drain your power, reducing you to the weakest of red dragons. Even more feeble than the inferior beings you disdain, easily humiliated by any formidable adversary you encounter. Conversely, as long as your actions align with this logic, it shall operate continuously. You must have already sensed the extraordinary essence of the energy I have bestowed upon you, a level you could never reach on your own. You can utilize it to regain your peak, perhaps even surpassing what you previously imagined. Of course, the prerequisite is that you keep it in operation. The little rainbow dragon swayed its tail, beaming with joy. This is my ultimate affront to you, the fall into goodness. Physical torment is inconsequential to dragons. The true insult lies in the assault on their nature, ideals, and beliefs. For a red dragon, which takes pride in evil, this descent into goodness is the most dreadful fate. Upon hearing Yessa's words, the mature red dragon's pupils constricted. You wretched creature, you are more malevolent than the demons of the abyss. No, I am the very embodiment of evil. Do you wish for me to uphold justice? A foolish fantasy. Even in death, I shall not grant you your desires. Listening to the mature red dragon's frantic declarations, Yessa chuckled. Should you desire death, I shall not impede you. From here on, you may act as you wish. You should now possess some ability to move. Go on, you are free. After a moment of silence, the mature red dragon struggled to rise, then staggered away from the once cherished Yessa, as if fleeing from a demon. It clumsily ascended into the air, not daring to glance back, flying towards the horizon. In the skies, it was engulfed in boundless inner turmoil. On one side lay life and power, on the other, the glory and nature of evil. Amidst this conflict, the mature red dragon felt a torment more profound than death itself, at one point contemplating the extraction of its life core as a means of escape. Yet, the thought of such a demise filled it with reluctance. Let us proceed cautiously and observe as we go. As for acts of kindness and the maintenance of peace, such notions are utterly inconceivable. Under the reign of the immortal dragon queen, I, Hathors, would rather meet my demise than engage in benevolence. The mature red dragon gradually ascended, retreating towards the ancient lair nestled within the Golden Mountains, all the while silently vowing within the depths of its heart. Chapter 54. The treasure space. This broken horn and blood crystal are larger than my entire being. Furthermore, their frigid aura is formidable, with intense energy fluctuations. It is advisable to keep them secured away from plain sight. Gazing at the two remnants of the ancient dragon radiating profound cold, Yethar scrutinized them with keen interest. Due to their proximity, the chilling essence they emitted enveloped him, and had he not cast a protective spell, he would have been ensconced in frost. Even so, an insidious chill penetrated his very bones. Shrinkage spell. Yethar targeted the blood crystal and broken horn, attempting to cast a transformation spell to reduce their size for easier transport. However, despite the spell striking them directly, they exhibited no reaction, retaining a bulk even greater than Yethar himself. Their icy essence was simply too overpowering, rendering typical spells ineffective against them. It seemed that direct spell applications would not suffice. Yethar pondered for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, reconstructing his spell with renewed focus. This spell was more intricate. Even for one capable of casting most spells instantaneously, Yethar required several moments to engrave the spell model in his mind before executing it. Dimensional spell, treasure space. Yethar extended one of his dragon fingers, tracing a square trajectory through the air. As he moved his finger, the space ahead emitted a peculiar fluctuation, leading to the creation of an independent pocket dimension with storage capabilities. The treasure space, though a mere fourth-tier spell, proved exceedingly practical, allowing the caster to carry numerous personal items. Yet, due to its involvement with spatial dimensions, even high-level spellcasters might struggle to master it. In Yethar's perspective, it posed only slightly more difficulty than other spells, akin to the difference between adding 1+1 and multiplying 2 by 3. Do not underestimate the small space birthed from this fourth-tier spell. Within it, there was ample room to accommodate the blood crystal and broken horn, and under normal circumstances, most legendary materials could be stored within. However, Yethar was uncertain if the possessions of this ancient demigod dragon could be contained therein. With his mind focused, Yethar maintained the treasure space, carefully maneuvering the blood crystal and broken horn towards it. Yet, to his dismay, as they approached the portal of the treasure space, the encroaching cold enveloped it, freezing the entrance inch by inch, rendering it impossible to enter. It would not do to carry such conspicuous items around. Should they attract the attention of other dragons, they would surely attempt to seize them, and even legendary dragons would not hesitate to pursue. Yethar found himself in a state of vexation. If these two items could not be safely stored away, they would undoubtedly become burdensome hot potatoes, causing constant anxiety. Hiding them was equally futile, as their continuous emanation of cold and potent energy fluctuations would alter the surrounding environment. With my current level of magical prowess, it is utterly impossible to influence the remnants of the ancient dragons. No, that is not entirely accurate. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Based on my charisma, perhaps my charm manipulation spells could prove effective. As Yes's mind raced, a torrent of arcane knowledge cascaded through his thoughts, and finally, an epiphany struck. Fixating on a particular charm spell, Object Command. This spell allows the caster to manipulate inanimate objects based on their charisma. The small iridescent dragon shimmered with brilliance and charisma, simultaneously casting this spell. Rein in your chill, shrink a little, and then fly into the treasure space, Yethar instructed. The once stoic blood crystal and severed horn began to tremble as if imbued with life, though they did not entirely comply with Yeth's command, orbiting around him instead. I adore obedient treasures, much like you, Yethar continued, his voice gentle and soothing, radiating a dazzling brilliance, surpassing that of the sun. The rainbow-hued light reflected upon the blood crystal and severed horn, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Under the astonished gaze of the flame dragon wolf, the blood crystal and horn paused momentarily. Then, as if vying for affection, Each retracted their chill, diminished in size, and swiftly entered the treasure space. Done. Truly. I am remarkable, Yethar proclaimed, a satisfied expression gracing his features as his tail flicked, producing a crisp sound while he sealed the treasure space. The same spell, wielded by different beings, yields vastly different results. Were any other spellcaster, even a demigod, who relied solely on spells of the 4th tier or below, to attempt this, they would likely fail to contain the white dragon's blood crystal and the silver dragon's severed horn. Your brilliance is unparalleled. You can tame even the remnants of ancient dragons directly. The flame dragon wolf offered heartfelt admiration. Yethar nodded lightly, and then perched upon the flame dragon wolf's head, surveying the ravaged land scarred by battle, contemplating his next destination. He had reclaimed both the blood crystal and the severed horn. This central icy region may endure for some time, yet the surrounding areas would gradually revert to desolation, as the environment possesses an innate ability for self-restoration. However, for the present, the Shackles Desert has become an inhospitable habitat. 99% of the creatures succumb to the chilling tempest unleashed by the ancient dragon's conflict, rendering the current desert a frigid wasteland, where even the search for sustenance has become a troublesome endeavor. Should I depart the desert and journey to the Golden Mountains? Yethar turned his gaze toward the distant peaks, silently pondering. In the struggle for the blood crystal and severed horn, Yethar, the brass dragon, and the blue dragon swarm are all denizens of the Shackles Desert. In contrast, the mature cobalt dragon, the red dragon Horthus, the silver dragon Lydia, and the bronze dragon Isaac hail from the Golden Mountains, characterized by undulating hills and lush forests. The number of dragons residing therein surpasses that of the entire Shackles Desert manifold. The abundance of resources is undeniably evident. Yet the perilous nature of this realm is equally apparent. Legendary dragons are certainly not a rare sight here, and in such an era, the presence of more dragons intensifies the conflicts and contradictions. Meanwhile, as Yethar contemplated the future, the brass dragon Galen, guided by their psychic connection, returned from afar to the location of Yethar. The adult cobalt dragon that had been pursuing him was nowhere to be seen. How thrilling it was, having narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, I still possess my ultimate means of survival. I wonder how Yethar is faring, relying solely on a legendary magical wolf. He is likely no match for the adult red dragon. I must hasten to his side, if he has already fallen into the clutches of the red dragon. It may be too late, and he could suffer a severe humiliation, Galen thought to himself, his wings flapping with increased urgency. However, shortly after taking flight, Galen felt a chill within. In the distant horizon, a group of blue dragons appeared. The blue dragons, grasping the ice-sculpted bodies of sandstorm great rock pythons, soared through the high skies amidst crackling thunder and flashing lightning, creating a formidable spectacle. At the moment Galen spotted the blue dragons, their leader caught a whiff of the air, turned its head, and locked eyes with Galen, its gaze seemingly infused with the cold fury of a thunderstorm. The other blue dragons swiftly followed suit, their gazes falling upon the brass dragon. Galen thought, why have I strayed so far from Yethar? My luck seems to have run dry. This is not right. I wield the power of time, and with my unique status, should I not be destined for greatness? Akin to a protagonist? The brass dragon found himself deeply ensnared in self-doubt. Chapter 55. The beginning of a benevolent fall. There was still distance to cover, and thus an opportunity for escape remained. The moment their eyes met, the brass dragon activated his acceleration, intent on fleeing at the earliest chance. Whoosh! He flapped his wings, creating metallic afterimages in the air as he swiftly departed. Upon glancing back, Galen was perplexed to discover that the blue dragons had not pursued him. Not pursuing? How strange. Could it be that the toll of battle rendered them incapable of chasing me? Yet they did not even attempt to follow. Galen mused in confusion as he continued to distance himself from the blue dragons. Given the deep-seated animosity between the chromatic and metallic dragons, it was almost certain that the chromatic dragons would pursue a metallic dragon upon sighting one. If the blue dragons were burdened by the corpses of the sandstorm great rock pythons, it would not realistically hinder their speed under normal circumstances. The priority would be to eliminate the metallic dragon first, disposing of the prey to give chase. On the other side, reflecting on the previous conversation with Yethar, the blue dragon leader quietly withdrew its gaze from the brass dragon. Father, shall we not pursue the metallic dragon? Inquired a young adult blue dragon. The leader shook its head and replied, It is merely a feeble, immature dragon that has yet to grow. There is little sport in slaying it. Let it live for now. Next time we meet, it shall not escape my grasp. Deep within, the leader's thoughts were subtly influenced by Yethar's words. However, the other adult and young dragons remained puzzled. Young dragons often possess a narrow perspective, having yet to truly experience the harshness of war. Their contemplations are few, and they are more profoundly influenced by tradition than their elder counterparts. As for the hatchlings, they must be eradicated. Denying them the opportunity to mature is the prudent course of action. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism towards the blue dragon leader. At that moment, a young blue dragon, still bearing the scars of a prior grievous encounter with a brass dragon, hesitated before speaking softly. The leader is right. It is merely a hatchling. There is no need to expend energy pursuing it. It will not survive long. Upon hearing this, an adult dragon turned to the young one, questioning, "What happened to you? Nearly bested by a brass hatchling? Such disgrace." "It was my oversight," the young dragon replied, lowering its head in shame. Meanwhile, the brass dragon had vanished from their sight, and the blue dragons, led by the mature blue dragon, continued their journey back to their lair, traversing a world starkly devoid of life. With a heavy heart, the adult blue dragon expressed concern. "Leader, the shackless desert has nearly become a no-man's land. It will be exceedingly difficult for us to find suitable sustenance henceforth." The blue dragon leader was already pondering this predicament. After a moment of contemplation, it spoke earnestly. "We must return to our lair, gather our treasures and younglings, and prepare to depart the desert. This place is no longer conducive to life. We must seek out a new territory." "Where do you intend to lead the clan for its future?" inquired a young dragon. "We shall first rest in the Golden Mountains, and once I achieve legendary status, I will guide you to the fertile plains. There, we shall appease the great immortal dragons with the blood of metal dragons and forge a dragon kingdom amidst the flames of war." The mature blue dragon responded solemnly. Legendary dragons possess the right to establish their own kingdoms. The conflict in the fertile plains is exceedingly fierce, with numerous dragon kingdoms divided into rival factions. Their battles echoing across the skies with the roars of legendary dragons resonating continuously. After a while, the brass dragon spotted the flame wolf and the small rainbow dragon perched upon its head from a distance. Has this magical wolf evolved? It exuded a strong essence of the red dragons and appeared particularly robust. After observing the flame wolf for a moment, the brass dragon flew to Yes's side and inquired, "You haven't encountered any trouble with the red dragons, have you?" Yessa lifted his chin and replied with a smile, "You should be asking what I did to the red dragons." The brass dragon blinked in confusion. Eagerly, Yessa began to share his exploits. Relishing the changing expressions on the brass dragon's face, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. "I never expected you to emerge as the ultimate victor," the brass dragon praised. "Alas, I was too far away, pursued by the cobalt dragon, and missed the entire spectacle. By the way, you must not be faster than the cobalt dragon. How did you manage to shake it off?" Yessa asked. The brass dragon laughed heartily, lifting its head with pride. "Shake it off? You underestimate me. I turned the tables and defeated it. Don't think you're the only one with skills. I possess many tricks as well, though I prefer not to reveal them in your presence, lest you feel inadequate." Lie detection technique. In Yessa's mind, a glimmer of magical insight flashed, revealing no signs of deceit from the brass dragon. Could it be that Galen had truly slain the mature cobalt dragon? How was such a feat accomplished? Yessa contemplated, recognizing that, in a one-on-one confrontation, it would be exceedingly challenging to withstand the might of a mature dragon. "By the way, during my return, I encountered a cluster of blue dragons." The brass dragon remarked, curiously, that although they had clearly noticed him, they did not pursue him, allowing him to depart unscathed. Yessa paused momentarily, then a genuine smile of joy illuminated his face. "My communication with the blue dragons must have had some effect, otherwise, they would never have let Galen escape." Lost in this train of thought, the delighted little rainbow dragon unconsciously radiated an allure that surpassed his usual charm, causing the brass dragon to momentarily avert his gaze, his heart racing. "Stop, stop! Do not be entranced any further. Beneath that charming facade lies a heart of wicked amusement." With great effort, the brass dragon turned his head away, breaking the spell. Yessa reined in his charisma and said, "It seems your luck is rather poor. Pursued by the cobalt dragon and then encountering the blue dragons. I hope you haven't crossed paths with the red dragons as well. Not at all, the brass dragon replied. Upon mentioning the red dragon, he exhaled deeply and praised Yethar. Your methods against the red dragon are truly remarkable. How cunning. Who would have thought it could be played this way? Given the red dragon's relentless pursuit of power, it would certainly not choose a path of self-destruction. However, this would necessitate good deeds, and I am quite curious as to what it will ultimately become. Yethar chuckled. The territory of that red dragon should lie within the Golden Mountains. I also intend to journey there, so we shall surely meet again. I hope it becomes increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, the subject of their conversation had already soared away from the frost-covered expanse, gliding through the howling winds of the sky toward the Golden Mountains. Suddenly, it hesitated, spotting two slowly flying metallic dragon silhouettes ahead. In the unobstructed heights, as long as the general direction was aligned, they could easily discern one another. These two metallic figures were a mature silver dragon and a young bronze dragon, both in a rather poor state. Upon noticing the mature red dragon approaching from behind, the spirits of the silver and bronze dragons immediately tensed, preparing for confrontation. Damn those metallic dragons. A surging intent to kill arose within the mature red dragon. However, given its current condition, it refrained from attacking directly, cautiously veering in another direction. At that moment, it suddenly felt the rhythm of its course slowing, its energy waning, and its already weakened body becoming even more feeble. The movement faltered. The life core was signaling. It was time to perform good deeds. Gazing at the silver and bronze dragons, still bearing the remnants of its own fiery energy, the mature red dragon's heart brimmed with reluctance. I, Holthus, will not perform any good deeds. Even if it costs me my life, aiding metallic dragons is utterly out of the question. The heartbeat slowed once more. The strength was being gradually extracted, a sensation that was becoming increasingly unbearable for the red dragon. It gazed upon the silver dragon and the bronze dragon, contemplating. Yet, upon reflection, my intentions are not entirely altruistic. My primary aim is to restore my powers, after which I shall devise a means to eliminate this core. With a change in direction, it unfurled its wings and pursued the silver and bronze dragons. As both prepared for confrontation, the red dragon, having approached a certain proximity, suddenly halted, unleashing a formidable dragon's might that swept over the silver and bronze dragons. The aura of power coursed through the vigilant metallic dragons, and to their astonishment, they discovered that the searing red dragon's fiery energy, which relentlessly eroded their wounds and inflicted excruciating pain, was entirely dissipated by the dragon's might. What is this red dragon scheming? The silver and bronze dragons exchanged bewildered glances, their wariness heightened. However, after clearing the remnants of their wounds, the red dragon did not pursue further. Instead, it veered off in a different direction. Meanwhile, feeling the accelerated thumping of its heart and the surge of power, the mature red dragon clenched its claws, musing, "Indeed, this is correct. My sole purpose is to regain my strength, to become more formidable and sinister, and to endure humiliation for a time. Engaging in a minor act of goodness is not out of the question. Little one, just wait and see. When we meet again, you shall regret not having slain me." Chapter 56. Divergence. Ancient white dragon blood crystal. Ancient silver dragon horn. Here, choose one. Yethar produced two ancient dragon remnants. Their chilling aura contained and reduced to a size manageable within a single claw, addressing the bronze dragon before him. The bronze dragon displayed a look of surprise. "Are you truly offering this to me?" Having been pursued by a mature cobalt dragon, he had scarcely participated in the treasure hunt. Both the blood crystal and the horn were acquired by Yethar. These are treasures coveted even by legendary giants, exceedingly rare. Yethar's willingness to share them so generously caught the bronze dragon off guard. Had it not been for your diversion of the mature cobalt dragon, the treasure-seizing endeavor would likely have been far more convoluted. You are indeed entitled to a share. Nevertheless, I feel that my contributions have been rather meager. The bronze dragon hesitated. The two items share similar attributes. One would suffice. Of course, if you desire not to keep them, I would be more than willing to retain them all. As Yethar spoke, he began to return the blood crystal and horn to the treasure space. The bronze dragon, quick of hand, seized the white dragon blood crystal to prevent Yethar from reconsidering, urgently stating, "I want this one, I want this one." For the bronze dragon, the ancient silver dragon horn, being of the same metallic lineage, would undoubtedly be more suitable. Moreover, Its quality surpasses that of the white dragon blood crystal. However, considering that this gift is nearly bestowed upon him by Yethar, the bronze dragon opted for the slightly inferior white dragon blood crystal, leaving the superior silver dragon horn for Yethar. In the future, should I discover more precious treasures, I shall prepare a share for you, he declared. Very well. Remember your words. Yethar nodded, reclaiming the silver dragon horn into the treasure space. The bronze dragon solemnly remarked, "Let this promise be witnessed by the unchanging river of time. However, as I grow stronger, the remnants of ancient dragons hold diminishing value for me. You wouldn't still be attempting to deceive me with such relics after a millennium, would you?" Yethar cast a skeptical glance. "Ancient dragons? By then, I shall transport the treasury of the dragon god to you," the brass dragon replied, lifting its head. "I desire the treasures of the platinum dragon god," Yethar asserted with utmost seriousness, making a decisive choice. After a moment's pause, Yethar cast his gaze downward at the land and changed the subject, suggesting, "Let us depart from here. Perhaps there are other formidable beings on their way." "Agreed. I have no desire to encounter the chromatic or iron dragons again," nodded the brass dragon. The two of them coiled together atop the back of the flame dragon wolf, gradually distancing themselves from the scarred region riddled with ravines, collapses, and the remnants of icebergs. As they moved further away, the chilling aura of blood crystals and broken horns ceased to erupt, and the coldness ahead began to dissipate. Yet, from the heights above, one could still behold the frost-laden earth, dotted with lifelike, yet lifeless frozen corpses. Aside from the hissing sound produced by the clash of high temperatures and cold air as the flame dragon wolf soared through the sky, the overarching tone of the Shakel's desert, transformed into a realm of ice and snow, remained one of chilling desolation. This place is no longer suitable for habitation. "Yethar, what are your plans next?" the brass dragon inquired. "I intend to journey to the Golden Mountains." "Going there directly?" Yethar pondered for a moment, then shook his head, stating, "No, I have decided to first approach the unscathed desert edge near the Golden Mountains to gather my strength. Once I officially enter the juvenile stage and possess greater power, I shall proceed." Due to his size, Yethar was often mistaken for a juvenile dragon. Yet, in reality, he was merely a tender 3-year-old hatchling. Engaging with a mature dragon and seizing treasures in his juvenile form was akin to an infant grasping an adult's head and delivering a sound thrashing, an astonishing feat that no dragon would believe if it spread. "And you?" Yethar turned his gaze toward the brass dragon. The brass dragon contemplated for a moment before responding, "I plan to head directly to the Fertile Plains." The Fertile Plains is currently also referred to as the Dragon Blood Plains, for the fierce warfare has stained the land with the blood of dragons, transforming it into a crimson expanse. "That is perilous," Yethar remarked, perplexed. "We both possess remarkable talents, capable of evolving beyond the ordinary heights of dragons. While a certain level of risk for rapid growth is acceptable, consistently placing oneself in danger seems unwise." After a moment of silence, the brass dragon spoke slowly. "I am not actually a native of the Shakel's desert. I was born in the Fertile Plains and arrived in this desert only a year ago. My adult brass dragon parents perished in a conflict with the chromatic dragons, and before their demise, they used spatial magic to transport me to the remote Shakel's desert. Their only wish before passing was for me to stay far from war." The brass dragon shook his head, a mirthless smile gracing his features. "Yet I was born amidst the flames of strife, birthed from the land soaked in dragon blood. I opened my eyes to behold a world drenched in blood and fire. My parents perished before me in the ravages of war. How could I, then, remain unscathed and at peace while turning away from the conflict? To seek an end to this war, one must inevitably engage in its tumult, for even in fleeing to the desert, I encountered the echoes of ancient dragon battles, fraught with peril. Rather than passively awaiting the day I am drawn back into the fray, I would rather take the initiative, dancing and growing amidst the flames of war." Unlike Yethar, who had never known his parents, the experiences of the brass dragon resonate more closely with those of Yes's brother, the amethyst dragon Jaeger, who has witnessed the remnants of conflict and the fall of his dragon kin. He hails from a land scarred by war and has now resolved to return to his homeland. In this world, the solitary life of a fledgling dragon seldom comes without a troubled past. Yethar empathized with the brass dragon's sentiments, yet could not wholly concur, advising, "Gowron, you are correct. I, too, yearn for the cessation of hostilities. However, I believe it wiser to survive, grow stronger, and gain influence before intervening in the war, rather than engaging directly now and risking a perilous fate. If one perishes, their dreams are extinguished, and they will never witness the future they envisioned. He did not wish for his newfound, harmonious friendship with this dragon to be severed prematurely by the horrors of war. Sensing Yessa's concern, the brass dragon smiled and replied, "I wholeheartedly agree with your words, though my circumstances are rather unique. Fear not, for I possess formidable means of self-preservation, and I intend to bring the dragon god's treasury as a gift for you. I will not meet my demise." With such a powerful safeguard in place, and having survived the fierce pursuit of the cobalt dragon, the brass dragon felt emboldened to return to the bountiful plains. "What are your means of preservation?" Yethar inquired, intrigued by the brass dragon's confidence. "Revealing it directly would be rather dull. You shall see for yourself in due time, and I shall delight in witnessing your astonishment." The brass dragon replied, suppressing the urge to divulge further details. As time passed, the fiery dragon wolf gradually sped away from the region engulfed in frost. The icy veneer covering the ground vanished, replaced by the dry, scorching winds. Golden grains of sand once more blanketed the earth, and the temperature steadily rose. They arrived at the edge of the desert. Although no oasis graced their sight, from their elevated vantage, sparse clusters of shrubs, trees, and cacti dotted the landscape, infusing the desert with a hint of vibrant greenery. Signs of small, fierce creatures and magical beings were evident, dispelling the silence that once reigned. They lifted their gaze towards the horizon. The undulating, ceaseless mountains reflect in the horizon, grand and majestic, steadfast and unchanging, resembling a silent behemoth that has inhabited the earth for countless ages, weathered by storms and time. At this moment, brilliant sunlight descends from the heavens, cascading over the distant peaks. The rays of sunlight blanket the surfaces of the towering mountains, bestowing upon them a delicate golden hue, causing the entire mountain range to shimmer like gold beneath the sun, visible from afar. This is the very origin of the Golden Mountain's name. A few hundred miles ahead lies the Golden Mountain Range. Beyond it, after soaring over the shadows of dense forests, lies the fertile plains of the Dragonfall, the battleground prepared for the bronze dragon. "Yessa, you may leave me here. I shall tread the path ahead alone." The bronze dragon leapt from the back of the flame dragon wolf, gazing at the rainbow dragon, whom he had known for but a brief time, yet felt a profound kinship with, and said, "When you arrive at the fertile plains, perhaps I shall have attained a resounding reputation in this war-torn land. I eagerly await our reunion in the fertile plains." Yessa pondered for a moment and smiled. "If you were to request it, I might consider accompanying you directly to the fertile plains." The bronze dragon shook his head and replied, "I long to continue fighting by your side. However, your allure would surely attract the attention of legendary dragons upon your arrival in the fertile plains. Should you encounter the twisted and deranged among them, lacking the means to protect yourself, you would be in grave danger." Yessa's astonishing beauty and extraordinary charm could sometimes be a source of peril. Malevolent dragons, like the perverse creatures of Hortus, are not in short supply, especially those legendary dragons. Scarred by years of warfare, often bear psychological scars and tend toward distortion and extremity. Indeed, perhaps I should take time to reflect, Yessa thought, shuddering at the memory of being imprisoned, tormented day and night, and subjected to severe indignities. The young dragon would first seek refuge and growth in the Golden Mountains. Only once he matured into a youthful dragon would he contemplate venturing to the fertile plains, confronting the most brutal battleground. Yessa had already charted the course for his future. To halt the war, one must inevitably engage, yet he lacked the self-preservation skills possessed by the bronze dragon. More accurately, he relied on his charm for survival, but could not avert the risk of severe humiliation, thus requiring a more prudent approach. Now was not the time for him to face the war directly. After a moment of contemplation, Yessa plucked several of his own dragon scales and fashioned some iridescent scales with enchanting properties, gifting them to the bronze dragon. In return, the bronze dragon removed a few black scales from his neck, forming them into a circular shape. Infusing these peculiar black scales with temporal energy, he endowed them with extraordinary abilities. You may use them to accelerate or halt time. I hope they aid you in navigating perilous situations. The bronze dragon earnestly declared as he presented the time-infused scales to Yessa. After exchanging their iridescent scales and time scales, they bid each other a heartfelt farewell. Yessa took the time dragon scale and recalled the azure dragon Sophia, who also journeyed to the fertile plains. He remarked, "If you encounter a blue dragon maiden named Sophia standing against you in the fertile plains, I implore you to show mercy to her, provided it does not endanger yourself." "A blue dragon? I shall remember," came the reply. Yessa nodded gently and blessed the brass dragon, saying, "May you dance gracefully amidst the chaos of war and become the most radiant new star on the battlefield." The brass dragon nodded and turned, soaring into the distance, gradually disappearing from Yessa's sight. Now, I was left alone. A dry, fierce wind swept by, and Yessa subtly shook his head. The blue dragon Sophia, the amethyst dragon Jaeger, and the brass dragon Galen had all shared moments of camaraderie with Yessa, yet, for various reasons, they had ultimately departed. Yessa felt no deep sorrow. He simply reflected on the transient nature of companionship. In this war-torn era, partings and departures were commonplace, far preferable to the finality of death. Solitude, too, held its own beauty, mused the little rainbow dragon. At that moment, the deep voice of the flame dragon wolf resonated in his ear. "My lord, you are not alone. Wherever you go, as long as I live, I shall follow by your side." Patting the flame dragon wolf on the head, Yessa laughed heartily and praised, "You are indeed the most reliable." Pleased by Yessa's commendation, the flame dragon wolf wagged its tail, feeling elated. "Let us first seek a territory to rest in. A resource-rich area near the desert's edge should offer more than the depths," Yessa suggested. "As you wish," replied the flame dragon wolf, spiraling through the skies to search for a suitable domain. Before long, a brand new and larger oasis came into view. "This shall suffice," Yessa declared, recognizing the oasis where he had previously grown accustomed to residing. As they approached, a roar suddenly erupted. Boom! Sand flew in all directions as a colossal creature, approximately 15 meters in length, leaped from a sand pit, shaking its head as it gazed at the approaching flame dragon wolf. This was the sovereign of this territory. It bore a form reminiscent of a massive lizard or crocodile, exuding a faint draconic essence. Its wings and claws were seamlessly integrated, supporting its body alongside its sturdy hind legs. Countless dragon scales enveloped it, particularly concentrated around its neck, head, and tail, with dark hues interwoven with fiery red patterns. Brimming with explosive energy, the high-ranking subdragon, the explosive scale dragon, met the flame dragon wolf's penetrating gaze, which radiated a more profound draconic might and aura. The legendary subdragon's power immediately overawed the explosive scale dragon, which let out a mournful cry, bowed its head, and cowered on the ground, trembling in submission. Without shedding blood, Yessa claimed the new oasis territory. In the depths of the Golden Mountains, beyond Storm's Corner, a tall and robust figure gently caressed the menacing creature before him in the darkness. "My creation is on the brink of success. The azure-footed dragon serpent. You shall become our weapon against the dragon race." The creature, caressed by the towering figure, resembled both a serpent and a dragon. Its elongated form adorned with metallic blue scales that glimmered. Beneath its sinuous body lay a formidable dozen pairs of fierce claws, radiating a chilling light. "Oh, the reign of the true dragon shall not endure for long. Our kind will ultimately rise, supplanting the dragons from their throne and embarking on a radiant future." The azure-footed dragon serpent was ingeniously crafted as a biological weapon specifically designed to combat the dragons, a potent hunter capable of preying upon them. In the midst of fierce infighting among the dragons, their gaze is fixated on one another, providing the perfect opportunity for the azure-footed dragon serpent to hunt the still weak. Unformed dragons, its appearance resembling that of a dragonkin, making it difficult to associate with the imposing figure. Soon, the towering figure whispered softly. The creature it touched trembled slightly, as if in response. Chapter 58. The rattlesnake dragon at the edge of the shakeless desert lies an even larger oasis territory. The former ruler of this domain, the exploding scale dragon, exhibited a demeanor incongruent with its massive physique, assuming a servile stance akin to a small beast as it extended its heavy-scaled head to nuzzle Yessa. The reverence that lesser dragons hold for the might of true dragons is ingrained in their very essence. Yessa did not permit this foolish giant to nuzzle him, instead placing a claw upon its head. "Play elsewhere. Do not disturb me here." The exploding scale dragon grumbled and retreated, glancing back thrice. Beneath the vast, quiet night sky, the small rainbow dragon basked in the silvery moonlight, its vibrant hues shimmering even more brilliantly than the moon itself. With a mere thought, Yessa summoned his secret treasure space. Upon opening it, he retrieved the severed horn of an ancient silver dragon. Bathed in the bright moonlight, he scrutinized the silver dragon's horn before him. It was not a complete horn. The jagged break at the base was broader, tapering to a sharp point, resembling a segment of a horn with a tip. Yessa gently stroked the silver dragon's horn, feeling its icy yet delicate texture. Though it appeared metallic, its touch was akin to the finest jade. Under the moonlight, the silver horn emanated a radiant sheen, unmistakably a remarkable treasure. By harnessing its frigid essence, I can rapidly fortify my physique. The potency of ice spells will also be significantly enhanced. My draconic aura will acquire a hint of ancient dragon majesty. I could even attempt to wield it as a weapon, delivering a lethal counterattack to formidable foes when the moment calls for it. Yessa contemplated the potential uses of the silver dragon's horn. After some reflection, he resolved to experiment, employing his item manipulation technique to compel the silver horn to release its cold aura anew. In an instant, a chilling temperature began to spread. Centered around the silver dragon's horn, an invisible yet powerful cold radiated outward, visibly freezing Yessa's form and the ground beneath him, the frost swiftly expanding. Let us begin. With the essence of Dragonkind, I shall first absorb the ancient dragon's chill within. Yessa inhaled deeply, unfurling his wings and emanating the majesty of a dragon, merging his aura with that of the silver dragon's broken horn. The frost spreading into the distance slowed its pace, while the ice forming upon Yessa accelerated rapidly, soon becoming a thick layer. As he breathed, tendrils of cold air were drawn into his mouth, chilling his organs to the core, as if his blood vessels and entrails were filled with ice, gradually freezing him from within. A numbing coldness coursed through his entire being, not just his body, but also his mind, will, and soul, all steeped in the frigid essence. His draconic might began to take on the ancient silver dragon's weighty chill. As he was slowly transformed into a frozen statue, Yessa's aura steadily intensified. I am freezing, I am freezing. Moments later, Yessa shattered the ice crystals around him with a crackle, retracting his draconic presence and ceasing to resonate with the silver dragon's aura. The chilling air that had gathered around him hesitated briefly before continuing to diffuse aimlessly. The little rainbow dragon trembled, its body still icy. It shivered as it summoned a red light to warm itself, gradually dispelling the lingering cold. When its body temperature returned to normal, Yessa exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated, his clarity of thought surpassing all previous experiences. Upon introspection, Yessa realized that his physical attributes had indeed been enhanced through the trial of cold. The strength of his spirit and will, as well as the potency of his draconic might, had similarly improved. Let us continue. This process can render me significantly stronger in a short span. Although the sensation of cold numbness was unpleasant, the subsequent enhancements across various facets brought forth an anticipation and satisfaction that far outweighed the discomfort of the cold's refinement. Time flowed silently as the moonlight gradually dimmed. Yessa repeatedly invoked his draconic might to resonate with the ancient dragon's essence within the silver dragon's broken horn, drawing out its chill and might to further refine himself. Until, suddenly, fiery red flames rolled across the sky, and a lithe dragon wolf descended, bearing its prey. My lord, please dine. Yessa gazed at the creature it had brought. A massive and intricately patterned wildwing tiger, a high-ranking ferocious breed with wings. In the juvenile dragon stage, nutrition was of utmost importance, and Yessa was feeling quite hungry. However, despite his hunger, Yessa did not devour his meal with the savagery of a beast. Retrieving the broken horn into his treasure space, he skillfully employed an 8-part light wheel to slice the prey into portions, eating leisurely and methodically. Even in the absence of an audience, Yessa maintained an elegant demeanor, as it brought him joy and satisfied his own sensibilities. Are there other dragons nearby? After consuming a satisfactory amount, Yessa inquired of the fire wolf. His instructions for the fire wolf had been minimal, primarily to hunt for food and ascertain the surrounding conditions. In a relatively unfamiliar environment, reconnaissance was indeed necessary. Yes, I encountered 2 true dragons. A youthful iron dragon and a mature rattlesnake dragon both took notice of me. The iron dragon is a common species, while the rattlesnake dragon, though not rare, is still plentiful, particularly in arid desert environments where encounters are more frequent. Among dragons of similar age, their status is akin to that of the green dragon within the chromatic spectrum. Young dragons typically strive to avoid legendary creatures. Yet the mature ones may not share this inclination. How far is the territory of the rattlesnake dragon from us? Quite near, less than 100 kilometers, replied the flame dragon wolf in a low voice. Dragons find it difficult to accept the presence of other creatures with comparable strength levels encroaching upon their territory, especially if those creatures are not dragons themselves. Yessa pondered aloud. This rattlesnake dragon will inevitably come our way. At this juncture, the small rainbow dragon's gaze shifted suddenly towards the southern horizon. No, it is already tracking you down. How swift and decisive it is. A dragon silhouette, approximately 25 meters in length, traversed the sandy earth, rising and falling as it sped forward, stirring up clouds of dust that rolled in waves, drawing closer with each moment. Boom! The elongated figure burst forth from the ground, casting a vast shadow that obscured the moonlight, revealing itself before Yessa. It was a colossal dragon of a deep violet-black hue, devoid of wings, with a strikingly broad neck frill encircling its head. Its exceptionally long tail emitted ominous clattering sounds as it swayed, and when it opened its mouth to roar, one could glimpse a ring of spiraled fangs adorning its throat. The rattlesnake dragon. With its bewitching appearance, it was evident that this dragon did not belong to the benevolent side. Indeed, rattlesnake dragons typically align with the lawful evil faction, favoring the chromatic dragons in their conflicts against the metallic ones. I am Giselle, the malevolent sovereign of the desert, the rattlesnake dragon. This female rattlesnake dragon flicked her tail and spoke in a threatening tone to the imposing flame dragon wolf she first laid eyes upon. You, humble subdragon, must submit to. At this moment, the rattlesnake dragon's attention was drawn to a dazzling brilliance. Instinctively, she turned to behold the small rainbow dragon, radiant and captivating, positioned before the flame dragon wolf. Her words abruptly ceased, and her tail ceased its high-frequency vibrations, coming to a standstill. Chapter 59. Once more into slumber greetings. Yessa offered a slight smile, utterly enchanting the rattlesnake dragon. Her tail instinctively quivered, producing a soft rustling sound. For a rattlesnake dragon, such a tail movement signifies a favorable mood, indicating her fascination with the creature before her. Hello, my name is Giselle. Young one, what manner of dragon are you? You are simply splendid. You may consider me a rainbow dragon, Yessa replied, sharing her chosen name with the majestic creature. Rainbow dragon. Your scales appear as if countless rainbows have materialized, aptly reflecting your form, yet I have never heard of such a dragon's existence. As she spoke, the rattlesnake dragon could not resist the urge to take a step closer to Yessa. The flame dragon wolf silently stepped forward, its limbs slightly crouched. The powerful muscles beneath its fur tensed, adopting a stance ready to strike, warning the rattlesnake dragon not to approach further. Observing the legendary subdragon's reaction, the rattlesnake dragon felt a flicker of surprise within. Is it your subordinate? She inquired of Yessa. Yessa nodded gently. Astonishing. How could a legendary subdragon serve as a subordinate to a young dragon? Subdragons revere true dragons, but this admiration is predicated on the superiority of true dragons over themselves. If the disparity is too vast, in a bid to elevate their own lineage, some subdragons dare to take the risk of attacking weaker true dragons. Previously, the distance had obscured their perceptions, but now, in close proximity to the formidable and profound draconic aura of the flame dragon wolf, the rattlesnake dragon almost believed it was facing a mature red dragon. My charm has captivated it, Yessa mused. Pausing, he shifted the conversation, stating, This oasis is now my territory. In the presence of kindly kin, I extend my welcome. He spoke plainly. Tell me, have you come with goodwill? Or do you harbor malice? Do you seek to be my adversary? The flame dragon wolf let out a timely low growl, flames surging and rolling through its fur, the surrounding temperature rising, exerting immense pressure on the rattlesnake dragon. Originally, I bore ill intent, but upon seeing you, I have changed my mind. I hope to coexist peacefully with you, the rattlesnake dragon replied candidly. As a lawful evil dragon, the rattlesnake dragon evaluates the costs and benefits before acting and can accept peaceful coexistence with other dragon kinds. Of course, the identity of the dragon is paramount. Were it not for Yessa's lordship over this territory, at least one of the two, rattlesnake dragon and flame dragon wolf, would have to relinquish territory or face defeat. Very well. I too have no desire to incite conflict. Yessa sensed the rattlesnake dragon's fondness for him. Her tail's movement had betrayed her entirely. I am pleased to have a dragon as a neighbor. After a moment, the rattlesnake dragon remarked, I am familiar with the dragons in this region. I had not noted your presence before. Did you come from the depths of the desert? Yessa nodded. Oh. I surmise it is due to the aftermath of the ancient dragon battles. The depths of the desert have now transformed into a frigid wasteland, unfit for habitation. The rattlesnake dragon shook her tail and continued to lament. I witnessed 2 ancient dragons depart, leaving behind blood crystals and dragon horns. How I longed to possess them. Alas, I saw many powerful dragons flying in from the Golden Mountains. Realizing I had no hope of claiming them, I refrained from approaching. I wonder who ultimately acquired the blood crystals and broken horns. Only those with both wisdom and strength can emerge victorious in claiming them. Far away yet so near. Right within my grasp, Yessa thought, feeling a small thrill at the rattlesnake dragon's words. Indeed, it must be an entity of extraordinary intelligence, strength, beauty, and charm that secured the blood crystals and broken horns. The little iridescent dragon chimed in cheerfully. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the rattlesnake dragon Giselle bid farewell to Yessa and departed from his territory, returning to her lair. In the days that followed, tranquility enveloped the realm. Yessa devoted himself to the study of light and magic, honing his essence with the silver dragon's horn. While admiring his own beauty, these were the 3 pursuits that occupied his time. The fiery dragon wolf provided sustenance, thus liberating him from any concern regarding food. Notably, since their first encounter, the rattlesnake dragon Gisela had made it a habit to visit, each time bearing gifts, predominantly exquisite delicacies, with the most precious being a few complete magical gemstones. Given the dragon's affinity for treasures, this behavior was rather peculiar. However, if it were a matter of courtship, it would make more sense. The mature rattlesnake dragon was indeed in search of a mate, displaying no aversion to a larger dragon courting a smaller one. She possessed an abundance of patience, willing to wait for Yessa to mature. Typically, by the time a dragon reaches adolescence, corresponding desires begin to awaken. One day, months later, the rattlesnake dragon returned to Yessa, presenting him a yellow gemstone with a flourish of her tail. Yessa nodded, accepting the gem, fully aware of Gisela's intentions and graciously receiving her offerings. Yet, he knew that promising to become her future partner was out of the question. He consented to accept her gifts, and in return, he bestowed upon her his blessings. As his magical prowess grew, Yessa gradually realized that his blessings bore a magical effect, capable of bestowing fortune upon the recipient. In essence, Gisela, having unknowingly received the blessing of the iridescent dragon, had struck a significant gain. Yessa, with his psychic abilities, manipulated the gemstone, affixing it to his scales. Initially, he aimed to enhance his luminosity through the ancient light encased within the magical gemstone. Upon discovering that the gem also accentuated his beauty, he became increasingly eager to adorn his scales with these treasures. Now, more than one magical gemstone graced the surface of his scales, some obtained through the fiery dragon wolf's conquests, others gifted by Gisela. The hues of the magical gemstones harmonized beautifully with the brilliance of his scales, enhancing Yessa's allure. Gisela, I intend to enter a period of slumber. Yessa informed the rattlesnake dragon. During this time, Vandagak will guard my territory, preventing any threats from encroaching. Upon my awakening, you may return. Gisela nodded, her joy evident as she replied, I understand. Sleep well, and I hope that when you awaken, you will have reached the stature of an adolescent dragon. Though Yessa was still far from adolescence, this slumber would likely only usher him into the juvenile stage. However, due to his rapid growth, his size was already nearing that of a young dragon, leading Gisela to mistakenly believe he was on the brink of maturity. With a joyful and melodious rattle of her tail, she departed from Yessa's domain. My lord, rest assured in your slumber. I shall remain steadfast in my vigil. The fiery dragon wolf intoned solemnly. Yessa gently nodded and, with a flick of magic, conjured an independent space beneath the earth, stepping into its confines. He retrieved a broken horn, enlarging it to a size that he could comfortably embrace, resembling a plush cushion. The small hatchling dragon cradled the silver-white horn, curling its tail around it and closing its eyes. A chilling aura gradually enveloped him, wrapping Yessa like an icy cocoon. The ancient dragon essence within the horn resonated with him, flowing into his being. A kaleidoscope of brilliance erupted from Yessa, refracted through the crystalline surface, casting a myriad of colorful lights and transforming the subterranean space into a dreamlike, resplendent realm. Alas, no one was fortunate enough to witness this spectacle. I have accumulated enough. This slumber should propel me directly into the juvenile stage of my development. It would be ideal to leap into the higher realms, at which point I might consider venturing to the Golden Mountains. I hope to behold the magnificent sight of the red dragon Yethar in his benevolent descent. Yessa mused in silence, before stifling a few yawns and succumbing to profound slumber. As the new book rankings refreshed on Monday, a plea for votes echoed. Chapter 60. The Objective. A young legend. Time flows like water, and the passage of years slips by swiftly, bringing us to several years later. In the Golden Mountains, amidst the storm horn, within a shadowy crevice of the mountain, a towering figure pressed a hand upon the head of a greenfoot dragon serpent. In an instant, visible currents of electricity surged from his hand, as if alive, and penetrated the serpent's mind. Zzz. Flickering arcs of electricity manifested from the serpent's mouth and nostrils, coursing through its entire being before ultimately coalescing within. The towering figure withdrew his hand, and the currents ceased to flow. Calmness returned to the surroundings. At that moment, the serpent's spear-like tail trembled slightly, and suddenly, as if reanimated, it pulsed with burgeoning life. A biological weapon crafted over nearly a century, my remarkable creation, awakened. As if responding to its creator's call, the greenfoot dragon serpent abruptly opened its eyes, revealing a pair imbued with an extreme ferocity. Remember your mission, hunt the dragons. After a moment's pause, the towering figure commanded, the Golden Mountains harbor too many formidable dragons. To avoid drawing attention too soon, you shall first venture to the shackless desert, where you can unleash your instincts and nature to your heart's content. Receiving the command, the greenfoot dragon serpent burrowed through the mountain, departing silently, the once solid rock yielding to its presence as if it were mere tofu. After its departure, the towering figure gazed into the depths of the shadowy space. On either side of the stone walls lay countless caverns resembling a stony grotto, filled with metallic-hued greenfoot dragon eggs, silent and densely packed, evoking a sense of dread. These eggs could be transported worldwide to hatch, promising to inflict tremendous losses upon the dragonkin. The towering figure smiled with satisfaction, his deep voice resonating like thunder. The azure-footed dragon serpent, a weapon meticulously crafted for the annihilation of Dragonkind, possesses remarkable camouflage abilities, excelling in evading dragon perception. According to its design, it strategically avoids formidable dragons, preying instead on the weaker, nascent ones, thereby systematically diminishing their ranks from the ground up, thus destabilizing their overall dominance. Experimental results have confirmed the design's resounding success, paving the way for large-scale production. I am confident that many similar creations, targeted at dragons, are being clandestinely devised by various biological races. Arrogant dragons, continue your slaughter amongst one another. When you awaken to the reality, your era of hegemony shall inevitably draw to a close. Whispering to myself, the towering figure waved a hand, conjuring a howling whirlwind that ensnared all the azure-footed dragon's serpent eggs. When the whirlwind dissipated, the eggs vanished without a trace, and the towering figure itself quietly disappeared. A low rumble echoed, a muffled thunderclap that streaked across the heavens. Nearby, a pride of scorpion-tailed lions raised their heads, gazing apprehensively at the sky as thick, dark clouds swiftly gathered, obscuring the sunlight. Countless silver serpents danced wildly as bolts of heavenly thunder crashed down, shattering a prominent mountain peak below, causing a cascade of earth and stone that buried all traces of the experiment that had transpired here. At this moment, more than 3 years had elapsed since the ancient dragons descended, embroiled in fierce combat. The Shacklerous Desert, profoundly affected by the aftermath of the battle, had transformed into a frost-laden polar environment that would not revert to its original state without decades, even centuries, or external intervention. Silence remained the predominant tone of the desert, with only a few pockets of vitality persisting in the untouched peripheries. Just then, at the edge of the Shacklerous Desert, near the Golden Mountain Range, an oasis stirred. With a resounding boom, as night enveloped the land, the earth and sand erupted in a spectacular explosion, scattering in all directions, while thousands of iridescent lights shot skyward, dazzlingly radiant. Within mere seconds, all the brilliance converged upon the silhouette of a dragon emerging from the chaos. With a graceful flick of its long, slender tail, the dragon shook its body slightly, dispersing all the clinging dust and debris to reveal an immaculate form, adorned with 3 pairs of resplendent, breathtakingly beautiful dragon horns. Its scales reflected a dreamlike spectrum of colors, shifting and flowing, while several multi-hued magical gems embellished its body, creating a harmonious interplay of beauty and charm, exuding an unparalleled allure that set it apart from all other dragons. My lord, you have finally awakened. Your brilliance has become even more radiant and captivating. Your aura is now immensely powerful. I have never encountered a young dragon as formidable as you, exclaimed the flame dragon wolf, the sentinel of the territory, who promptly arrived to offer congratulations upon Yessa's awakening. Yessa nodded and conjured a magical mirror, gazing joyfully at his reflection through its surface. Turning my head, I gazed at my reflection, admiring both my frontal visage and my profile, occasionally raising my tail and flaunting my dragon wings in various poses and movements. Oh, I have become more enchanting. In the reflection of the magic mirror, the resplendent and exquisite little iridescent dragon, with a slight lift of its head, spoke with delight. Indeed, as I matured, my beauty and allure continued to blossom. Presently, Yessa has reached an impressive length of 9 meters, with a pair of dragon wings unfurling to a span nearly twice that, approaching 20 meters, casting a radiant shimmer reminiscent of a rainbow with each gentle flap. In terms of physique, I am now comparable to a young dragon. The youthful amethyst dragon, at its inception, bore a physique similar to that of Yessa today. However, that youthful amethyst dragon was already 17 years of age, while the current Yessa has only just reached 6, still in its juvenile phase. Upon further contemplation of my life energy, Yessa nodded in satisfaction. My life level hovers around 15, placing me within the realm of high-tier 7th rank, tantalizingly close to high-tier 8th rank. Dividing the life level by 2 roughly corresponds to the rank. Truly, I am gifted, having attained a level that some adult dragons may not reach even in their maturity. Of course, the silver dragon's broken horn has provided a negligible enhancement. The physique akin to that of a youthful dragon is, in fact, my weakest aspect. My life level is undeniably substantial, reaching a degree that is typically reserved for adult dragons, and even common white and black dragons may not ascend to high-tier life forms upon maturity. Will I be able to become legendary during my youth? In Yessa's ancestral records, there is no mention of a legendary young dragon. Should I achieve such a status during my juvenile years, it would be unprecedented. It poses a challenge, but not an insurmountable one. Subsequently, Yessa retrieved the silver dragon's broken horn from the treasure space and examined it closely. Its chilling aura diminished, albeit slightly. Utilizing it for a legendary endeavor would certainly pose no issue. What is this phenomenon? Am I seeing things? Observing sudden, peculiar changes within the silver dragon's horn, Yessa's gaze sharpened, focusing intently upon it. Within the spectrum of his vision, specks of blue light began to illuminate from within the horn, increasing in number and density, gradually coalescing from points into lines, evolving into expansive bursts of brilliance. As I beheld the azure radiance, a refreshing chill enveloped my eyes. The hues within my dragon pupils shifted continuously. Fiery red, vibrant orange, and deep violet faded away, while a striking azure hue radiated forth, expanding its reach. Finally, Yessa's iridescent gaze transformed into pure azure orbs. Under the scrutiny of his azure eyes, the blue luminescence within the silver dragon's horn brightened further. With a crackle, ice crystals began to materialize and spread in the air surrounding the silver dragon's horn, the cold intensifying more fiercely than before. Sensing a shift, Yessa turned to observe a lush conifer tree across from him. Crack! A single leaf gradually transforms into crystal ice, shattering and falling to the earth. From this very leaf, the towering fir is instantaneously encased in frost, morphing into a magnificent ice sculpture, its branches and trunk adorned with a cold, white frost that starkly contrasts with the arid desert surroundings, yet presents a unique spectacle. Yessa's gaze shifts, and everything within her sight appears to be frozen in time. After indulging in this scene for a moment, Yessa blinks, her azure eyes fading, and her draconic irises return to their vibrant, kaleidoscopic hues. Indeed, a newfound perception has grasped a radiant essence, one that should amplify ice-based spells. With this thought, Yessa flicks her tail, conjuring a barrage of ice spikes, each infused with a cerulean glow, erupting from the ground and extending for hundreds of meters ahead, blanketing a vast fan-shaped area. Each spike exudes a chilling aura, as formidable as a millennium of eternal ice. It is indeed effective, akin to how red light enhances my fire spells. But what if I were to target a living being directly? Would it possess the same effect as the red light? Yessa's elongated tail sways eagerly as she contemplates the experiment. Vandergak, would you be willing to be my test subject? She inquires, glancing at the flame dragon wolf. Of course. It would be my honor to serve you, replies the flame dragon wolf, wagging its tail and stepping forward, ready to endure Yessa's experimentation. Blinking once more, Yessa's eyes transform into the azure orbs again, fixating on the flame dragon wolf. Within its body, no trace of the blue light can be discerned. However, in the surrounding space, amidst Yessa's vibrant vision, the blue radiance stands out remarkably, flowing in accordance with her will. Flame dragon wolf, transform. Frost dragon wolf. Like a child with a new toy, Yessa gleefully murmurs as she channels the blue light into the flame dragon wolf. The creature stiffens, an overwhelming chill rising from within, causing its body temperature to plummet and a wave of discomfort to wash over it. Feeling quite uncomfortable, observing the flame dragon wolf gritting its teeth, enduring the agony, Yessa recognizes that it does not seem to be experiencing a beneficial enhancement and thus ceases her incantation. The flame dragon wolf exhales in relief, stating, "It feels as though I have fallen into an icy abyss, my life force gradually fading. Is it incapable of altering attributes? Can it only strengthen those imbued with corresponding properties? Does red light signify fire, while blue light represents ice? Are these hues manifestations of elemental light?" Yessa ponders thoughtfully. At that moment, the long-absent blast scale dragon approaches with an ingratiating demeanor, seemingly eager to experience Yessa's enhancement as well. "You wish to try? Very well, I shall oblige." Under Yessa's command, the blue light surges towards the blast scale dragon. Its ingratiating smile promptly freezes in place, and it begins to tremble, spinning in place, baring its teeth while exhaling icy breath. Both the blast scale dragon and the flame dragon wolf are fire-based creatures. My blue light can directly weaken them, instilling a profound sense of discomfort and frailty. Yessa pondered, remarking that the Shakel's desert lacked cold-type creatures. He decided to wait until he encountered them, believing they could provide an amplification akin to the crimson light for beings possessing the corresponding attributes. With a blink, Yessa's eyes transformed into deep crimson orbs. Gazing once more at the explosive scale dragon and the flame wolf, he discerned a notable crimson glow emanating from within them. The frequency and fluctuations of this crimson light differed from the other hues present in his light-sensitive vision. They could not be manipulated directly at first glance. However, once he mastered their specific oscillations, he could extract them as he had done with the mature red dragon previously. The blue light required further study, and he could not neglect the insights into other colors. He also needed to learn all the spells from the 4th to the 7th tier. There was much to occupy him, and he resolved to master all spells before venturing to the Golden Mountains. After indulging in a few years of rest, Yessa anticipated a period filled with bustling and fulfilling days ahead. It is noteworthy that the levels of spellcasting and life are not synonymous concepts. For instance, a 7th-tier adult dragon may be comparable to a 3rd-tier spellcaster in terms of magical mastery, capable of casting spells only up to the 3rd tier, as magic is an acquired skill that necessitates effort to learn rather than an innate ability. For Yessa, however, once his life level was sufficient, he could swiftly grasp the corresponding tier of magic, aligning his spellcasting level with his life level. In a sense, he embodied a fusion of high-ranking dragons and exalted spellcasters, with this combination yielding a synergistic effect that exceeded mere addition. "I find myself somewhat hungry. Will you fetch me some food?" Yessa instructed the flame wolf and explosive scale dragon. Upon receiving the command, they promptly departed to hunt on his behalf. Meanwhile, shrouded by the night, Yessa continued his research and study of light and magic, striving to enrich his repertoire to meet his elevated status. Given Yessa's innate talent for magic, as time passed, he swiftly mastered new spells. Typically, higher-tier spells are more challenging to learn, yet Yessa experienced none of this difficulty. His mastery of magic felt as effortless as swimming in water. Who claimed magic was hard to learn? It was, in fact, remarkably simple. While Yessa diligently enhanced his skills, at the farthest edge of the desert, a dragon approximately 14 meters in length reclined. Its head was distinctive, broad and shovel-shaped, with horns resembling steel blades stretching skyward. Its body was cloaked in a heavy, iron-like layer of pitch-black scales that exuded an indomitable metallic sheen, shimmering faintly with silver under the moonlight. From the back of its head to its tail, clusters of metallic spines extended, reminiscent of rows of shark fins. This was an iron dragon, the leader of the fairest dragon lineage. Among the various dragon breeds, iron dragons are generally weaker than gold and red dragons at comparable ages, akin to the amethyst dragon. This particular juvenile iron dragon was lost in dreams of kicking metallic dragons and punching chromatic dragons. The surroundings were tranquil and desolate. Even the whispers of the wind seemed to have ceased. The Dragonkind's acute senses alerted the iron dragon to an imperceptible danger. It furrowed its brow, roused itself, and scanned the area warily, yet found no suspicious traces. Let me continue my slumber. I have yet to tire of my game with the metallic and chromatic dragons. The iron dragon nonchalantly shut its eyes and drifted back to sleep. At that moment, the ground beneath it suddenly collapsed. A gaping maw erupted from the earth, lunging towards the iron dragon. In a flash, it flapped its wings and soared into the air. It was unfathomable that its draconic instincts could be so utterly deceived. Nearly ambushed without any forewarning, a sharp sound sliced through the air. The iron dragon felt a sudden tightness in its body, and then, in horror, realized that it had been ensnared by a bizarre creature resembling both a serpent and a dragon, with the grotesque features of a centipede. Its body stretching dozens of meters long. Its claws pierced through the iron dragon's scales, embedding themselves in its flesh. With a series of sickening crunches, the monster constricted, shattering the iron dragon's once impenetrable scales. What manner of beast is this? Despite the vast heritage of Dragonkind, there were no records of such a creature. The monstrous head lifted, facing the iron dragon, and opened its maw wide. Die! The iron dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of flames intertwined with lightning. Surprisingly, the creature exhibited an extraordinary resistance to the draconic breath, defiantly pushing forward with its head against the fiery onslaught. With a snap, its jaws clamped down on the iron dragon's neck. The elongated body tightened its grip, producing a cacophony of metal twisting and shattering. Before long, the iron dragon found itself completely enveloped by the creature, its flesh being shredded by the claws as if caught in a meat grinder, soon devoid of life. The azure-footed dragon serpent, a biological weapon crafted to hunt weaker dragons, claimed its first drop of blood. Beneath the cold moonlight, the azure-footed dragon serpent consumed the mangled iron dragon, its abdomen swelling visibly as it laid a clutch of serpent eggs on the spot, burying them in the earth without a second thought. This mature azure-footed dragon serpent sniffed the air, diligently searching for traces of draconic essence, moving silently in response. Chapter 62. My territory is quite expansive. Come dwell with me. Yessa, you have become even more beautiful. The rattlesnake dragon Giselle swayed her tail, gazing entranced at the resplendent rainbow dragon before her. Its scales, adorned with enchanting magical gems, shimmered in a dreamlike brilliance under the sun, almost blinding her. Every part of its form was a perfect embodiment of beauty. 3 pairs of elegantly spiraled horns, a gracefully undulating spine, limbs of perfect proportions, and wings that were twice its body length, all epitomizing the aesthetic ideals of Dragonkind. Here, accept this newly discovered sapphire as a token of my congratulations on your awakening. With a flourish, the rattlesnake dragon, Giselle, unfurled her tail to reveal a resplendent blue gem, sparkling with clarity. She offered it to Yessa with a charming smile, who graciously accepted the gift. Yessa adorned herself with the gemstone, enhancing her beauty, while inwardly wishing that Giselle would navigate any future troubles with ease. According to the fiery dragon wolf, Vanderkak, during Yessa's slumber, Giselle would frequently wander nearby every couple of weeks, checking to see if Yessa had awakened. Thus, when Yessa encountered Giselle shortly after her awakening, she felt no surprise. Seeing Yessa accept her gift filled Giselle with delight, boosting her confidence that her standing in Yessa's eyes had certainly improved. Perhaps, in due course, when Yessa displayed the youthful desires befitting her draconic nature, Giselle would find herself in a more prominent position. The thought of a beautiful future shared with Yessa made Giselle's tail wag joyfully. At that moment, Giselle suddenly recalled that her visit held more significance than just adoration. She had an important matter to address. Her expression turned serious as she spoke to Yessa in a low tone. There seems to be something amiss around our territory. Yessa's gaze shifted, intrigued, as she inquired. What have you discovered? After glancing at the fiery dragon wolf and the explosive scaled dragon, Giselle continued, in the bordering region of this vast desert, numerous subdragons have been present, along with a young iron dragon. Our sense of smell is among the finest in all Dragonkind, and during my hunting excursions, I could always detect their scents in the air. However, in recent days, those scents have inexplicably vanished. Pausing for emphasis, Giselle added gravely, consequently, I specifically ventured into their active territories to investigate, only to find them entirely absent, with only remnants of battle left behind. Evidence of a struggle. Yet they have all disappeared? Did they encounter a formidable foe and flee, or have they perished? Yessa pondered. I suspect a covert assault against our kind is unfolding. Giselle's tail quivered, betraying her tension and vigilance. Yessa contemplated this information before asking, if that is the case, did you not detect any foreign scents at the battlefield? Are there other dragons, or perhaps creatures harboring animosity towards us? Giselle shook her head. That is precisely what perplexes me. I detected no other scents. Yessa, deep in thought, mused, if there are indeed beings attacking dragons in such a stealthy and sinister manner, they are unlikely to be of our kin. Dragons, as the dominant beings of this world, disdain such underhanded ambushes. Their customary approach is to confront enemies head-on, overpowering them to death or submission. Even the green dragon, known for its cunning, usually prefers to conclude matters personally when it comes to the final act. The crux of the matter lies in. According to the nature and demeanor of true dragons, they would not engage in the senseless slaughter of lesser dragons unless provoked. It is implausible for lesser dragons to challenge a true dragon of superior strength. The disappearance of the iron dragon may suggest the involvement of metallic or chromatic dragons. However, the inclusion of lesser dragons in this scenario alters the situation entirely. I concur with this assessment. The rattlesnake dragon solemnly remarked. To silently eliminate more than one true dragon and lesser dragon, while evading our keen senses, indicates that this unknown entity poses a significant threat. After a brief pause, the rattlesnake dragon bared its fangs, its tail thrumming with agitation, exclaiming, those lurking in the shadows dare to launch an attack on us dragons. Damn it! If not for the internal conflict that has persisted for nearly a millennium, our kind would not have lost their majesty, allowing such an atrocity to occur. In the era before the Civil War, to assault a dragon? Other species would not even dare to dream of such audacity. As it spoke, the rattlesnake dragon's eyes darted towards the beautiful iridescent dragon, attempting to persuade. Yessa, though you have the fiery wolf for protection, your own frailty renders you vulnerable. This unknown creature excels in stealth and ambush. Should it set its sights on you and circumvent the fiery wolf's defenses, you would be in peril. Nearby, the fiery wolf, overhearing the rattlesnake dragon's disparagement, emitted a dissatisfied huff. Ignoring the fiery wolf's hostile gaze, the rattlesnake dragon pressed on, coaxing Yessa, this world teems with peril. Countless young dragons perish every moment. I wish not to witness such a fate befall you. My territory is quite expansive, if you do not mind. You may reside with me for a time, allowing me to safeguard you from harm. The greatest danger, after all, would be your own intentions toward me should you cross into my domain. Yessa shook her head in refusal. The rattlesnake dragon flicked its tongue and relentlessly revised its proposal, saying, if you prefer to remain within your own territory, that is acceptable. I can come to you and provide round-the-clock protection, far more reliable than this lesser dragon. Pausing, concern etched across her features, she continued, I genuinely care for your safety. A dragon assassin lurking in the shadows is exceedingly dangerous. Listening to the rattlesnake dragon's words, Yessa employed her psychic abilities to sense the dragon's emotions. Indeed, Giselle, the rattlesnake dragon, harbored a personal agenda, desiring to foster a deeper connection with Yessa. Yet, her concern was not feigned. She truly perceived the impending danger and wished to shield Yessa from it. Yessa offered a slight smile and replied, Giselle, it seems you misunderstand. You believe that my beauty and charm alone captivated the fiery wolf. Isn't that the case? The rattlesnake dragon responded, slightly taken aback. Beauty and allure devoid of commensurate strength will only lead to one's downfall. Yessa continued, let me pose a question. Had you encountered me without the legendary lesser dragon at my side, what would you have done? Chapter 63, Adept in Sorcery? He must surely be weak in close combat. Upon hearing Yessa's inquiry, the rattlesnake dragon instinctively drooled and chuckled. Of course, I would capture you. At this point, the rattlesnake dragon regained her composure, offered a sheepish smile, and pretended to wipe away her saliva. Although she was not as grotesquely twisted as the red dragon Horthus that Yessa had encountered previously, she nonetheless belonged to the malevolent side of Dragonkind. When wicked dragons encounter someone they genuinely adore, if the other party is weaker, they pay no heed to whether that individual sincerely wishes to become their mate. For malevolent dragons, the notion of enforced affection carries a unique allure. The rattlesnake dragon's continuous attempts to curry favor with Yessa primarily stemmed from the presence of the fiery wolf dragon, which rendered her unable to employ coercive love. Thus, she resorted to conventional courtship strategies, bestowing gifts to enhance Yessa's fondness for her. "You know nothing of my master's power." The fiery wolf dragon could no longer contain himself and scoffed at the rattlesnake dragon. "When a true dragon speaks, a lesser dragon like you should remain silent." The rattlesnake dragon lifted her head slightly, her words dripping with disdain for the fiery wolf dragon, dismissing his remarks with disbelief. Observing this, Yessa smiled gently and suggested, "In that case, Gisela, let us engage in a contest. I have recently attained a breakthrough and need to familiarize myself with my newly learned magic." The rattlesnake dragon shook her head, replying, "I would hate to harm you." After a moment's contemplation, Yessa proposed, "If you win, I shall allow you to kiss my claw." The rattlesnake dragon's tail instantly perked up, gazing at Yessa's adorable and exquisite form, reminiscent of a small claw forged from colorful glass gemstones. "Come on, I will surely win," she declared, licking her lips, her fighting spirit ignited. "I shall let you strike first." The rattlesnake dragon lowered her 25-meter-long body slightly, her tail taut behind her, adopting a stance of readiness. "Ah, I admire your grace," Yessa remarked, having swiftly conjured the magic in an instant. The earth awakened with a powerful, transformative spell. Boom. Suddenly, the ground before Yessa surged, erupting in a series of explosive waves that raced toward the rattlesnake dragon with blinding speed. Such a rapid attack? The rattlesnake dragon's pupils constricted, her lithe and robust body twisting to evade the explosive onslaught. Immediately after, she coiled like a spring, her muscles taut beneath her scales, and then shot forth with sudden force. Whoosh! The rattlesnake dragon transformed into a black-purple blur, charging toward Yessa. Facing the rushing gusts of wind, the diminutive rainbow dragon remained composed, not retreating an inch, while simultaneously raising his claws. With his motion, a fierce chill manifested, coalescing into three thick, robust ice walls as solid as mountains, interposing themselves before the rattlesnake dragon. 5-ring transformation spell, multiple ice wall technique. A mere ice wall. Watch me shatter it. The rattlesnake dragon, endowed with the heritage of Dragonkind, recognized the spell Yessa had employed. Confident in her robust physique as a mature dragon, she charged forward without hesitation, intent on breaking through the 5-ring spell, with a resolve to shatter the icy barrier into mere fragments. The sound of my thunderous roar amidst a myriad of glistening ice shards would undoubtedly be a captivating sight, thought the rumble-tailed dragon. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head, a violent recoil reverberating through her being. It felt as though she had collided with an exceedingly frigid, ironclad wall, its fortitude far surpassing her expectations. Having already summoned her strength, it was too late to divert her path. Bam! Bam! The dull thuds echoed as the rumble-tailed dragon shattered 3 layers of ice walls, revealing herself amidst a flurry of crystalline debris. If one were to overlook her bloodied visage, contorted in agony, she indeed exuded an imposing presence. Why was the 5-ring spell so remarkably resilient? Pondered the rumble-tailed dragon. Shaking her slightly dazed head, she was determined to charge forward once more, closing the distance to Yassa. Her keen combat instincts had already discerned that Yassa was a spell-casting dragon, whose prowess in close combat was typically inferior to that of her kin. She resumed her stride. But scarcely had she taken 10 steps when her movement faltered, ensnared by chains of yellow sand, harder than steel. With a flick of his claws, Yassa augmented his control over the magic. The yellow sand chains tightened abruptly, stretching the rumble-tailed dragon into a vulnerable position, reminiscent of a fish laid bare upon a cutting board. Splitting fireball, Yassa declared, a fireball erupting from his fingertips. As it soared through the air, it multiplied exponentially, transforming from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8, until hundreds of radiant fireballs, brimming with explosive energy, rained down upon the rumble-tailed dragon. her countenance flushed with heat as she let out a low growl, her tail vibrating to generate high-frequency waves that shattered the chains. She leapt high, her elongated form displaying agility that surpassed that of most dragons, weaving through the narrow gaps amidst the barrage of fireballs. Yet, who decreed that fireballs must strike their target to detonate? Yasa clenched his claws lightly, causing all the fireballs to momentarily pause. Then, a deafening roar erupted, as torrents of raging flames surged forth, engulfing the rumble-tailed dragon entirely. Yasa, I underestimated you. The overwhelming flames were suddenly repelled, surging back towards Yasa like a relentless tide. In midair, the rumble-tailed dragon's neck frill unfurled completely, intricate black and purple patterns illuminating its surface, creating an effect akin to spell reversal centered around her. This was a skill inherent to the rumble-tailed dragon. I have triumphed. Following closely behind the torrent of flames, she approached with exhilaration. Indulging in champagne mid-battle was hardly prudent. A spell reversal skill? My apologies, I have just mastered the true art of spell reversal. Defensive spell reversal. Yasa lifted his head, unleashing an invisible wave from before him. Sweeping across the oncoming inferno, the flaming torrent came to an abrupt halt, then redirected its course. In this instance, the rattlesnake dragon was caught off guard, unable to employ its spell of reversal once more, and was truly engulfed. With scales glowing like molten iron and its body distorting the air with searing heat, the rattlesnake dragon surged from the inferno, roaring as it charged toward Yessa. The distance was perilously close. Just a little further. If only it could reach that mark. At that moment, Yessa's eyes suddenly transformed into a pure white hue, exuding an aura of majesty, indifference, and superiority akin to that of celestial angels from the outer planes. The necromantic spell, Heavenly Gaze. Under this divine scrutiny, a formidable and merciless celestial being seemed to materialize before the rattlesnake dragon, obscuring all its vision and gazing down upon it with an authoritative glare. An abyss of dread enveloped its heart. The rattlesnake dragon, struck as if by lightning, froze in its movements. No, even before a celestial being, we dragons need not cower. It let out a low growl, straining to break free from the influence of the heavenly gaze. Suddenly, a fierce gust of frigid wind rushed towards it, enveloping its form, like leaves caught in a tempest. The rattlesnake dragon, now coated in a layer of frost, was swept back hundreds of meters, erasing the hard-won proximity in an instant. Come again, Yessa chuckled. The rattlesnake dragon remained silent, pacing in place, seemingly contemplating its next offensive. Abruptly, the ground several meters ahead of Yessa twisted and heaved, sending a multitude of earth and stones flying as yet another rattlesnake dragon erupted from the soil, its face alight with excitement as it lunged for Yessa. Haha, I've got you now. You didn't expect me to. At that moment, a shadow gradually expanded, enveloping the rattlesnake dragon, the overwhelming pressure rendering its voice mute. Massive transformation. Giant force. Steel claw. Frost transformation. A series of premeditated transformation spells were unleashed, and Yessa, radiant with magical energy, expanded to a stature exceeding 20 meters. Simultaneously, it raised a colossal frost-covered claw, amplified by blue light, which surged forward, bypassing the rattlesnake dragon's own claws to strike at its head. The rattlesnake dragon attempted to evade, yet the chilling aura emanating from the frost claw rendered its body rigid and its movements sluggish. There was no escape. It could only watch helplessly as the frost claw drew near. With a thunderous impact, a figure descended with greater speed than before, sending the freshly emerged rattlesnake dragon crashing back into the earth, leaving it dizzy and disoriented, the world fading to darkness and its consciousness blurring. Having layered itself with numerous transformation spells, Yessa felt its physique growing increasingly robust, a sensation of swelling power surging within, accompanied by an innate desire to unleash this force. Raising its claw, it prepared to deliver a mighty stomp upon the rattlesnake dragon. No more, I concede. In a moment of desperate clarity, the rattlesnake dragon's eyes flickered with fear as it hastily proclaimed. It felt as though it were a mere plaything in Yessa's grasp, with the rhythm of battle entirely dictated by its adversary. Victory was an impossibility. From the very beginning, there had been no chance of overcoming Yessa. Could it be that this creature was indeed an adult, perhaps even a mature dragon like itself? Was the previous physique merely a fade? Alas, irrespective of the outcome, I have succumbed. It is regrettable that this occasion deprived me of the opportunity to savor the moment with the rattlesnake dragon, lamented Yethar. Chapter 64. The Transformation of Light. Are we not continuing? I am far from satisfied. Yethar restrained the urge to unleash further assaults and gradually retracted its form, returning to its usual appearance, gently descending before the rattlesnake dragon. The rattlesnake dragon stirred slightly but failed to rise, seemingly gravely injured from Yethar's final onslaught. Did I strike with such precision? Yethar pondered, extending a dragon claw towards the creature. Upon seeing this, the rattlesnake dragon's eyes gleamed with cunning. As Yethar reached out, it swiftly thrust its head forward like a serpent, extending its damp, sticky tongue to audaciously lick Yethar's claw. Oh yes, I've tasted victory in this act. What difference does it make? The rattlesnake dragon's tail quivered, emitting a joyful sound from its mouth. How presumptuous of you! What of your spirit of contract? Yethar disdainfully flicked its claw, shaking off the saliva. Do not forget, I am a dragon of the malevolent faction. I care not for contracts. I simply desire to lick you, the rattlesnake dragon replied, embodying a spirit of entitlement. Humph. You shall bear the consequences for your impudent behavior, Yethar retorted lightly. Unfortunately, its appearance was too charming, even when slightly vexed. It held a captivating allure for the rattlesnake dragon, failing to intimidate it. Come, punish me. I am willing to lick your claws in retribution for your audacity. In draconic culture, the act of kissing claws signifies intimacy and respect, initially popular among the metallic dragons before spreading throughout the Dragonkind. As for compelling another to lick one's claws, it typically serves as a humiliation for a defeated kin. The rattlesnake dragon, without warning, extended its tongue towards Yethar's claws. But Yethar nimbly evaded it, and at that moment, its eyes transformed into a deep azure, crackling, with a chilling aura, formidable chains of ice, seemingly forged from millennia of frost, erupted from all directions, binding the rattlesnake dragon tightly. If you enjoy licking, let this serve as your punishment, Yethar contemplated, conjuring the appropriate spell in its mind, summoning a creature. As Yethar completed the incantation in an instant, the surrounding space began to ripple, and 4 or 5 plump, pink creatures, resembling little pigs, leapt forth. The great tongue monster, a creature of the bliss realm, obeying their summoner's will. They encircled the sensitive tip of the rattlesnake dragon's tail, opening their wide mouths to reveal thick, powerful tongues. Lick, 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 lick. Several great tongue monsters besieged the rattlesnake dragon's exquisitely sensitive tail, unleashing a flurry of licks. Ha ha ha. No, not here. It tickles too much. I can't bear it. The rattlesnake dragon's body alternated between rigid tension and fervent arching, convulsing in a desperate struggle. However, her current state is far from optimal, and Yethar has ceased to hold back, employing the blue light amplification along with the incredibly resilient ice crystal chains, imbued with the frigid essence of the ancient dragon. No matter how fiercely the rattlesnake struggled, the chains remained unyielding. Please, let me go. I was wrong, I admit it. Unable to break free from the icy bonds and trembling under the onslaught of the large-tongued beast, the rattlesnake began to intermittently plead for mercy from Yethar. Yethar coldly denied her request. In 1 hour, these chains will dissolve on their own. Until then, you may as well enjoy it. Yethar's beauty gave him an initially harmless appearance, and he made every effort to maintain an elegant demeanor and articulate speech to preserve this fade. Yet, those familiar with Yethar knew that beneath this exterior lay a somewhat sinister nature. This was especially true for a certain red dragon, who had profoundly understood the consequences and costs of provoking Yethar. No, please. Before the rattlesnake Giselle could finish her plea, her voice suddenly vanished. Yethar had cast a silent spell upon her, commanding the large-tongued beast to unleash all its capabilities upon her, while he busied himself studying magic nearby. He approached his magical studies with great planning, focusing on various schools of magic: conjuration, alteration, enchantment, elemental, necromancy, illusion, dimensional, and oddities. He devoted specific periods to mastering each distinct discipline. At present, it was the turn of illusion. During his previous encounters with the red dragon Horthus, although his illusions had ultimately been discerned, they had proven highly effective at critical moments. Pondering this, Yethar reflected on the fact that illusionists were among the most difficult spellcasters to vanquish, and many illusions were intricately tied to optical changes. The effects I achieved were remarkable. I should delve deeper into light-related illusions. The knowledge of illusions passed down through his lineage emerged in his mind. Yeth's thoughts fixated on a particular illusion spell, the mirage. The essence of a mirage lies in the light reflected from objects, which, after being refracted by the atmosphere, forms a phantasm. This phenomenon relates to the refraction of light, and through magical means, many of the steps in its formation can be simplified, allowing for the direct creation of a mirage's illusion. This spell pertains to the very reactions and transformations of light itself. With his gaze narrowing, countless glimmers intertwined like a rainbow within his dragon eyes, and in his vision. Various hues perpetually morphed, reflecting, refracting, diffracting, and transmitting in a manner observable to him. He concentrated his mind primarily on observing the effects of light refraction, quietly contemplating their transformations. Soon, Yeth's gaze shifted skyward. Under his scrutiny, a towering mountain gradually took form, soaring into the clouds, its surface cloaked in dense vegetation, revealing a myriad of creatures within, chasing, hunting, and hiding. Ferocious beings, magical creatures, intelligent races, and even dragons. They appeared vividly alive, their movements and expressions betraying no hint of artifice. Simultaneously, a subtle golden radiance enveloped the surface of this majestic mountain. Was this a peak within the Golden Mountain range? The flame dragon wolf was momentarily taken aback. Upon first encountering the sudden appearance of a colossal mountain overhead, its body instinctively tensed. However, as it observed the mountain occasionally ripple and distort like water waves, it realized that this was likely an illusion conjured by Yethar, and thus relaxed its vigilance. At first glance, the illusion appeared vividly lifelike, yet it could only withstand distant observation and could not endure meticulous scrutiny. Gazing at the occasionally shimmering and fluctuating grand mountain, Yethar mused internally. This was the mirage created through the ordinary refractive properties of a mirage. Quite impressive, but only effective upon its initial emergence. Such an enormous illusion could not be fully stabilized by ordinary illusionary techniques. The refractive effects of light, influenced by variations in air density and temperature, were in a constant state of flux. This spell could indeed create a genuine mirage, yet it could not stabilize the refractive effects according to the will of the caster. Nevertheless, with further research, I might be able to achieve complete stabilization. There are numerous similar illusionary techniques, in time. Not only mirages, but other optical illusions created through different illusionary magic could also be enhanced. Yethar remained calm and focused, continuing to observe and study the various reactions of light and the intricacies of illusionary magic. Chapter 65. An ambush. An hour later, the setting sun adorned the twilight sky, weaving vibrant hues of orange and fiery red, reminiscent of flames roaring and surging. The vast desert below was also bathed in a fiery glow, presenting a more beautiful landscape than usual. I am finished. The ice crystals melted, the silent spell dissipated, and the once vigorous rattlesnake lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily with its tongue lolling out, appearing utterly exhausted, devoid of the strength to even move its fingers, while its highly sensitive tail drooped listlessly. The surrounding tongue beasts, seemingly unsatisfied, retracted their tongues and scampered towards Yethar. They approached him, issuing strange calls. A reward must be forthcoming. Spells of the summoning variety often encompass various conjuration techniques. Powerful incantations could even summon angels from outer planes to engage in battle. However, aside from the traditional requirements for casting summoning spells, one must also provide compensation to the summoned beings. Should one fail to offer a reward or even slay the summoned entity, such actions are feasible, but they bear consequences, as they are likely to attract the attention of guardians from the outer planes, inciting their wrath. Furthermore, if the summoned creature is stronger than the summoner, it may turn against them. The material plane has seen its share of calamities due to erroneous summoning spells, resulting in the arrival of formidable demons or avatars of malevolent deities, leading to widespread devastation. What do you desire? Yethar inquired with a gentle smile, addressing the tongue beasts. Creatures like these, hailing from the realm of bliss, were typically easy to engage with. Under normal circumstances, a simple offering of food would suffice, as they relished the sustenance of the material world. Yet, the tongue beasts were not requesting food. They gazed at the enchanting little rainbow dragon, their tongues flickering in awe, before erupting into a chorus of joyful exclamations, simultaneously communicating their desires to Yethar through telepathy. Most creatures from the outer planes possessed this ability, and Yethar felt no surprise. With a warm smile, he affectionately patted the heads of the big-tongued monsters, bestowing upon them the rewards they craved. How infuriating! I want that too. This wretched group of big-tongued creatures makes me want to devour them all. Witnessing this scene, the rattlesnake dragon, who had endured humiliation at the hands of the big-tongued monsters for far too long, seethed with indignation. Once all the rewards had been distributed, the summoning spell reached its conclusion, and a pentagram-like spatial array materialized beneath the big-tongued creatures. After a few reluctant calls to Yethar, they gradually vanished into the array, returning to their outer plane. Casting a sideways glance at the presumptuous rattlesnake dragon, Yethar casually flung a few healing spells its way. Hurry up and recover. Return whence you came, and do not linger in my domain, he thought. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the rattlesnake dragon mused, he is healing me. He must have feelings for me. Feeling the warmth enveloping him, the rattlesnake dragon was convinced of this notion. Dragons possess remarkable physical resilience, and as the rattlesnake dragon had not truly sustained any injuries, it swiftly regained its vigor and approached Yethar once more. Stay your ground, Yethar commanded. Displeased, impertinent creature, depart now and refrain from returning without cause. The rattlesnake dragon flicked its tongue, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, and apologetically replied, I am sorry. I simply could not resist. You see, your charm is utterly irresistible. Indeed, it is my overwhelming allure that cannot be entirely blamed on Giselle. Given the nature of wicked dragons, if she could have withstood it, I would have to question my own charm. Yethar found some satisfaction in this apology, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, you cannot be wholly blamed, and you have already faced punishment. I am not a petty dragon, so I forgive you. The rattlesnake dragon joyfully wagged its tail, inquiring, may I return again? Just come not empty-handed. I shall strive to bring you gems, it declared, invigorated, as it flicked its tail. Presenting Yethar with gems served not only to please him, but also for a significant reason. The rattlesnake dragon found an inexplicable sense of peace and joy when offering gems to Yethar, as if receiving some unseen favor in return. This was Yethar's blessing bestowed upon it, staying stubbornly in Yethar's domain until the late hours of the night. The rattlesnake dragon finally departed, reluctantly glancing back 3 times before retreating to its own territory. My lord, it seems this rattlesnake dragon harbors feelings for you. Her actions indicate she is courting you, the fiery dragon wolf quietly cautioned, to ensure Yethar, being somewhat naive, was not misled. No need for such reminders. Yethar was already aware. You just noticed? I have known for quite some time. I never considered acceptance, yet she is quite amusing. Her occasional visits provide me with some entertainment. After a brief pause, Yethar turned her gaze towards the flame dragon wolf and inquired, Vandekak, have you reached the age of choosing a mate? What of your partner? The flame dragon wolf's expression grew serious, and with unwavering determination, he replied, once. I had a companion, but I have since lost interest in female magic wolves. Oh, did your former partner pass away? Yethar asked curiously, pondering whether there lay a poignant tale within. The flame dragon wolf shook his head, his tone laced with complexity and bitterness as he recounted, in the past. My fire magic wolf mate bore offspring, and I eagerly welcomed our progeny, providing for her at any cost, constructing a nest, hunting, and selflessly devoting myself to her needs. However, upon the birth of our offspring, I discovered that it possessed the earth-like yellow fur and the wind-like azure coat. Upon hearing this, Yethar regarded the flame dragon wolf with compassion, already grasping the essence of the situation. The magic wolf lineage, known in full as the elemental magic wolves, are a breed of highly intelligent magical beings, with their potential typically reaching legendary status. Vandekak had once been a paragon among the elemental magic wolves. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that these elemental magic wolves are categorized into fire, earth, wind, and water wolves, each corresponding to the 4 fundamental elements. Vandekak, as he stated, belongs to the fire magic wolves, and his mate was also of the same lineage. The hallmark of fire magic wolves is their fiery crimson fur, while the earth-like yellow fur belongs to the earth magic wolves, and the wind-like azure coat is exclusive to the wind magic wolves. In the Shackless Desert, the elemental magic wolves primarily consist of fire, earth, and wind magic wolves. It is impossible for fire magic wolves to produce hybrids with earth or wind magic wolves. The conditions for the birth of hybrid magic wolves are exceedingly stringent, requiring multiple instances of mating with different partners in a short span of time for even a minuscule chance of occurrence. The mere thought of a fire magic wolf giving birth to a hybrid of earth and wind magic wolves is unfathomable. Perhaps it was something akin to this. An image that only the mind can grasp floated into Yes's thoughts. Since then, I have ceased to believe in emotions and have lost the desire to mate and procreate. However, it is precisely because of this that I have been able to focus my energy on pursuing power and have become a legend among magic wolves. Subsequently, I encountered you and was fortunate enough to attain dragon blood evolution. The flame dragon wolf reflected with a sense of poignant realization. In a sense, it was a blessing in disguise. Meanwhile, the rattlesnake dragon Giselle, having caught a fierce beast during her hunt, leisurely returned to her territory, preparing to satiate her hunger. Yet, after only a few bites, feeling the inexplicable silence enveloping her surroundings, she suddenly became alert. She glanced around and carefully sniffed the air, attuning herself to the variations in temperature, scent, and elemental shifts, employing various perceptual probes, but the rattlesnake dragon found nothing amiss. Was it an illusion? Considering the recent occurrences of dragon fatalities and the lurking assassins capable of stealthy concealment, she deemed it unlikely to be mere coincidence. Have they set their sights on me? Then come forth, let me see what you truly are. With her gaze narrowed, the rattlesnake dragon Giselle's muscles tensed, maintaining an appearance of nonchalance as she continued her meal. Chapter 66. An unconquerable monster. The fierce winds of the desert swept through, stirring up dust and howling ominously. Those sounds filled the air. The rattlesnake felt an eerie stillness enveloping her surroundings. She quietly consumed her prey, her elongated tail swaying from side to side, taut and poised. The muscles beneath her scales coiled like a spring, ready to unleash their power at any moment. The frills along her neck trembled slightly, prepared to fully expand in an instant. Time flowed silently by. Yet, half an hour later, the rattlesnake had methodically devoured her entire catch, and the anticipated assault had not transpired. The desert winds continued to roar as she lifted her head, frowning slightly while surveying her surroundings. Was it truly just my imagination? Is my mind merely too taut? A sudden smile graced her lips as she muttered to herself, "It turns out I've only frightened myself." Her once tense tail gradually relaxed, as if she had let down her guard, and she began to stride forward. In that very instant, the yellow sands beneath her surged abruptly, erupting in a cacophony. "I knew you were still there." The rattlesnake, seemingly at ease, reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping back to evade the sudden onslaught from below. The serpentine creature, shrouded in the swirling sands, soared into the air, its gaping maw missing the rattlesnake by mere inches. It emerged beneath the moonlight, its blue scales shimmering with a metallic sheen. Though it stood so close before her, it exuded no aura, had she not seen it with her own eyes. The rattlesnake might have mistaken it for an illusion. Its cold, unfeeling gaze fixated on her. The azure-footed dragon snake hovered mid-air, slowly rotating, its 12 pairs of fearsome claws, glinting with a razor-sharp light, capable of rending steel, opened and closed menacingly. What manner of creature is this? It seems to possess an acute understanding of draconic beings. The rattlesnake scoured her knowledge of dragon lore, but found no mention of such a being, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Even when dragons feast, they retain a measure of vigilance and wariness within their territory, and it is often only after consuming their meal that they truly relax. This creature had astutely seized upon that fleeting moment of vulnerability. Had it not been for the rattlesnake's ever-present caution, she might have been caught off guard and swiftly dispatched by a series of ambushes. Even having evaded the surprise attack, facing the azure-footed dragon snake now, the rattlesnake felt an unmistakable pressure. Though it emitted no discernible aura, it was undoubtedly a legendary creature. To think that a being of such renown would resort to ambush tactics to slay young iron dragons and lesser dragons. It was indeed a dark and despicable entity. The rattlesnake let out a low growl, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. While she could not ascertain the true nature of her adversary, she was certain it was not a dragon. Against non-draconic beings, even legendary ones, mature and powerful dragons would have little reason for trepidation. Daring to attack us dragons with such audacity, today I shall strip your hide. The rattlesnake dragon suddenly opened its wide maw, its pristine white fangs glistening as it bit down on the blackish-purple flames, imbued with a scent of sweet venom. The venomous breath of the dragon erupted from its mouth in a fan-shaped torrent, engulfing a vast expanse ahead, swiftly sweeping toward the azure-footed serpent. The flames licked the ground, instantly melting the gravel into toxic crystals. The elongated body of the azure-footed serpent twisted, darting upward like a bolt of blue lightning. Though it possessed no wings, its speed was remarkably agile and nimble, evading the rattlesnake dragon's breath. The rattlesnake dragon turned its neck, persistently unleashing its breath in pursuit of the azure-footed serpent, the viscous, sweet venomous flames cascading down, shrouding the surroundings in a hazy mist of black and purple. The azure-footed serpent deftly maneuvered, dodging the rattlesnake dragon's breath while steadily closing the distance. Within mere seconds, it approached a perilously close range. The rattlesnake dragon resolutely ceased its breath, unwilling to concede, soaring into the air and coiling its body to charge at the adversary. As they clashed, the rattlesnake dragon twisted its body, its tail vibrating rapidly, producing a piercing sound as it struck toward the azure-footed serpent. The serpent's long, rigid form exhibited an extraordinary flexibility, bending like a rope to evade the rattlesnake dragon's tail strike, while its claws unfurled, twisting like hooked chains aimed at constricting the rattlesnake dragon, like a python's embrace. Coupled with its formidable claws, any dragon ensnared by the azure-footed serpent would surely meet its demise, with no chance of escape. With a tearing sound, the first claw of the azure-footed serpent grazed the rattlesnake dragon's body, instantly rending its scales and penetrating deeply into its flesh. Electric arcs danced upon the claws of the azure-footed serpent, surging into the rattlesnake dragon's body. An agonizing pain accompanied a wave of paralysis. The serpent's other claws rushed toward the rattlesnake dragon. Alarmingly, the rattlesnake dragon realized in that moment that its scales were as fragile as paper against this creature's attack. It could not prevail. This fleeting contact made the rattlesnake dragon acutely aware of its predicament, faced with a monster specifically designed to hunt dragons. And recognizing the likelihood of its legendary status, it should have fled at once. Yet, the unique pride of dragons led it to believe itself superior, resulting in its current peril. As it beheld the other fearsome claws and the encroaching azure-footed serpent that obscured its vision, alarm bells rang in the rattlesnake dragon's mind. With a sharp rattling, its tail vibrated at a high frequency, emitting a piercing sonic wave that swept past the azure-footed serpent. The serpent's constricting motion faltered for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, the rattlesnake dragon inhaled deeply and bolted away, tearing itself free from the grip of the azure-footed serpent at the cost of a large swath of flesh. An excruciating pain accompanying its escape. Encountering an unknown beast, it realized that despite its best efforts, victory was unattainable. Now, the only option was to flee. The rattlesnake dragon dashed away without a backward glance, distancing itself from the azure-footed serpent. The azure-footed serpent twisted its body and pursued, unleashing a breath of lightning reminiscent of the blue dragon. The dense clusters of electricity spread like a net towards the rattlesnake dragon. Sensing the imminent peril behind, the rattlesnake dragon swiftly turned its head, causing the umbrella-shaped folds on its neck to unfurl, gathering a unique power. Spell reversal. The massive clusters of lightning momentarily halted before reversing direction towards the azure-footed serpent. However, the serpent's chest swelled, and countless electric patterns flashed dazzlingly as it released an even more potent breath. The surging current of lightning ensnared the reversed clusters and sent them cascading back onto the rattlesnake dragon. The rattlesnake dragon endeavored to evade, yet was still grazed by the electric flow. A multitude of arcs surged eagerly across its body, the stinging paralysis enveloping it like an immense net, causing its body to stiffen and lose control, collapsing to the ground and rolling several hundred meters before gradually stabilizing. Upon glancing back, the azure-footed serpent, its gaze cold and machine-like, approached rapidly, its fearsome claws drawing near. Chapter 67. The Favor of Fortune. As the azure-footed serpent closed in, the rattlesnake dragon realized that it might meet its end here today. Alas, I had hoped to savor Yes's claws once more. The rattlesnake dragon took a deep breath, its expression transforming into one of ferocity, baring its teeth in a roar, ready to engage in a desperate battle against the azure-footed serpent. The earlier retreat had not been born of fear, but rather a strategic withdrawal from danger. Yet, upon recognizing the impossibility of escape, it summoned the courage to fight for its life, resolved to rend the flesh of its opponent and exact a bloody toll, even if death was inevitable. Come forth, vile creature. The rattlesnake dragon roared defiantly, prepared to confront the azure-footed serpent in a battle to the death. At that moment, in the not-so-distant sky, the air suddenly shattered like glass, accompanied by an overwhelming chill. Two colossal dragon figures, one snow-white and the other silver, descended, entwined in combat. The azure-footed serpent's pupils constricted at once. The rattlesnake dragon, witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. For this scene mirrored one it had previously witnessed, the arrival of two ancient dragons in the Shackler's Desert. Aside from a slight difference in location, everything else was identical. Looking back at the azure-footed serpent, the rattlesnake dragon noticed the creature tense up before swiftly burrowing into the yellow sands, abandoning its pursuit and vanishing from sight. It had fled. More accurately, it had executed a strategic retreat. The azure-footed serpent was designed to prey upon weaker dragons, aiming to disrupt the hierarchy among dragonkind. When faced with threats far more formidable than itself, it would retreat without hesitation. Moreover, the significance of different dragon kinds weighed differently in the azure-footed serpent's mind. A mere rattlesnake dragon did not warrant the risk of engaging. However, a gold dragon would compel it to fight to the bitter end, regardless of its own certain demise. In the sky, the two ancient dragons seemed to be positioned towards the territory of Yethar. Was it an illusion conjured by him? It appeared astonishingly real. The rattlesnake dragon pondered thoughtfully. Previously, while in Yethar's domain, she had observed him delving into the study of illusions, and having witnessed the true spectacle of ancient dragons descending, she arrived at such a conjecture. She had been inadvertently rescued by Yethar. How splendid! I need not face death. Though unafraid of demise, living is undoubtedly preferable. Should I perish, I would never again behold the mesmerizing iridescent dragon. Watching the figures of the two ancient dragons entwined in battle gradually fade, the rattlesnake dragon, fearing the return of the azure-footed serpent, dared not linger, hastily making her way towards Yethar's domain. Not long after, within the verdant oasis, an unusual burst of life amidst the desert. Yethar's gaze flickered as he turned to see the approaching figure of the rattlesnake dragon. He noted the charred, lightning-like scars upon her body, as well as the missing patches of scales and flesh. Oh dear, I nearly met my end. Please, let me embrace you. I am utterly terrified. The rattlesnake dragon exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she leaped towards Yethar, arms wide open, eager to elicit sympathy for a grand embrace. Such an impudent creature. The flame dragon swooped in with a swift motion, turning to deliver a solid kick with her hind paw directly to the rattlesnake dragon's head, sending her soaring away. Almost immediately, the petite iridescent dragon approached with graceful steps, deftly avoiding the bloodstains left by the rattlesnake dragon on the ground. Observing her disheveled injuries, Yethar inquired, "What transpired?" "I was ambushed," the rattlesnake dragon recounted, still shaken. "While returning to the territory, I was attacked by a monstrous being." She recounted the events in meticulous detail. "Was it the ancient dragon illusion you conjured?" she asked afterward. Yethar nodded in affirmation. He had previously been researching light-based illusions and, inspired by the transformations of light, attempted to replicate the awe-inspiring scene of the ancient dragon's fierce descent. Little did he anticipate that this endeavor would inadvertently save the rattlesnake dragon. "No, it is not entirely mere coincidence. My blessings possess the ability to enhance fortune. This must be related," Yethar mused inwardly. Just then, the rattlesnake dragon flicked her tail, her eyes sparkling with sincerity as she said, "Yethar, you have saved me, and I am at a loss as to how to repay your life-saving grace. Perhaps, allow me to offer myself in service. I am willing to become your exclusive companion, at your mercy to ravage and insult." "What a lovely thought," Yethar smiled. "Are you yearning for the delights of the blissful realm and its tongue-lolling creatures? I could summon them once more. They surely miss you." The rattlesnake dragon shivered and quickly shook her head. Yethar then began to seriously contemplate the situation the rattlesnake dragon had described. A creature capable of nullifying the perception of dragons, specifically hunting them. The ongoing millennia-long internal strife among dragons was intensifying, and now the emergence of monsters that preyed upon dragons rendered the situation increasingly chaotic. When might the days of living peacefully as a beautiful dragon return? How formidable is this creature? Is it of high rank or legendary status? Yethar inquired once more. Though it conceals its aura exceptionally well, there remains a subtle leakage during our confrontation, undeniably marking it as a legendary creature. The rattlesnake dragon mused. It likely possesses a strength surpassing that of a legendary subdragon, yet falls short of a true dragon. Otherwise, I would stand no chance of survival whatsoever. After a brief pause, she expressed her confusion. Such a being should certainly be documented within the annals of draconic heritage. While still inferior to true dragons, its existence between subdragons and true dragons signifies a remarkable success in the design of the azure-footed serpent. For the Dragonkind are the sovereigns of the multiverse, the most formidable of races. The crux lies not in sheer power. Yethar narrowed his gaze, incisively stating, "As you have articulated, the essence lies in its exceptional aptitude for ambush and concealment. It appears to be a specialized assassin targeting our kind. In terms of raw strength, no other creature can rival the dragons. However, employing such underhanded tactics, particularly during the tumult of our internal strife, where our focus is predominantly on our kin, we cannot help but be influenced. If it were a result of natural propagation, there would be no absence of records in our heritage. It must be a recent monstrosity, emerging in an exceedingly brief span, which accounts for its omission in our chronicles. There exists but one possibility. It is a creature fashioned by design." Yethar, with a keen intellect, contemplated this notion. "Indeed, your thoughts mirror my own." The rattlesnake dragon had not considered this aspect entirely, yet in her desire to demonstrate her cleverness, she concurred. A being created expressly for the purpose of slaying dragons. Should the internal conflict persist, such entities are likely to proliferate. Yethar grasped that the emergence of such biological weaponry ultimately stems from the decline of draconic authority due to the civil war, inspiring other races to contemplate hostility towards dragons. Chapter 68. The lure of the dragon serpent. Setting aside future concerns, this creature that preys upon dragons must be dealt with. Yethar's eyes narrowed, his voice gravely serious. He yearned to witness firsthand the nature of this weapon engineered to combat dragons, while also uncovering the identity of its creator. "Giselle, for the time being, remain within my domain. I permit you to stay here," he instructed, stretching his form towards the injured rattlesnake dragon. "Truly? That is splendid news," the rattlesnake dragon exclaimed joyously. But upon observing Yes's unusual expression, she inquired further, "What are you planning?" Yes's gaze sharpened, fixated on the distant sky. "I intend to lure this beast. I doubt it can restrain itself upon sighting me. Besides, the magic I have learned requires a target, and our previous duel was far too simplistic," he declared. "That is exceedingly perilous," the rattlesnake dragon warned earnestly. "Perhaps we should wait until I recover before pursuing the creature together." The flame dragon wolf added solemnly, "Allow me to accompany you." "No need for that." The little rainbow dragon shot a glance at the rattlesnake dragon, cheerfully remarking, "Pray tell, how much of a threat can a creature that even you cannot vanquish pose to me?" "You speak wisely. Thus, I shall remain within the territory to safeguard this rattlesnake dragon." The flame dragon wolf nodded and cast a glance at the rattlesnake dragon. "Indeed, I often forget how remarkably powerful Yethar truly is." Upon this realization, the rattlesnake dragon momentarily froze. "Wait, are they insulting me?" Ignoring the rattlesnake dragon's inner turmoil, Yethar spread his wings and soared into the sky, leaving behind a brilliant, rainbow-like trail as he flew majestically, radiating his draconic might towards the territory of the rattlesnake dragon, the very place where confrontations with monsters had taken place. The night sky over the desert was devoid of clouds, with the stars and moon shining brightly. Their luminous glow cascaded down from the heavens, enveloping the little rainbow dragon in a watery sheen, bestowing upon him an ethereal, sacred beauty. Accelerated by magic, Yes's flight speed was astonishing, and soon he reached his destination, Giselle's territory. He lowered his gaze, observing the undulating sand dunes below, which, under the fierce desert winds, were constantly shifting as countless grains danced upon the surfaces, obscuring old scars and transforming the landscape into an unchanging tableau of the desert. However, the battle had occurred not long ago, and many traces remained unburied. Crater-like pits, remnants of molten scorch marks left by venomous flames, and numerous ravines and depressions half filled with yellow sand testified to the recent conflict, while the air still bore a faint, charged sensation reminiscent of lightning. According to Giselle, the monster possessed blue scales and could unleash a breath of lightning. Could it be a creature modeled after the blue dragon? Yethar pondered silently. This creature excels in stealth. I must devise a means to lure it out. But first, I need to ascertain its general location. The little rainbow dragon took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then reopen them. Within his iridescent gaze, myriad colors intertwined and shifted, creating a dreamlike spectacle, resembling a vibrant black hole that ensnared the viewer's attention with its allure. This pair of prismatic eyes swept across the terrain, capturing countless traces of light. In Yeth's luminous vision, streams of light transformed and morphed endlessly. And as he focused his mind, the irrelevant luminescence gradually faded, leaving behind a faint interweaving of light that delineated two figures engaged in a fierce battle. Previously, the omnipresent light had borne witness to the clash between the azure-foot dragon snake and the rattlesnake dragon. Now, these light traces conveyed the scene of that conflict to Yethar. This awakening had forged a deeper connection between Yethar and the light, granting him a more potent perception. Following the luminous remnants of the battle between the azure-foot dragon snake and the rattlesnake dragon, Yethar pursued until he reached their final positions, where he observed the silhouette of the azure-foot dragon snake momentarily pause before swiftly burrowing into the yellow sands, while the rattlesnake dragon dashed towards its territory. It has retreated underground. Giselle mentioned that this creature ambushed him from below. Clearly, this is its favored tactic of surprise. Dragons excel in flight. Yet when soaring through the skies, their expansive view and heightened senses make them difficult to ambush. However, they inevitably must descend. And the method of stealthily approaching from beneath the earth to launch a surprise attack is undeniably a rather insidious tactic. Yethar squinted, continuing to trace the optical traces left by the azure-foot dragon serpent, flying leisurely southward. Nonetheless, the weighty terrestrial mass impeded his light perception, which had not yet reached the level of fully disregarding obstacles. Moreover, the azure-foot dragon serpent was burrowing deeper and deeper. As the depth increased, the optical traces it left behind became increasingly indistinct, fading to the point of near invisibility within Yeth's perceptual field. After several minutes had passed, Yethar hovered high in the sky, concealing his iridescent brilliance, as though merging with the night. He gazed downward, surveying the vast expanse of flat earth beneath him. Countless grains of sand swirled in the fierce winds, reflecting in Yeth's vision. In a realm beyond the reach of the naked eye, within his light perception, he glimpsed the azure-foot dragon serpent's figure, now so blurred as to be nearly imperceptible, ultimately remaining within this region. It resided deep underground. My light perception cannot pinpoint precise coordinates, but I can identify this area. Yethar pondered. Since it specializes in hunting dragons, it must be acutely sensitive to their aura. However, this creature tends to flee when faced with a formidable dragon. I cannot afford to make too much noise by uprooting the earth in search of it, lest I scare it away. Instead, I shall craft a facade of weakness to lure it into striking first, a skill in which I excel. This is Yeth's comfort zone. He gently shuddered, conjuring a light shadow doppelganger. This doppelganger, a fusion of advanced illusion and Yeth's mastery over light, was lifelike and identical, possessing the same aura as him. Unless subjected to an external force, it would be indistinguishable from the original to mere observation. Yeth's true self concealed high above, while his light-shadowed doppelganger traced a graceful and resplendent arc through the air, gradually descending onto the sandy terrain. Its shimmering scales, ethereal in nature, radiated an indescribable brilliance under the night sky, making it appear as though it were at the center of the world. Chapter 69. Hunter and Prey. The iridescent dragon, measuring less than 10 meters in length, traversed the sandy expanse. Surrounding clouds of sand could not obscure its unique aura and radiant scales. A gust of wind, laden with sand, surged forth like a tidal wave, slowing the little iridescent dragon's pace, as if it were somewhat fatigued. After walking a while longer, it settled down, shielding its head with its wings and curling its tail, seemingly to rest and recuperate. Its beauty, allure, combined with its pitiable and delicate posture, emanated an unparalleled attraction. Meanwhile, deep beneath this region, a pair of cold and unfeeling eyes suddenly opened. The azure-footed dragon's serpent sniffed the air, lifting its gaze skyward. In its vision, everything appeared in shades of gray, save for a strikingly vibrant dragon figure that shone like a rainbow amidst the monochrome world. The diminutive iridescent dragon, without any concealment of its draconic aura, was detected by the highly sensitive azure-footed dragon serpent. What manner of dragon is this? Confusion momentarily enveloped the azure-footed dragon serpent, as it struggled to identify the creature's lineage. Yet, alongside this bewilderment, its predatory instincts were swiftly awakened. The dragon before it seemed feeble, even weaker than any dragon it had previously hunted. Yet, it was precisely the frailty of this creature that ignited a fierce, murderous intent within the azure-footed dragon serpent. Moreover, it instinctively recognized that this dragon was extraordinarily unique, and it must not be allowed to thrive. The aura emanating from Yethar captivated and drove it into a frenzy, compelling it to pursue annihilation at any cost. Gold dragons, red dragons, amethyst dragons. In comparison to this being, they were mere trifles. If presented with 10 gold dragons alongside Yethar, and forced to choose one to eliminate, the azure-footed dragon serpent would unhesitatingly select Yethar as its target. The blood of a dragon slayer surged through its veins. Concealing its presence, the azure-footed dragon serpent traversed the earth silently, the heavy soil and stones parting before it like water, causing no obstruction whatsoever. Its movements were deliberate and unhurried, even as its murderous intent boiled within. It exhibited the patience of a seasoned hunter, inching closer to the figure perched above without betraying a trace of its aura. As time elapsed, the surrounding environment grew eerily silent. Closer and closer it drew. The suppressed murderous intent reached its zenith, and in that moment, it erupted with ferocity. Boom! Dust exploded, and the earth split apart. The serpent-like figure surged forth, coiling around the fragile little dragon like iron chains, its vicious claws piercing and invading its body with a savage tear. Rip! The iridescent dragon's form was rent asunder, yet no blood or flesh was shed. Instead, it fragmented into radiant shards of light, cascading onto the azure-footed dragon serpent, transforming into vibrant marks that were impossible to erase, vividly visible to Yethar. The true hunter had unveiled its disguise. I have you now. Should you attempt to flee, you cannot escape my pursuit. Under the cloak of night, a resplendent brilliance ignited as Yethar revealed his true form, gazing down upon the azure-footed dragon serpent with a grin. Upon shattering the illusion, the azure-footed dragon serpent recognized the trap. However, upon witnessing Yethar's true self and realizing he was not a legendary dragon, its intent to kill intensified rather than diminished. With a swift leap, it shot forth like lightning, its sinuous, serpentine body spiraling toward Yethar with deadly intent. Meanwhile, from the very moment he laid eyes on this creature, Yethar discerned from its gaze that his charm control spell would likely prove ineffective. However, he possessed a plethora of other means at his disposal beyond mere charm. With a subtle lift of his head and a graceful flick of his claw, he invoked the 7th-tier transmutation spell, the Sacred Radiance Blade. A dazzling brilliance coalesced before him, illuminating the dark, profound night, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade of light, seemingly capable of severing all forms of malevolence. This spell inflicted additional damage upon creatures of the evil alignment and harmonized beautifully with Yethar's essence. It represented the most formidable offensive spell he currently wielded. Amplifying the crimson light, the pristine radiance of the blade suddenly morphed into a deep scarlet hue, emanating intense heat and divine penetrative properties. With a swift motion, the deep red sacred radiance blade soared through the air, aimed at the azure-footed dragon serpent. This creature was undoubtedly a denizen of the evil spectrum and would suffer the enhanced damage from the sacred radiance blade. Given the spell's stringent prerequisites and tremendous potency, a successful casting could transcend its typical limitations, with transmutation spells being the pinnacle of such power. The 7th-tier transmutation spell was enough to instill fear in all non-legendary beings. And the azure-footed dragon serpent, being a quintessential evil creature, would be vulnerable to the additional harm inflicted by the sacred radiance blade. Legendary status would not grant it complete immunity. Moreover, this sacred radiance blade bore Yethar's amplification of crimson light. As the azure-footed dragon serpent's pupils constricted, it instinctively sensed that it could not withstand this assault head-on. Thus, it deftly maneuvered its elongated body with an astonishing agility to evade the strike of the deep red blade. However, as it turned back, another blade of frigid azure divine light appeared in its line of sight, advancing rapidly towards it. The ancient draconic chill emanating from this spell blanketed the azure-footed dragon serpent in frost, rendering its movements sluggish and rigid. Electric arcs danced across its body as it shattered the frost and promptly sidestepped. Yet, due to its delayed reaction, the creature could not completely evade the strike, resulting in the radiant blade grazing its back. The divine essence inherent in the strike weakened the defenses of the evil creature, while the ancient dragon's chill rendered its scales particularly vulnerable. In an instant, what was once as hard as steel was torn asunder, the dreadful cold lingering at the wound, relentlessly invading its very being. A sudden, agonizing sensation of searing heat flared at its tail. The deep red sacred radiance blade returned, slicing through the azure-footed dragon serpent's lengthy tail, leaving behind a charred mark as the aggressive, high-temperature crimson light penetrated further into its form. The interplay of cold and heat intertwined, creating a torment that the azure-footed dragon serpent found excruciating. Yet, its eyes remained filled with murderous intent directed at Yethar, as it twisted and turned amidst the onslaught of the two radiant blades, charging towards him. In the creature's perception, the might of these two high-tier spells would have nearly drained the energy of even a high-tier spellcaster. The dragon before it must now be exceedingly weakened. If it could close the distance, it could swiftly deliver a lethal strike. Though the twin blades of radiant light posed some trouble, they were not a significant threat to him, allowing him to endure their damage while approaching the target. However, the azure-foot dragon serpent was oblivious to the fact that Yes's consumption of spells was remarkably low. The azure-foot dragon serpent opened its maw wide, unleashing a continuous stream of electric breath that effortlessly traversed the distance between them, engulfing Yethar's figure. Yet, the figure consumed by the electric breath shattered into fragments of light, revealing it to be merely an illusion. Once again, it was a shadow clone. This clone, formed by the fusion of illusionary magic and optical phenomena, was exceptionally elusive, making it difficult even for the azure-foot dragon serpent to discern its authenticity. Simultaneously, an illusory figure of the iridescent dragon appeared on the opposite side. Perception does not always equate to reality. Can you guess where I truly am? Yethar smiled faintly, and under the menacing gaze of the azure-foot dragon serpent, he elegantly waved his dragon claws as if playing a musical instrument. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 blades of holy radiance, shimmering in deep crimson and azure hues, simultaneously emerged beneath the night sky, slicing through the air and leaving dazzling trails of light as they surged toward the azure-foot dragon serpent. The previous 2 blades of holy radiance had yet to dissipate, continuing to constrict the azure-foot dragon serpent and inflicting numerous wounds upon its body, while an unsettling chill and searing heat enveloped it, steadily eroding its form. Now, confronted with the 5 incoming blades of holy radiance, the azure-foot dragon serpent finally realized that it had targeted an adversary it should not have provoked. A grave miscalculation. The opponent was no feeble dragon. Flee. Upon this realization, the azure-foot dragon serpent decisively turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Its body plummeted at great speed, narrowly evading the onslaught of 7 blades of holy radiance, ultimately burrowing into the thick layers of yellow sand, adorned with numerous grievous wounds. Chapter 70. Layered Casting Puff. 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 Several blades of holy radiance pursued underground, carving deep gashes into the sandy terrain, either melting the gravel and stones into crystalline forms or completely freezing them into ice. However, the dense earth still served as a barrier. After leaving hundreds of meters of deep scars, the energy of the holy radiance blades was nearly depleted, rendering them incapable of posing any further threat to the azure-foot dragon serpent. Utilizing the cover of the earth, the azure-foot dragon serpent swiftly slithered and escaped through the ground. Yethar circled high above, his gaze narrowed as he fixated on the scene below. In his view, a vivid trail of light was rapidly darting underground. No matter the direction it took or the many twists and turns it made, it could not escape Yethar's keen eyes. The moment the azure-foot dragon serpent crushed his shadow clone, it had already been marked with a radiant sigil by Yethar. While it may not last indefinitely, it was certain that the azure-foot dragon serpent would be unable to rid itself of it for a considerable time. Where can you possibly hide? Marked by Yethar's sigil, this vast desert offered no sanctuary for the azure-foot dragon serpent. Yethar leisurely followed above the azure-foot dragon snake, unhindered by any obstacles in the air. His speed of flight far surpassed the creature's movement through the earth, and he exerted nearly no physical effort. Before long, the azure-foot dragon snake came to a halt. Realizing it could not shake off its pursuer, it decided not to waste energy on futile attempts to flee. Deep within the earth, the azure-foot dragon snake peered through the thick layers of soil at Yethar. It had already come to appreciate the formidable power of Yethar's energy manipulation spells. Thus it did not believe Yethar possessed the means to confront it while it remained buried. They could merely exhaust each other's patience. The azure-foot dragon snake, possessing great endurance, was unperturbed by the prospect of a prolonged confrontation with Yethar. It closed its eyes and prepared to rest. In the sky, Yethar had guessed the creature's intent and could not help but smile faintly, murmuring, "Staying still? Perfect. I shall demonstrate my newly learned layered casting." Layered casting is not a specific spell, but rather a method of spellcasting. It allows the caster to construct a spell without releasing it, continuously layering and accumulating its power. As long as the caster can maintain control, thus exponentially enhancing the spell's effectiveness. This technique is particularly effective against fixed targets such as fortifications and strongholds. Even an ordinary high-level spellcaster, given sufficient time and disregarding the subsequent toll, could summon legendary power through layered casting. And Yethar, well, he was anything but ordinary. Since the azure-foot dragon snake chose not to flee, Yethar resolved to utilize this opportunity to test his layered casting. Taking a deep breath, he began to repeatedly construct the same spell in layers. A point of earthy yellow light appeared at his outstretched fingertip, growing in intensity, emanating a profound power that seemed capable of reshaping the very earth and altering the terrain in an instant. Layered casting, earth-shaping spell. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. For layers, the earth-shaping spell itself was a common 4th-tier spell, but through Yes's rapid invocation combined with the accumulation of layered casting, it rapidly transformed into a breathtaking force, and as the layers increased, its potency continued to rise. The yellow light at Yes's fingertip became so dense that the surrounding air began to distort unnaturally, swirling as it attracted nearby matter. The azure-foot dragon snake remained blissfully unaware of this imminent threat, its acute perception limited to Dragonkind, lacking in other sensory prowess. "Almost there. Let this earth become the sealed coffin that holds you," Yethar whispered, as the heavy yellow light, now trembling at his fingertip, plummeted toward the ground. Upon release, it expanded dramatically, resembling a meteor adorned with a yellow tail descending from the heavens. Seconds later, the colossal meteor struck the Earth's surface. There was no thunderous roar, no catastrophic destruction of the land. Upon contact, it silently transformed into ripples and waves, seamlessly merging with the golden sands of the earth. Simultaneously, at the center of the azure-footed dragon serpent, the yellow sands and stones within a radius of several thousand meters seemed to awaken in that instant. Under the command of Yethar, they surged forth, collapsing and compressing towards it. Sensing the impending peril, the azure-footed dragon serpent let out a fearsome roar, its 12 pairs of menacing claws tearing at the surrounding terrain, striving to escape from the seemingly animated expanse. Yet, amidst the relentless waves of compressing earth and gravel, its form appeared insignificantly small, and in the blink of an eye, it was consumed. Layer after layer of pressure bore down upon the azure-footed dragon serpent. The soil and gravel were compacted into a crystalline texture, possessing a hardness that far surpassed anything before, even exceeding that of steel. The serpent struggled mightily, shattering the intensely compressed earth, only to be swiftly covered once more by the new onslaught of compressing materials. In this incessant battle against the crushing weight, the already wounded azure-footed dragon serpent gradually lost its strength, becoming ensnared and sealed within layers of earthen crystals. Before long, the landscape within the vast expanse had entirely vanished, transformed into a colossal pit, with the surrounding yellow sands being swept by the wind, gradually cascading into its depths. This magnitude and impact undoubtedly fell within the realm of legendary spells. Moreover, it had yet to reach its limit. I sensed that further layers could still be added. Truly, I am remarkable. I shall have the opportunity to explore the boundaries of this power in the future. The small rainbow dragon stroked the smooth scales beneath its chin, its expression radiating delight. The ability to layer spells, to cast instantly, coupled with an almost limitless capacity for spell casting, allowed Yethar to unleash a terrifying force when adequately prepared. Yethar cast her gaze downward. At the bottom of the immense pit lay a sarcophagus seemingly made of yellow crystals, exuding an overwhelming weight that firmly suppressed the azure-footed dragon serpent within. Then, the rainbow dragon shimmered with brilliant light, akin to the most exquisite star descending from the night sky, landing upon the earth. Its claws gently caressed the sarcophagus, which naturally opened to welcome Yethar, allowing her claw to rest upon the serpent's head. Subsequently, Yethar closed her eyes slightly, emanating a luminous aura of psychic energy. employing a mental spell to seek the memories of the azure-footed dragon serpent, aiming to uncover its origins. However, to her disappointment, the serpent's thoughts were chaotic and disordered. She found no trace of its memories. It seemed as if it had been specially encrypted, rendering Yessa's mental spells ineffectual in extracting any information. Undeterred by the failure of her mental spells, Yessa resolved to try a prophetic incantation. Changing her approach, she continued to cast upon the azure-footed dragon serpent. Prophetic spell, thought probe. Simultaneously supported by her mental spell, Yessa employed the prophetic inquiry to delve into the serpent's thoughts. This spell could pose questions from the target's own memories, thoughts, and consciousness, interrogating the future and obtaining corresponding answers, effectively bypassing most protective measures. Who created you? Yessa inquired of the azure-footed dragon serpent, her form aglow with magical brilliance. This was not merely a question directed at the serpent, but also a probe into the future. As the shimmering starlight manifested upon the azure-footed dragon snake, it began to coalesce into a vivid image. However, just as the scene was on the verge of completion, the dragon snake abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing a ferocious roar that distorted the air around it. Countless arcs of electricity erupted from its eye sockets, coursing through its entire being in an instant. Its roar ceased abruptly, and it was as if life itself had been extinguished. The image that was forming shattered in an instant, for this spell could only be cast upon the living. Had some mechanism been triggered that led to its own demise? Yessa paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. What he had previously speculated, he now knew with certainty. This entity was a biological weapon specifically designed to target Dragonkind. Chapter 71. The Dead Speak. Taming the little dragon snake, even the deceased are not always adept at keeping secrets. I refuse to believe this. I shall attempt another spell from a different school of magic. Yessa took a deep breath, his spirit resolute. The advantage of being a versatile mage lies in the multitude of opportunities for trial and error. As long as there exists a single flaw in the opponent's defenses, he could circumvent it with his spells. Buzz. The magical aura enveloping Yessa transformed from the enigmatic glow of prophecy into the dark, ominous light of necromancy. The necromantic spell, Speak with Dead, could bestow a semblance of life and intellect upon a corpse, permitting it to answer up to 5 questions. Provided the corpse was relatively intact and had not been subjected to this spell within a certain time frame. The azure-footed dragon snake had just taken its own life, thus satisfying the prerequisites. Its body stirred slightly, and its eyes reopened, though now they appeared murky and devoid of spirit, as if only instinct remained. Yessa lifted the earthly coffin, allowing the corpse to articulate. This was my first attempt at this spell. I wonder how effective it shall be, he mused to himself. The dragon snake suddenly let out a low growl. Although it lacked coherent language, Yessa discerned its meaning. Is it effective? Yes. Does that count as a question? Indeed. That seems unreasonable. I did not directly inquire with my first question. Unreasonable. Who was the brilliant mind that devised this spell? In an instant, the questions were exhausted. Yessa shook his head slightly, his demeanor turning serious as he asked, To which race do you belong? The azure-footed dragon snake's gaze flickered. Yessa posed the final crucial question. Reveal to me, who created you? The corpse of the dragon snake opened its mouth, prepared to respond in a stiff and rapid manner. Bang! Another bolt of electricity surged forth from within, obliterating the remnants of its soul. Its reply was caught in its throat, abruptly silenced. Observing this, Yessa frowned slightly. The entity's soul had completely self-destructed, rendering the Speak with Dead spell ineffective. Subsequently, Yessa attempted spells of illusion, control, transformation, and other disciplines in hopes of bypassing its defensive mechanisms to uncover the answers he sought. Yet, without exception, none proved effective. It was not that my repertoire of spells is insufficient. The crux of the matter lies in my own limitations. Yessa gazed thoughtfully at the corpse of the azure-footed dragon snake. The azure-footed dragon snake possesses formidable perception and stealth capabilities, preying solely upon weaker dragon species. When confronted by a mightier dragon, it promptly retreats without hesitation. The creation of such a being suggests ulterior motives, and its creator must be a being of demigod caliber, rivaling even the ancient dragons, or perhaps an entity beyond that. Realizing this, Yessa ceased her inquiries into its origins, regardless of the outcome. Attracting the attention of its clandestine creator would be a perilous endeavor. Although Yessa possesses a myriad of strategies, they remain insufficient against genuinely formidable foes, rendering her vulnerable to danger. In truth, the azure-footed dragon snake is not exceptionally powerful. Its strength lies in its mastery of concealment and ambush, specifically targeting lesser dragons. Should it encounter dragons of equal standing, even a white dragon could vanquish it. The question of species? The keyword I previously inquired about was indeed species. Yet it answered me directly. The creature I encountered may merely be the beginning. If it can become a species, then its numbers are likely substantial. After a moment of contemplation, Yessa sealed the corpse of the azure-footed dragon snake back within the earthen coffin. Utilizing her sand manipulation spell, she summoned an endless flow of grains to bury it beneath the vast expanse of yellow sand, marking the location for future reference. This corpse may prove useful later. The little iridescent dragon pondered for a moment before soaring into the sky, returning to its territory. Along the way, Yessa passed through a region of undulating sand dunes, where remnants of a metallic dragon essence lingered. This was the domain of the young iron dragon. Coming to a halt, Yessa gazed downward, activating her full sensory perception, her iridescent eyes scanning the sandy terrain like a laser radar. Giselle's perception does not match my own. Although she has explored this area, she may have overlooked something. Before long, Yessa's gaze sharpened, locking onto a specific location beneath the surface. Beneath a thin layer of sand, she discerned several egg-shaped shadows, resembling the color of the deceased azure-footed dragon snake. An invisible mage's hand brushed across the sandy layer, revealing several eggs adorned with scales, akin to metal. Could these be eggs of the azure-footed dragon snake? All the eggs had already cracked, indicating that the creatures within had long since departed. Yessa paused momentarily, her expression turning grave as she ascended into the sky, heading towards the territories of several slain high-ranking subdragons. As anticipated, while there were fewer than in the Iron Dragon's territory, at least one snake egg was present. The majority had already hatched, leaving only 2 intact eggs. Holding the 2 complete snake eggs, Yessa contemplated. The azure-footed dragon snake reproduces rapidly by consuming the bloodlines of dragons and considering the timing of the dragon attacks. Their hatching speed is swift, though their growth rate remains uncertain. She decided to keep these 2 eggs. Once they hatch into azure-footed dragon snakes, she could observe them further. Moreover, while ineffective against mature beings, her charm might influence the newly hatched azure-footed dragon snakes. With that thought, Yessa returned to her territory, clutching the 2 azure-footed dragon snake eggs. Upon witnessing the return of Yessa, the rattlesnake dragon Giselle and the flame dragon wolf exhaled in relief, hurriedly inquiring about the outcome of the battle. "I have dispatched the azure-footed dragon snake," Yessa replied, revealing the creature's name as quite fitting. Giselle expressed delight, stating, "At last. This matter is resolved. We need not fear ambushes any longer." However, Yessa shook his head and extended his dragon claw, revealing 2 snake eggs nestled within. "Do not rejoice too soon. Within the territory of the slain azure-footed dragon snake, I discovered its laid eggs, some of which have already hatched. And the young dragon snakes have vanished, likely scattered across the vast desert." As he spoke, one of the eggs suddenly trembled. The 2 dragons and the wolf focused their gazes intently upon it. Minute cracks began to appear on the egg's surface, and with a crisp sound, a small head emerged, followed by a slender body adorned with numerous sharp claws, resembling a blue centipede at first glance. The young azure-footed dragon sniffed the air, detecting the potent dragon aura surrounding it, and let out a feeble growl. Despite its naivety, Yessa keenly sensed its inherent hostility towards him. Just moments after its birth, it instinctively harbored animosity towards dragons. Yet, upon realizing the formidable presence of the surrounding dragons, the little azure-footed dragon snake attempted to flee, only to be effortlessly pinched by Yessa's dragon claw, rendering its struggles futile. Yessa smiled softly, his entire being radiating brilliance and charm. Gazing down at the innocent little azure-footed dragon snake, he murmured, "Little one, take a closer look at me." As its affinity grew, Yessa unleashed a series of enchanting spells designed to bewitch and turn foes into allies. Under the dazzling light, the young azure-footed dragon snake instinctively lifted its head and beheld the captivating Yessa, becoming entranced, its gaze lost in his allure, as it gently nuzzled his dragon claw. However, just as it made contact, it abruptly shook its head, revealing a fierce demeanor once more. Yet, before long, it succumbed again to Yessa's formidable charm. As time passed, the little azure-footed dragon snake's gaze fluctuated wildly, torn between Yessa's enchantment and its instinctual nature, oscillating between ferocity and docility. Newly hatched, the azure-footed dragon snake was indeed susceptible to taming. No matter who created such a being, encountering me spells misfortune for it, Yessa remarked with a slight smile, observing the struggling young azure-footed dragon snake. Its capacity for resistance at such a young age was remarkable. Even steadfast adult dragons were not immune to Yessa's enchantments. Yet, as long as resistance was not absolute, complete submission was inevitable. With a bit more time, Yessa was confident that his allure could distort the young azure-footed dragon snake's nature, transforming this biological weapon against dragons into a formidable blade aimed at its very creator. Chapter 72. The azure-footed dragon snake. Under the conflict of Yessa's enchantment and its innate instincts, the little azure-footed dragon snake's gaze shifted violently. Yessa cast his gaze upon the juvenile greenfoot serpent, his eyes radiating a dreamlike brilliance. A myriad of colors intertwined within, forming a resplendent, rainbow-like sheen, while his scales shimmered with a dazzling luster, akin to sunlight or the soft glow of the moon, as if imprinted with every beautiful hue of the world. The heavy breaths of the flame dragon wolf grew increasingly labored, crimson flames igniting and swirling within its fur. The rattlesnake's tail trembled involuntarily, emitting a series of hurried sounds. Its head swaying as if entranced, its eyes nearly transforming into hearts, utterly captivated by Yessa's allure. They were merely under the influence of his radiating charm. As the primary target of his enchantment, the young greenfoot serpent succumbed to Yessa's unparalleled beauty and charisma, becoming dazed. Time trickled away, and the fierce hostility in the serpent's eyes gradually dissipated, transforming into an infatuation for Yessa. Ultimately, the juvenile greenfoot serpent lay prostrate, rolling in Yessa's claw, desperately seeking to rub against his luminous scales, as if wishing to merge with him completely. How could such a diminutive serpent resist the allure of the dragon's beauty? It was effortlessly subdued. Yessa retracted his tangible charm, chuckling as he playfully teased the little serpent. "My lord, your brilliance is resplendent. Neither sun nor moon can rival your radiance." The flame dragon wolf praised at the opportune moment. The rattlesnake wiped its drool and remarked, "Yessa, even this creature has succumbed to your beauty. You are truly formidable." After a pause, curiosity sparked within her as she inquired, "What do you intend to do with the juvenile greenfoot serpent?" Yessa pondered for a few moments, then mused. "I am considering whether I could use the tamed greenfoot serpent to connect with and enchant other newly born greenfoot serpents, transforming them into creatures close to the dragons, akin to subdragons." The rattlesnake nodded in agreement. If accomplished, it would create a new subdragon species for the dragonkin, surely earning you the dragon goddess favor. Yessa, the dragon goddess favor? Upon hearing the rattlesnake's words, Yessa subtly shook his head. He was indifferent to the dragon god's rewards. His intention in taming the greenfoot serpent stemmed from a desire to stabilize the dire situation facing the dragon race, at the very least to prevent it from worsening. After all, as one of the dragons, he too would face negative repercussions. Under the collapsed nest, no egg remains unscathed. Yet, how should he proceed? Yessa contemplated. Although the name of the greenfoot serpent contains dragon, they are not dragons nor subdragons, lacking any trace of dragon lineage within. Perhaps, I could attempt to transform the greenfoot serpent into a vassal of my dragon lineage. It remains to be seen if it can survive the evolution through dragon lineage. Yessa, possessing great decisiveness, acted upon his thoughts. He sliced open his claw, allowing several drops of blood to trickle forth, feeding them to the juvenile greenfoot serpent. The droplets, shimmering with a myriad of colors reminiscent of rainbows, fell into the eagerly awaiting mouth of the young greenfoot serpent, carrying Yessa's will. Dragon lineage evolution. This should have utilized the essence of Dragonkind. However, Yessa believed that his ordinary dragon blood possessed a quality that far surpassed that of typical dragons, sufficient for the evolution through the dragon vein. The petite azure-footed dragon snake eagerly gulped down Yessa's dragon blood. Simultaneously, Yessa extended a dragon-like finger and touched the crown of the azure-footed dragon snake. A brilliant radiance flowed forth, transforming into a myriad of rainbow-like patterns etched upon the creature's form, resonating harmoniously with the dragon blood it had just consumed. The ritual of dragon vein evolution was initiated. Yessa released his grasp, allowing the azure-footed dragon snake to plummet to the ground. Initially taken aback, the azure-footed dragon snake gazed up at Yethar with admiration, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming wave of torment that completely inundated it from within. A vibrant conflagration of colorful blood flames ignited from its core, consuming the azure-footed dragon snake and reducing its original flesh and blood cells to ash, while amidst the excruciating agony, it was reborn with renewed vitality. Under this indescribable suffering, the newly born azure-footed dragon snake rolled its eyes back, on the verge of unconsciousness. Should it succumb to unconsciousness, the ritual would fail, rendering the dragon blood wasted and leading to the demise of the dragon snake's larval form. The song of life is a song of courage. Yethar whispered incantations, casting enchantments of valiant song upon it. Yet, this was merely the beginning, a series of spells designed to enhance pain resistance, amplify courage, and awaken the instinct to survive were deftly woven into the essence of the azure-footed dragon snake. Once lifeless, it would no longer experience this unparalleled brilliance. Under Yethar's enchantments, an insatiable desire for survival blossomed within the azure-footed dragon snake, which howled and roared incessantly. As the colorful flames burned and tempered it, over time, the azure-footed dragon snake began to manifest an array of vivid patterns, its 12 pairs of claws adorned in diverse hues, exuding a bewitching beauty that softened its originally ferocious aura, infusing it with an enchanting charm. As dawn broke, the first rays of morning light illuminated the scene. The last remnants of blood flame transformed into a kaleidoscopic glimmer, concealed within the eyes of the azure-footed dragon snake. At that moment, the creature emanated an aura reminiscent of Yethar's own, shedding its malevolent nature as if reborn, reaching new heights of existence. Witnessing this transformation, the fiery dragon wolf licked its lips, gazing longingly at Yethar. How could the power of the crimson dragon's blood ever compare to that of its master? It could only lament its inability to possess the azure-footed dragon snake in place of Yethar. I too desire it, given your size and level of existence. I fear that undergoing the dragon vein transformation would leave me impoverished for a long time. Perhaps another time, Yethar mused, declining but not entirely dismissing the idea. The rattlesnake dragon lowered its gaze toward the juvenile azure-footed dragon snake. On the azure-footed dragon snake, now adorned with colorful patterns, she sensed an extraordinary allure, finding it increasingly pleasing to the eye, though not enough to genuinely increase her affection. Its charm, while significant, remained within the realm of understanding, utterly incomparable to Yethar's essence. Subsequently, the flame dragon wolf ventured out to hunt for sustenance for Yethar, while the rattlesnake dragon Giselle returned to its own territory. Yethar, on the other hand, delved into research on the transformed bloodline of the green-foot dragon serpent. He swiftly discovered that this green-foot dragon serpent had not inherited his magical prowess, but merely possessed the ability to charm. However, its charm paled in comparison to Yethar's, lacking the capacity to affect different species indiscriminately. It proved most effective when used against its kin. This revelation came after Yethar observed the behaviors of the second green-foot dragon serpent post-hatching. In the presence of Yethar's transformed green-foot dragon serpent, a typical green-foot dragon serpent was rendered completely entranced, appearing utterly infatuated. Furthermore, as fellow green-foot dragon serpents, they were acutely sensitive to each other's essence. Soon after, Yethar performed the bloodline transformation on the second green-foot dragon serpent as well, and with his enchanting blessing, he achieved success once more. Given their current appearance, the designation of green-foot dragon serpent seemed no longer fitting, since their claws had transformed into vibrant colors. Henceforth, they would be known as the colorfoot dragon serpents. Gazing at his two colorfoot dragon serpent companions, Yethar pondered for a moment before issuing his final command. Seek out your untransformed juvenile kin, charm them, and distort their inherent nature, leading them to embrace the draconic lineage. Should you fail, eliminate them. With Yethar's will guiding them, the two colorfoot dragon serpents departed, vanishing into the vast desert expanse. Chapter 73. Twisted Belief. It has been more than half a year since Yethar transformed the colorfoot dragon serpents with his blood and commanded them to depart. The continent had transitioned into the winter season. Traditionally, regardless of seasonal changes, the Shackler's Desert remained an unwavering realm of yellow sands. However, perhaps influenced by the ancient dragon battles, an unshakable chill permeated the desert, and in the surrounding areas, rare snowfall emerged amidst the ever-present yellow sands. Yet, this snowfall was minimal, consisting only of sparse snowflakes dancing in the air. The landscape of silver and white, with snow blanketing the dunes, had yet to fully materialize, appearing only as a slight dusting atop the tallest sand mounds. The little rainbow dragon inhaled deeply, drawing the frigid air into its lungs, invigorating its spirit. A resplendent magical glow radiated from its surface as a high-level spell was swiftly constructed. With a hum, as the fabric of space rippled, Yethar instantaneously vanished from sight. He reappeared in a dimension akin to the cosmic expanse of the universe. This dimensional space, conjured by magic, existed temporarily within the material realm, overlapping different dimensions. Within this realm, Yethar could observe the external circumstances with clarity, allowing him to evade fatal strikes while also constructing spells to launch counterattacks against the outside world. If the target lacked abilities to counter the dimensional space, Yethar could remain impervious to defeat, utilizing the seventh ring spell to conceal himself within the dimension. Yethar re-emerged into the material world mere seconds later. Raising his head to gaze at the sky, Yethar watched the delicate snowflakes cascade gently from the clouds. He exhaled deeply, a contented smile gracing his features as he murmured, "This final spell has been mastered. Now, I have learned all the spells within the seventh ring that exist in the annals of tradition." Turning his gaze towards the majestic golden mountain range that loomed over the earth, he noted that, unlike the sparse, snow-covered desert, the golden peaks were visible even from a distance, cloaked in a blanket of pristine white snow. The pale golden sunlight poured down from the heavens, melding with the silver-clad mountains, casting colors reminiscent of gleaming metals, as if these undulating ranges were forged from gold and silver. A sense of grandeur and magnificence, absent in the desert, surged within Yethar's spirit. He whispered to himself, "Now, I am nearly invincible beneath the legendary tier. Most non-draconic legendary beings are no match for me." Although Yethar could only wield spells up to the seventh ring, it was well known that such spells, despite their demanding prerequisites for construction and casting, possessed extraordinary might. In normal circumstances, utilizing a seventh ring spell against a corresponding seventh-tier creature would result in a swift and decisive victory. Furthermore, Yethar had mastered advanced techniques such as instantaneous casting and layered spellcasting. He could unleash spells with near-limitless frequency, akin to a spell bombardier, significantly enhancing their potency, and had a profound understanding of spells across all factions. His comprehension of light had also reached new heights during this time. Compared to when he first awakened, his overall strength had increased exponentially, rendering him capable of engaging in battles beyond his current tier with relative ease. However, Yethar remained humble, recognizing that it was only natural for someone of his stunning beauty and extraordinary charm to possess equally remarkable talent. It was time to depart from the desert and venture into more prosperous realms. After a long period of accumulation, he was finally ready to emerge from his seclusion. The barren and desolate desert had never been his ideal sanctuary. Moreover, the current era was far from beautiful. Deep within, Yethar harbored the aspiration to halt the wars and extinguish the flames of conflict. To achieve his desires, remaining in the desert was not an option. Ultimately, he needed to follow the path of the brass dragon that had ventured into the blood-soaked lands, leaving behind stability and tranquility to immerse himself in the tumult of war. Without first-hand experience, all discussions remained mere speculation, regardless of one's qualifications to speak on the matter. Gazing at the silver-clad golden mountains, Yethar silently pondered, the red dragon Horthus, the silver dragon Lydia, and the severely injured bronze dragon, all hailing from the golden mountains. Surely, upon my arrival there, I shall have the chance to encounter them once more. I only wonder to what extent the dragon conflicts within the golden mountains have escalated. While the golden mountains may not be the epicenter of the fiercest battles, the number of dragons residing within is vast, at least dozens, if not hundreds, of times more than in the shackless desert. In this world, wherever dragons dwell, war inevitably follows. The five-colored dragon, the metallic dragon, the gem dragon, the fairest dragon, and numerous other unconventional dragons inhabit the golden mountains. The conflicts among them, though perhaps not as abundant as those in the fertile plains, are certainly far more intense than those in the desolate deserts. Before I join Galen in the fertile plains, I shall employ my charisma and might to bring an end to the strife among the dragons of the golden mountains. This endeavor is not only a trial, but also a test for Yethar himself. He detests this war-torn world, devoid of beauty. If I cannot achieve this, then I should abandon any dreams of quelling the flames of war and instead retreat into the desert, living a solitary life of quiet resignation. The countenance of the little iridescent dragon became calm and composed, exuding an extraordinary aura that heightened his charm beyond its usual measure. Vendigak, we are bound for the Golden Mountains. The days of tranquility are now irrevocably behind us. Within the Golden Mountains, countless formidable dragons await, and I wonder how many shall become our fierce adversaries. Yessa turned to the flame dragon wolf and declared, "For you, I shall face any dragon with courage." The flame dragon wolf, with a serious gaze, replied solemnly. Yessa nodded, choosing not to speak further, and waited in silence. Before long, the rattling-tailed dragon, Giselle, joyfully approached Yessa's domain. Extracting a magical gemstone from beneath her scales, she presented it to Yessa, wrapping it with her tail as if offering a treasure. "Look, I unearthed this magical gemstone from the depths of the earth, and I present it to you." Yessa accepted the gemstone, affixing it to his scales, enhancing their luster. Then he earnestly looked at Giselle and said, "Giselle, I am leaving the desert." Giselle paused for a moment, then quickly inquired, "Where are you going?" "I want to go with you." "To the Golden Mountains," Yessa replied with a serious demeanor. "You may accompany me." A smile spread across Giselle's draconic face, but Yessa continued, "However, there is a stipulation." "What stipulation?" Giselle asked, momentarily taken aback. Yessa spoke gravely. "You must renounce your enmity towards the metallic dragons." The rattling tail dragon, aligned with the forces of evil, shared the same faith in the undying dragon queen as most five-colored dragons, harboring deep-seated animosity towards the metallic dragon faction. After a brief hesitation, Giselle firmly rejected, under the undying dragon queen, all metallic dragons are sworn enemies. As wicked dragons, we must spill the blood of the metallic dragons as long as we draw breath. Sworn enemies? So, do you wish to slay me? Yessa smiled faintly, as the brilliance emanating from him gradually transformed into pure gold. Under Giselle's astonished gaze, the aura of the metallic dragon enveloped him. "Do not forget, due to a unique mutation, my veins flow with the blood of nearly all known dragonkinds, and I have now mastered the ability to manifest the essence of any particular dragon. You are indeed a metallic dragon." Feeling the metallic dragon's aura emanating from Yessa, Giselle immediately lowered her limbs, growling and snarling, her eyes fixed intently on Yessa, assuming a combat stance. "Do you wish to oppose me?" Yessa inquired, simultaneously advancing step by step towards the rattlesnake dragon. As Yessa drew closer, enveloped in the allure and beauty that captivated her, the taut body of the rattlesnake dragon began to relax, her gaze faltering as she spoke. "No, I do not wish to, but only for you. What benefit do you gain from slaying the metallic dragon that drives your obsession?" Yessa approached the rattlesnake dragon, radiating charm, her questions piercing deep into the dragon's soul. "In your quest to please the great immortal dragon queen, have you pondered whether she truly cares for the fate of a mere devotee like you? Otherwise, how could she allow you to wager your very life against the metallic dragon?" The unparalleled magnetism of Yessa resonated within the rattlesnake dragon, causing her resolve to waver. Yet she retorted, "But killing the metallic dragon, aside from pleasing the great dragon queen, also ignites my own bloodline, filling me with exhilaration. What benefits would I reap by defying the queen's decree?" Yessa smiled softly and extended her resplendent claws towards the rattlesnake dragon. "I grant you permission to kiss my claws. Is that sufficient?" The dragon's tumultuous gaze suddenly stilled. "Forget the immortal queen. I am willing." The rattlesnake dragon immediately extended her tongue, greedily licking Yessa's dragon claws, her soft tongue swirling and writhing, not neglecting even the spaces between her fingers. Ultimately, she licked from the fingertips to the wrist, reluctantly releasing her hold and inhaling deeply in ecstasy. Shaking off the slick drool from her claws, Yessa wore a satisfied smile. She had succeeded, and this was merely the beginning. Although the rattlesnake dragon's faith in the immortal queen was not as steadfast as that of the chromatic dragons, and despite employing the allure of the beautiful dragon, this was nonetheless the first instance of Yessa successfully distorting a dragon's beliefs. This signified that the enemy's vitality had been revealed, heralding the possibility of success. Chapter 74. Territorial Dispute. Prepare your belongings and accompany me to the Golden Mountains. Having discerned the rattlesnake dragon's intentions, Yessa spoke. My territory is barren. The scant treasures I possess are all on my person. The rattlesnake dragon flicked her tail, raising her neck, with her scales slightly erect, revealing a few meager metallic coins she carried closely. A handful of ancient, worn gold coins and some dull silver pieces. Even copper coins were among her possessions. The Shaklari's desert was too arid, and the rattlesnake dragon's penchant for amassing wealth was not particularly strong among her kin, rendering her quite impoverished. Prior to meeting Yessa, she had a modest collection of precious magical gemstones. However, upon encountering Yessa, she had bestowed all her magical gems as gifts to please Yessa, now adorning Yessa's magnificent scales, which shimmered with a brilliance far surpassing their previous luster. Leading the rattlesnake dragon to feel that the gemstones were destined for Yessa, then let us set forth at once. Snowflakes gently cascade from the sky as Yessa turns his gaze towards the distant, snow-covered golden mountains, their peaks adorned in a silvery cloak. A pair of magnificent, dreamlike wings unfurl slowly. Should we take this young dragon along? The rattlesnake dragon glances towards the lethargic explosion-scaled dragon lounging nearby. This fire-element young dragon appears exceedingly sluggish as the winter temperatures dip slightly. It flies too slowly to keep pace with us and possesses limited intelligence, rendering it incapable of confronting formidable dragons. Thus, it shall remain here. The explosion-scaled dragon rolls over and continues to sleep, unaware of its impending abandonment. Nevertheless, it can count itself fortunate to have encountered Yessa. Had the azure-footed serpent locked onto this location first, it would have already been consumed. Whoosh! 2 dragons and a wolf ascend into the skies. The rattlesnake dragon, lacking true wings, yet possessing the ability to fly, weaves its body through the air, while Yessa rides atop the fiery wolf, the flames engulfing its form brushing against him, imparting a warm, gentle sensation. Vandakak, may I ride too? The rattlesnake dragon eagerly approaches, wishing to share the ride on the fiery wolf. A tongue of flames suddenly lashes out, singeing the rattlesnake dragon's scales and causing it to grimace in pain. As long as my lord permits, but the flames enveloping me shall not be gentle for you. The fiery wolf casts a sidelong glance at the rattlesnake dragon, the flames raging more fiercely within its fur. Such a miserly creature. You ought to learn the virtues of tolerance and generosity, the rattlesnake dragon retorts. After a moment, she shifts the topic, inquiring of Yessa. Have you ever ventured to the Golden Mountains? The winds at high altitudes sweep the tiny snowflakes towards them, bringing a refreshing chill. Yessa lowers his gaze to the vast world below, slightly turning his head to focus on the majestic mountains ahead, stating, I have not been there, but I do know some dragons residing within the Golden Mountains. Are they friends or foes? The rattlesnake dragon asks. Yessa smiles broadly. You will find out once we arrive. Most of them are likely still alive and easily encountered. Amidst the flowing winds and drifting clouds, the trio darts through the air. As time passes and they draw closer to their destination, the temperature continues to plunge and the wind and snow roar with increasing intensity. The towering mountains stand resolutely beneath the heavy snowfall, their outlines growing ever clearer. Meanwhile, in the western part of the Golden Mountains, at the heights of the White Maple Canyon, the silver dragon Lydia stands at the highest point, her eyes gently closed against the howling wind and snow, savoring the comfort of the winter breeze caressing her scaled form. As a cold element dragon, this is her favorite season. The icy wind brings her immense relief, and memories from years past in the shackliest desert involuntarily surface in her mind. A dragon shadow, reminiscent of an ethereal beauty that seems to encapsulate all the allure of the world, persistently haunts the thoughts of the silver dragon Lydia, an unshakable presence. Yessa has left an indelible impression upon her, with his unparalleled beauty, charm, and strength that belies his youth. Will there be another opportunity to see him again? He must have transformed into a young dragon by now. The silver dragon Lydia swayed her tail from side to side, contemplating. There have been numerous precedents of young dragons forming bonds with adult dragons, and I seem to have a chance. Adult dragons are in their most fervent pursuit of mates. Having never had a companion before, Lydia, the silver dragon, was deeply entranced by Yessa's beauty and charm. Consequently, she had repeatedly spurned the advances of an adult gold dragon. Lydia had known this gold dragon since her youth, and their relationship had always been amicable. She had once envisioned a future where they would become metallic dragon mates. However, upon meeting Yessa, her interest in the gold dragon waned significantly. While they could continue as companions, the desire to forge a deeper bond had entirely dissipated, though there were witnesses among the accompanying bronze dragons. The gold dragons stubbornly believed that Lydia had fallen under the enchantment of a succubus or similar malevolence, claiming to seek a remedy to dispel the dark influence. Lydia paid little heed to this, only feeling a twinge of concern over when she might see Yethar again. Should she venture into the Shackler-esque desert to find him? The silver dragon pondered this possibility seriously. Despite the vastness of the desert making it challenging to locate a specific individual, persistence could yield results. At that moment, the howling storm intensified, laced with a burning scent, as if the air had been electrified. Lydia's gaze sharpened, and she turned to the sky. Leading a throng of blue dragons, a mature blue dragon charged toward the white maple gorge where Lydia resided, their intentions unmistakable. Observing this scene, Lydia felt a heaviness in her heart. She had glimpsed this group of blue dragons from the Shackler-esque desert during a previous conflict over the remnants of ancient dragons. They had recently migrated to the Golden Mountains due to the inhospitable conditions of the desert. During this time, they had remained peacefully in a hollow, seemingly indifferent to the world around them, which had lulled Lydia into a false sense of security. Carlton was nowhere to be found, and Isaac had been gravely injured in a battle with a green dragon days prior, now fallen into a deep slumber. The situation was dire. The gold and bronze dragons, who usually kept watch over Lydia's territory, were now in distress and unable to provide assistance. The blue dragon horde had chosen this moment to strike, intent on slaying Lydia and seizing the more resource-rich white maple gorge. Lydia immediately sought aid from the other metallic dragons, but time was of the essence, and their distant locations made it uncertain when they could arrive. Despicable, hypocritical metallic dragons, vacate the white maple gorge and relinquish your territory, and I shall spare your lives, roared the mature blue dragon, its deep voice rumbling like thunder. This dragon was the leader of the blue dragons, a creature Yethar had previously befriended. Influenced by Yethar, the blue dragon harbored a flicker of doubt regarding the enmity among dragons, thus granting Lydia an opportunity. If she could cede her territory, her life would be spared. However, should the opposing party refuse, the leader of the blue dragons would not hesitate to strike with lethal force. Chapter 75. The Just Act of the Red Dragon. In the face of malevolence, the metallic dragons never retreat. The silver dragon Lydia stood resolute, soaring into the skies, her presence radiating an aura of chilling dread, as the descending snowflakes and biting winds seemed to embrace her as if alive. Buzzing, the surrounding air shimmered with flickering magical runes, encircling the Maple Valley like an intricate formation, continuously empowering the silver dragon and causing her essence to rise swiftly. This territory was fortified by the magical array established by Lydia. Moreover, it was winter, with snowstorms raging, granting her a geographical advantage. If she could endure the onslaught of the blue dragons until her metallic dragon allies arrived, the current crisis would be resolved, and there might even be an opportunity to counterattack the blue dragons. Whoosh! Several bolts of lightning dragon breath pierced through the air, aimed at the silver dragon Lydia. With a serious expression, she raised her right wing and waved it forward. The dense magical runes erupted in a dazzling, brilliant light, intertwining to form a semi-transparent, illusory barrier to intercept the dragon breath. Energy resistance barrier. ZZZ. The dragon breath collided with the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, cracks visibly spreading across its surface, while the surrounding magical runes shattered one by one, dispersing into shimmering motes of light. This magical barrier could withstand the breath of a normal mature dragon without difficulty. However, the current dragon breath was not only multiple, but also emanated from exceptionally powerful blue dragons. Boom! Within moments, the magical barrier was breached, and the lightning dragon breath surged towards silver dragon Lydia. Fortunately, the barrier had weakened their speed and power, affording Lydia a chance to react and evade amidst the onslaught of lightning breath. The use of dragon breath was immensely taxing. The ordinary blue dragons began to falter, ceasing their assaults. Just as Lydia thought this wave of dragon breath would come to an end, the mature blue dragon narrowed its eyes slightly, its chest swelling as blinding electric patterns surged from the gaps in its scales, extending toward its throat and snout, transforming into a more ferocious breath. The already swift dragon breath accelerated further, catching the unprepared silver dragon Lydia off guard. Thousands of electric arcs radiated from the point of impact, resembling a sprawling net of thunder. Zzz. Countless minute ice crystals clung to Lydia, forming a crystalline armor that shielded her from the lightning breath's damage, entangling the electric arcs within the ice. However, the mature dragoness breath was too fierce. In an instant, the electric arcs filled the ice crystals completely. And just before the onslaught of dragon breath concluded, they struck Lydia directly. A fierce sensation of paralysis surged through her, momentarily stiffening her form. Silver Dragon Lydia took a deep breath, inhaling the howling winds and snow, the chills circulating within her dispelling the paralysis brought on by the electricity. Your demise is imminent. The mature blue dragon led its kin into the skies above the white maple canyon, dispersing to surround the silver dragon Lydia from various directions. The ensuing moments proved to be the most arduous. Yet, if I can endure, I shall transform peril into safety. Crack! Dense magical runes shimmered brightly, swirling down upon Lydia, augmenting her breath once more. With wings unfurled, entwined with frigid winds and blizzards, Lydia engaged in a fierce struggle with the blue dragons. Initially, benefiting from the geographical advantage, she managed to hold her ground. However, within mere minutes, the relentless onslaught began to take its toll. Her magical protective runes were gradually shattered, significantly diminishing their efficacy. The disadvantage grew exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. Soon, Silver Dragon Lydia began to bleed. Thud! Her elongated silver tail swept toward a mature blue dragon attacking from the side, repelling it, while simultaneously, the formidable blue dragon in front raised its claws and smashed through Lydia's defensive grasp, delivering a blinding electric strike upon her breastplate. The lightning-infused claws shattered the fleeting magical runes, fracturing Lydia's armor, singeing her flesh, and sending her body careening uncontrollably toward the earth. Were it not for the formidable physique and remarkable vitality of dragons, such an impact would have been fatal for any other creature of equivalent rank. As she plummeted, she crushed several white maples that stood resilient against the icy winds, rolling several times and leaving a trail of devastation. With great effort, Lydia managed to stabilize herself. Raising her head, she beheld the dragon swarm swirling above, charged with thunder and tempest, their murderous gazes fixed upon her. For the glory of the immortal Dragon Queen. The blue dragon leader raised its head high, and the others followed suit. Crackling, blinding currents of electricity coursed between their scales, converging at the tips of their horns. Dazzling and perilous, metal dragons, prepare to meet your reckoning. The blue dragon leader growled, as a lethal bolt of lightning was poised to strike. At that moment, a torrent of blood-red molten flame erupted, surging forth like a tangible force toward the blue dragons. Danger! Danger! Alarm bells rang in their minds, causing the blue dragons to hastily disperse, evading the impending threat. Half the sky was stained crimson with the fiery flow. Regaining composure, the blue dragon leader narrowed its eyes at the source of the attack. It's you again. Indeed, it was you, Lord Horthus. This silver dragon now belongs to me. The red dragon that appeared here laughed heartily, casting a disdainful glance at the blue dragons. Only the weak would resort to mobbing their foes. You blue dragons are truly a disgrace among us wicked dragons. The blue dragons stared at the red dragon with solemnity, restless and poised for action. In the name of the immortal Dragon Queen, by virtue of our shared malevolence, you shall all vacate at once, lest I sever your heads. Horthus unfurled his wings. Standing tall, deep crimson patterns ignited upon his chest, his already formidable aura escalating further. Sensing an immense threat instinctively, the blue dragon leader exhibited a wary expression. This was a stark contrast to before. This individual has grown increasingly formidable. Should a battle ensue, it is likely that all the other blue dragons, aside from himself, would perish here. Humph, you shall inevitably pay the price for your actions today. The blue dragon leader is not a mindless, savage red dragon. It has chosen to retreat from the limelight. With a powerful flap of their wings, they swiftly departed from this place. The silver dragon Lydia, having fallen to the ground, bore no semblance of joy upon her visage. To find herself at the mercy of this monstrous red dragon could lead to a fate far worse than death. Hortus, what do you intend to do? Lydia inquired, her mind taut with tension. Do not fret. I merely find myself inclined to perform a small act of justice. The red dragon remarked, as he caressed his chest, savoring the robust rhythm of his heartbeat, a grin spreading across his face. What? The red dragon's act of justice? There must be some ulterior motive at play, she mused. Has no one taught you to express gratitude after being rescued? The red dragon exhaled sparks of fire from his nostrils, gazing down at the silver dragon with an air of superiority. Thank you? After a prolonged hesitation, Lydia managed to stammer. No need for thanks. Merely devote yourself to me, the red dragon replied, an evil smile curling on his lips. At these words, Lydia's heart tightened. She sensed his ill intentions. Under the watchful and wary gaze of the silver dragon, the red dragon Hortus suddenly furrowed his brow, his mouth twitching slightly, as the crimson glow emanating from his core visibly dimmed. Haha, I was merely jesting. I have grown disinterested in your beauty, he hastily added, feeling the weakening of his life force. This cursed sensation, where each time he performed a good deed, he felt invigorated and powerful, yet whenever he entertained malicious thoughts, he was left feeling miserable and weak. Over the years, Hortus had nearly grown fond of the exhilarating feeling that accompanied virtuous acts, as each one quickened his heartbeat and revitalized him, amplifying the red energy drawn from his core. Nevertheless, he mused, these acts of righteousness were merely stepping stones towards his ultimate ambition of becoming an unparalleled wicked dragon. Rumors had recently circulated about a red dragon who occasionally exhibited erratic behavior, seemingly having lost his sanity. Both the chromatic and metallic dragons held him in disdain. Lydia blinked, contemplating this in her mind. Meanwhile, a fierce wind swept across the horizon, heralding the approach of several robust metallic dragons, their formidable presence unmistakable. Upon observing the red dragon grinning maniacally, seemingly tormenting the silver dragon Lydia below, they roared, Red dragon, prepare to meet your demise. Curse your dragon mother. Do you not see that I have saved your kin? Hortus spat, turning to flee, while visions of Yethar flashed in his mind, filled with resentment as he thought. You little wretch, you are the instigator of my current plight. You had best not cross my path, otherwise, I shall show you what true humiliation entails. Reflections on the release on the first day of 2025. I extend my heartfelt wishes for a splendid beginning to all readers in the new year, and I am profoundly grateful for your enduring support. Allow me to outline the update plan. I shall refrain from an immediate surge of updates. Instead, I will provide more frequent updates in the future. 2 chapters will be released at noon and another 2 at 6 in the evening, striving to achieve a daily total of 10,000 words, with a minimum of 8,000. For every 1,000 monthly votes received, or when a patron contributes, an additional 10,000 words will be added. Lastly, I kindly beseech those who have reached this point to subscribe and support the original work, enabling the author to sustain a livelihood. Your support is genuinely needed. Chapter 76. The ancient dragon of the snowy mountain. Feathery snowflakes cascaded continuously from the dense clouds above, transforming the world beneath into a vast expanse of silvery white. Yethar, alongside the thunderclap dragon and the blazing wolf dragon, navigated the lofty skies amidst the swirling snow, which parted before them and closed behind, creating elongated trails of disruption in the air. Yethar no longer rode upon the back of the blazing wolf dragon, nor did she employ magic to shield herself from the tempestuous winds and snow. Instead, she spread her wings to soar, embracing the fierce storm as dusk approached. Meanwhile, the streets of the imperial capital remained bustling with life, perhaps in anticipation of the enrollment day for the Dao Martial Academy, as Shui Hao and his companions found numerous inns fully booked. After speaking, Li Hua conjured a crimson ancient sword in his grasp, exuding a formidable sword intent akin to blazing fire. Under this fiery aura, Li Hua radiated an overwhelming and fervent energy, adorned in a shimmering red armor, his eyes glinting with a murderous gaze fixed upon Gao Ming. Nearby, several male colleagues appeared rather composed, engaged in casual banter while sharing cigarettes. How splendid! Let us strive together, Li Ko exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. With the destruction of the blood sun, Angela retracted her corpse eyes. At this moment, her power in its corpse form was at its zenith. This was likely a ploy to lure the enemy. The terrain at that mountain pass was intricate, capable of concealing a substantial force. The enemy had intentionally dispatched a small contingent to draw us in, only to unleash their ambush when we least expected it. One officer remarked. Had Lin Yu heard this, he would surely have protested vehemently, for he had liberated a nation, which, of course, remained under his influence. Although the tide of corpses had been vanquished and the spirit entities retreated, humanity had nonetheless suffered the loss of 2 powerful soul saints. Watanabe Haramine felt an unbearable itch coursing through his body. His eyes, rather than reflecting shock, sparkled with fervor as he turned to his aid. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was in no better condition, racked with pain throughout his body and with but a scant reserve of celestial energy remaining. Upon arriving at Drizzle Town, Yin Dayan and Bi Yin dismounted from the second Yin Zhao, named Yin Zhao No. 2 to distinguish it from the one drawn away by the aerial castle. The lack of creativity in naming revealed that Yin Dayan's mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Long Tian cast a glance at Yibu Gu, remaining silent, fully aware of the latter's intentions. Despite his good intentions, Long Tian found himself unable to refuse Yibu Gu's offer. Lianya often fancied herself a princess, pondering whether such a title warranted the presence of a king and queen. These contemplations arose only after her encounter with the divine dragon. Prior to that, she was utterly oblivious to the notion of a princess and her own identity, let alone the fact that everyone else possessed parents. At the edge of the wilderness, beneath the expanse of azure sky and clouds, figures suddenly emerged, multiplying in number. Their features remained obscured by the glare of the sun, yet their physiques bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Having previously encountered the enchanting beings known as Mei Shang, Bei Xiao swiftly comprehended the situation and transformed into a fox, seeking refuge in the underbrush. Thus, General Yi returned to his carriage, and we continued our journey, stumbling onward towards the direction from whence the lights had previously shone. I protest. Before Jing Jian could respond, Smith raised an objection. It was evident that Mr. Dodd harbored ulterior motives. Despite his affable demeanor, each of his inquiries seemed to lead Jing Jian into treacherous waters. Gazing distantly at the main castle of the Starmoon Forest, it resembled a brilliant star suspended in the heavens, a testament to the elven race's extraordinary artistic prowess. At that moment, Ron was leisurely enjoying breakfast in the Academy's dining hall alongside Diana, occasionally attracting curious glances from others. Ron was aware that they were discussing him, yet he remained unfazed, while Diana seemed oblivious to her surroundings, engrossed in her affection for Ron, as though they were in her private chamber rather than a communal dining area. Chapter 77. Danger. The peculiar fetish of the ancient dragon. The cold heart of the ancient white dragon stirred with ripples of emotion, suppressing an unsettling malice. Little one, what manner of dragon are you? I detect the sense of the five-colored dragon, the metallic dragon, and the gem dragon upon you. The ancient white dragon spoke slowly. There exists some degree of mutation within me, rendering me distinct from any known dragon species. However, I have chosen to name myself the Rainbow Dragon, I replied. Since the other party displayed no overt animosity, Yethar reciprocated. I have heard that you took a concubine even before arriving in the capital, and you are a leader among them? Feng Xingji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately posed the question. Nesta and Antonini stepped forward to obstruct Suarez's path, while Silva focused intently on Jin Yuan. Assisting the impoverished is indeed a noble act, yet it may also render us overly meddlesome. Moreover, where shall we find so many destitute souls? Not to mention, encountering beggars on the streets. Merely distributing a few coins seems sufficient. Stirring commotion in these tranquil times might invite instability among our peers. Du Hao shook his head. Alternatively, one might consider the comprehension of Zhang Jiao's teachings by the remaining followers of the Taiping Dao. Gong Guang humbly voiced his sentiments, and the 5,000 figures clad in black behind him knelt partially, resounding their agreement as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Of course, no matter how it was orchestrated, the outcome would undoubtedly be quite embarrassing. After 3 ceremonies, the newly appointed leadership, led by Lu Zhongdao, was utterly exhausted, resembling tired grandchildren. Each of them, having aged, could scarcely endure such relentless exertion and could only return home to gasp for breath. Hu Kaishan gazed at the pair before him, his eyes growing heavy with emotion, finding himself at a loss for words. In truth, he too desired a more vibrant and bustling celebration for his wedding, filled with a larger gathering of people. Considering that driving within the city could potentially shatter countless panes of glass, the traffic police sternly informed the driver, Lao Mao, that entry into the urban area was strictly prohibited. The purpose of this lengthy discourse was to elucidate the source of Wang Yu's current vexation, who found himself in a state of profound annoyance. Although his surprise attack had successfully left 3 individuals momentarily stunned, it did not imply that all beings were equally unresponsive. Shi Ling Qian desperately struggled to break free from her captor, whose strength was overwhelming, being a man. Di Tianli, now unable to maintain his composure, must have believed that Mo Wuxi had taken Yi Qinglan from Qingqiu. The stone door seemed to intertwine the past with the future, embodying life and death. Once opened, one side represented life, the other death, while also bearing countless memories that surged forth, independent of his presence. Otherwise, not only would it be a burden for Yun Shitian, but also for herself. She would never permit such a scenario. I inquired, how much for a massage? She replied, for someone like you, 30. The proprietor and I would split the earnings 70-30. After speaking, she departed, closing the door behind her. However, Yining was constantly evading danger, lest she be truly harmed. For there were still many tasks left undone. Dying at her hands would be an exceedingly tragic fate. Although Xiao Yumiat did not flaunt her title as a general, Shangguan Yuejua, and nonetheless responded respectfully before the assembled crowd, understood. Without waiting for me to speak further, she abruptly ended the call. I was about to call my brother, she said, and after a while, a stranger answered, asking, what is the matter? The primordial deity had become the uncrowned king of the universe, managing the 6 realms with remarkable order. Mo Qiongyan, surprised, recalled that Yuji had mentioned this matter. Upon entering the marsh, one's spirit power would be sealed, only to be utilized once one exited. After its establishment, the company chose not to pursue mobile games, but instead aimed to develop games playable on the web without requiring a client download. However, as time passed, visitors found themselves waiting in vain for a refreshing cup of tea, inevitably leading to murmurs of dissatisfaction regarding the quality of service. Chapter 78, The Legendary Realm. You truly are an unlikable little dragon. Huh. Everything you say is merely prejudice against the white dragon. Today, I shall reveal to you the strength and cruelty of the white dragon. I shall not only pluck out your eyes, but also freeze your body, shattering your flesh and bones piece by piece. The ancient white dragon raised its right wing and waved it towards the direction of Yethar. Class type spell skill, extreme cold. A wave of terrifying chill enveloped the area. Should one continue to intrude, the automatic defense system would activate. Approaching the living room would be a formidable challenge, let alone breaching its defenses. The question remained, should the severely injured pirate, who had saved the nation, be regarded as an enemy? Or should he be celebrated as a hero and released? I found myself incapable of making a decision. As Fujitora slowly concluded, he produced a die from within his kimono. This was a deliberate act by Liu Tian. To strike at a faction without instilling genuine fear would not fulfill his objectives. Thunderous roars echoed forth. Doflamingo struck the ground with an unstoppable force, shattering the entire town into fragments before finally landing on the underground trading port. The shattered earth was upheaved, sending massive debris from countless buildings flying in all directions. While it was conceivable that those around him might betray him in times of dire peril, Ma Sanyuan, who was currently overseeing the acquisition of Chun Fenglei's assets for the Chuanyu gang, was foremost among them. Mi Haozi, the heir to the thieving tradition, was undoubtedly another. Yet, this did not imply that Lu Yu could dispense with their assistance. On the practice platform, the 3 elder masters, elated, turned their gazes towards the commander of the Wuyang military district, Chen Fengyan. Gongsun Sheng, blood spilling from his lips, knelt upon the ground, his body trembling involuntarily. Despite being a martial artist, he found himself utterly powerless against the man in black, whose prowess was indeed astonishing. Inside, there lay a meticulously crafted collection of masks, far from the lewd items one might expect. However, without the aid of Wang Yidong, Alana would find it arduous to absorb the fire elemental spirit, a task that would demand considerable time. Jia Tsong, unfazed by the situation, mused that neither he nor the Jia family shared any allegiance with the loyalist Wang. Moreover, having already offended rivals and Zhao Qua, he felt no need to appease Li Dan. Furthermore, with the two having wagered against each other, their future interactions were destined to be less than amicable. Humph, you think you're significant? Yet, in comparison to the likes of Erlundai, you are but a triviality. Kangxi retorted with a cold laugh. This was neither a school nor his designated class. Observing the other's discount Antas sneakers, which could not exceed 200 yuan, he contrasted them with his own Italian brand shoes worth over 8,000, a sense of superiority coursing through Chunpeng's veins, more intense than before. In this lifetime and the next, past Buddhas and future Buddhas, each with their own narratives, were vividly manifest. Special defense refers to the human capacity to assess the protective barrier against Pokemon's special abilities. A moment's scrutiny would reveal that if one calculated the tall tales of these old geezers, the winged ones would have faced extinction countless times over. The old man, who neither adhered to Buddhist nor Taoist doctrines, waved his right hand, producing a Bodhi lotus staff that radiated solemn brilliance. Without further ado, he struck at the golden centipede. Panlong Peak, perpetually cloaked in an unending mist, boasted visibility of no more than 20 meters. At this moment, Wang Daji was entirely focused on observing Yu Qing's stance. Although he held confidence in his own abilities, Yu Qing, having played in American universities, likely surpassed many domestic professionals. The impact upon him inflicted 1,000 points of damage, evidently halved by the Xiantian Avenue's mitigation. Lin Wan's lips curled into a hint of intrigue. Watching her maid freely selecting from the options presented by the old, who was quite amusing. Chapter 79. The Punishment of the White Dragon. In a realm thick with swirling steam and white mist, a resounding roar echoed. The ancient white dragon flared her wings, unleashing a fierce gale that dispersed the steam and flames, restoring the area within hundreds of meters around her to pure, frigid cold. The humble subdragon and the feeble rattlesnake were left in her wake. I disdain to admire your unsightly eyes. May you perish here. The ancient white dragon growled, surrounded by an abyssal chill. In truth, Taoist Jingyang should have departed this world a decade ago. Yet, by a twist of fate, he was led to believe that what was deemed a failure had, against all odds, succeeded. His lifespan was extended, but the life of his disciple met an untimely end. Wang Shiwei perceived that this young man was rather arrogant. However, at such a tender age, he had already amassed a fortune in the billions. Just by gazing upon such an expansive estate, one could feel the palpable air of opulence. Following the assault on the city of 10,000 corpses, humanity established 5 fortresses: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Qilin. Such formidable warfare had already stirred great commotion, even though it lay some distance from the Xia family. Regrettably, perhaps this time the zombification was too thorough. The novice guide, Oriana, was genuinely terrified. Despite her utmost efforts, the door standing at the opposite end of the spiritual passage remained firmly shut, isolating her from that world. As Adam anxiously gazed downward, a dazzling light erupted from the fallen giant, whom Yiwu had just plummeted alongside, blinding him momentarily. After a week of research, he discovered that the soul weapon's gauntlet form could not be combined with fire and puppetry elements, which left him somewhat disheartened. The organizing committee bestowed upon him high praise. He was a creative genius, touching hearts with his melodies and guiding the evolution of Chinese music with his songs. This culinary method was not conceived by old Wang, but rather imparted to him by another. Did you not notice that not only our camp was feasting on fish at noon, but the entire army was as well? Li Si remarked somewhat boastfully, lifting his head high, as if he were the originator of this cooking technique. We refuse to believe. Despite having just witnessed the terror of Mianxia, many still expressed their outrage. In no time, General Sun's mansion was breached by Chong Kong and Sun himself, who entered the secret chamber and stationed guards with strict orders to execute anyone who dared to pry without cause. The warrior wiped the blood splattered across his face without flinching, as a storm of bloodshed descended upon them. This is acceptable, but now that so many have perished, should not your 9-sword sect provide an explanation? At the very least, you ought to disclose the arrival of this space, Yuan Gu remarked to Jianyi. Henceforth, each time Jiang Shang succumbed to intoxication, he would beseech Jiang Cheng to grant him Qi Rou, only to be forcefully expelled by Jiang Cheng's staff. Li Chuyi was undoubtedly aware of the origins of his name. An orphan, he had been abandoned shortly after birth and fortuitously discovered by a passing Taoist. The Taoist, bearing the surname Li, conveniently named him Li Chuyi, as that day happened to be the first day of the Lunar New Year. As one transformed, resembling an ancient being, he summoned thunder amidst the winds. With a single strike, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Li Jing, did you not intend to kill me? If so, why do you hesitate? Zhu Qi declared, waving his fan before him, as a chilling wind surged toward Li Jing. Yet, with delicate steps that danced upon the waves, the figure shimmered in and out of focus, akin to a wraith, eluding the grasp of the lunar guardians. Lu Yinglong, now missing his front teeth, spoke with a breathy rasp, blood still trickling from his lips, his chin tinged with a deep shade of blue. Above, The sky unveiled a scene where a crimson energy coalesced into a hand, which directed the rushing figure of Wang Jinren's father, propelling him back with force.